999X Cultivation System Chapter 593 to Chapter 686. The elders glanced at each other. Jiyu's body emitted a green light. Looking at the green light on his body, the three elders slowly retreated. "Brat, when our great elder returns, we'll definitely teach you a lesson. Brothers, let's retreat." After they finished speaking, they turned around and disappeared on the spot. Gu Jialuo's body was much better. The three elders returned to the inn. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Xianxia with his head chopped off. Their eyes widened as they staggered back to the sacred hall. A huge crystal floated in the air. The three elders knelt on the ground at the same time and cut a drop of blood on their hands. The blood merged into the crystal in front of them. A human face appeared in the crystal. "How is it?" Reporting to Hall Master, Xianxia is dead." "What?" Suddenly, a trace of cold air came out of the hall and covered the entire hall. They looked at each other. "Hall Master, the one who defeated Xianxia was a cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, so our protection was not good enough." The human face in the crystal snorted. "Didn't this Hall Master give him the inheritance a few days ago?" Hearing this, one of the elders knelt on the ground. "Presumably, he is not familiar with the strength of the human profound realm." "Yes, order him to hand over the inheritance. In addition, we will open the sacred hall's path tomorrow. At that time, this hall master will personally preside over it. As for the person who defeated him, I will meet him." The next day, following the 3 rings of the bell, everyone walked out of their rooms one after another without even having time to put on their clothes. Yesterday's competition ended too suddenly. Even the Champions Award ceremony had not been held yet. Today, the Land of Inheritance was about to open. Everyone wanted to see how extraordinary the champion, the powerhouse from Zhongdu Advanced Mystic Academy, was. Looking at Jiyu and the others, everyone present looked at them with envy. Zhongdu Advanced Mystic Academy is indeed worthy of being the champion. What a handsome young man. The people around him nodded in agreement. Look at the leader. Her name is Jiyu. She's only 18 years old, but she's already so heroic. She's really admirable. Exactly. Everyone below the stage praised Jiyu. Chang Yuan and the Ning brothers, who were following behind Jiyu, saw them and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a full moon appeared in the sky. Everyone gathered under the full moon. A black-robed man slowly floated down from the full moon. He stood on the arena. The commoners present, as well as the students from the various academies, all knelt down. Currently, the Mystic Master Temple was the final destination of all profound practitioners, although there were also various large sections. However, they also needed the approval of the Mystic Master Temple before they could become true Mystic Masters. And this authority originally belonged to the Eastern Region Empire. However, the 5 great founders of the Mystic Master Temple had led over 100 peak spirit profound realm experts to the Eastern Region Imperial family, forcing the Imperial family to separate the profounder lineage from the Imperial family. Greetings, Xian King. The peak of the 7th level of the human profound realm could be called Xian King. He said indifferently, "This year's champion has already been born. Therefore, you will be the lucky ones to enter the Land of Inheritance. However, the Land of Inheritance is extremely dangerous, and whether you can obtain any opportunities will depend on your own luck." A ray of dim light shone on everyone present. Everyone felt as if they were being absorbed by an indescribable profound energy. The Xian King looked at the disappearing group of people from the Central Capital Academy and thought to himself, "If you still have the chance to come back, then this king will take you under my banner. But if you don't come back, then it just so happens that I have avenged my disciple." In the blink of an eye, the light disappeared. Jiyu, Chang Yuan, and the others appeared in a dense forest. Chang Yuan took out a map from his storage ring, only to see that their current location was already in the depths of the forest. The Land of Inheritance was the place where the ancient Almighty had fallen. When they fell, they used their blood to form the sea, their hair to form the forest, and the various microscopic insects on their bodies to become mountain spirits and ghosts. After so many years of changes, this forest had already given birth to many profound beasts. Everyone, be careful. Another ray of light flashed, followed by another ray of light. Xianxia and his classmates appeared one after another. Jiyu said indifferently, "It's you guys. What right do you have to be here?" The array master walked out and said to Jiyu, "We are the direct disciples of the Xin king. But on this journey, why don't we become allies?" Jiyu frowned. "Allies?" "That's right. It's said that there are people who came here in search of opportunities, but they couldn't get out. Some died here, while others survived here. So there should be others here. Isn't it the best choice for us to work together?" Jiyu said indifferently, "Even if I did that to your captain?" "That's right." After hearing this, Jiyu's brows relaxed. After all, he had personally chopped off Zhang Xiao's arm. "Okay." The array master nodded, "That's true. Since that's the case, why don't we introduce ourselves? I am a 5th grade array master, Wen. That was my fake name before. I am a combat mystic, 6th grade of the Spirit Profound Realm, Wang Feng." Suddenly, the young master of the Ning family laughed out loud. He pointed at Wang Feng and said with a smile, "Your father raised you as a girl, didn't he?" Wang Feng clenched her fists, but under the threat of Jiyu's gaze, she didn't dare to say anything. "I am Wang Feng's brother, Wang Ergu. What kind of names are these?" "I am a support mystic, 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, Chao Yan." After everyone had introduced themselves, Jiyu let the Ning family members introduce themselves. Then, they walked into the deep forest. According to the map, as long as they headed north, they would be able to find clues to the Hall of Inheritance. Even with Jiyu's mental strength, she was unable to explore this world completely. From the looks of it, there were at least 10 almighty beings that had fallen here. The power of inheritance here should be enough for the few of us to share. However, we still have to get through here first. After saying this, Jiyu suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing in front of her. The Ning brothers instantly felt a chill in their hearts, as if something was approaching them. Gu Jialua clenched her fists. This time, she didn't have any hopes of receiving the inheritance. If it wasn't for Jiyu dragging her along, she would have given up. She had already made up her mind to use her mystic energy to increase their speed. Then, she would stay until the end and fight for a chance for everyone to leave. In an instant, an intense white mystic light enveloped the ground. The saber-toothed leopard walked out and stared fiercely in the direction of Jiyu and the others, as if it was looking at delicious food. Wang Feng and the others saw that the situation was not good and immediately shouted, "This is a 7th-level mystic beast. Every step a mystic beast takes, it needs years to replenish its mystic energy. How can there be a 7th-level mystic beast here?" Chao Yan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. "It must be the remnant mystic energy released by the inner core of the almighty beings here when they fell. It must have been absorbed by these mystic beasts. That's why they have such terrifying strength." Wang Ergu asked, "Then what should we do now?" Everyone immediately looked at each other. The best way to avoid this disaster was to get out of here, which was to run for their lives. However, in this situation, where could they escape to? Everyone suddenly became silent. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning burst out in the sky. It was as if a storm was raging. It fell on the ground in front of everyone. They all looked up. This scene was simply like the arrival of a god. Jiyu held a giant sword in one hand and stood in front of everyone. Chang Yuan, use the fire attribute skill. Wen, use your vines to bind it. Jiao Luo, use your support skills at the same time as Chao Yuan. Everyone followed Jiyu's instructions and coordinated with each other, forming a new team. Another bolt of lightning fell. Mystic skill, exploding heavenly thunder. Jiyu activated her mystic skill this time. When she was fighting with Zhang Xiaowu, Jiyu had already comprehended his exploding heavenly thunder. Under the lightning, scorched earth was everywhere. The saber-toothed leopard was also struck by the lightning and its body emitted a scorched earth smell. Obviously, Jiyu's attack had thoroughly provoked the saber-toothed leopard's anger. It raised its head. Mystic beasts also had their own mystic skills. It gathered mystic energy in its mouth. Roar. It let out an angry roar. Chao Yan said anxiously, "Not good, the saber-toothed leopard's roar has a mystic energy that can penetrate a person's soul." They all sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, the powerful mystic energy and mental strength quickly penetrated Jiyu's body. If it was an ordinary person, their soul would have been penetrated by the saber-toothed leopard. But he was not an ordinary person. He was Jiyu. He gathered his mystic energy in his fist. Ding, the host used the cloud extinction fist technique. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Looking at Jiyu, the saber-toothed leopard's fist came crashing down. The saber-toothed leopard wanted to escape, but it did not expect that its feet would be completely bound by the vines. The fist danced and a huge bump appeared on the saber-toothed leopard's head. After the saber-toothed leopard was beaten, it looked at the person in front of it with fear. It let out a low growl and slowly walked in front of Jiyu, as if it was begging for mercy. Jiyu walked up to it and patted its head. It stopped moving and started to roll on its stomach like a kitten. Jiyu scratched it. Chang Yuan and the rest had already seen how powerful Jiyu was, so they didn't think much of it. But in the eyes of Chao Yan and the rest, it was no different from a god descending to the mortal world. Mystical beasts were arrogant existences. You could kill them, but you could never subdue them. But now, not only did Jiyu subdue it, she also made it extremely obedient. In fact, what the crowd didn't know was that Jiyu's body was supported by the power of the dragon bloodline. When she threw out a punch, the small razor-fanged leopard felt the noble aura of the dragon clan. That was why the scene happened. Is she still human? She actually defeated the razor-fanged leopard with one blow and made it obedient. This is simply an unbelievable existence. Just as the people from the divine temple were still lamenting over Jiyu's power, another roar came from the deep forest. When the razor-fanged leopard heard this roar, it immediately stood up and ran away in panic. Wenwen looked ahead with vigilance. It's not as good as us. Jiyu shouted indifferently, let's go up and take a look. What? Wenwen felt that Jiyu had lost his mind. He was chasing after a mystical beast from such a long distance away. Who knew how powerful the mystical beasts were? This was no different from sending himself to his death. But just as he was about to retort, Jiyu had already left with Chang Yuan and the rest. They were confident that they didn't have Jiyu's strength, so they could only follow Jiyu to take a look first. Ding. Host has taken a step. 3000 clouds movement has gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu crossed a few hundred meters of the forest. In the middle of a large grassland, a peaked Xian beast that looked like a chimpanzee was continuously patting its chest. On its neck, there was a small circle, which seemed to be a treasure that suppressed the chimpanzee's Xian energy. A woman in a black dress, holding 2 long swords, stood opposite the gorilla. In front of her were a dozen men in black robes. Miss, it's useless even if you run. This place has already been surrounded by us. Moreover, we have the king of the Xian beasts in this deep forest in our hands, the raging fire guardian. Junior sister, if you obey me, I will definitely release you. Only then did Jiyu look in the direction of that woman. She only felt that this woman's face was so young and tender, but also so devilishly charming. Senior brother, don't even think about it. Jiyu moved. Wenwen knew that Jiyu was going to meddle in other people's business. Hence, he pulled Jiyu back. Brother Ji, don't meddle in other people's business. These people must have stayed here many years ago in search of opportunities, and their strength must not be below yours or mine. Jiyu snorted coldly. Then you can stay here yourself, brother Wenwen. Gu Jialua pursed his lips. He wondered if Jiyu had interfered because of the woman's youth and beauty. In truth, Jiyu merely felt a sense of familiarity from the woman, but he wasn't sure where that feeling came from. He led the Zhongdu Academy group in front of the black-cloaked girl and extended his sword. What's so great about bullying a woman with so many people? Immediately, the dozen men in black all looked in Jiyu's direction. Their leader, the one whom the black-cloaked girl called senior brother, smiled disdainfully. Where did this rotten fish come from, daring to meddle in our sky demon cult's business? Gu Jialua tugged at Jiyu and whispered in his ear. This girl is one of them, which means she's also a member of the sky demon cult. Brother Shifu, you better not interfere in this matter. What righteous villain? In my opinion, it's just the world's prejudice. Jiyu couldn't care less. If he wanted to protect someone, Jiyu wouldn't be able to do so. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Jiyu. The black-clothed girl also had a good impression of Jiyu. This one is He Bao. If you don't interfere in this matter, I have a dark pill here that can help you leave this forest without a trace. How about it? No need to be so polite, I'll take it myself later. What difference was there between Jiyu's words and saying that she would rob him later? He Bao clenched his fists. Brat, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Seeing that there were so many people on Jiyu's side, he couldn't help but have a bad feeling. The people from Temple Academy looked at each other. This Jiyu was really too good at causing trouble. If they stayed by his side, they might not even know how they died. So He Bao clenched his fists. He said to Jiyu, Brother Jiyu, we don't know how many inheritances there are. Now that there are so many people on both sides, and it's been proven that there are still many forces in the land of inheritance. This one will take his leave first. He glanced at the few brothers beside him. Wen, I bid you farewell. Ergo thanks Ji Gongzi for saving my life. I hope there will be a chance to repay him. The people from Temple Academy all cupped their hands. Jiyu smiled faintly, you people from Temple Academy all have such high-end names. I thought you were good people who only appeared once in 100 years. Now it seems that I overestimated you. Scram. Hearing Jiyu's words, everyone felt uncomfortable in their hearts. But right now, they didn't have any strength to resist Jiyu, so they could only say goodbye and walk forward under Wen's lead. Brother He Bao, we are not from the same faction. We have decided not to meddle in this matter. I wonder if we can leave this place. He Bao had long wanted them to fall apart, so that he could make a move. Now that he didn't have to do anything, Jiyu's side was already in a deadlock, it was a good thing. So he smiled knowingly. Young master is too polite, please go ahead. After saying that, He Bao divided the Xianming pellets into several pieces and threw them to Wen and the others. After receiving the Xianming pellets, they flew away. He Bao used his mental power to sense their existence. After confirming that they had left, they all raised their heads. He Bao took a step forward and slowly said to Jiyu in front of him, I'm sorry, young master, I take back what I said just now. You can't leave, but if you bring the girl behind you and my junior sister over, I can still let you live. Jiyu frowned. Gu Jialua was nervous. Could it be that master would hand her over? She was a little scared and pulled Jiyu's sleeve tightly. Jiyu said faintly, it's still daytime, but you're already dreaming? You don't know what's good for you, go. The 10 or so people under He Bao all rushed forward. Mystical skill, nether holy light. They suddenly turned into a black light, and more than 10 black fog flew in the direction of the crowd. It collided with the Qi gang. Except for Jiyu, the rest of the people's Qi gang broke at this time. Jiyu said faintly, Chongyuan's inferno mystical skill, use the flames to cover them. Chongyuan received Jiyu's order. Okay. After saying this, he took a step forward and a ball of fire appeared in his dantian. Mystical skill, raging flames burning the heavens. Right after he shouted those words, the raging flames started to spread. In an instant, the entire prairie turned into a sea of flames. Those dozen or so people once again revealed their true forms from the black fog. They could only feel that there were bad burn marks on their bodies. Blood suddenly appeared on their bodies and they fell to the ground. The Ning brothers were using the beast mystical skill, and in a flash, 2 pairs of sharp claws appeared. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from their original position and in the next moment, they appeared. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already arrived on top of the 10 people. Although they had been here for a long time, they had not received a high increase in mystic energy. In addition, the mystic energy here was gradually thinning, so these people of the heavenly demon cult did not have much progress. The heavenly demon cult also had a way to enter the land of inheritance, but the holy temple had never announced it to the outside world. These disciples of the heavenly demon cult did not have enough mystic energy now. In the blink of an eye, the Ning brothers had already pierced their bodies with their claws. Blood flowed out continuously at this time, and they fell into a pool of blood one after another. Seeing how the Ning brothers dealt with them so easily, He Bao frowned and said faintly, you dare to kill so many of our brothers. After shouting out these words, Li Yundong was stunned. He Bao stretched out his hand, and the mystic energy in his hand suddenly produced a strong suction force. The circle on the raging fire guardian's neck suddenly lit up. It patted its chest with both fists, stood up directly, and stomped on the ground. Suddenly, there was a tremor in the sky. It stomped like a crazy dog. It suddenly pounced in Chang Yuan's direction. Chang Yuan was in existence at the peak of the 6th level of the spirit profound realm. He took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he stretched out his hands, and the muscles on his hands suddenly became bigger. In addition, there was a ball of fire in his fists. Both fists swung out, and heavily collided with the raging fire guardian's fists. Under the collision of the fists, a strong hurricane blew to both sides. Jiyu was not affected at all, but the Ning brothers and the others took 2 steps back. With a loud crack, Chang Yuan flew out, and many of the bones in his arms seemed to have been broken. Jiyu frowned, and raised the warhound giant sword in her hand. This was not comparable to the sharp-toothed fierce leopard. The raging inferno Vajra looked at Jiyu, who had released all her profound energy. It realized that it was able to discover Jiyu, who was its greatest enemy. The raging inferno Vajra walked towards Jiyu with a trace of vigilance in its eyes. It hammered its hands on the ground and jumped up. He Bao laughed wildly and waved his sleeves. Ha ha ha, under this attack, I'm afraid that even if you are at the peak of the spirit profound realm, you will become a meat patty. Jiyu. Master. Brother Ji. Everyone gave a loud roar as Jiyu suddenly raised the warhound's giant sword in his hand. Ding. The host has waved the huge sword and gained experience points, won by 999. Jiyu's EXP bar had skyrocketed. Jiyu could feel the power in his hands increasing. With a roar, he swung his sword forward. At this moment, a huge military dog seemed to appear in the huge sword and roared at the sky. Behind the huge dog, there was a long green snake. It suddenly widened its eyes and a layer of green light covered the surroundings of the huge sword. Under the powerful explosion, the surrounding power gradually flew in all directions. The raging inferno Vajra's punch just now could have the power of destruction, but they did not expect that they would raise their fists and hit it with a heavy punch. Under the collision of the fists, they were sent flying backwards. When they saw this scene, they raised their heads. Jiyu took a step forward. The power of the dog's soul and the snake's soul in her body increased greatly. The snake's soul spread from the raging inferno Vajra's feet to its neck and broke the collar in one bite. The dog's soul also slowly stepped out from the other direction. It hit the Vajra's body. The Vajra took a step back, but it shook its hand and slapped the soul away. But this was just Jiyu's trick. Jiyu was now in front of the Vajra with the huge sword in her hand. Profound skill, burning wave sword technique. In an instant, hundreds of warhound giant swords appeared in the air. Under the continuous superposition of the attack power, it had formed a huge attack power. The raging inferno Vajra did not dare to be careless and drew out all the power in its body. He swung his fist heavily, and the 2 Xian energies collided together at this moment. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The raging inferno Vajra was sent flying, drawing 2 deep scratches on the ground. After retreating dozens of steps, it raised its head. Jiyu said faintly, "Bastard, get the hell out of here." After hearing Jiyu's words, the raging inferno Vajra reached out his hand and touched his neck. After feeling this powerful force, he turned around and ran in another direction. You actually dared to release my raging inferno Vajra? He clenched fists in his hands hound Vajra. The girl in the black dress said indifferently, "Humph, this raging inferno Vajra was captured at the cost of the lives of the top 10 masters of our heavenly demon cult." When they heard this, they turned their heads, and a ball of evil fire appeared in their hearts. He then slowly opened his mouth and said, "Ha ha ha, before the elder died, he entrusted you to me. I just want to marry you, so what's the big deal? Anyway, we can't leave this damned place." He Bao's words were full of anger. Jiyu had lost patience with him. Noisy! He Bao roared, "Go to hell." A black shadow appeared on his body and he disappeared on the spot. Jiyu's mental strength covered the spot and felt the other party gradually approaching. Jiyu suddenly turned around and waved the warhound giant sword in her hand. Immediately, a bloody wound appeared on the other party's body. Blood immediately gushed out from the wound. Jiyu took a step forward and cut the other party's neck with the long sword. He walked in front of Chang Yuan and the others, took out a jade screen from his storage ring, and put the pills into their mouths. Their bodies were recovering bit by bit. However, the pills in Jiyu's hand could not heal such a huge wound. He still needed a kind of herb, but he sensed that there was no herb on this mountain. At this moment, the girl in the black dress said, "Are you an alchemist?" Jiyu nodded. The girl in the black dress said, "I know where it is, come with me." Jiyu got a carriage of Hei Bao and the others and sent the girl to the carriage. "Do I know you?" The girl said, "I also feel what you feel, but I don't know you." "The smell on your body." Suddenly, Jiyu thought of something. "What's your relationship with the Dragon Clan?" "What?" "The smell on your body, could it be that it also comes from?" The two of them spoke at the same time. Calamity Dragon of Desolation. Calamity Dragon of Desolation. So that was the case. No wonder Jiyu could sense Xiaogu's aura from the girl. "Who exactly are you?" The girl became very vigilant. Jiyu said indifferently, "I am her man." The divine dragon is actually with a human? She did not dare to believe this. Jiyu said indifferently, "That is the truth. When we get out, I will take you to see her. However, Xiaogu knows nothing about her background, I don't know what you know." The girl said indifferently, "Your name is Jiyu?" "Yes. They all call me Heavenly Sound Demonis, but you can call me Heavenly Sound in private." Jiyu smiled, "That's a nice name." The Heavenly Sound Witch's body trembled. "Do you say this to every girl?" "No, I just feel that your name is nice." The Heavenly Sound Demonis blushed, "Then I will tell you on the way." After saying this, Jiyu sent Chang Yuan and the others to the carriage, and said to Gu Jialua, "I am sorry, there is only one carriage, so I will have to trouble you to take care of the horses." "No problem." Gu Jialua patted her chest and said proudly, "Master, leave it to me." "However, Master, you should stay away from that demoness." Jiyu laughed, "Are you jealous?" "I am not jealous, I know that Master likes me, right?" After saying this, Gu Jialua threw herself into Jiyu's arms. She slowly raised her head, and her eyes were like the moon, gradually approaching Jiyu. At this moment, the two people's lips gradually approached each other. After tasting Zhu Dan's red lips, Jiyu slowly moved away and patted her little butt. "When we return, Master will properly teach you a profound martial art." When she heard that she could learn a profound martial art, she wriggled her body excitedly. Master, what kind of powerful martial art are you going to teach your disciple?" Jiyu moved closer to her ear, and a hot feeling spread from her ear to her entire body. When Jiyu said 3 words, the Heavenly Sound Witch's face reddened. "I'm going to die, Master." "It's just a dual cultivation technique, the unrivaled bedroom technique." A sweet smile appeared on Jiyu's face as she watched the little girl flee in panic. He turned his head and walked in another direction. When they returned to the carriage, the Heavenly Sound Witch came forward curiously. This little girl was wearing thin clothes, and a beautiful scenery entered Jiyu's eyes. The Heavenly Sound Witch was curious about what Jiyu was looking at, so she shyly pushed Jiyu. "What are you looking at?" Jiyu smiled and said indifferently, "Then you can tell me now." Originally, the Heavenly Demon cult was the reincarnation of the Calamity Dragon. However, they never expected that one day, the people of the Divine Temple would join forces and launch an attack on the Heavenly Demon cult. And several other cults at the same time. They were all cults established by the various protector cults. However, because of their name, cultivation techniques, and the people they wanted to protect, they became evil cults. In an instant, they attacked the cults in front of them. The Calamity Dragon had the ability to destroy the world, but it couldn't withstand the schemes of humans. Soon, the Calamity Dragon race was left with 3 giant dragons, and one of them was Xiaogu, who followed Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "What happened after that?" "After that?" Later, one of the Calamity Dragons of Desolation took the remaining people and fled to the Eastern Region Empire, but under the pursuit, they scattered. So that was the case. No wonder Xiaogu didn't seem to remember anything when he found her. The carriage wobbled as it arrived at a city. There are cities here as well. This is the obsession of the people in the empire of the Eastern region. Many people settled down here after they sensed that they were hopeless. Later on, more and more people came in, so it became a small world. Jiyu felt that something was strange, but there was a murderous aura in this city. As they are unable to obtain the power of inheritance, their profound strength is unable to increase. Therefore, there is basically no one who can manage this city. There are countless cities like this in this world. After leaving this city, head east and you will enter Death Valley. It is said that only after passing through Death Valley can you obtain clues to the Land of Legacy. Jiyu nodded. When they arrived at the city, there were several dead people lying on the ground. However, no one pitied these people, as if they didn't exist. Jiyu came in front of one of the people and gently touched his face. She said indifferently, this person was killed by a joint effort. However, at this moment, more than 10 black-robed people walked over. This is the city of killers, but the area inside is a safe zone built by the 10 strongest people. However, there is no such thing as an absolute safe zone in this world. Haha, thank you for the reminder. After entering the safe zone, Jiyu discovered that there was a small city here. In this city, everyone lived and worked in peace. Jiyu found a doctor. He said, "Do you have white pigweed? 100 vermilion grass?" "This old man has it, but what are you going to use to return it?" The old man stroked his beard and looked at the heavenly sound witch in Gu Jialua with a lewd smile. Jiyu took out a bag of gold coins. "Young master, don't joke around. Gold coins are useless here." When the 10 strongest people worked together to build the Palace of Gold, they were just building materials. Jiyu said indifferently, "If gold coins are not enough, how about elixirs? If it's just elixirs that can increase strength, then don't open it." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu put a bottle of Xian Defense elixir on the table. After taking the elixir, you can increase 1 level. Before the effect of the elixir disappears, you will have the strengthened Xian energy. Hearing this, the old man suddenly became excited. However, it was simply wishful thinking to want to exchange these elixirs for herbs that this world did not have. The old man said indifferently, "I don't just want the elixir, I also want the woman behind you." Jiyu frowned and placed a long sword on his neck. After being hit by the huge sword, the person in front of her immediately knelt on the ground. The old man said, "You want to kill me here?" Several black-robed men surrounded the door of the medical office. It seemed that as long as Jiyu made a move, they would not hesitate to attack at the same time. Jiyu was not that stupid. She said indifferently, "The safe zone only says that you can't kill people. It doesn't say that you can't hurt people. Do you want your meridians to be broken? As long as your meridians are broken, you won't have a chance to survive in this world." The old man rolled his eyes, "If you have the ability, then kill me." Jiyu snorted and took out 6 bottles of elixirs, throwing them to the black-robed men. "Do it." After saying this, one of the black-robed men picked up the knife in his hand. With Jiyu's elixirs, it was equivalent to having a chance to survive in this world. They were naturally willing to help Jiyu. After killing the old man, Jiyu took the elixir and threw the storage ring back to the black-robed man. Jiyu said indifferently, "There are still many treasures in this city. In order to enter Death Valley, one must have a strong power. What power could compare to bringing the entire city's spirit profound realm people into Death Valley?" When Jiyu thought of this, she thought for a moment. He stood up and walked out in another direction. Her first target was one of the top 10 experts, Wang Chong. Wang Chong had the title of Killing God in this place, although he was only at the peak of the 7th level of the spirit profound realm. But with the long knife in his hand, he had killed so many people. Jiyu brought the heavenly sound witch to the front of a large hall. In front of the main hall, several people were sitting on the ground and drinking from the wine in their hands. This underworld immortal wine is getting more and more delicious. Not bad, the taste is incomparably sweet. It is indeed a rare delicacy in this world. Seeing Jiyu and the others arrive, a black-clothed old man suddenly stood up. "Halt, don't you know where this is?" Jiyu said indifferently, "I know, I'm here to find Wang Chong." Hearing Jiyu's words, everyone burst into laughter. "Are you here to seek protection or to throw away your life?" Jiyu said indifferently, "This one is not talented, but I want to challenge Wang Chong. In recent years, there are fewer and fewer profound practitioners who don't cherish their lives. That's right, everyone has already passed the season of massacre. Young master, although we are in this world, we might be able to leave in the future. Seeing that Ji had already reached the spirit profound realm at such a young age, the black-cloaked people couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation for talent. Ji said indifferently, "Thank you for your advice, but this one still wants to give it a try." Then, "Young master, please come in. Your friend can stay here." "Thank you." After speaking, Ji glanced at the heavenly sound witch. "Wait for me here. Be careful, I was thinking that we might have a chance to leave, so I can meet the young master." Ji nodded and walked into the main hall. This place was filled with the smell of blood. The person sitting on the seat stood up and a pair of wings grew out of his back. Facing Ji, he said indifferently, "Are you here to seek protection?" "No, this one wants to spar with you." After shouting this, the eyes of the man sitting in the main hall turned red. "Then come." He took out a sword, and the artifact in his hand suddenly lit up. An incomparably foul smell of blood gradually spread over. It enveloped Ji's body, but to be able to turn the murderous aura into a viscous red liquid proved Wang Chang's strength. At this moment, the red liquid spread over and stuck to Ji's hands. Ji was rooted to the spot. At this moment, the surrounding red mist entered Ji's body. A mystic light flashed. In the middle of a towering cliff, countless corpses cracked the ground. Countless corpses slowly crawled out from the ground. Their eyes were all scarlet. "Ji, I will die. Ji. You. I know you." Ji looked at the faces in front of him. These were the people who had died under his hands. Ji had already forgotten the names of some people. "I will die, is it so tragic?" A mocking smile appeared on Ji's face. "Aren't you all courting death?" The people from the southern region gradually stood up and said calmly, "Ji. You all died for the sake of the southern region empire. Don't you feel honored?" Following Ji's words, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly shattered. He gradually disappeared from where he stood. Ji stood up and said calmly, "Your sword of truth is very powerful." In many ancient records, the sword of truth was a sword technique created by various sects to interrogate their disciples. The sword mainly relied on the primordial spirit. Wang Chang never expected that his sword of truth would not have any effect on Ji. The second form of the sword of truth. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to resist the second form of the sword of truth. Although Ji was able to break through his sword of truth in 3 short breaths, this time, even if Ji could withstand his attack, he was confident that he could kill Ji while she was distracted. But what he did not expect was that Ji was not a fool. How could she just stand there and take his attack head-on? In the blink of an eye, Ji disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already behind him. She raised the hilt of her sword and swung it down. A cracking sound could be heard. He fell to the ground. Wang Chang did not expect that this move would be so easily countered by Ji, who even dealt him a blow. He immediately stood up, his eyes burning with rage. At this moment, a ball of raging fire suddenly appeared on his fists. "Kid, you must die today." He moved. Under the support of the art of blood, he became incomparably fast. Ji's 3000 clouds movement was even more abruptly activated. Ding, the host used 3000 clouds movement. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. The 2 long swords collided continuously in the air. The speed of the 2 people was so fast that they turned into a red and a white light in the air. If there was anyone else who saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Ji stabilized her body after about 100 moves. She said lightly, "You're so weak." When she said that, Wang Chang's eyes revealed a puzzled expression. He did not know why she said such a thing. Ji raised the profound strength in her body to the peak of the 8th level. "What, you're actually a spirit profound realm expert at the peak of the 8th level?" He took a deep breath and suddenly disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, he flew over. Wang Chang wanted to use his strongest attack. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill Ji. Only in this way could he let Ji, an expert at the 8th level of the spirit profound realm, release her strength. The 2 forces collided once again. The person in front of him suddenly fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? How is this possible? He took a deep breath and said lightly, my god-slaying saber technique actually has no effect on you. Jiyu held the warhound's great sword and walked in front of him. She raised the great sword in her hand. Looking at Jiyu in front of him, Wang Chang looked over with resentment. He slapped the ground. He instantly stood up. The two forces of profound strength exploded in an instant. Suddenly, a mass of profound light gradually appeared in front of Wang Chang. Wang Chang spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiyu heavily chopped down with her sword. Wang Chang's head was instantly separated from his body. Jiyu walked out of the main hall. A few black-clothed men looked at him and saw the blood on Jiyu's body. One of the black-clothed men said, little friend, how was your battle? Wang Chang is dead. From today onwards, this god-slaying palace is mine. The god-slaying palace was built with gold coins. It looked extremely glorious. The rest of the black-clothed men were still in disbelief. They looked at each other. Jiyu said indifferently, are you willing to surrender or what? The black-clothed man laughed and said, we only accepted Wang Chang's kindness and agreed to be his gatekeepers. Now that he is dead, our kindness has been repaid. Naturally, we will leave. Take care. I see that you are all around the peak of the 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Jiyu took out a few bottles of pills and threw them into the man's hands. He said indifferently, there are some pills in here. If you consume them according to the pills, you can increase your cultivation level in a short period of time. My goal is to unify this city and bring everyone to Death Valley. What? After hearing this, they took a deep breath. Jiyu actually wanted to bring them to Death Valley. Wasn't that sending them to their deaths? There was a look of disbelief in everyone's eyes. They looked at each other and said, if that's the case, then we will follow. Jiyu asked for the information of the top 10 experts. Other than Wang Chang, who was independent, the rest of them were in different factions and were even in an alliance. Jiyu had so many pills in his hands. He asked the men in black to take Jiyu's pills and spread the news everywhere, so that they could join Jiyu's plan. One of the men in black brought the pills and walked to the stage in the center of the plaza. Everyone, I believe that everyone is tired of staying in this world. The onlookers echoed in agreement. Yeah, I've been tired of staying here for a long time. Damn it, I've wanted to leave this damn place for a long time. Immortal Monarch, what plans do you have? Just tell us. These people were all top students from various sects or academies. Therefore, every one of them was smart and intelligent. Because it was impossible to cultivate to such a high level just by relying on talent. The black-clothed man said indifferently, among us here, the strongest is only at the peak of the Spirit Profound Realm. Naturally, once we step into the Death Valley, we will not be able to return. However, have you all thought about whether we can open the door to the future if we unite? No one had thought of this before. This was because there was a person called Elder Heaven Scorpio who already possessed the strength of the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Even so, they quickly lost contact with the moment they entered Death Valley. Furthermore, his soul and profound energy had merged into this world. This proved that the demonic beasts or other things that existed in Death Valley were not things that they could deal with. Thinking of this, everyone was a little afraid. Cultivation was not easy, and no one was willing to waste their life for no reason. Young master, you're wrong. If we were to enter Death Valley, wouldn't we be courting death? No, as long as we unite, we will definitely be able to protect him. Hearing this, everyone was a little moved. This humble one has been ordered by my Tong Tian to deliver the spirit pills and elixirs to all of you. Miraculous elixirs. Looking at the pill in the black-clothed man's hand, a faint fragrance came from it. This caused all of the profound practitioners to go slightly mad. Jiyu was standing in a restaurant not far from here. He did not expect that this restaurant would still exist no matter where he was. He was standing in the middle of the fence. As long as the plan goes smoothly, we will have the strength to enter Death Valley. Hearing his words, the heavenly sound which beside him covered her mouth and laughed. However, your title of Tong Tian Sex Tong Tian is truly too amazing. Isn't that so? You have to control your momentum well. The heavenly sound which looked at Jiyu, who had his hands behind his back. She did not know why, but this man's back made her feel a sense of closeness. Thus, she slowly walked out. Ji Yu suddenly turned around. Just as he was about to say something, he discovered that the two of them were so close together. Their height was about the same, and they were so close together. When they looked at each other, the two of them were stunned. Ji Yu extended his hand and pulled. After pulling Ji Yu into his embrace, the heavenly sound which only knocked on his shoulder. She did not expect that Ji Yu would actually take the initiative. Wouldn't this make her lose her prestige as a witch? Thus, the heavenly sound which returned to Ji Yu's waist. With a turn of her body, she pressed Ji Yu down in front of her. She heavily kissed Ji Yu's mouth. After a moment, she released her mouth. Remember, this lady was the one who took liberties with you. Ji Yu touched his lips. Looking at the heavenly sound which skipping away, Ji Yu could not help but smile. He disappeared from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared not far away. A clap of thunder descended. Everyone in the plaza raised their heads. Ji Yu floated in the air. The profound strength of the peak of the 9th level of the spirit profound realm was suddenly released from his body. Feeling the profound strength on Ji Yu's body, they suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't this the profound strength of the peak of the 9th level of the spirit profound realm? It's really too terrifying. There's actually such an expert here. Even compared to the head of the top 10 experts, this should be enough to fight. However, if a peak of the 9th level of the spirit profound realm enters Death Valley, only death awaits him. Everyone began to discuss in low voices. Ji Yu said indifferently. From what I see, there are at least 10,000 people in this city. Furthermore, the weakest among us is at the beginning of the 7th level of the spirit profound realm. Everyone nodded. Even if it's an 8th level profound beast in front of us, with the strength of 10,000 people, what can it do to us? Hearing this, everyone felt that Ji Yu's words were very reasonable. They all nodded. Ji Yu said indifferently. If that's the case, then everyone should follow the original plan. Everyone bowed. We are willing to follow young master to obtain the power of inheritance. However, everyone had a new idea in their minds. When they reached the land of inheritance, there would definitely be a bloodbath for the power of inheritance. Thinking of this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, several carriages slowly came to the center of the plaza. A person came down from the carriage. Their eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. Looking at Ji Yu's direction, he said indifferently, "Kill." After roaring this sentence, the remaining people slowly walked out and drew their swords from their bodies. More than 10 experts at the peak of the 8th level of the spirit profound realm attacked at the same time. Ji Yu appeared in front of everyone in a flash and used his own precious weapon to slash down heavily. Ding, the host used the burning wave sword technique. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Along with this burst of incomparably explosive profound energy. In addition, the blazing flames on the ground burst out. Those 10 experts at the peak of the 8th level of the spirit profound realm did not expect this result. When the flames completely enveloped them, they were swallowed up by the flames. Ji Yu suddenly pulled his hand out of the flames. The profound energy in her hand suddenly activated. A loud rumbling sound was heard as the two profound energies collided together. The people in front of her were sent flying. They slid on the ground as the remaining people walked forward and placed their swords on their necks. With an expert like Ji Yu holding the fort, their hearts that were hanging in the air were completely relaxed. The person in the carriage slowly said, "Tongtian sect leader is indeed powerful. I wonder if you can follow us. Our palace master would like to meet you." When everyone heard this, they slightly frowned. Ji Yu casually waved her hand. "No problem, then this sect leader will follow you." Ji Yu followed the person in front of her and came to another large hall. She saw that there was a group of people in front of the large hall, but in this world, everyone was an expert, and there was no need to rely on anyone. However, it was not easy for them to gather so many people. As soon as Ji Yu stepped into the hall, everyone in their seats stood up one after another. He said faintly, "Young master, may I know your name?" Ji Yu lightly said, "Ji Yu." "He, I heard from my subordinates that Ji Gongzi intends to unite the entire city to go to Death Valley. I wonder if that is true." Ji nodded. Alright, I am Li Bo. I am willing to help young master. Including me, there are a total of 4 experts standing on young master's side. However, there is another power in this city. He lightly opened his mouth and said, that is the Chrysanthemum Alliance formed by the other 5 experts. It is said that the strongest among them has already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Furthermore, the people from the Chrysanthemum Alliance are people from ancient sections. They won't agree to your plan. What does young master plan to do? Ji said indifferently, that's too simple. Just walk into the hall and beat them up. Isn't that enough? After hearing this sentence, the people around him opened their eyes wide. This Ji is really arrogant. Why don't you think about how strong you are? You actually dare to say such big words. Ji said lightly, what do you think? Profound strength at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm was released from his body. Everyone present had no choice but to activate their chi aura to defend themselves. Hearing his words, everyone looked at each other and said, alright, if that's the case, then we will agree to young master's plan. The 4 experts followed Ji and arrived in front of the Sea King's palace. 5 figures instantly appeared in front of Ji. They slowly opened their mouths and said, halt. Who are you? Each of the 5 people revealed a terrifying aura. When they saw this scene, they lightly opened their mouths and said, Qinghao, this is Tongtian's sect leader. We have already joined his sect. The one who was called Qinghao laughed out loud. Tongtian's sect leader, the one who sent everyone to Death Valley to their deaths. Ji lightly smiled, that's me. Humph, brat, take this. Suddenly, a cold air came from the surroundings and directly approached Ji. Ji was able to kill an expert of the mortal profound realm. Naturally, he was not afraid of a mere expert of the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Qinghao and grabbed his neck. At this moment, his fists gradually clenched. Qinghao did not expect that his protective chi would be broken in an instant. He lifted the person in front of him and heavily threw him to the ground, only to see a mouthful of blood spit out. Ji lightly said, the 4 of you can come at me together. The aura on Ji's body was truly terrifying. The peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm expert pushed aside the people in front of him and lightly said, Ji Gongzi, I did not expect that there would be a peak 9th level expert in this world. Alright, today you and I will have a quick battle. The peak 9th level expert used the technique under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Ji. Suddenly, 18 black shadows appeared from Ji's hands. The 18 black shadows suddenly flew out. When the peak 9th level Spirit Profound Realm expert saw the black shadows in Ji's hands gradually approaching him, a trace of fear grew in his heart. What exactly is this thing? It actually made me feel a trace of fear? He suddenly retreated and swung the long sword in his hand. However, as the 18 black shadows approached, 2 waves of profound chi heavily collided, and a huge light screen flew out in all directions. The peak 9th level expert was actually forced to retreat by the 18 golden puppets. A trace of blood was at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes looked in the direction of Ji with hidden bitterness. He said indifferently, brat, how dare you look down on me like this? Just as he was moving forward, 18 golden lights suddenly lit up. Only then did the peak 9th level expert realize that he was actually surrounded by Ji. These 18 golden lights turned into light pillars, and the head of the light pillars actually gathered together above the peak 9th level expert's head. Child's play. After roaring out these words, he heavily slammed his palm forward. He crashed into the golden pillar, and with a boom, he took 2 steps back. How could this profound chi be so terrifying? Ji lightly said, this golden light cage is a profound skill that I created. After saying this, they raised their heads and lightly said, hurry up and release our brothers. After hearing this, Ji lightly smiled, I wonder if you are willing to accompany me to Death Valley. Everyone looked at each other. Seeing Ji's meaning, it seemed that if they did not agree, they would not have to die in Death Valley, but they would die in Ji's hands. Their hearts trembled. Even if they had reached this realm, they were still afraid of death. Hence, they opened their mouths and said, we will follow you. With the 10 great experts in charge, the remaining cities did not have any objections. Death Valley was indeed worthy of being called the Death Valley. Everyone in the city had arrived in front of the Death Valley. The murderous aura inside seemed to have condensed into a skull. It opened its bloody mouth in the air. Xianxia was naturally timid. He cupped his hands towards Jiyu and said, "Sect leader, should we send a group of people to check the road ahead?" Jiyu shook her head and said, "No, we should all go in together. If we send people out now and they don't come out, the people's hearts will be in chaos. But we still have to put on an act." After receiving Jiyu's order, a few people walked into the small path in Death Valley. They looked at the swaying ghost trees in front of them and didn't dare to take a step forward. After waiting for a while, they walked out into the territory. "Sect leader, everything in front is fine." Jiyu naturally knew who they were and what they were doing inside. He waved his hand. He led the people around him into Death Valley. They saw that the surrounding trees had turned into demons. They didn't know when, but 2 pairs of blood-red eyes appeared on the tree trunks. Their strength was close to the peak of the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. However, all the experts above the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm were in the city. They treated it as a piece of cake. A group of experts at the peak of the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm took the lead and walked forward with weapons in their hands. They released their own profound skills in their hands, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. Jiyu took a step forward and said indifferently, "Be careful." At this moment, a few trees in front of them suddenly shook and gradually fell down. A ball of fire suddenly lit up from the trees. The raging inferno gradually enveloped everyone. Jiyu said indifferently, "Everyone, be careful." After saying this, although the trees in front of them fell down, another wave of demonic wind blew. Those fallen trees all gathered together in an instant. They stretched out the vines on their bodies and tied the group of experts at the peak of the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm together. Furthermore, it extended into their mouths. The group of people extended the rope into their mouths. Gradually, the group of peak 6th stage divine beasts were all possessed by the trees. They stood up, and in an instant, the vines on their bodies emerged from the skin on their hands. They took a step forward, but their eyes no longer had the expression of an ordinary person. "Kill." As the word "kill" lit up, they arrived in front of Jiyu. Jiyu pulled out the long sword beside her and slashed down heavily with the sword in front of her. A few heads flew away from their bodies. "Sect leader, how could you? Look carefully, they are no longer people you know." Following Jiyu's words, the people in front of her turned their heads one after another. They gradually stood up and the vines on their bodies spread out in an instant. Looking at the vines in front of them, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Those who were possessed by the vines flew out at the same time and arrived in front of the crowd. As the long sword gradually fell, they turned their heads. They possessed the vines in front of them. Suddenly, a bright light flashed. A few experts at the 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm were enveloped by this powerful profound energy and flew into the air. This was such a powerful attack. The experts at the peak of the 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm did not dare to underestimate these demonic trees. They arrived in front of the demonic trees and used their profound skills. After a few loud rumbling sounds, the giant trees in front of them gradually turned into dust. Jiyu said indifferently, "The demonic trees have been eliminated. As I said, as long as everyone is united, we will be successful." After saying this, the crowd in front of her walked forward. "Long live Tongtian sect leader! Long live Tongtian sect leader!" As the crowd moved forward, they saw that the ground was littered with corpses. Now that a group of profound practitioners had died, everyone became extremely vigilant. What exactly happened to the expert at the peak of the 9th level of the Poison Scorpion realm? A wild roar sounded. "It's been a long time since fresh food came in, ha ha ha." An old man walked out from the mountain peak. However, when he saw so many people in front of him, he was slightly stunned. However, he thought that this group of people were at most at the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Therefore, he released the profound energy in his body. "Everyone, I am Taoist Poison Scorpion. From today onwards, you will be my food." It turned out that Taoist Poison Scorpion did not die back then. The legends about him were only passed down by word of mouth. Jiyu was puzzled. "Senior Poison Scorpion, if you didn't die, why didn't you appear in front of the world back then?" This old man has been searching for the inheritance for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. Now, my lifespan cannot hold on any longer. However, it is a good thing to be able to meet you all. I can absorb your innate lifespan so that I can continue searching for the inheritance. After saying this, the people around him disappeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Jiyu. He said faintly, "Kid, you think you can escape?" In an instant, Taoist poison scorpion sucked the profound energy of the two people beside him dry. In any case, they were experts at the peak of the 7th level of the spirit profound realm. Yet, they were sucked dry in an instant. Jiyu took a step forward. "Take him down." Jiyu did not act on her own. She had her own plans. If she found the inheritance later, she would definitely snatch it. Her current strength was not allowed to decrease. Several experts at the 8th level of the spirit profound realm attacked at the same time. Suddenly, Taoist poison scorpion laughed out loud. "Haha, kid, with just these people?" The profound energy in his body was sucked into his body in an instant. Taoist poison scorpion only felt a comfortable feeling spreading throughout his body. Jiyu threw a punch. Suddenly, a fiery iron fist met the opponent's. A strong suction force suddenly appeared. Jiyu pulled away from the punch. In the next moment, he swung a heavy punch, and the two fists collided in an instant. A trace of fear appeared in the eyes of the remaining people. He landed on the ground, and Jiyu punched him again. The venomous scorpion old man coughed up another mouthful of blood. He lifted the person in front of him. Immediately, Taoist poison scorpion turned into a cloud of black mist. Even Jiyu could not catch him. Taoist poison scorpion shuttled through the crowd. Everywhere he went, there would be cries of pain. 10 great experts, why aren't you making a move yet? Qinghao and the rest knew that if they didn't make a move, Jiyu would lose her patience and they would be the first target. What if the 10,000 people attacked them at the same time? Even the 10 great experts would be fearful. Thinking of this, he disappeared from the spot with a swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the 10 great experts made a move at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of everyone. They held long swords in their hands and charged towards Elder Poison Scorpion. Elder Poison Scorpion suddenly turned around and released a ball of poisonous fog from his mouth. Suddenly, the black fog gradually enveloped the two experts in the beginning of the 9th level of the spirit profound realm. Being enveloped by the poisonous fog, the flesh on their bodies gradually melted. Their bones were exposed. The two of them fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Elder Poison Scorpion suddenly laughed out loud and roared into the sky. Suddenly, the ground under the ground cracked open, and many snakes slithered out from it. Each of the long snakes had fangs and poisonous thorns. They slithered onto the bodies of the remaining experts and bit them. The venom in the snakes was incomparably strong. In the blink of an eye, they turned into white bones. 7 of the top 10 experts had already fallen in a single exchange of blows. Only Qinghao, the expert at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit profound realm, and the Sea King were still standing. Their eyes were vigilant. The remaining spirit profound realm experts felt a trace of fear in their hearts. Jiyu then made a move. The Warhound's greatsword suddenly flew out. Like a dragon snake, it shot out explosively. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Elder Poison Scorpion. Elder Poison Scorpion was planning to dodge, but Jiyu's attack contained a strong profound energy. As if it had a suction force, it deeply sucked him up. There was a loud rumble. The two profound energies collided. Jiyu was attacking from a distance. Under this sword, Elder Poison Scorpion was hit by the greatsword and fell to the ground. Spitting out blood, he slowly stood up and locked his gaze on Jiyu. "I never expected that there would be someone among you who is stronger than you. However, I've absorbed the energy of quite a few profounders." Jiyu used her mental strength to sense that although Elder Poison Scorpion's profound energy was dense, under careful observation, the profound energy in his body was mixed up continuously. This surge of profound energy would be broken very quickly. All he needed was an external force. Elder Poison Scorpion still wanted to absorb other people's profound energy. He looked at the crowd in front of him, but he did not expect that the crowd in front of him would all run behind Jiyu. You will all become my food sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Brat, just you wait. His profound strength suddenly skyrocketed, and he faintly felt as if he had reached the first level of the human profound realm. However, compared to the people from the Temple Academy, his aura was simply too weak. Jiyu suddenly ran forward and stabbed the long sword in front of her down. The long sword flashed with a golden light, and a ray of light immediately lit up. Suddenly, the giant sword came down directly. Old Man Poison Scorpion suddenly raised his hands and caught Jiyu's sword. Suddenly, his body shook. Jiyu's sword fell, but it did not affect him at all. However, the profound energy in his body was like a fish that had been starved for many days and had seen food. It swam continuously, as if it was chasing after the fish food in front of it, and crazily ate it. Jiyu looked at the scene in front of her and smiled faintly. The aura in Elder Poison Scorpion's body was already in a mess, and several of his meridians had already exploded. How dare you? You must die. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Jiyu. Jiyu directly chopped down with the Warhound's greatsword in her hand. A trace of red blood appeared on his head. He stood on the spot, and with a sway of his body, he fell to the ground. Jiyu smiled faintly and waved her hand. The remaining people walked out and chopped off Elder Poison Scorpion's head. They handed Elder Poison Scorpion's storage ring to Jiyu. The spirit protector in the storage ring only flashed slightly in Jiyu's mind. It immediately broke open the spirit protector in the storage ring. Jiyu said faintly, I never thought that there would be such a monstrous cultivation technique in this world. Just as she broke open the storage ring. Ding! Host has viewed the star-sucking dark art and obtained the cultivation technique star-sucking dark art. The star-sucking dark art's effect was that regardless of the opponent's strength, as long as one's mental strength could suppress the opponent, one could extract their profound energy. She sensed this. Jiyu said faintly, it's better not to cultivate such an evil cultivation technique. At this moment, Jiyu did not decide not to use this cultivation technique because it seemed like a demonic cultivation technique. Instead, she did not want to use it because she had not found a way to integrate the profound energy of many people. However, the absorption power of the profound energy might be useful in the future. After everyone had divided the treasures on Elder Poison Scorpion's body, Jiyu sent people to explore the Death Valley. Previously, everyone was afraid because they knew that a 9th-level spirit profound realm expert would not be able to return after entering the Death Valley. However, today was different. Today, they found out that it was all Elder Poison Scorpion's doing. Everyone was relieved and began to explore. Until they found a railway. Only then did they use the profound energy in their hands. At this moment, several streams of profound energy were injected into the long road. The remaining people stepped into the tunnel under Jiyu's lead. Suddenly, the tunnel emitted a 7-colored light. A towering mountain range appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Jiyu said faintly, I can sense that there is a power of inheritance in here. Logically speaking, after sensing the power of inheritance, if this power of inheritance acknowledged one, there would be a strong calling power. In other words, if the power of inheritance in the mountain range had taken a liking to Jiyu, it would definitely summon Jiyu. Then it would definitely summon Jiyu, but Jiyu couldn't sense any trace of summoning power. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across the sky. As if there was a Buddhist chant, Gu Jialua took a step forward. Master, I can sense that someone is calling me. Jiyu nodded. This power of inheritance should be something that you should have. At this moment, a few voices were heard. The person in the lead was one of the top 10 experts, Qinghao. However, Qinghao also knew that he was not Jiyu's opponent. He looked at Jiyu calmly and said, previously, Tong Tian sect leader said that everyone would have a share of the inheritance. Could it be that Master wants to take it all for herself? His words triggered a heated discussion among the crowd. Behind the mountain, a ray of blue light soared into the sky. Looking over, one could only see a black shadow flying up. That is? Someone has obtained the power of inheritance. Who is it? At this moment, the blue-robed man in the sky blew a sea breeze. He was wearing blue armor. Human profound realm. His voice was incomparably strong and it reverberated in everyone's ears. In an instant, a door appeared in the sky. he stepped through the door. He disappeared from this world. In an instant, the crowd began to go crazy. They had long wanted to leave this world. Jiyu grabbed Gu Jialua, who was in front of her. Don't move. The first few people who rushed up had their chests pierced through by several long swords of treasured artifacts. Their gazes were like lightning. He took a step forward, but at this moment, he suddenly took 2 steps back. More and more people joined in this chaotic battle. Originally, this was a team gathered by Suji. Jiyu did not have any hope for them. The people from Zhongdu Academy naturally followed Jiyu and hid behind the crowd. Go to hell. 2 people who were at the peak of the 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm joined hands and killed several people beside them. They laughed out loud and were cut down on the ground. When only a few dozen of the 10,000 profound practitioners were left, Jiyu finally took out his Warhound's greatsword and looked forward. At this moment, they also came to their senses. Qinghao and Jiyu were the same. From the beginning of the battle, they watched with folded arms. Anyway, no one could fight against them. He said indifferently, haven't you seen it clearly? This person is the one who used you to cross Death Valley. He is the true culprit. Qinghao pointed in the direction of Jiyu. When the remaining people saw them, they calmly said, take him down and we will have a chance to obtain the inheritance. Jiyu snorted. The rest of the people raised the butcher knives in their hands and charged at Jiyu. Chang Yuan was the first to take a step forward, and Gu Jialua immediately covered their bodies with his dark force. Everyone's attributes were multiplied. Raging flames burned the heavens. Chang Yuan spat out a torrential inferno from his mouth. The inferno was like a tsunami as it directly flew towards the crowd in front of him. The crowd of Spirit Profound Realm cultivators raised their hands one after another. He wanted to use his own chi aura to block the attack. However, a cracking sound was heard. Immediately, the chi aura around their bodies shattered, and their bodies were enveloped by raging flames. Screams of agony rang out incessantly. Qinghao took advantage of the time when the crowd used their chi aura to block the inferno. He did not sneak an attack on Jiyu. Instead, he turned around and ran towards the mountain range behind him. The inferno was quickly calmed down. In this battle, countless people were injured, but Chang Yuan still held back. Jiyu said indifferently, let's go in. After saying this, they walked into the mountain range. Jiyu turned around and took out several stones from her arms. She turned around and flung the stones to the ground. Suddenly, a green light flashed and surrounded the crowd on the ground. A huge array suddenly appeared. When they woke up, they found that they had no way of leaving this small piece of land. Jiyu led the people of Zhongdu Academy into the mountain range. Gu Jialua could feel the continuous summoning of the inheritance. The crowd came to a small cave. Suddenly, a scream came from the cave. Jiyu could feel that this place seemed to reject anyone who was not recognized by the inheritance. If they insisted on entering, they would definitely die. Jiyu said indifferently, Jialua, you go in by yourself. The Ning brothers asked, will there be any problems if a little girl like her goes in by herself? She is the one chosen by the inheritance. If we go in, there will be accidents. Gu Jialua clenched her fists and walked into the cave. After waiting for a while, suddenly, a golden light flashed in the cave and Gu Jialua floated in the air. She said indifferently, I have broken through to the human profound realm. Unexpectedly, the inheritance was so powerful that it could forcibly raise a person of the 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm to the human profound realm. Although it was only the beginning of the 1st level of the human profound realm, it was already a miracle. After Gu Jialua received the inheritance, a light pillar appeared in the air. She wanted to say something, but she disappeared from this world in an instant. It seems that after receiving the inheritance, one will be pushed out by the space. Jiyu said indifferently, let's go to the back and take a look. After saying this, they continued to walk forward. When the Ning brothers saw the 2 temples, their eyes became dull. In the next second, they walked into the temple. Soon, a beam of light appeared in the sky and took them away. Chang Yuan said to Jiyu, Brother Ji, if there is an inheritance later, you go first. Jiyu shook her head and said indifferently, the inheritance is something that can only be found. It is normal if there is no inheritance suitable for me. The two walked forward and came to the earth stairs where Wen disappeared. They saw a few corpses lying on the ground. It seemed that there was a fight among them for the inheritance. However, there was a sea of fire behind this mountain. Chang Yuan felt a strong attractive force. He stepped out. Ji Yu said indifferently, "There should be an inheritance of fire in this sea of fire. It should be yours." After saying this, Chang Yuan's expression became strange. Ji Yu knew what he was thinking, so she said indifferently, "Go." He cupped his hands and said thanks. Then, he jumped into the sea of fire. After a short while, another ray of light appeared here. Now, there was only Ji Yu left. After deducting the inheritance of Wen, the Ning brothers, and the others, there should be 5 inheritances left. Suddenly, a long sword cut through the sky like a clap of thunder and fell in front of Ji Yu. Ji Yu raised the warhound's great sword in her hand and the 2 long swords clashed together. When the 2 swords clashed, the sound of thunder was heard. The sound of thunder and lightning continued to resound. There were sounds of explosions all around. There was a loud rumbling sound. He then flew out. "It's you. You haven't died in the Cave of Inheritance?" Ji Yu looked at Qing Hao. Qing Hao slowly said, "As long as I kill you, I will be able to obtain a portion of the power of inheritance." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword and moved forward. Ji Yu held her giant sword and clashed with the other party. The 2 swords exploded with the power of thunder and lightning. This power of thunder and lightning was like a long snake, coiling around the other party's body. At this moment, Lei Dian was struck by this power of thunder and lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body softened and fell to the ground. "How is this possible? I clearly have the strength of a peak 9th rank, but I am still not your match." Ji Yu said calmly, "If you had cooperated with me, you would definitely have a portion of the power of inheritance. But now, I will definitely take your life." After saying this, Ji Yu raised the giant sword in her hand and cut a bloody wound on his neck. Ji Yu took a step forward and said calmly, "But why haven't I felt the power of inheritance calling to me yet? Could it be that I am not fated with this power of inheritance?" Suddenly, 5 streaks of dark light flew up. He landed right in front of Ji Yu. All 5 powers of inheritance had actually come knocking on his door at the same time. Ji Yu closed her eyes and felt the power of inheritance around her. The 5 streaks of dark light represented the power of inheritance of wind, fire, thunder, lightning, and wood. Ji Yu began to analyze which power of inheritance was most suitable for her. At this moment, these 5 streaks of dark light entered Ji Yu's body. A wave of heat suddenly rushed into Ji Yu's body. She closed her eyes and couldn't see the changes on her body. Her body was covered in flames. The more tormented it was, the more it meant that the power of inheritance of fire was compatible with her. Suddenly, countless streaks of lightning struck down and hit Ji Yu's body. 1 streak of lightning, 2 streaks of lightning, 3 streaks of lightning. Countless streaks of lightning struck Ji Yu's body. The poison on Ji Yu's body was actually neutralized by the combination of the power of fire and lightning. The power of thunder and fire gradually disappeared. All of a sudden, a layer of ice power gradually closed in on him. Ji Yu's entire body was covered in ice. The cold wind blew and countless tornadoes blew onto Ji Yu's body. Ji Yu stood on the ground with her strong Xian energy and resisted the cold wind. In the blink of an eye, spring flowers bloomed, blossoms were blossoms, making Ji Yu's heart. He slowly opened his hands, and the flowers suddenly opened up. Feeling the power of the sea of flowers, Ji Yu reached out and gathered the sea of flowers in front of her. Ji Yu reached out and gathered a flower into her hand. After a moment, she opened her eyes and realized that the power of inheritance of the 5 powers had entered her body. A beam of light appeared in the air and injected into Ji Yu's body. Ji Yu slowly floated up. Her Xian Qi was constantly being refined. In the blink of an eye, her Xian Qi became extremely transparent. An even stronger Xian Qi covered Ji Yu's body. Before she disappeared, she raised her hand. Her Xian energy struck out heavily. Black smoke suddenly appeared in the mountain range. It seemed that the power of her Xian energy had increased tremendously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the inheritance of fire. You have comprehended the upper-class Xian skill of heaven level, city burning sea of fire. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the inheritance of thunder. You have comprehended the upper-class Xian skill of heaven level, lightning rush. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the inheritance of wind. You have comprehended the upper-class Xian skill of heaven level, giant wind blade. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the inheritance of wood. You have comprehended the upper-class Xian skill of heaven level, vine snake of 10,000 miles. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the inheritance of ice. You have comprehended the upper-class Xian skill of heaven level, ice seal of 10,000 miles. Jiyu channeled her power of inheritance into the heavenly sound witch's body. Immediately, the light pillar acknowledged the heavenly sound witch's identity. After the system's notification disappeared, Jiyu appeared in central capital city. Gu Jialua, Chang Yuanning's brothers, and the others walked in front of Jiyu. Master, you have also broken through. Congratulations, Master. Boss, you are so awesome. Really awesome. Brother Ji's Xian energy has obviously increased tremendously. Although Jiyu had reached the first level of the human profound realm, compared to the others, her Xian energy improvement was not that great. However, Jiyu had obtained 5 types of power of inheritance. After that, her strength had increased by 5 times. However, they did not know how strong Jiyu was. Suddenly, at this moment, the temple master of the sacred temple slowly appeared. He said indifferently, "Today, everyone has returned after obtaining the power of inheritance. This is a rare occurrence in the past 300 years. Now that you have returned, you can also join our mystic master sacred temple." Jiyu cupped her hands and said, "I am a person who prefers more freedom." "Thank you, temple master." Following Jiyu's words, Chang Yuanning's brothers also cupped their hands and refused. Seeing this scene, the temple master's mouth twitched, but he could not do anything. He waved his hand and said, "All right, since it is like this, we are not people who force others. You can all leave." However, he looked at the Sky Sound Witch. "The aura on your body? You are a member of the demonic sect." Jiyu walked in front of the Sky Sound Witch and said, "Senior, this is my friend." "A friend who is connected to the demonic sect? Humph, take her down." Originally, the temple master could not think of an excuse to deal with Jiyu, but he did not expect that Jiyu would deliver herself to him. Should he not take this opportunity to Jiyu? Thinking of this, he smiled proudly. With a wave of his hand, the people of the sacred temple walked out one after another, each holding a long sword in their hands. It seemed that they were going to take her down. However, at this moment, a group of soldiers in golden armor walked out. Riding a white horse, the 5th prince said indifferently, "I am the 5th prince. Greetings, temple master. These are all my friends. There must be some misunderstanding about the demonic sect. Our mystic master sacred temple is the leader of all the sections. How can we show mercy to evil people today? Your Highness the 5th prince, could it be that you want to interfere in this matter of the mystic masters? I am afraid that even His Majesty the East Region Emperor would not dare to interfere." Being looked down upon in front of these officials, the 5th prince naturally wanted to save face. He gritted his teeth and said, "A few days ago, the Mystic Master Sacred Temple wanted to enter Tianhuang City in the East region. I saw that the Temple Master has done his best for the royal family over the years, so I agreed on behalf of my father. Can I take my friends away now?" Hearing this, the Temple Master said slowly, "It seems that there must be some misunderstanding. I'll take my leave first." The Mystic Master Temple people followed the Temple Master in. A few people cupped their hands and left. "Temple Master, please don't be angry." "Angry? Why would I be? The royal family won't be around for long. Pass down my order. We'll hold a Mystic Master Assembly next month. By then, the royal family will no longer exist. Temple Master, you're so scheming." Everyone started praising him. As for Jiyu, after bidding farewell to everyone, it returned to its room. During this period of time, Xiaogu's strength had also improved by a step due to its slumber. Looking at this powerful mystic energy, Jiyu said calmly, "I didn't expect that Xiaogu's strength could increase while sleeping." After hearing this, he turned his head and said calmly, "Since your mystic energy increased, why don't I bring you to find your family?" Xiaogu's eyes widened. She was extremely nervous when she heard the word family. Before that, I have someone to introduce to you. He looked outside the door. Come in. After hearing this, a person walked out from the door. The heavenly sound which knelt on the ground with her hands on her hips. She bowed and said, "It's really young master." She knelt on the ground. "Greetings, young master." Xiaogu also felt a long-lost sense of familiarity from the heavenly sound which. Jiyu said calmly, "The two of you have a good chat." The two of them huddled together. The person beside them said slowly, "Pass down my order. Let's go." The three of them arrived at a city 25 kilometers away from the central capital. According to the heavenly sound which, their sacred sect was established here. The heavenly sound which hadn't returned home for more than 10 years. In that world, the heavenly sound which still looked like a 16-year-old who had just left home. From afar, the city seemed to be releasing an awe-inspiring righteous aura. Jiyu was a little curious. How could such a place be where the demon sect was? The two people in front of them extended the spears on their backs and stopped the crowd. One of the soldiers asked, "Halt, this is Grand Spirit City, who are you?" The heavenly sound which walked out and took out a pouch of silvers. She then threw the pouch of silvers into the hands of others. Looking at the gold coins in his hand, he said, "So it's just a group of merchants. Then go in, go in." There was a smile on his face. The carriage gradually entered Grand Spirit City. Jiyu asked, "Isn't this your family's temple? Why do you still need to pay?" The heavenly sound which held her chin. "It's true that the holy sect was established in Grand Chi City, but we have long been labeled as an evil sect by the Mystic Master Alliance, so we can't be exposed." The carriage arrived in front of a mansion. The three of them entered the residence together. The heavenly sound which cut her finger in front of a fake mountain and dripped a drop of blood onto it. All of a sudden, a tunnel of black light appeared on the ground. The three of them stepped into the tunnel of light. It was a completely different world. The wind started to blow gently. Countless flowers, plants, and trees were flourishing. Rows of sturdy houses were placed on this patch of grass. Jiyu looked at the house in front of him and saw many people walking out. However, when their gazes landed on the heavenly sound which, they all became excited. "Eldest Miss is back, eldest Miss is back." The two of them ran into the room excitedly. However, to everyone's surprise, two people walked out of the room. "What eldest miss?" "She's just the former eldest Mississippi, don't worry, sect leader. Since eldest miss is back today, she can forget about leaving." The heavenly sound which walked into the main hall and didn't see her father. "Where's my father?" A middle-aged man walked out with a hearty laugh. "Niece, you're back?" He looked very excited. However, in Jiyu's eyes, ever since he stepped into the human profound realm, he could see the minute movements between the eyebrows of the person in front of him. He said indifferently, "Xiaogu, don't reveal your identity first." Although Xiaogu didn't understand, she still obediently listened to Jiyu. At this moment, the middle-aged man also saw Jiyu and the others and asked, "These two are?" For some reason, the middle-aged man felt a desire when he saw Xiaogu. Furthermore, this desire was incomparably strong. In fact, the Heaven Wasteland sect was the representative of the Heaven Wasteland calamity dragons in the mortal world. The cultivation technique they cultivated gave them an indescribable feeling of closeness to the Heaven Wasteland calamity dragons. However, after the ancient dragon's head was killed, the ancient dragon's mother fell into a deep sleep. After so many years of accumulation, the aura in her body could no longer be suppressed. Now, only by combining with the Heaven Wasteland calamity dragons could she suppress this profound energy. The heavenly sound which said, "Uncle, let me introduce everyone. This is my uncle, Banhua. These two are," she glanced at Jiyu and said somewhat shyly, "This is Jiyu, Ji Gongzi. This is Xiaogu. They are Jiyu's friends. The two of them are my friends." Hearing this, Banhua nodded. The heavenly sound which asked curiously, "Do you know where my father is?" Banhua put on a pitiful expression and said, Your father sacrificed himself to save everyone from the Grand Style faction's encirclement several years ago." After saying this, he wiped away his tears. He seemed to be very sad, but in Jiyu's eyes, there was a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Ji Yu didn't move at all. She wanted to see what kind of trick he was going to use. After receiving them to settle down, he said, use that medicine. Tonight, I want to obtain that girl. The two disciples in front of him said yes. Then, they left. At night, a table of dishes was placed in front of the two. The heavenly sound witch passed by and smelled the aroma of the food, so she walked in. Young master, Ji Gongzi, you are eating. Why don't I accompany you? The three of them stuffed themselves with food. The heavenly sound witch really lived up to her name. She gnawed on the drumstick without a care for her image. She glanced at Ji Yu and blushed. Ji Yu said indifferently, eating more will make your body better. Xiaoyin is really cute like this. The heavenly sound witch then ate with peace of mind. After a while, Ji Yu felt that something was wrong with the food and laughed. Ban Hua walked in with two disciples. He looked at Xiao Gu and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. You're truly an outstanding beauty. Tonight, I'll let Uncle properly dote on you. The heavenly sound witch shouted, Uncle, how can you do this? Ban Hua laughed heartily, my good niece, I originally wanted to leave you for 2 days to properly deal with you. How do you think your father died? Later, I'll let my two subordinates properly serve you. He winked at the two people beside him. The two of them stepped forward. Ji Yu smiled faintly. Do you think I'm not here? Ban Hua said even more arrogantly, ha ha ha, brat, I can't sense any Xian energy in your body. Why are you putting on an act in front of me and thinking of escaping? Hearing this, Ji Yu smiled faintly, you guys go forward and try. The two people behind him took out their treasured weapons. Ban Hua said, let's take his life first. The two of them smiled and walked in front of Ji Yu. They took out their long swords and pressed them in front of Ji Yu. Their eyes revealed a trace of ferocity. It seemed that as long as Ji Yu stood up, he would immediately lose his life. The medicine in Ji Yu's body was currently taking effect. Even the Xian energy in his body had no effect on the medicine in front of him. He took out a bottle of medicine. There were only 2 pills inside. As long as he consumed these 2 pills, he would be safe and sound. Ji Yu threw the 2 pills at Xiao Gu and the heavenly sound witch. At this moment, the Xian energy in his body gradually condensed. Ji Yu slammed the table, and it immediately broke into pieces. The might of a mortal profound realm expert was suddenly released. However, Ji Yu felt that the Xian energy in his body had collided with another Xian energy at this moment. Ban Hua waved his hand. The two of them walked out, and a powerful Xian energy exploded from their bodies. Ji Yu realized that her current profound strength had already been reduced to around the 7th level of the spirit profound realm. You're only at the 7th level of the spirit profound realm. No, your profound strength must have been suppressed by the heavenly demonic medicine. At the 7th level of the spirit profound realm, one would at least be at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit profound realm. Brat, you're actually a genius. The two of them said, Hierarch, as long as he surrenders, we will have a powerful backup. After hearing this, Ban Hua's eyes flickered. He said solemnly, no, he must be related to that woman. If he grows up, he will definitely create a sea of fire. After saying this, Ji Yu coldly looked at the person in front of her. She took out a warhound's great sword and waved her hand, summoning the soul of a giant dog. The soul of the giant dog stepped forward. He flew forward and looked at the two people in front of him. The two of them smiled disdainfully. We are experts at the 9th level of the spirit profound realm, and we also practice the sacred sex cultivation method. With our Xian energy superimposed, we can even fight against a human profound realm expert. After saying this, he disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, one of them appeared in front of Ji Yu, and the other one followed behind him in a straight line. Ji Yu reached out her hand. Xian skill, Raging Inferno. A ball of raging fire gradually condensed in his palm, and then suddenly shot out. Ding, the host used Raging Inferno. Obtained experience points won by 999. One of Ban Hua's subordinates broke into a smile. What could this little raging fire do to them? At this moment, the raging fire suddenly exploded, like a sea of fire. Seeing the sea of fire covering that person's body, his eyes widened. The sea of fire directly enveloped him. Seeing this scene, the person who had been following behind him burst out with a red raging fire, completely surrounding himself. After a while, he grabbed the person in front of him. Just as he pulled away, he disappeared from his original position. Along with his friend, he disappeared from his original position. After a while, they wanted to escape, but they did not expect that Jiyu's raging inferno would suddenly burn their bodies. Jiyu smiled faintly and said, "You didn't expect this, did you? My sea of fire will not stop until all of you have been burned to ashes." After hearing Jiyu's words, he disappeared from his original position. Two long swords were stretched forward, and the warhound's giant sword was swung out heavily. The long sword and the heavy sword collided. There was a loud bang. The two people in front of her suddenly had their veins broken. Jiyu stretched out her leg and kicked the body between the two people. He swayed and fell to the ground. Jiyu looked at Banhua beside her. "You're the only one left." Banhua coldly snorted, "An hour has already passed. If you don't have sex soon, your body will explode and you will die." At this time, Jiyu turned her head. Banhua wanted to escape. If he escaped, she would not have time to force the poison out of her body. So she reached out her hand. In an instant, the temperature in the air quickly dropped. The surrounding cold air could be seen with the naked eye. The cold air gradually condensed and turned into an ice wall, trapping Banhua in front of her. Banhua was surrounded by this ice wall. The four ice walls gradually approached in front of him. He pulled out his long sword, wanting to slash at the ice wall in front of him. But he never expected that with a ding sound, the ice wall would force Banhua back. Jiyu arrived in front of him and stabbed the warhound's giant sword in her hand. Banhua looked at the long sword in front of him and disappeared in a flash. "Is that it?" Just as his voice fell, several hundred bolts of heavenly lightning suddenly fell down. The lightning struck Banhua's body. After being struck by these several hundred bolts of heavenly lightning, Banhua had no chance of surviving even if he wanted to. It was a pity that Jiyu's storage ring on his body was destroyed by his own mystic skill. The flames on his body continued to burn. Xiaogu and the heaven sound which had just finished melting the pills Jiyu gave them. They opened their eyes and nervously arrived in front of Jiyu. One on the left and one on the right, they approached Jiyu. The two of them grabbed Jiyu in front of them. Jiyu's stamina began to decrease. He opened his mouth and said, "You two, leave quickly." Xiaogu said, "I won't lead Big Brother's side. We owe Ji Gongzi a favor." "How could I lead Big Brother's side at this time?" The heaven sound which used her handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat on Jiyu's forehead. The demonic medicine in Jiyu's body was unleashing its greatest effect. The demonic fire on her body gradually grew stronger. Under Jiyu's command, the demonic sect members dug out a hillside in the distance. A small hall appeared in front of them. The heavenly sound demoness looked at the hall. There was a golden seat. There was a black-clothed man in a long robe on the seat. His gaze was sharp. He stared in the direction of the crowd. The few demonic sect holy disciples behind Jiyu looked at the scene in front of them with a trace of fear in their eyes. At this moment, the few demonic sect holy disciples on them stood up and rushed forward with large sabers in their hands. However, when they arrived in front of that person, "Ji Gongzi, this is a corpse." After saying this, Jiyu went forward to investigate. She saw that the corpse had been dead for a long time. The heavenly sound demoness walked in. When she saw the person in front of her, tears welled up in her eyes. The heavenly sound demoness' long hair was tied up. She lay in front of the heavenly sound sect leader and cried. Jiyu touched her forehead and said indifferently, "The culprit has died in our hands." The tears in her eyes dripped onto the heavenly sound sect leader's body. At this moment, a black light was released from the heavenly sound sect leader's body. In an instant, the corpse's chair slowly moved away. A passageway appeared. Jiyu took the lead and walked in. The heavenly sound demoness also put away her emotions and followed Jiyu into the passageway. However, a gust of wind blew. A huge dragon that looked like Xiaogu before she was formed laid on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Her breathing sounds could be heard continuously. Xiaogu ran over and laid down in front of that huge dragon. Mother. Jiyu frowned. If he injected the dark force in his body into this calamity dragon of apocalypse, he might be able to help her wake up. He sat cross-legged on the ground. The profound strength of the human profound realm was completely released from his body. The dark force appeared in the void, and in an instant, the dark force was injected into the other party's body. What? Ji Gongzi is actually an expert at the human profound realm? No wonder our sect leader died at his hands. There aren't many human profound realm experts at such a young age in the empire of the eastern region. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious light suddenly entered Ji Yu's body. At the same time, it also shrouded the dragon of desolation. At this time, the calamity dragon raised its head, and in a flash, it circled its body and flew into the air. Ji Yu said lightly, "She still has some internal injuries." A short moment later, all of Ji Yu's dragon bloodline power was released. He possessed the dragon soul into his opponent's body. With the injection of the dragon soul, the calamity dragon turned into a black light. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared on the spot. He saw a woman appear in the middle of the room. Seeing her mother, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, Xiaogu threw herself into her arms. "Mother, we haven't seen each other for a long time." Her mother stroked her coiled long hair. "Xiaogu, you?" Xiaogu's face reddened. After what happened last night, the immature feeling on Xiaogu's body faded a lot. "Mother. I met someone who looks like my father. I've already decided on him." Hearing this, Xiaogu's mother was moved. "Greetings, Auntie." Xiaogu's mother said, "Are you the one who saved me? Are you also Xiaogu's man?" Ji Yu cupped his hands and said, "That's me. I'll leave Xiaogu to you from now on." After the calamity dragon of desolation woke up, the people of the sacred sect all knelt on the ground and kept saying, "Greetings, new sect leader." Ji Yu walked out of the door. Just as he walked out, he suddenly saw the messenger in front of him. He cupped his hands and said, "Ji Gongzi, there's a letter for you." Ji Yu opened the letter and read it. It turned out that it was a letter from Changyuan. The meaning of the letter was that because the mystic sect temple held a follower conference, they ordered everyone to go to Tianhui City and hold a sect conference. At this moment, Ji Yu smiled faintly. It seemed that the people of the mystic sect temple couldn't stay any longer. Xiaogu's mother seemed to have sensed something. "I sensed that the empire of the eastern region might discover something in the future. I'll give you the token. As long as you hold this token, you can order all the people of the sacred sect." After saying this, the color of the sky suddenly changed. The sacred sect had been relying on the formation to prevent the people of the Grand Qi Alliance from discovering the changes in this world. However, at this moment, they saw the brilliance in front of them changing. Countless young men and women arrived on their swords and said arrogantly, "Demonic sect, why aren't you obediently surrendering?" Hearing this, a person in a cyan robe walked out and said, "I'm the leader of the Grand Qi Alliance, Chang Hao." After he said this, the people of the Grand Qi Alliance appeared in the same place. They held long swords and directly attacked the people of the demonic sect. The people of the demonic sect obviously had lower levels of mystic energy than the people of the Grand Qi Alliance. Ji Yu said faintly, "Everyone, listen to my orders." Now that he had the token in hand and Xiaogu had admitted that she was Ji Yu's woman, he had an even more prominent position in the sacred sect. The people of the sacred sect all responded, "Yes." After they said this, they took a step forward. Ji Yu threw out two small flags. Instantly, the formation was formed leisurely. At this moment, everyone felt that the mystic energy they could use had increased by at least one level. Ji Yu said faintly, "Mystic technique, city burning sea of fire." Ding. Host used city burning sea of fire. Obtained experience points of 1 by 999. The Sea of Fire directly drowned the people of the Grand Qi Alliance. The people of the Grand Qi Alliance snorted and gathered together. Mystic technique, Grand Qi of Righteousness. Suddenly, a mystic light was released. The people from the Haoqi Alliance watched as the Sea of Fire approached them. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They took 2 steps back and shouted at the same time, "Haoqi Bing Bing." At this moment, the dark force that they were using was condensed into a single point. The dark force in front of them quickly gathered at one point. At this moment, that burst of profound energy transformed into an enormous longsword. Following that heavy sword strike, the profound energy slashed down. The longsword quickly arrived in front of them. A huge Qi gang appeared in front of Jiyu. The people from the devil sect used their own bloodline to increase their dark force. In the blink of an eye, the dark force enveloped them. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu appeared in front of them. The pure dark force was right in front of them. It was accompanied by a loud boom. The people from both sides were sent flying to the ground. Jiyu took a step forward. She reached out and grabbed the person in front of her. The chief disciple of the Haoqi alliance didn't expect Jiyu to have such powerful strength. He was caught by Jiyu. Human profound realm. Please ask the elder for help. As soon as he said this, Jiyu threw him away like she was throwing away a dog. The disciples of the devil sect took advantage of this opportunity. 10 of them walked out and stabbed the long sword in front of them. The chief disciple of the Haoqi alliance screamed and died. At this moment, a firework slowly rose in this small world. 5 figures appeared in the sky. They looked at the dead chief disciple of the Haoqi alliance. They were instantly furious. The 5th elder of the Haoqi alliance took a step forward. I'm Wu Fei, the 5th elder of the Haoqi alliance. How dare the devil sect kill our disciples? Why don't you obediently accept your death? Hearing Jiyu's words, Jiyu waved her hand. The 12 saints of the devil sect raised the long sword in their hands. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, they appeared in front of Wu Fei. They raised their swords and slashed down heavily. Wu Fei looked at the 12 saints of the demonic sect and snorted. A strong suction force appeared in his hand. He absorbed the 12 people into his Qi aura. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the Qi gang. Then, long spikes emerged from the Qi gang. It pierced through their bodies. Jiyu disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Warhound's giant sword appeared in her hand and she slashed down with it. All of a sudden, a beam of mystic light shone. The people around him fell to the ground one after another. They spat out blood. Jiyu took a step forward and said calmly, "You people from the Grand Aura Alliance killed people from the Holy Church of Light. How dare you say that? Humph, everyone has the right to kill the devil sect. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Wait a moment." After he finished speaking, the Qi aura around his body enveloped his entire body. The Qi aura around him gradually transformed into a 5-foot-tall giant. With a single step, the entire ground shook violently. Second level of the human profound realm. The people of the devil sect trembled. The pressure that the human profound realm brought to ordinary Xian cultivators was too terrifying. Jiyu floated in the air. Kill. The word kill was accompanied by a loud roar. Suddenly, a strong pressure came from the air. Right at this moment, the power enveloped everyone, and coincidentally separated the people in front of them. The people of the devil sect felt the pressure on them was greatly reduced. Jiyu held the Warhound's giant sword and appeared in front of one of them in the blink of an eye. She slashed her sword and the 2 giant swords collided. When the 2 swords collided, Jiyu said calmly, "Mystic skill, City Burning Sea of Fire." Ding, the host used City Burning Sea of Fire. Experience points gained, 1 by 999. Flames burst out from the long sword instantly. The flames were like a whirlpool, exploding in front of Jiyu. The flames were like a long snake, gradually arriving in front of Wu Fei. Wu Fei raised his hand and waved it. He threw out a palm, intending to block Jiyu's attack. However, he did not expect that the fire would not be extinguished when it hit his palm. Instead, it burned Wu Fei's arm. He kept swinging his hand, trying to get rid of the flames in his hand. But unexpectedly, Jiyu had already arrived in front of him and slashed down heavily with her sword. Blood dripped down drop by drop. They took a deep breath and looked at Jiyu with fear in their eyes. Jiyu moved and turned into more than 50 figures in an instant. Like a ghost, Wu Fei's entire left arm was cut off by Jiyu. How could he resist Jiyu's attack now? He shouted, "Senior brothers, save me." After shouting this sentence, the other 4 elders attacked at the same time. Each of them was around the 7th level of the human profound realm. Even if Jiyu used all her skills, there was no way to resist them. At this moment. Roar. A furious roar spread from the ground. Xiaogu's mother circled her body and flew into the air. She let out another dragon's roar toward the ground. At this moment, the purple flames danced in front of them. What? It's the Dragon of Calamity? I didn't expect that the heavenly music sex-fawning object really existed. They looked at Xiaogu's mother flying out from behind with fear in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu pulled out the long sword beside her and struck again. Wu Fei's chest was pierced by this sword. The aura in his dantian suddenly exploded, and a loud rumbling sound was heard. A ray of dark light came from the surroundings. This was the starlight emitted when a human profound realm expert died. Jiyu took a step forward. Junior brother! Junior brother! The four people in the air shouted at the same time. However, the dark energy on the person in the air suddenly turned into a long sword at this moment. Even if they encountered a legendary ancient dragon like Xiaogu's mother, they all wanted to take revenge for this blood feud. However, in front of Xiaogu, they seemed so small. Xiaogu's mother shouted. The white light in the air was like a stone falling into water, creating ripples. And those ripples gradually formed a long sword, flying over heavily. The long sword arrived in front of the four people. The four people raised their hands at the same time, and that long sword collided with the chi aura. Immediately, the chi shield was shattered by Xiaogu's mother's furious roar. Specks of starlight appeared. The four people's meridians were all broken. They fell to the ground. The people of the devil sect cheered loudly. Long live the ancient dragon, long live the ancient dragon. That night, in order to celebrate defeating the Grand Aura Alliance, everyone held a bonfire party. Each of them cooked their own signature dishes. Everyone knew about Jiyu, the heavenly sound witch, and Xiaogu. Therefore, a few busybodies pulled Jiyu to the front of everyone. They waved their hands and said, "Everyone, this is Jiyu and Ji Gongzi. She is the person chosen by our saintess." The heavenly sound witch and Xiaogu were wearing miaojiang robes. Under the illumination of the bonfire, they looked extremely beautiful. This Ji Gongzi is really lucky. If only I had such a beautiful wife. That's right. I really envy Ji Gongzi for being able to enjoy the good fortune of having multiple wives. They all agreed. It was as if the most beautiful woman in the world was right here. Jiyu held their hands and walked to the other side. She slowly said, "The two of you are really beautiful today. You have such a sweet mouth." A few female disciples sang a song. Jiyu held their hands, and everyone started to dance. Just as they were at their most excited, Jiyu carried Xiaogu and the heavenly sound witch. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared and arrived in front of the room. The next morning, Jiyu walked out of the door. Xiaogu had already returned to her mother's side. On the other side, the heavenly sound witch was already handling the sex matters. Jiyu walked out. Two disciples looked at Jiyu respectfully and handed over the plates in their hands. There were 2 sets of breakfast on the plates. "Young master, this is from our saintess and the daughter of the sect master." The 2 disciples cupped their hands and said at the same time. After breakfast, Jiyu went to look for the heavenly sound witch. The heavenly sound witch excitedly walked in front of Jiyu. She covered her mouth. Jiyu said, "There must be something wrong with the sacred temple holding the Mystic Master Convention. I plan to investigate." The heavenly sound witch frowned. "My uncle is already dead, and my father." At this point, a trace of sadness appeared in the witch's eyes. Jiyu said indifferently, "Do you want to stay here?" The heavenly sound witch nodded. Jiyu sighed and held her hand. "Don't worry, I will come back to you." He walked out of the room and suddenly saw 7 or 8 people kneeling on the ground in front of him. They were still seriously injured. Jiyu said indifferently, "Why are you here instead of recuperating?" "Young master, please bring us along. We would like to gain some experience." Only 7 or 8 of the 12 saints of the demonic sect were left. Jiyu looked at the 12 people in front of her and said faintly, "That's good too. Pack your things. We'll set off soon." Everyone saw that Jiyu agreed so quickly. Xiaogu still wanted to stay here and reunite with her mother. Xiaogu's mother patted her head. "You're already Ji Gongzi's person. Why are you still pestering me? Go and gain some experience with him." Xiaogu's mother looked at Jiyu and said, Ji Gongzi, I'll leave my precious daughter to you. Jiyu cupped his hands and said, don't worry, I'll take good care of Xiaogu. Xiaogu's mother nodded in satisfaction. Only 7 of the 12 saints were left. They carried the wooden boxes into the carriage. The carriage started moving. Jiyu rode on a white horse. With a wave of her whip, the carriage started moving. Jiyu brought the people around her to the north of the Eastern Region Empire. She first met up with Chang Yuan. When Chang Yuan saw Jiyu, he ran out excitedly. The people in front of her all walked up. Jiyu looked at Chang Yuan in front of her and patted his body. It seems that your strength has improved a lot. The guards in the courtyard started whispering. Who is this? He seems to be a classmate of the academy. He seems to be quite familiar with our young master. Chang Yuan said indifferently, I don't know, but we should have improved a lot during this time. Let's have a competition. Jiyu nodded. Although the guards didn't say anything, a smile appeared on their faces. Because they all knew that their young master had already stepped into the mortal profound realm. This person actually dared to fight with their young master. He was really reckless. Accompanied by a flash of light. Chang Yuan had inherited the fire inheritance. And it was the most powerful fire inheritance, the phoenix fierce bird. A pair of wings appeared on his back. A layer of flames appeared on the chi aura all over his body. However, the most powerful part was his eyes. There were 2 balls of flames in his eyes that replaced his eyeballs. Beast profound skill, 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. After he shouted this sentence, Li Yundong shouted, the long spear in his hand suddenly danced, and the spear was wrapped in raging flames. In an instant, the power of the flames gradually pressed over. When the ball of flames approached, Jiyu didn't move, but her body was also covered by a ball of flames. At this moment, 2 balls of blazing fire could be seen flying out from that ball of blazing fire. Jiyu restrained the power of the city-burning sea of flames to the lowest level. The long spear fell. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Jiyu. Jiyu waved her hand and the ball of flames collided with Chang Yuan's long spear. There was a clink. Chang Yuan retreated quickly. The 2 balls of flames collided. He had a smile on his face, Brother Ji, I didn't expect that you also inherited the power of fire. Let's see whose power of fire is more powerful. The flames on Chang Yuan's body became more vigorous. At this moment, his power of the phoenix suddenly turned into a beam of light and flew in front of Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly spread her hands in the air. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. Chang Yuan's eyes widened. He was struck by the lightning bolts. Like a ball of flames, his body turned into specks of starlight and shattered in all directions like a meteor. However, the flames once again gathered together outside the lightning zone. They turned into a firebird and charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu kicked the ball of flames and immediately shattered it. Chang Yuan stepped on the ground and took 2 steps back. Jiyu said indifferently, Chang Yuan, you've shown your strength. Chang Yuan scratched his head. Brother Ji is really too amazing. I originally thought that I had already made a lot of progress. I didn't expect you to actually have 2 types of inheritance power. However, these 2 types of inheritance power can be cultivated so quickly. It's really surprising. Jiyu said indifferently, I haven't made much progress. My head is still hurting. By the way, how's the Mystic Master Temple? Chang Yuan said indifferently, His Highness the 5th Prince has always been in contact with us. Recently, many experts of the imperial family have been assassinated. And it's said that as long as they support the 5th Prince's faction or are unwilling to submit to them, they've all been killed. After saying this, the Ning brothers also walked in. Long time no see, Brother Ji. When Jiyu saw them, she was delighted. She grabbed their hands and said indifferently, It's really been a long time. Chang Yuan said, Why don't we hold a banquet? A few servants set up the table. Everyone picked up the wine cups in front of them and started drinking. While everyone was drinking, the guards and the 7 demonic sect's holy sons also fell asleep. However, at this moment, hundreds of masked men in black climbed up the wall. They waved their hands and the leader of the masked men said indifferently, Kill them. With that order, countless people suddenly jumped down. Jiyu looked at the people in front of her. They drew their swords and charged in Jiyu's direction. "Humph, you should have known your fate when you offended our divine temple." A smile appeared on that person's face. However, at this moment, a ball of fire spread in all directions. Chang Yuan pulled up his family's bodyguard, while Jiyu stood beside him. The Ning brothers revealed their claws. Both of them had inherited the beast soul inheritance. In the blink of an eye, the two of them ran forward at the same time. The Ning brothers were the first to burst out. The sharpness of the claws in their hands had already reached the level of a 7th-grade artifact. In the blink of an eye, the 4 claws on their 2 hands slashed down heavily. The aura energy of the 2 masked men was like a piece of paper. It was instantly torn apart by the claws. Hundreds of masked men in black moved at the same time and charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu opened her hand and the warhound sword appeared in her hand. She swung the sword. Hundreds of bolts of heavenly lightning shot out from the sword at the same time. The 100 bolts of lightning were like long snakes as they danced and danced on the bodies of the black-clothed men. Immediately, more than a dozen black-clothed men were sent flying. "Lei? Bring up the Earth Shan techniques." They all burst out shouting, and the remaining people walked out. At the same time, he shouted, "Mystic skill, thick Earth City wall." They slapped their hands on the ground at the same time. The thick soil underground turned into a circle of city walls that gradually approached and wrapped around the people in front of them. Above the wall of earth, countless earth spikes flew down. Jiyu coldly snorted. "The power of earth? Profound skill, Vajra thunder flash." This move was a fusion of Jiyu's wood inheritance and lightning inheritance. The 2 profound energies gathered together. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down directly in front of him. The surrounding lightning struck down. Those earth spikes were not as powerful as the lightning. Under the lightning strike, they were turned into scorched earth. The power of lightning instantly exploded on the city wall. 2 gaps appeared. The black-robed people jumped down and raised their hands one after another. Those black-robed people gathered everyone's earth profound energy together at this moment. It transformed into an earthen dragon. They said indifferently, "Kill." After shouting the word kill, Jiyu suddenly took 2 steps back and circulated his profound energy in his hands. A lightning dragon flew out from his hands. The people in front of him coldly snorted. "You want to fight against us with just a lightning dragon?" After they shouted those words, they raised their hands, and a fire dragon flew out from their hands. 5 different colored profound energies appeared on Jiyu's body. In an instant, 5 different colored dragons flew out from Jiyu's hands. The lightning dragon that flew out first collided with the earthen dragon. Those earthen rocks fell down one after another. The 5 dragons flew out at the same time and flew in front of them. Countless black-robed people flew out one after another. They hit the city wall and vomited blood. Jiyu said indifferently, "Chang Yuan, let's retreat." After Jiyu shouted this, the people beside him also followed Jiyu and ran out of the backyard. "What about your family?" Chang Yuan revealed a smug smile. "Don't worry, I already guessed that the Mystic Master Temple would come to kill us, so I already moved my family away." Facing hundreds of people, Jiyu and the others had no choice but to retreat first. If it was only Jiyu, it wouldn't matter, but there were so many people around him. However, at this moment, countless fierce horses galloped out. The people riding on the horses were all golden-armored people. They waved their swords and pointed them in Jiyu's direction. "Kill." After shouting this, the group of people rode forward with spears in their hands. Jiyu frowned. He didn't like being threatened. He said, "If you want to kill us, you can die first." Mystic technique. After Jiyu shouted this, the golden horses in front of him stepped past Jiyu and charged towards the black-robed people behind them with spears in their hands. After about 20 people had died, Zhang Hanyang's eyes lit up. The leader of the black-robed people raised his hand. "These are the royal golden-armored mystic masters. Let's retreat." After they left, the leader of the golden-armored mystic masters walked out. "I am Jin Qing." "Who is young Master Chang?" Chang Yuan walked out and cupped his hands. "I am Chang Yuan." Jin Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I came in time today. I don't know if you know where Jiyu and Ji Gongzi are. I'm going to pick him up. Jiyu walked forward and said indifferently, I am Jiyu. Greetings, General. It's good to see you. Hearing this, he said, I don't know how you know me. I am a general under the 5th Prince. Recently, many people have died under the Mystic Master Temple's assassination, so I specially came to protect young Master Chang Yuan. The next person we are looking for is young Master. His Highness said that if we can meet young Master, we should invite young Master back. After hearing this, Jiyu nodded and led the people beside him in the direction of Zhongdu City. Several days later. Only then did the army slowly arrive at Zhongdu City. After the 5th Prince received the news, he led the guards to the city gates. When he saw Jiyu, he walked forward happily. Brother Ji, it's good that you are safe and sound. Jiyu nodded at him. Immediately after, the 5th Prince looked around and said calmly, Follow me. After saying this, the people beside him walked in the direction of the imperial palace. In the imperial palace, the crown prince received the news. He snorted and said indifferently, I didn't expect them to come so soon. Write back and tell the temple master that the person he wants has arrived in Zhongdu. Woo-woo, the sound of the bugle horn continued to spread. The red carpet was spread on the ground, and the guards in golden armor stood up one after another. Jiyu went straight to the palace under the protection of the 5th Prince. Inside the palace, there was a white-haired old man in a yellow robe. He said lightly, Haha, welcome, Xian cultivators. The people in front of him slowly walked forward. They all knelt on the ground. Jiyu stood alone. A civil official beside her said angrily, How dare you not kneel in front of our emperor? Jiyu said lightly, Greetings, your majesty. When the emperor of the Eastern Region Empire stood up, his mind suddenly went blank. The emperor of the Eastern Region Empire's eyes turned white and widened. He swayed and fell on the chair. The crown prince of the Eastern Region Empire showed a smile. He waved his hand and shouted to Jiyu, Take him down. Yes. Several guards of the Jin family rushed forward. Jiyu frowned. If she ran away now, wouldn't it be a confession? However, Jiyu seemed to have thought of something. She stood up straight and didn't move. Instead, she looked at the people in front of her coldly. Seeing that Jiyu didn't move, the crown prince showed a smile. The 5th Prince said anxiously, She is my friend, your highness. The crown prince didn't pay attention to the 5th Prince. 2 drops of tears came out of his eyes. He cried and ran to his father, lying on his body. Father, you died so miserably. What kind of friend is she? She is clearly a murderer. He coldly snorted and waved his hand heavily. 5th Imperial Brother, I had some suspicions about what happened to 6th Imperial Brother last time. But I didn't expect that you would do such a thing. Someone come, put the 5th Prince under house arrest in his palace. All the civil and military officials present were scared out of their wits. They could only kneel on the ground. They bowed to the person in front of them. Greetings to the new emperor. The crown prince smiled in satisfaction. He stood up and said faintly, My beloved subjects, now that my father is dead, according to custom, this one should automatically succeed him. Since all of you have made such a strong request, this one cannot refuse. Thus, I will announce it here. Wait. After the crown prince said those words, the door slowly opened. The crown prince looked at the people from the Mystic Master Temple and frowned. Shouldn't they be in the so-called Immortal Ascension Assembly right now, killing those damned sect people? He clenched his fists and smiled faintly. He asked the temple master and elders in front of him, Ha ha ha, this humble one greets your highness the crown prince. Now that her majesty has suddenly died, the crown prince cannot escape suspicion. The corners of the crown prince's eyes twitched. What nonsense are you spouting? Men, seize him for this crown prince as well. Just as the golden armored guards took a step forward. Suddenly, a terrifying profound energy descended from the sky and covered everyone's body. A sense of fear appeared in everyone's hearts. At that time, other than Jiyu, Chang Yuan, and the others, no one moved under Jiyu's signal. They just stared blankly at the scene in front of them, as if they were watching a play. The few golden armored protectors were not as lucky as him. In terms of profound energy, although each of them was at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit profound realm, the person who released this terrifying pressure was the temple master of the mystic master temple, who was at the beginning of the 5th level of the human profound realm. He said faintly, "Ha ha ha, if you weren't so stupid and obediently listened to me for the sake of the so-called throne, those sects that maintained the face of your imperial family wouldn't have perished. If they hadn't perished, you wouldn't have fallen to such a state." The crown prince pointed at him and cursed, "F***CKU, you tricked me? Your Highness the crown prince, you can only blame yourself for being too stupid. Elders, kill the crown prince as a way to repay the kindness of the previous emperor to our mystic master temple." The surrounding people cupped their hands and said, "Yes." They walked forward at the same time. Each of them held a treasure in their hands and arrived in front of the crown prince. The crown prince said faintly, "You want to take this crown prince down with just you?" The power of the dragon vein. The crown prince was originally at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit profound realm. After obtaining the power of the dragon vein, his strength soared to the peak of the 3rd level of the human profound realm. The two elders couldn't react in time. 2 flying dragons flew out from the crown prince's palms and hit the 2 elders. The 2 elders screamed as they were sent flying. Looking at the 2 people who fell to the ground, the mystic master temple master snorted coldly. "You really are trash. Temple master, save us." They stretched out their hands, but they didn't expect that the temple master's profound energy would directly flatten their hands. The temple master took a step forward and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared in the same place. He raised the long sword in his hand and shouted, "Kill." The crown prince looked at the approaching long sword and didn't have any time to react. However, the 5th prince shouted, "7th brother, I'll save you." He shouted and appeared in front of the crown prince in the blink of an eye. However, the temple master's strength was too strong and directly shattered the 5th prince's chi aura. She looked at her brother who fell in her arms. In the past, weren't the 2 of them at odds with each other? Why would her brother protect her? "7th brother, what are you doing? Why aren't you studying? I think you can't study well." "That's true. What kind of mother gives birth to what kind of child? 7th brother, what are you doing? You actually climbed to such a high place. If you want to commit suicide, stay away. Don't tarnish the elegance of this palace. 7th Emperor, I found a mystic master to torture you. In the future, you can properly live under his fear. Don't even think about snatching the position of crown prince from me." Tears flowed down the crown prince's eyes. The mystic master temple master snorted. "I didn't expect that someone would actually save you." He twisted the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a lot of blood flowed out from the corner of the 5th prince's mouth. "You finally understood. Right, if the 5th prince wanted the position of crown prince, with the relationship between the 2 of them, he could have asked her to kill that trash crown prince long ago." The 5th prince's face and body were covered in blood. "Silly brother, even if you want to rebel, you have to use your own people. He's just been using you all along." After saying this, the 5th prince's body seemed to have stiffened up. His hands stopped in the air and became stiff. The temple master coldly snorted, "Don't worry, the next one will be your silly brother." After saying this, the temple master of the mystic master temple raised his hand and was about to stab down. Jiyu's profound chi, which belonged to the peak of the 1st layer of the human profound realm, directly spread out. Chang Yuan and the Ning brothers followed behind Jiyu. "With just you guys? You can't even withstand a single blow. The reason why I let you guys go before was because I have an even bigger force to deal with." Suddenly, Jiyu took out a small bamboo tube from his storage ring. He poured his profound chi into the bamboo tube. In an instant, a huge azure dragon appeared from the bamboo tube and flew into the sky. A dragon's roar resounded. Even in this vast eastern region empire, everyone could clearly hear this dragon's roar. The temple master didn't know what Jiyu was doing, but the moment he saw the azure dragon, he only felt that something bad was going to happen. So he shouted, "Boy, since you're so protective of them, you should go first." After shouting this, he raised the long sword in his hand and directly chopped down on Jiyu's head. For human profound realm chi aura superimposed on Jiyu's body at the same time. Only then did he barely manage to block the sword. The person in front of him coldly snorted, "So this is all you have? I overestimated you. Boy, die." After shouting this, he raised the long sword in his hand and heavily chopped down in Jiyu's direction. Suddenly, a profound light appeared in the sky. It enveloped everyone present. Sky profound chi, cover the whole body, exterminate the evil, and sweep the universe clean. A delicate voice came from the sky. A firebird was flying in the sky, and a woman in red was sitting on it. Who else could it be but Gu Jialua? Gu Jialua jumped down from the firebird. With the support of her profound energy, the profound energy in everyone's hands soared. After landing on the ground, Gu Jialua did not pay attention to the others. Instead, he directly rushed toward the Mystic Master Temple Master. "You're just a woman. Don't tell me you can overturn the heavens?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jialua kicked him. "Haha, with such delicate calves, even if I don't use my Gang Chi, I can still block you." Unexpectedly, as soon as he shouted this sentence, Gu Jialua kicked his chin and sent him flying. The air was Gu Jialua's territory. Gu Jialua exerted some strength in his legs and jumped up. After obtaining the power of inheritance, Gu Jialua was still able to use a certain amount of wood attribute Xian skills. He was like a kite that was being pulled around in her hands. Furthermore, he had to withstand the heavy blows from her feet in the air. If Gu Jialua's kick was heavy, no matter how good his physique was, he would only be a piece of trash. However, how could the temple master of the Mystic Master Temple be so simple? He turned his body like a long snake, twisting his body. The temple master's mystic skill is actually a beast mystic skill. A beast mystic skill is much stronger than a heaven rank nature mystic skill. Yes, yes. Everyone agreed one after another, and the few old men shook their heads even more. However, at this moment, the temple master went past Gu Jialua and wrapped a vine around his body. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, a smile appeared on the temple master's face as he stretched out his hand and pulled. Suddenly, Gu Jialua shouted and was pulled to the front with an even greater force. Mystic skill, Grass Snake Longsword. The temple master spat out an incomparably sharp longsword. The key point was that Gu Jialua was entangled by the vine and had no way to dodge this fatal blow. However, at this moment, Jiyu threw away the warhound's greatsword. The temple master sensed a terrifying killing intent coming from his direction and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He had just twisted his body, but he did not expect that the long sword had already brushed past his shoulder and completely cut off the vine. Jiyu's figure flashed. Ding! Congratulations to host for using the 3000 clouds movement. You have gained 1 by 999 experience points. Jiyu had combined the dark forest and the 3000 clouds movement together and also had the ability to fly in the air. He instantly appeared in front of the palace master and grabbed Gu Jialua with one hand while his other hand grabbed the warhound's great sword in front of him. A fire dragon appeared from the warhound's great sword and flew towards the person in front of him. Looking at the fire dragon, the palace master had never expected that he, an expert of the 5th level of the human profound realm, would be forced to such an extent by an ordinary person. Looking at the fire dragon that was about to hit his body, he gritted his teeth and said, "Jiyu, you actually forced me to use that move." Suddenly, the golden light on his body shone brightly. A ray of golden light flashed out and covered his body with a layer of profound energy, completely sealing it. Jiyu's fire dragon crashed onto it and the burning attribute could not be used at all. The person in front of him was directly sent flying and crashed onto the ground. He panted and said to Jiyu, "Ha ha ha, little brat, is this all you've got? If that's all you've got, you can go to hell." Jiyu brought Gu Jialua back to the ground. Chang Yuan and the others pushed back the people from the Mystic Master Temple who came up. They all frowned and said, "Ji Gongzi, if we can't defeat them, we can only retreat now." Jiyu looked at the sky and said, "Don't worry, my old friends are here." Old friends? What kind of old friends? Their eyes were filled with confusion when they saw a few huge green figures suddenly appear in the sky. Everyone from the Mystic Master Temple felt a trace of fear in their heads. He said indifferently, "It's actually the Azure Dragon bloodline." Xiaogu was still accompanying her mother in the sacred ground. Otherwise, she would have already taken care of this group of dragons. Several figures directly landed beside Jiyu. Ji Gongzi, why did you call us here? What, it's actually the people from the Mystic Master Temple? The people from the Azure Dragon bloodline seemed to be very angry when they saw the people from the Mystic Master Temple. Ji took a step forward and said indifferently, Elder, do you know them? Know them? How is that possible? These guys are simply committing all kinds of evil. They could have asked us directly for the beast profound skill, but they just had to kill us, the Azure Dragon bloodline, and seize our dragon souls to improve their beast profound skill. The temple master of the Mystic Master Temple snorted coldly. Since you've appeared here today, I don't need to look for you everywhere. You'll all be my beast souls. After shouting these words, he laughed out loud. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he stood. The disciples of the temple wearing pure white robes rushed out one after another, each of them holding their own treasured weapons. Saints, form a formation. After shouting this, the people of the temple in front of him all stood together in a triangle. Suddenly, a starry sky appeared in the sky. The originally clear sky suddenly turned into specks of starry sky. Everyone's position was enveloped by a ray of starlight. The Azure Dragon bloodline elder said with some disdain, Dragon warriors, kill them for me. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Countless rays of green light were injected into the square. Those civil officials had never seen such a battle before, so they all turned around and ran to a safe place. They stood on top of the arena and looked down. A dark light appeared on the ground, and each of them raised the long spear in their hands. Dragon warriors, they really had the aura of a dragon battle. All of them looked forward with sharp gazes. Suddenly, with a boom, a spark fell heavily from the sky. When he crashed into the ground, a huge crater appeared on the ground. Several members of the Azure Dragon bloodline who were affected by this explosion were also blown away, and the dragon scales on their bodies fell one after another. The temple master of the Mystic Master Temple pointed at them and said, kill them and seize the power of the dragon souls. Yes. They all stepped forward, but how could the elder of the dragon race allow himself to be captured so easily? He let out a long roar toward the sky, then suddenly transformed into an azure dragon and flew into the sky. With a roar, a gigantic dragon claw swiped towards the palace lord in front of him. The palace lord stretched out his hands and blocked the dragon claw in front of him. So powerful. However, there's no way for you to defeat me like this. Your profound strength is still insufficient. In that instant, he laughed out loud. However, before he could reach her, Jiyu's figure flashed and appeared beside him. He didn't expect that those trash wouldn't help him block Jiyu. His eyes locked onto Jiyu. Jiyu, what do you want? The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. What else can I do? I'll kill you. He raised the longsword in his hand and thrust it down. Although he was only at the 5th layer of the human profound realm, his Qi Gang was like a 10,000 zhong tall wall, blocking in front of Jiyu. Jiyu poured all of her profound strength into the Warhound's greatsword. Under the pressure of the greatsword, the longsword in his hand was gradually suppressed. He took a deep breath and watched as the Qi Gang was about to be broken. Now that the Hall Master couldn't care less about Azure Dragon, wouldn't he be sliced in half by Jiyu's sword if it were to land? Thinking of this in his heart, his legs began to contain a strong Xianxia. He directly jumped up and heavily waved his palm, only to see the palm slapping down. He just happened to dodge Azure Dragon's and Jiyu's attacks. A complacent smile appeared on his face. You guys can't kill this old man, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, 3 sharp claws appeared in his chest. His smile suddenly froze. He saw a golden dragon claw in his chest. How is this possible? An expert of the 5th level of the human profound realm had died just like that. He struggled to twist his body, wanting to see what had killed him. The crown prince's left hand had completely turned into a green dragon claw. He looked at the person in front of him with sharp eyes and said indifferently, "You deserve to die." He stretched out his hand, pointed at the person in front of him and said slowly, "How is this possible? We, the imperial family, can sacrifice a part of our lifespan and turn a part of our body into a dragon body. Don't you know?" After saying this, he fell into a pool of blood. In his eyes, there was still a look of disbelief. The crown prince's body swayed and fell heavily to the ground. Jiyu looked at the scene in front of her and a group of civil officials were at a loss. Could it be that in just one day, all the princes in the palace were going to die here? Then how could such a huge Eastern region empire continue to operate in the future? Thinking of this, everyone raised their heads and looked at each other. But at this time, Jiyu said, "You guys, carry them over there." After shouting this, the people in front of her carried the old emperor and the two princes back to the palace. Jiyu waved her hand and an alchemist came forward. "Help me prepare some herbs. They are all in this list." The alchemist knew that Jiyu was a friend of the fifth prince and that she had helped them eliminate the biggest threat to the mystic master temple. After the temple master died, the rest of the people scattered like birds and beasts. They left the palace one after another. After seeing the list of herbs Jiyu handed over, he gasped and said indifferently, "This, Ji Gongzi, your prescription is full of highly toxic substances." "That's right. But if that's the case, won't the princes and the others die?" Jiyu smiled and said indifferently, "So what? If it weren't for the power of the dragon bloodline in me, they would have died long ago." No one knew Jiyu's identity, but since he was so familiar with the elder of the Azure Dragon bloodline, he must have a great relationship with the dragon bloodline. It was normal for him to have the power of the dragon bloodline. They all knelt on the ground. "But this one can't bear the responsibility. If anything happens, I will bear the responsibility." With Jiyu's guarantee, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "In that case, we will have to trouble young Master Jiyu." With the entire empire of the eastern region under their control, it was very convenient for them to transport all the medicinal herbs to the central capital. In just a few days, all the medicinal herbs that Jiyu ordered were ready. Jiyu looked at the countless medicinal herbs that emitted a threatening aura and dismissed everyone in front of him. They all knelt on the ground and said to Jiyu, "Ji Gongzi, these medicinal herbs will produce countless poisonous gases during cultivation, which will kill you." Jiyu waved his hand, and the people in front of him knelt on the ground one after another. Seeing that Jiyu was so strong, they looked at each other and retreated. Jiyu turned around. The alchemists who came out started to talk to each other. "Hey, it's said that the first medicinal herb that young Master Jiyu is going to use is the 10,000 scorpion grass." "What? It's actually the 10,000 scorpion grass?" According to legend, the gas produced by it can even penetrate the soul. After hearing this news, the people around him all showed a trace of disbelief. Jiyu directly sent out the furnace in his body. A large cauldron appeared in the alchemy room. Jiyu raised his hand and covered his hands with his dark force. Jiyu quickly withdrew his hands and put the 10,000 scorpion grass on his body. The dark force of the 10,000 scorpion grass was spreading and was about to force into Jiyu's body. But unexpectedly, Jiyu was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he threw the medicinal herbs into the furnace in front of him, which immediately burned with a fierce fire. After covering the 10,000 scorpion grass, a huge scorpion seemed to appear from the 10,000 scorpion grass. The scorpion in the furnace stretched out its sharp claws and directly hit the furnace. With a clang, the furnace shook violently. Jiyu took a step back. At this moment, the power of the fire inheritance left his hand and slowly spread into the furnace. However, the most amazing thing about the 10,000 scorpion grass was that the scorpion soul in its body had the ability to resist fire. Jiyu's fire inheritance had no effect on it. At this moment, the soul in the 10,000 scorpion grass bumped its giant pincers, as if it was provoking Jiyu. Jiyu only mobilized the other profound energy in her body. Suddenly, the pill furnace was filled with the power of lightning. A bolt of lightning struck the soul of the myriad scorpion grass. With a creak, it flipped over. Only then did Jiyu retract her hand. This was to prevent the effects of the 10,000 scorpion grass from disappearing completely. In a nearby tavern. However, this 10,000 scorpion grass is nothing. I saw that in Ji Gongzi's prescription, the second ingredient was longan grass. This? The dragon clan's people seem to eat it like lettuce. If ordinary people eat it, their bodies will explode and they will die. Exactly. How could Jiyu dare to let young master eat such a vicious thing? Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. They looked at each other, but Jiyu immediately raised her hands. A black cloud appeared in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning struck down at this moment. Catching the bolts of lightning, Jiyu injected the power of the dragon bloodline into the pill furnace. Roar. A golden dragon soared into the sky. All the people in the central capital, whether they were profound cultivators or not, looked up at the sky. Was this the power of the dragon bloodline in young Master Jiyu's body? It was truly a terrifying sight to behold. Jiyu controlled the two medicinal herbs and slowly merged them together. At first, the two medicinal herbs wanted to resist. Jiyu smiled faintly and said, "With just the two of you? Merge." Under Jiyu's command, the two medicinal herbs gradually approached each other and began to merge. Jiyu suddenly raised her hand and waved it heavily. She gathered all the medicinal herbs in front of her. In the blink of an eye, a black golden pill flew up. The golden pill was wrapped in a black gas. A human figure suddenly appeared in the golden pill. "I beg you, let me go." That person was like a child. Everyone was bewitched by the golden pill and felt a trace of sympathy. Only Jiyu knew that this pill was not a human. He said faintly, "What are you doing? Why don't you quickly return to your position?" After hearing Jiyu's roar, the pill first circled in the air, then flew directly toward the north gate of the central capital. Profound skill, Dark Forest. Ding. Host used the Heaven Profound skill, Dark Forest. Received 1 by 999 experience points. Countless mirrors surrounded the golden pill in front of him. The golden pill snorted and turned to escape. But it did not expect that Jiyu had been waiting for it here. In an instant, the mirror turned into a purple light. Jiyu disappeared in the blink of an eye. No matter where the golden pill went, Jiyu's figure would appear in front of it. After hiding for a while, the golden pill realized that there was no way it could escape from Jiyu. It turned its head and looked in the direction of Jiyu with resentment. "Human, didn't you want to eat me? I'll let you eat me." At this moment, the power of the profound pill suddenly burst out. It was about to reach the critical point. This pill seemed to want to explode. This was the result that you wanted. He said faintly, "What a coincidence." The critical point was reached. Jiyu stretched out his hand. Countless mirrors covered the pill. Jiyu reached out and pulled the pill into his hand. Jiyu used the same method to refine another pill. Jiyu held the pill in his hand and put two pills into their mouths. Countless golden armored guards stood at the door. They were looking forward to seeing what would happen. Suddenly, the golden light burst out. The bodies of the emperor, the crown prince, and the fifth prince were all enveloped by the black fog. At this moment, the black Xianxia was unceasingly attacking them. When Jiyu saw this, he was delighted. He said faintly, "Everyone, His Majesty the Emperor is about to wake up." The old man slowly opened his eyes. The moment he saw Jiyu, he grabbed Jiyu's hand. "Why am I here?" "Oh right, young Master Jiyu, you must be wary of the Mystic Master Temple. I'm afraid their next target is you." A smile suddenly appeared on Jiyu's face. Seeing the smile on Jiyu's face, the old man looked at Jiyu in confusion. "What? Do you think my words are very funny? Or have you turned to those people from Mystic Master Temple?" Jiyu cupped his hands. It was rare to see such a cute old man in this continent. Jiyu said lightly, "Reporting to the Emperor of the Eastern Region Empire, he is already dead." "What? Who did you say is dead?" Jiyu said indifferently, "The Temple Master of Mystic Master Temple." The Prince of the Eastern Region smiled joyfully. "I didn't expect that he would die at your hands." Jiyu didn't want to take such useless credit, so she said indifferently, "He was killed by the two princes." When he saw the two princes beside him, he turned his head and smiled. The Prince of the Eastern Region was not worried that Jiyu would become the next Temple Master of Mystic Master Temple. Thus, he said, "I wonder if you have any thoughts about becoming the new head of the Mystic Master Temple?" Jiyu didn't stand on ceremony and directly agreed. Even the Prince of the Eastern Region was surprised by Jiyu's straightforwardness. What was going on? Jiyu slowly opened his mouth and said, "I'm also investigating some things." Only a faction with a long history like this would have traces of its existence. "I see." At this time, the Crown Prince and the Fifth Prince also woke up. The Crown Prince hugged the Fifth Prince and patted him on the shoulder. Suddenly, the Crown Prince knelt on the ground and said to the Prince of the Eastern Region, "Your Majesty, I'm leaving." "Why, you Crown Prince?" "I'm too stupid." I didn't even know that I was being used. I don't have the face to continue. Hearing this, the prince of the eastern region suddenly laughed. Do you think I don't know? The fifth prince has been secretly supporting you to become the crown prince and has been protecting your position. What? The crown prince's eyes widened. He never thought that his brother, who he had always viewed as a thorn in his side, was actually the person who had always protected him. This time, if it wasn't for Jiyu, how would he be able to face anyone in the future? He walked to Jiyu in shame and knelt in front of Jiyu. Thank you, young master. Jiyu helped her up. Everyone, I plan to reclaim the mystic teacher temple. The crown prince said, no matter how many soldiers and horses you need, the royal family will do our best to help you. Now that even the palace master of the fifth layer of the human profound realm was dead, the rest of the people were nothing in Jiyu's eyes. Jiyu said indifferently, thank you very much, your highness. But I think the help of a few students from our Zhongdu Academy will be enough. How about this, I'll give you 500 golden armored protectors. Although they only have the strength of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, it should be enough to deal with a certain number of Spirit Profound Realm experts. Jiyu cupped her hands, then, thank you, your highness. This time, Jiyu didn't refuse. She stood up, said goodbye, and walked to the other side to find Chang Yuan and the others. Chang Yuan and the others said excitedly after they came out. As long as we can come back alive, every one of us will be barons. Their eyes were filled with pride. Jiyu slowly stepped forward and said, if that's the case, we'll have to get there as soon as possible. After saying that, Jiyu disappeared from the spot in an instant. He was already several hundred meters away. When they saw this scene, they immediately followed and quickly followed behind Jiyu. He said indifferently, Jiyu, don't think of leaving me behind. But he didn't expect that everyone would follow behind Jiyu. They quickly ran over. They only saw them following behind Jiyu. Although their profound strength had reached the 2nd level of the human profound realm, in front of Jiyu, who was at the 1st level of the human profound realm, they seemed to be extremely weak. Jiyu, on the other hand, was running forward at an extremely fast speed. Ding, the host used the 3000 cloud movement. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Ding, the host used the dark forest. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu quickly flew forward. In the blink of an eye, she had already arrived in front of the Mystic Master Temple in the middle of the capital. The rest of the people started to talk. The Mystic Master Temple had already become an independent faction in the middle of the capital, whether it was the location or the area it occupied. The people of the Mystic Master Temple had already received the news. They all stood on the city wall with weapons in their hands, looking at Jiyu in front of them vigilantly. Jiyu said indifferently, ha ha ha. They raised the spears in their hands. They aimed at Jiyu below. How dare you bring so many troops here? Do you know where this is? Jiyu said, the Mystic Master Temple has already won. You can come out now. After hearing this, they appeared in front of Jiyu. Is that true? Really? After hearing this, Jiyu suddenly waved her hand. 500 golden armored soldiers ran out one after another, placing their long swords on each person's neck. Seeing the long swords on their necks, the remaining forces of the Mystic Master Temple all looked at Jiyu in surprise. You lied to us. You'll know when our temple master comes back later. Ha ha ha. The golden armored guards all laughed and said at the same time, your temple master is already dead. After hearing this sentence, they took a step forward, as if they didn't believe this sentence. In an instant, all the Xian energy in their bodies erupted, and that Xian energy was injected into his body at this moment. Everyone from the Mystic Master Temple raised their hands at this moment. At this moment, Jiyu's figure flashed and disappeared. Countless rumbling sounds exploded on the ground. Seeing Jiyu's terrifying mystic technique, what else did they dare to say? They all took a step back. Jiyu said indifferently, those who surrender won't be killed. Jiyu's words made them look at each other. Why don't we surrender? Everyone thought in their hearts. The next moment, they all knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. They said to Jiyu, we're willing to surrender. Jiyu nodded and stood up. Let's go in and take a look. The people behind her followed Jiyu into the Mystic Master Temple. They were very curious about how many treasures there were in this legendary Mystic Master Temple. Although everyone had entered, their identities were no longer the same. When Jiyu stepped into the hall, countless treasures were placed in front of Jiyu. He looked up and said indifferently, "I didn't expect that there would be so many treasures in the Mystic Master Temple." A sneaky cultivator walked up with a cheeky smile. "Ji Gongzi, the previous temple master embezzled these things. I'm here to ask the new temple master to return these things to everyone." A disdainful smile appeared on Jiyu's face. He said indifferently, "From today onwards, send all the items in the temple to the southern region." "What?" Everyone looked at Jiyu in surprise. Jiyu said indifferently, "Second, from today onwards, the Mystic Master Temple will be renamed the Ice Sealing Sect." After hearing this, several old men in the hall walked out. They cupped their hands and asked, "May I ask what relationship you have with the Ice Sealing Empress?" The old man thought that Jiyu was the descendant of the Ice Sealing Empress. Jiyu said indifferently, "I was summoned by the Ice Sealing Goddess, so, what?" They all widened their eyes. One of them said, "Does the Ice Sealing Saintess really exist?" However, the people following Jadwa didn't know about the existence of this title. The news of Jiyu's change of faith was transmitted to the hall. The king of the eastern region looked at the letter in his hand and said indifferently, "Ha ha ha. That's great." He said indifferently, "Men, pass on my order. From today onwards, the Ice Sealing Sect will be the state religion." At this moment, a soldier stumbled into the hall. "Your Majesty, 50,000 soldiers from the Southern Region Empire are waiting outside the city gates. It seems that the king of the Southern Region is with us." "What?" "Your Majesty, don't be careless." A eunuch walked in. "Your Majesty, young Master Jiyu is requesting an audience." "Let him in." Jiyu stepped into the hall. However, today, Jiyu was wearing dragon armor and looked like an emperor. Everyone began to discuss spiritedly. Could it be that he wants to rebel? That's right. This human profound realm expert is really too terrifying. He can kill all of us by himself. Jiyu cupped her hands and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Princess Jiyu of the Southern Region." "What? He is the king of the Southern Region?" The discussions grew louder. The king of the Eastern Region had never expected that the king of the Southern Region would be the one to resolve the crisis. He smiled and said, "Greetings, king of the Eastern Region." The moment he saw it, he understood that if Jiyu wanted to forcefully merge the two countries, he would not be able to resist at all. Jiyu said calmly, "Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. From today onwards, why don't we combine our armies and include the northern and western regions?" Jiyu's idea was not small. Even the powerful empire of the eastern region was a little surprised after hearing this. However, the king of the eastern region looked at Jiyu and said calmly, "I allow it." Jiyu knew that the generals of the southern region were no match for the generals of the empire of the eastern region. She said, "Then I will hand over the soldiers of the southern region to Your Majesty." What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. After Jiyu put these matters aside, she could focus on finding the divine evolving temple. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the cold north of the empire of the eastern region, a gust of cold air continued to spread through the huge mountain range. It seemed that some kind of power had gathered the cold air here. Jiyu stepped into the cold land. The giant fish under the ground seemed to have smelled Jiyu. Suddenly, it broke through the ice from the ground and flew up. It opened its big mouth and bit in the direction of Jiyu. Xiaogu stood behind Jiyu and said, "Brother Ji, be careful." Jiyu revealed a relaxed smile. She slashed down with the warhound's giant sword. With a loud crack, the giant fish was cut in half by the giant sword. Xiaogu hurried over. As a caring wife, how could she not help Jiyu roast the fish? The two of them ate to their heart's content before continuing on their journey. Suddenly, 12 golden lights appeared outside the divine evolving temple in the cold land. The rope of spirit started to tremble violently. The soul remnant phantom appeared in front of everyone. The 12 golden lights were all around the third tier of the human profound realm. After seeing the soul remnant phantom, they all knelt down. 2 golden guards walked forward and said, "Saintess and young master, please come this way." Jiyu glanced at the soul remnant phantom. Who was this woman? They walked into the temple. Perhaps they would find the answer today. They looked at the huge stone statue in front of them. The soul remnant phantom floated in front of the statue. He roared, "Rise." After saying this, the stone statue in front of them suddenly shook violently. Stones started to fall. Jiyu said indifferently, "It seems like something is coming out." The soul remnant phantom quickly flew in. After a while, a beautiful woman descended from the sky. Even Jiyu was stunned. The original body has finally returned. The 12 golden guards knelt down excitedly. Greetings to the Ice Queen. Jiyu looked at the person in front of her. It was the Ice Queen who had been accompanying her all this time. The Ice Queen's profound light faded. "Jiyu, thank you. However, I only have 2 strands of soul power now. I need to fuse the remaining 2 strands of soul power together before I can recover my original body." Jiyu said indifferently, "It is my honor. I will help you return to this world." The Ice Queen smiled at Jiyu before returning to the rope of spirit. Xiaogu asked, "Where are we going?" "The Northern Region Empire." A few months later. Northern Region Empire, Tianjing City. 2 black-robed young men and women appeared here. If it wasn't Jiyu, who else could it be? However, Jiyu had asked around but had never heard of the Northern Region Empire having an extremely cold place. Moreover, the Northern Region Empire had just surrendered to the Eastern Region Empire and was waiting to prosper. Everyone in the Northern Region Empire loved peace. Hence, they didn't resist. Only the Western Region Empire was still bitterly holding on. However, according to rumors, it was only a matter of time before the empire was destroyed. Jiyu and Xiaogu took off their cloaks. A man dressed like a rich young master was stunned. He pointed at Xiaogu and said, "Such a beautiful woman. Take her down." The few people beside him smiled and walked forward casually. "Young lady, our young master wants to treat you to a drink. Why don't you come with us? You can have as many gold coins as you want." Xiaogu rolled her eyes at them and ignored them. The guards glanced at each other. This little girl actually dared to ignore them. The 2 of them frowned. A huge amount of profound energy, like a mountain, pressed down on the 2 of them. The passers-by at the side were suffocated by this pressure. One by one, they hid in a restaurant and closed the door. Who is this young man? He actually dares to offend the Sher family? What, that person is from the Sher family? That's right, it's said that the Sher family's young master has already caught the eye of the Immortal Union. He might as well officially go up the mountain. This Immortal Union isn't anything good. They didn't even make a move when our Northern Region Empire was breached. You don't understand. The Immortal Union will not interfere in the matters between us mortals. Jiyu said indifferently, "You're just 2 5th-level spirit profound realm martial artists, yet you dare to be rash." When he said this, everyone laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, an ignorant child actually dares to speak such arrogant words. Brothers, beat him up for me." The 2 spirit profound realm martial artists didn't care about Jiyu's strength at all, and each used a profound skill. Profound skill, 10,000 sword draw. Suddenly, the long swords in the air fell down like raindrops. Jiyu merely raised her hand, and a layer of chi aura appeared on her body. The long swords collided with the chi aura. They never expected that Jiyu would be a spirit profound realm martial artist at such a young age. "Brat, you're quite capable. You have such strength at such a young age. Today, you won't be able to leave." The 2 spirit profound realm martial artists shouted. Holding artifacts in their hands, they directly charged towards Jiyu. Jiyu's chi aura suddenly turned into a long sword. A huge warhound sword, and a sword made of chi aura. The 2 swords pierced towards the 2 people at the same time. The 2 spirit profound realm martial artists widened their eyes. They looked at the long swords in their hands, and at the same time, they extended their swords. Just at this moment, a sword fell. It pierced through their bodies. Profound force erupted in an instant, and their 5 palaces and internal organs exploded one after another. Their bodies went soft, and they fell into a pool of blood. Jiyu said indifferently, "It's your turn. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Following this sentence, two people, one black and one white, descended from the sky. The people in the restaurant cried out in alarm. Aren't they the black-white double demons? Why are they here? There's something you don't know. They were hired by the head of the Shi family, Shi, with a lot of money. After they finished speaking, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Although the two of them were only existences at the peak of the spirit profound realm, it was said that when their profound skills fused together, they would have the strength of 1,000 soldiers and become peerless experts. Profound skill, black wind slash. Profound skill, white flame blazing sun. Countless black astral whirlwinds rushed towards Jiyu like giant blades. Jiyu smiled faintly. Do you want to play? Profound skill. Fierce wind blade. Ding, the host used fierce wind blade. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. In front of Jiyu, a whirlwind also appeared. The two whirlwinds intertwined and were equally matched. As for the white fiend's white flame blazing sun, it was colorless and 5 forms. It directly arrived in front of Jiyu. A ball of flames appeared in Jiyu's mouth. Profound skill, city burning sea of flames. Ding, the host used city burning sea of flames. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. The flame swallowed the opponent's white flame blazing sundae originally. This move of the white fiend could only be used in the dark of the night because it was colorless and formless. It also had a temperature that could dissolve everything. However, it encountered Jiyu's flames. This time everything would be swallowed up by Jiyu's flames. Jiyu said indifferently, the two of you have pretty good skills. Don't tell me you want to lose your lives for this brat? Her words could not be said to be rude. Hearing this, the black-white double demons also stopped their profound skill and looked at each other. At this moment, whether they left or stayed, everything would depend on the result. The Shi family's young master was not so kind. What are you guys waiting for? Go. The black-white double demons cupped their hands and said, reporting to young master, us two brothers are not this young master's match. I'm afraid we can't make a move. What? Hearing this, he was furious and said to the two in front of him, what do I need you for? Jiyu coldly snorted, snatching a woman on the street, killing you is also eliminating evil for the people. Wait. Suddenly, he shouted loudly. You can't kill me. He shouted heavily, I am a member of the Shi family, do you dare to kill me? Even if you don't give face to the Shi family, what about the union of 10,000 immortals? Don't tell me you dare to offend the union of 10,000 immortals? The voice of an old man came out from the restaurant. That's right, this union of 10,000 immortals is formed by 11 provinces other than the Netherine province. Any Xian master organization is under their control. Is that so? He gave a faint smile. The Shi family's young master gave a faint smile. Let me tell you, although the people of the union of 10,000 immortals have not been able to come in for several hundred years, if you kill me here, you won't be able to escape. Jiyu did not say anything and just waved her hand. On the warhound's giant sword, a profound light flashed and blood flowed out from his neck. He knelt on the ground and spat out blood. You. The Shi family's guards finally arrived. They pointed at Jiyu in horror and a trembling voice came from their throats, You killed young master. They shouted one after another. A lotus flower exploded in the air. The guards of the Shi family quickly arrived with their swords in hand. When they saw the young master of the Shi family lying in a pool of blood, they couldn't help but reveal a look of disbelief. They pointed at Jiyu with a trembling finger. You. Don't think about leaving. After the Shi family's first elder received this news, he was also terrified. Their Shi family wanted to rely on this young master to become the #1 Xian master family in Tianjing City. Now, all of their dreams were destroyed by a child who was not even 18 years old in front of him. Brat, who are you? You dare to attack our Shi family? Jiyu said indifferently, I am Jiyu. After saying this, Xiaogu pulled on Jiyu's sleeve. Big brother, I feel so bored. Let's go. Jiyu withdrew his giant sword and looked at Xiaogu, his eyes filled with gentleness. All right, we'll leave now. The Shi family's first elder snorted, Want to leave? The Shi family's guards drew their swords one after another. However, at this moment, a strong voice sounded. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to see so many people here today. At the end of the street, a carriage slowly drove in. 50 to 60 red-clothed guards stood beside the carriage. The guards in red took out their precious weapons. Every single one of them was emitting a mysterious light. After experiencing 3 layers of color changes, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Only then did they stabilize. What? An expert at the 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Not only the common people on the side. Even the group of people from the Shi family became vigilant. They took a step back. Their hands, which were holding the treasures, began to tremble. After exchanging glances with each other, they all nodded. The elder of the Shi family said, "The Tang family? Do you really want to go against the Shi family?" The man who was waving the fan closed it and stood up. "Yes, I, Tang Mingyuan, will fight with the Shi family to the end." "What do you think?" Elder Shi gritted his teeth. "Today, I will protect this young master." "Okay, I hope young Master Tang won't forget what you said today." After shouting to leave, they slowly retreated. Only then did they slowly leave. Tang Mingyuan walked up to Jiyu, cupped his hands and said, "Young master, may I have the honor to treat you two to a drink?" Jiyu smiled faintly. "It's my honor to be friends with young Master Tang." "I, Jiyu, pay my respect to young Master Tang." Tang Mingyuan laughed, rolled up his sleeves, and followed Jiyu to a restaurant. Countless young girls were swaying their bodies. Tang Mingyuan took out a spirit stone and threw it into the girl's hand. Jiyu also entered the room. Countless people came forward and said to Jiyu, "Young master, choose me. I will definitely make you happy." Xiaogu stared at Jiyu in front of her. Jiyu waved her hand, and the 2 people beside her bowed and left. Tang Mingyuan also knew what Jiyu was worried about. He just laughed, hugged the 2 girls beside him, and walked into the room. Jiyu followed behind him and sat on the chair. He smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Jiyu, where did you come from? Our Tianjing city doesn't have anything grand these days." Jiyu smiled faintly. "I'm here to look for the land of extreme frost." Tang Mingyuan put down the wine glass and asked curiously, "I've lived for more than 50 years, and I don't know a place that sounds so cold." It seemed like there wouldn't be any results in Tianjing city. Since there are no clues, then forget it. Let's drink. Jiyu raised the wine glass in her hand. Tang Mingyuan laughed and said, "Brother Ji is right. Cheers." The 2 of them downed a cup of wine. And downstairs, the guards of the Shi clan walked in and took out their precious weapons. They placed their swords on everyone's necks. Just as the remaining people were about to stand up, an elder walked in. He raised his finger and made a shushing motion. "Isn't this Elder Shirley? This is the strongest person in terms of body profound skill." Everyone who was drinking the wine sucked in a deep breath. Jiyu drank another cup of wine and said faintly, "It seems that we have guests." Tang Mingyuan burped and looked in Jiyu's direction. At that moment, Jiyu stomped her foot on the table, causing it to fly away. The table flew directly in the direction of the door. Just at this moment, the door broke open. It broke into pieces one after another. Elder Shirley led 2 groups of Shi clan guards into the room. However, the table happened to hit him. Elder Shirley still hadn't used his mystic energy to fool himself. The table suddenly broke into pieces. Elder Shirley's nose was full of blood. He shouted angrily, "You brat." He said, "But so what? You 2 didn't bring any guards today. Even if I kill you here today, so what?" Tang Mingyuan put down the cup in his hand and laughed out loud. "Haha, you? You want to kill me?" After he finished laughing, he took a step forward and flew in front of Elder Shi. Elder Shi raised his hand and a chi aura appeared on his body. A heavy blow collided with each other. He took a step forward and said faintly, "I didn't expect Elder Shi to have reached the beginning stages of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Brat, you know now, you're going to die here today." After shouting this, he took a step forward and said to Jiyu, "I can't kill you, but can't I kill your friends?" They took out their weapons and charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu leaped up and delivered a heavy kick. Suddenly, he was struck by the kick, causing the other party to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying and slammed into the wall. After falling, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the wall collapsed. Jiyu said faintly, "Ninth level of the spirit profound realm?" Tang Mingyuan stared at Jiyu. "Oh. Damn, what the F***ck? Brother Ji, you can actually send someone at the beginning stages of the ninth level of the spirit profound realm flying with a kick. Could it be that you're..." Jiyu smiled faintly and nodded slightly at him. "Could it be that you're the legendary middle stages of the ninth level of the spirit profound realm?" Jiyu wiped the sweat on her forehead and smiled without saying anything. Tang Mingyuan walked forward and patted Jiyu beside him. He said, "Let's go." After shouting this, the two of them walked forward and stood beside Jiyu. Jiyu said faintly, "Do the two of you want to come over too?" After hearing these words, the two people beside him gradually retreated. They quickly ran over and pulled up Elder Shirley, who had fallen to the ground. "Brat, you actually dare to humiliate me. Even if you're at the peak of the ninth level of the spirit profound realm, so what? Mystic skill, 10,000 force attraction." After shouting this, Jiyu felt as if something was pulling her body towards him. Jiyu threw a punch. Ding, the host threw a punch. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. After the punch landed, Elder Shirley's eyes widened. Reverse gravity. After shouting this sentence, Jiyu was immediately pushed to the other side by the force of gravity. Jiyu smiled faintly. Mystic skill, 3000 movement. After shouting this, Jiyu's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Elder Shirley, looking straight into Elder Shirley's eyes. A trace of fear could be seen in his eyes. Jiyu's heavy punch landed and directly broke the chi barrier on his body. Elder Shir spat out another mouthful of blood. He knelt on the ground and continuously gasped for breath. When the guards saw Jiyu, they stepped forward and carried Elder Shir in their arms, running in another direction. Tang Mingyuan watched as he ran out. He also knew that an awesome person like Jiyu was by his side. He shouted loudly, "Shameless boy, don't run." How could they care about what he was saying? A few guards ran out of the room. Jiyu said lightly, "Forget it, brother Tang. Let this kind of person run away." Another thing. After the elder of the Shir family ran back, he cried and shouted to the patriarch. "Patriarch, I was wronged. I just wanted to avenge young master. What did I do wrong?" An old man was beaten up by a young man who looked less than 18 years old, and he couldn't fight back at all. Now he was crying so hard that he pissed his pants. He couldn't help but frown. "Don't cry. It's so embarrassing." He snorted and said lightly, "What's his realm?" Elder Shirley said awkwardly, "Well, patriarch, I don't know." Seeing that the other party was so scared, he frowned and felt that it was ridiculous. He was beaten up and didn't know what his realm was. Was this a joke? He slapped Shirley in the face and said, "Are you kidding?" Shirley hugged the patriarch's leg and said, "Patriarch, are we just going to let it go? Now he has the Tang family's protection. I don't have much choice. Alas. Patriarch, I have a plan to uproot the whole Tang family and that boy." "Oh? Let's hear it." They lowered their heads and began to discuss. Good plan, good plan. The fact that Jiyu defeated Shirley had a great impact on the entire Tianjing city. Many people who came here because of the fame hid outside the Tang family's gate. They wanted to see how powerful this guy was and how he could do such an amazing thing. Tang Mingyuan walked into the Tang family's mansion with Jiyu. Tang Mingyuan didn't seem to have a high status in the Tang family. A young man of about 70 or 80 years old walked over. In the vast world of Xian cultivators, people in their 70s or 80s were just young people. He said with some disdain, "Isn't this Tang Mingyuan? Brat, you dare to come back after causing such a big trouble? Tang Fei, don't be so arrogant. I'm not like you, a coward. Every time that son of a dog from the Shir family tries to steal your woman, don't you feel bad?" All the youths in the Tang family gathered around. There's a good show to watch. It's Tang Mingyuan. Tang Mingyuan? Interesting, but who is the person beside him? Jiyu asked, "Do you need my help?" Tang Mingyuan opened his fan. "Brother Ji, if you still think of me as a friend." Jiyu seemed to know what he was going to say next. Then, if I'm about to be beaten to death, remember to save me. Jiyu had never seen such an unconventional person. Tang Mingyuan snorted coldly and threw a heavy punch forward. Ah. What's the use of Xianqi without Xian skills? Do you think we are all trash in the body refining stage? Seeing that the fist was getting closer and closer, Tang Fei clenched his fist and threw it away. The other party slid to the ground. Tang Mingyuan stood up from the ground and patted his body. I'm so unlucky. I can't even survive one move. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that he made Tang Mingyuan bleed, Tang Fei just snorted and smiled proudly. However, when the blood fell into his palm, a fang-like precious weapon appeared in Tang Mingyuan's hand. Go to hell. Tang Fei saw a small needle flying over. He snorted, Brat, you want to sneak attack me? Aren't you too arrogant? Jiyu saw clearly that it was not a hidden weapon at all. All of a sudden, azure profound light flashed from the flying needle, and it abruptly transformed into a long sword. The long sword became even bigger than the warhound sword in Jiyu's hand. Tang Fei mobilized the Xianqi in his dantian and transferred it to his palm. He waved his hands and slapped the huge sword. Even with his Xianqi, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The surrounding stones flew out even more. Damn, Tang Mingyuan still has the strength to resist. Isn't this Tang family's top 10 a little too weak? Even Tang Mingyuan can give him a lesson. Tang Fei is just the 10th of the Tang family. What's so special about him? That's right. The words of others stopped in Tang Fei's ears. It was like 10,000 sharp blades stabbing into his heart. He gritted his teeth ferociously. Suddenly, his teeth became extremely sharp. How dare you, brat? You insult me too much. Suddenly, 2 of his teeth grew long, and a long tail grew out of his butt. A purple fierce leopard transformed into a Xian beast or a shield and covered his back. How dare you, he roared, how dare you? Damn you. The leopard let out an angry roar at Tang Mingyuan. I didn't expect someone to be able to cultivate the Xian beast skill to this level. He has already reached the realm of man-beast unity, right? Tang Fei grabbed at Tang Mingyuan's direction. Tang Mingyuan's hands formed sword fingers and waved heavily, sword, come. The huge sword that was originally inserted under the stone pillar shook violently and flew back in his direction. Tang Fei suddenly turned his head, insignificant skill. A purple light came out of his mouth and collided with the long sword. Xian skill, purple devil holy light. A shockwave hit the huge sword. The huge sword only made a light sound and flew to the side. The 2 Tang family disciples quickly dodged. The long sword was inserted into the stone pillar. That was close. This huge sword is powerful. I didn't expect Tang Fei's move to be even more powerful. The 2 of them sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Tang Mingyuan had been forced to a dead end. He mainly cultivated Xian strength as a sword cultivator. Without a sword, he had nothing. He had no choice but to release his Xian qi. However, under Tang Fei's claw, his Xian qi was broken. He screamed and fell heavily to the ground. It's over. This time. He curled up his body. He didn't have time to react. Tang Fei's speed was too fast. He could only reach out and block in front of him. In Tang Mingyuan's eyes, the whole world seemed to have darkened. This time, he was really going to die. There were definitely many people who had the same idea as him. Everyone said to themselves, it seems that today, even the youngest son of the Tang family head is going to die here. However, the Tang family head had 30 children. It was too easy for one or half of them to die. It's good that Tang Mingyuan died. It's just a competition, why do you have to kill me? Jiyu's words floated out of his mouth. Ding, the host used the 3000 cloud movement and gained 1 by 999 experience points. His figure was already in front of Tang Fei. Tang Fei thought, this guy is so fast, but so what? This guy dared to kill the young master of the Shi family in public. If this matter was known by the people of the Union of 10,000 Immortals, they would not have a good ending. Seeing that the claws were getting closer and closer, he made up his mind that it would be better to kill this person on the spot. This way, he could curry favor with the Shi family. Even if the family had pursued the matter of him killing Tang Mingyuan, he could still have a way out. You've been thinking for too long, haven't you? Tang Fei had only flown in the air for a few seconds, but Ji Yu dared to look down on him. Ji Yu suddenly grabbed his wrist, turned slightly, and threw him out. His attack had the strength of 10,000 kilograms, how could it be so easily broken? Tang Fei looked at Ji Yu deeply. He could not see how strong Ji Yu was. Ji Yu had not even used his Xian energy until now. How is this possible? Ji Yu did not intend to kill him. He merely tossed him away. So Tang Fei stepped on the stone pillar and landed on the ground. There were a total of 18 stone pillars in this square, and now there were only 17 left. He still had to rely on these stone pillars to be able to use his body movement. Tang Fei quickly mobilized his Xian energy. Brother Ji. No, you saved my life. From now on, you are my boss. Boss is above, please accept. Oh my, boss is here. Tang Mingyuan was also self-aware. He immediately stood up from the ground, took his shoes and ran to the side. Ji Yu said lightly, I really don't know what to do with you. Xian skill, purple demon holy light. A purple beam of light cut through the air and flew straight toward Ji Yu. Ji Yu kicked forward. With this kick, the flame in front of him was suddenly extinguished. The beam of light collided with a nearby rock. Accompanied by a loud bang, the stone exploded. Tang Fei thought to himself, could it be that long-range attacks have no effect on Ji Yu? If that was the case, he would have no choice but to use melee attacks. The purple light in his legs shone brightly, and his sharp claws pierced through his shoes. His 4 limbs had completely fused with the beast soul, and he began to fly, jumping continuously with the help of the surrounding stone pillars. Damn, isn't Tang Fei's move too powerful? To be able to force Tang Fei to this extent, this person is very strong. I wonder which sect's young master he is from, to have such strength. However, no matter how Tang Fei flew back and forth on the stone pillar, Ji Yu did not raise her head to look at him. He suddenly felt a raging fire in his heart. Preposterous. How dare you ignore me like this? You should pay the price. After shouting these words, he descended from the sky and directly stretched out his sharp claws, clawing at Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu did not move, but the warhound's greatsword in her hand was released in an instant. Another trashy greatsword, but in front of my speed, your greatsword cannot withstand a single blow. After shouting these words, his figure flashed, and his claws became incomparably sharp. It was as if as long as he clawed again, everything in the world would be turned into powder under his claws. The moment the leopard claw landed on Ji Yu's warhound's greatsword, he seemed to see a wolf's head roaring at him on the greatsword. Ding, host used Raging Inferno, obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Countless balls of fire also flew out of the giant dog's mouth. The sharp claws were instantly melted by the flames. He fell to the ground, and the leopard claw in his hand turned into powder. Tang Fei looked at the sharp claws in his hand in shock, and could not help but shed 2 drops of tears. That was the beast martial spirit that he had gone through many difficulties and obstacles to obtain, but it was actually so easily broken by someone. He did not know how many years it would take for him to cultivate that sharp claws. Although a profound cultivator, in the spirit profound realm, could live up to 500 years. But now, he had already lost a fifth of his life. He would forever be stuck in the spirit profound realm. Tang Fei forcibly choked out a ball of anger. His feet moved, and his hands were filled with profound strength. Go and die. His fist contained all the profound strength in his body, and it was also his last attack. After this attack, he would have no more profound strength in his body. Ji Yu's Raging Inferno just now had only used 20% of her strength. Otherwise, it would not have been difficult to directly take his life. But this time, Ji Yu did not stop. She only poured her profound strength into her fist. Similarly, she only used the profound strength of the spirit profound realm. Their fists heavily collided. Rumble, a loud sound rang out, and the stone tiles under their feet instantly exploded. What a powerful collision. This move, both of them used their own profound strength. Right, they did not use any profound skills at all. This is the most exciting battle between profound cultivators. The Tang family's disciples watched with relish. Everyone became nervous for the two of them. But Tang Fei's fist made a cracking sound, as if it was about to shatter. Tang Fei's body went soft, and he half knelt on the ground. His left hand was already crippled. Ji Yu indifferently said, "It's over, you lost." Tang Fei unwillingly closed his eyes. "That's right, I lost." Ji Yu threw a pill bottle to him. "I will not look down on you because your cultivation is lower than mine. Everyone has their own cultivation, so in the future, you have to treat others equally." After saying this, the person beside her stood up and said indifferently, "This young master, how should I address you?" Ji Yu reported her name. Tang Mingyuan said, "Senior brother, I will take my friend to see master first." But when he was leaving, Tang Mingyuan suddenly turned his head, pointed at his nose and said, "One day, I will personally defeat you." Tang Fei guiltily lowered his head. Ji Yu followed Tang Mingyuan into the side hall. An old man about 200 years old walked out. Although he was already 200 years old, he still looked like a middle-aged man. He saw Tang Mingyuan and frowned. "Who are you? How dare you enter our Tang family's main hall?" Tang Mingyuan helplessly smiled bitterly. He had not seen this old man for a few years, but this old man actually did not recognize him. Tang Mingyuan directly knelt on the ground. "Your son, Tang Mingyuan, greets father." The old man suddenly realized. "Oh, it's Yuan. Get up. I didn't expect you to grow so big in just a few years of seclusion." He walked to Ji Yu and stroked his beard. He said to Ji Yu, "Which one of my children are you?" Ji Yu and Tang Mingyuan were just about to speak, but the old man waved his hand. Don't talk. Let me guess. You're so handsome. Are you 19? Ji Yu coughed. "No, you're so young and handsome." "Oh. 23, is that you? Father misses you so much." As he spoke, the old man wanted to hug Ji Yu with tears in his eyes. Tang Mingyuan awkwardly pulled the old man away and helplessly said with a wry smile, "Father, this is my friend." "Oh. I'm so sorry. I'm so old that sometimes I can't recognize people. Come, let me give you a gift." The old man took out a stone from his storage ring. The stone shone brightly. Unexpectedly, the old man took out a high-grade dark stone right off the bat. He said lightly, "How long do you two plan to stay here?" Tang Mingyuan said directly, "Father, this brother is here to find the land of extreme cold. Have you heard of it?" The old man fell into deep thought. The land of extreme cold? I remember. In Tianyuan City, there is a place called the Wind Academy. There may be records in the library there. You can go there and look it up. Ji Yu stood up and cupped his hands. "Thank you, sir." "You're welcome. Why don't you stay tonight and have a meal? We can continue tomorrow." Since there was food, Ji Yu planned to go back and call Xiaogu. This girl must be bored because there were no good restaurants on the road in the past half a month. Tang Mingyuan saw through Ji Yu's thoughts. "Brother Ji, it's still early. Why don't you walk around the city? There are many good places in Tianyuan City." Ji Yu smiled faintly. "Sure." After saying this, Ji Yu stood up and the 10 of them stormed into the room. Tang Fei was at the back of the group. "Big brother, don't go. That Ji Yu is really powerful. I don't think you can beat him." The person at the very front said disdainfully, "That's because your cultivation is low. If he was in my hands, he would just be a dish." As soon as they stepped into the main hall, the 10 of them bowed to the old man at the same time, "Greetings, father." After that, the leader looked at Ji Yu and Ji Yu looked in his direction. She could only see that he had a large physique and there was a faint trace of powerful Xian energy in his aura. There was also a faint demonic aura. He should also be a beast profound practitioner. "My name is Tang Da, nice to meet you, young master Ji Yu." There were only 3 people in the main hall. Apart from her father and Tang Mingyuan, this young man was the only one left. Although it was indeed inconceivable that Ji Yu could win against her 10th brother at her age. But after looking at Ji Yu a few more times, they all took a deep breath. If this child was allowed to develop, how strong would he become? Ji Yu took a step forward and said faintly, "Greetings, young master Tang." After saying this, Tang Da said, "Ji Gongzi, I heard that you are very powerful. It just so happens that I am also very bored. I wonder if I can exchange pointers with you. Tang Mingyuan stepped forward. Big brother, what are you doing? He's my friend. Tang De glanced at Tang Mingyuan, his eyes full of suspicion. Who are you? Tang Mingyuan felt as if a flock of crows flew over his head. If he wasn't wearing the Tang family's clothes, Tang De probably wouldn't recognize him or Jiyu as Jiyu. When he thought of this, his expression became extremely unsightly. He said faintly, Big brother, it's me. How can you forget your smart, cute, and heroic 13th brother? Tang De patted his head and laughed. It's all my fault. I usually don't care enough for my younger brother. When I have time, I will teach you martial arts. He patted Tang Mingyuan on the shoulder. Jiyu glanced at the people behind him. They must have the same idea as Big Brother Tang, right? Tang De smiled awkwardly. Well, they all heard that you defeated our 10th brother. They are also very curious about you, so they came together to find out. If you don't mind, young master, let's play together. Jiyu smiled faintly. But I have something to do later. Why don't we fight together? The corner of Tang Da's mouth kept twitching. This guy really looked down on the Tang family too much. He actually dared to say such a thing. Tang Da said seriously, if young master thinks it's unfair, the Tang family has pills to restore Xian energy. We can provide you with unlimited amounts of Xian energy. But young master, please don't say such things again. Jiyu smiled. Young master Tang misunderstood. We are not at the same level. I don't want to hurt you. This sentence was like a continuous slap to his face. Tang Da was very angry when he heard it. Boy, if that's the case, don't blame us for not showing mercy later. Tang Shi sighed in exasperation. However, he wasn't willing to fight Jiyu again. Jiyu and the 9 people came to the courtyard outside the main hall. This big family was worthy of being called a big family. There was actually a huge ring outside the main hall. They stood on the ring. At the same time, they cupped their hands to Jiyu and said, Young master, please enlighten us. The 10 people moved at the same time. At the same time, a little girl walked out. Old man Tang recognized the little girl at a glance. Little 29, why are you here? The little girl pouted and said, Father, I've said many times. I'm not 29, I'm Tangya. You can just call me Xiaoya. Ha ha ha. Old man Tang patted the little girl's head. Tangya shook her hand, but she did look like she was enjoying it. Father, I've told you many times not to carelessly pat my head. I won't grow tall. You're my girl. This old man can touch you if he wants. Father, you only know how to bully me. What are brother and the others doing? Your brother and your younger brother's friend are fighting. Why don't you go take a look? Tangya walked to the side of the ring with great interest. She watched and saw Jiyu's face. My God, how can there be such a good-looking man in this world? Tangya grew up in this family since she was young. The men she saw were all big and burly. When had she ever seen Jiyu like this? The 9 members of the Tang family looked at each other. Go. Everyone was prepared. They had heard from Tangshi that Jiyu's body was extremely strong. Therefore, no one intended to hold back. They flew up at the same time. 4 of them were Xian beasts. The first to fly up was Tang Lu, who used a snake-type Xian beast as his beast soul. His body instantly turned into a long snake. It seems that the Tang family had a thorough understanding of Xian beasts. Relying on this skill, they had a powerful strength. Tang Six's heavy fist came down. Jiyu took a step forward. The warhound sword in her hand was like a long snake, coiling around Tang Lu's body. Tang Lu's eyes widened, as if he could not believe the scene in front of him. He immediately flew up and said to Jiyu indifferently, Young master is really strong. However, young master no longer has his own treasure weapon. What can you do to me? After saying this, Tang Da had already arrived in front of Jiyu. Bear slap. That move seemed to contain all of Tang Da's strength. Jiyu knew very well that Tang Da already knew where his strength lay, so he did not hold back at all. He jumped straight up. She stood on his shoulder and frowned. The bear slap landed on the ground and the entire arena sank into a large crater. Jiyu exerted force in his legs and Tangda instantly felt a tremendous force pressing down on his shoulders. Even though Jiyu possessed the soul of the black bear beast, he was still unable to withstand it. Even though he was a Xian beast soul, he did not have any strength to resist and sank into the ground. Jiyu flew up. The rest of the people used their own Xian skills. Various Xian skills of different colors rushed up. Brother 30's friend, do your best. While Xianxia was cheering for Jiyu, the remaining 8 people began to guess. Could it be that their younger sister had taken a fancy to this kid? However, they had already used all their strength and there was no way they could stop now. Otherwise, they would also suffer a huge backlash. They had no choice but to reduce the continuous output of their profound energy. However, all of them charged forward. Although the mystical skill would affect the surroundings, Jiyu jumped up. Just as Tangda stood up, Jiyu cursed in her heart. If she dodged their attack, then with Tangda's strength, there was absolutely no way he could dodge this attack. Xianxia also saw this scene. The people around her also raised their hands in surprise and widened their eyes. Big brother, run! Everyone shouted in unison. A whirlwind appeared on Jiyu's fingertips. Fierce wind blade. Ding, the host has used wind blade, obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Although the surrounding wind blades weren't very aggressive, Jiyu's hurricane was strong enough to blow the Tang brothers away. Other than Tangda, the rest of the people from the Tang family were all sent flying off the stage. Even Xianxia was affected by the wind and was also sent flying. Jiyu saw that the girl was only around 16 years old. How strong could her Xian strength be? She quickly moved. Ding, the host has used Dark Forest, obtained 1 by 999 experience points. He flew to the front of the girl and directly carried her in his arms. The two of them looked at each other in the air. Under the influence of the wind, the surrounding leaves fell like a beautiful picture. Under Jiyu's protection, the two of them landed on the ground at the same time. Xianxia was still lying down in Jiyu's arms. Jiyu pulled her up and said lightly, "Are you okay?" Jiyu asked with concern. Xianxia only felt warm in her heart when she heard this. It seemed that she didn't make the wrong choice. This brother was really powerful. Tangda and the other young masters of the Tang family smiled bitterly. It seemed that a grown girl really couldn't be kept at home. They looked at each other and burst out laughing. Tangda walked up to Jiyu very seriously and said respectfully, "Thank you, young master, for saving my life." Tangshur didn't understand and asked Jiyu, Big brother Ji is really powerful, but why are you so polite to him?" Tangda said disdainfully, "You don't understand, right? That move earlier, young Master Jiyu clearly could have dodged it, but young Master Jiyu did use a profound skill to push us off the stage. Although I am the only one standing on the stage in the end, I admit defeat for this match." After saying this, the crowd finally realized what was going on. He stepped forward and told Jiyu, "Thank you, young noble Jiyu, for saving our big brother." Under their respectful attitude, Jiyu said indifferently, "No need to be so polite. Can you prepare more for tonight's meal?" Everyone looked at each other. Could it be that this young master had a big appetite? Most profound practitioners are body cultivators, so it's normal for them to use up a lot of energy. "Tonight, we'll definitely drink with you." Jiyu said indifferently, "That's not it. It's just that one of my wives has a big appetite, especially meat." Xianxia was slightly stunned. He already had a wife. After Jiyu left, before she could react, her brothers walked up and said to their little sister, "Either you forget about him, or you can only obediently accept the fact that he has a wife." Xianxia sighed. She looked at Jiyu's departing figure. Jiyu returned to the inn and picked up Xiaogu. After whispering a few words to Xiaogu immediately became excited. They walked to the middle of the street and saw that there were countless stores selling things on the street. In one of the largest clothing stores, countless people rushed in. One of them said, someone's coming. It's a wide-sleeved flowing dress. Don't miss it." Other than eating, what Xiaogu liked the most was this set of clothes. She pulled on Jiyu's hand and said, Big brother, let's go in and take a look." Jiyu was also willing to bring her to see the world. He brought Xiaogu into the store and said indifferently, "If you like anything, go take a look." Xiaogu immediately took a fancy to the wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress that was currently being auctioned. She pointed at the yellow robe and said, "Big brother, I want that." Jiyu smiled and said, "Okay." Just as the two of them were about to enter the auction floor, two servants suddenly walked up. They extended their hands and stopped Jiyu and Xiaogu. They said with disdain, "Where is this place?" "Go, go, go. Our place is a high-class marketplace. If you're not a VIP, don't even think of entering." Jiyu asked, "Then how can I become a VIP?" Hearing Jiyu's question, one of the manservants said, "That's simple. You just need to apply for our high-class membership. However, this requires 10 low-grade magnetite. It's not something that an ordinary person can take out." "I see." Jiyu took out a bag and threw it into the other party's hand. The other party opened the bag and saw that there were exactly 10 low-grade magnetite inside. This was something that only mystic cultivators would possess. If an ordinary person wanted to obtain it, they would have to use 100,000 gold coins to exchange for one. If one wanted to exchange for mid-grade magnetite, they would have to take out 100,000 low-grade magnetite. This price was truly hard to imagine. "Esteemed guests, please come in." The two manservants seemed to have changed into another person as they happily welcomed Jiyu and Xiaogu in. They even arranged a good seat for the two of them. After a short while, two more young girls came up with trays filled with food. One of them shouted loudly, "All right, we'll start the auction for the wide-sleeved fairy dress now. The first bid is 100,000 low-grade magnetite." A fellow who looked like a noble young master stood up. 500,000 low-grade magnetite. "All right. This young master has bid 500,000. Who else wants to bid?" Jiyu raised her hand and said indifferently, 1 million magnetite. "What?" Everyone's gazes were cast to Jiyu's side. Beside the noble young master, there was a beautiful young girl. Although her appearance could not compare to Xiaogu's, her breasts were about to burst the long dress on her. Everyone present swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, this was not the most difficult part to accept. Especially when the girl started to twist her body, her twin peaks swayed continuously. Every man present, except for Jiyu, was dumbfounded by this scene. "Young master, I want that dress. Don't you want me to wear that dress at night?" Then, she whispered a few words into the noble young master's ear. How could the noble young master endure it? He said, 1 million profound stones. Everyone burst into laughter. 1 million profound stones. That young master has already made a bid. Here. I'm not done yet. I'm offering 1 million mid-grade magnetite. After they finished speaking, Jiyu said, "Then I'll also bid 1 million magnetite." Emofe, emofe. Everyone present started to tremble. Could it be that Jiyu was talking about the upper-grade magnetite, a total of 1 million high-grade profound stones, just to buy this small wide-sleeved fairy dress? Wasn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Everyone was astonished. At this moment, Jiyu spoke again, naturally, it's high-grade magnetite. What a joke, just Jiyu alone in the 7 great empires, who knows how many mineral veins there are. After hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That big-breasted beauty was still twisting her body. "Are you not going to buy it for me?" "Well, it's 1 million high-grade magnetite. This was 3/5 of his family's property. How could he continue to bid like this? But if he didn't bid now, this treasure would fall into someone else's hands." He rolled his eyes. "I'm Wang Xiong. I wonder if there's anyone in this sky border city who doesn't know me." After hearing this, everyone looked over and said indifferently, "I'm offering 1,500,000 high-grade magnetite. But if he wants to bid, he must provide evidence to prove that he has the ability to bid. This young master is so unfamiliar. I'm afraid he's not from our sky border city." "That's right. Let him provide evidence. If he gets the dress and can't afford it, what should we do?" Everyone was talking at once. The auctioneer also felt that it was very reasonable, so he said, "Sorry, young master, we have to verify." "No need." Jiyu smiled faintly. Pushing up the price and then retreating? Jiyu didn't care about such tactics at all. He took out a bag and threw it out. The bag appeared in the auctioneer's hand. He opened the bag and looked inside. His divine sense entered the bag and saw 3 million high-grade magnetite. He returned to himself and said indifferently, I've seen this young master's ability. He does have the ability to bid. Impossible. How can such a small bag contain millions of magnetite? That's right. Isn't this bag too small? Everyone started to talk at once. At this moment, he said, How dare you? This is the Myriad Immortals auction house. How dare you not believe what I said? His voice was laced with profound energy. Suddenly, his figure spread throughout the entire auction house. He said indifferently, How much do you want to bid, young master? Yu directly raised 2 fingers. 2 million high-grade magnetite. After shouting this, they looked at each other. The young master was so angry that he couldn't speak. He pointed at Yu and said, You. After shouting you 3 times, Yu said indifferently, How about it? Are you still bidding? The beautiful young lady beside the young master snorted. You're still not bidding? Bid. Do you know what 2 million high-grade spirit stones mean? It can directly make an ordinary aristocratic family become a first-rate aristocratic family. After snorting coldly, he shook off the young lady beside him. Bitch, are you worth that much? After shouting this, Yu turned around. In this case, that piece of clothing is mine, right? The auctioneer nodded. However, Yu pointed with his finger. Instantly, that piece of clothing appeared on Xiaogu's body. The auctioneer sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiyu's technique was simply inconceivable. How could he be so powerful? Their venue was protected by a formation. Even if you were a spirit profound realm expert, it was impossible for you to take anything away from here. But Jiyu, who was in front of him, merely pointed a finger. The clothes were snatched away by him. After Xiaogu's clothes changed into the wide-sleeved flowing dress, her entire appearance changed. She happily said to Jiyu, Brother, do you think I look good? Jiyu patted Xiaogu's head. Our Xiaogu is the cutest. Xiaogu chuckled and spun in a circle. Jiyu brought her back to the Tang family. When the brothers of the Tang family saw how beautiful the girl behind Jiyu was, they all praised her. They all praised Jiyu for being a lucky girl. Jiyu laughed heartily. The head of the Tang family ordered a table full of exquisite dishes. Everyone leaned over the table and started to eat. In the blink of an eye, all the chicken legs were eaten clean. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched Xiaogu gobble down one drumstick after another. Tangya looked at Xiaogu. She didn't look like a lady from a noble family at all. If Brother Jiyu liked someone, he should like her. At this moment, Tangya picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and sat beside Jiyu. Brother Ji, you must be tired from fighting with my brothers this afternoon. Eat something to nourish your body. Jiyu nodded and took a bite of the sweet and sour pork. The brothers of the Tang family all watched this scene. How could their sister, who was usually so domineering, have such a gentle side? In an instant, their envy of Jiyu reached the peak. Jiyu said indifferently, Thank you, Sister Ya. Just as the Tang family was eating, a few servants suddenly walked in. They cupped their hands and said to the person in the middle, reporting to the head of the family, There are many people from the Su family outside. They want you to hand Tang Mingyuan over. After saying this, everyone came forward one after another, each of them holding a long saber in their hands. The person in the lead was an old man who was more than 200 years old. He shouted angrily, Tang, come out. Your Tang family is so capable. You killed my precious grandson and even dealt with the head elder of the Tang family. After shouting this sentence, several people ran out in front of him. They all pulled out a long sword from their arms. The secret guardians of the Tang family were also prepared. Tang walked out with his many sons. What's wrong? The Shi family can't control their own son, and now they want to find trouble with other families? Hearing this, he was furious and snorted at Jiyu, Brat, I think you're courting death. Elder Shirley limped forward and whispered a few words into the ears of the man beside him. What? Brat, are you the one who killed my grandson? Tang said, Old Shir, I think you're ignoring my existence, right? Humph, I'm already an expert at the second level of the human profound realm. You, who just stepped into the human profound realm, want to be my enemy? Everyone from the Tang family was shocked. When did Shi Guanhai advance to such a level? The more they thought about it, the more they panicked. The second level of the human profound realm. Since he entered the human profound realm, the first level is a new world. Now that he has entered the second level of the human profound realm, even old Master Tang is not his opponent. Hearing this, he snorted coldly, "You're boasting shamelessly." After roaring, the Xian energy in his body surged. "Old Shi, prepare to die." In an instant, old Master Tang's Xian energy had reached the second level of the human profound realm. He was covered with a small layer of Xian energy, and in the blink of an eye, he flew over. Old Master Shi was not willing to be outdone. Only Jiyu knew that these two people were still testing each other's strength. Two fists collided. Several rockery in the Tang family were shattered by the Xian energy. It was accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. A loud rumbling sound came from the rockery, and it collapsed one after another. The two of them withdrew their bodies and stood at opposite ends, looking at each other. "Old Master Tang, I didn't expect you to be so strong." "Old Shi, it's been so many years. You've been allowed to improve, but I can't." After saying this, the two of them charged at each other again. After another fist collision, old Master Shi realized that Tang's strength was weaker than his. The Xian energy in his body suddenly turned into a blue bird. Xian skill, snatch. After roaring this, the blue bird in old Master Shi's hand suddenly flew out and continuously sucked the Xian energy in his opponent's body. Seeing this scene, Tang looked at the blue bird in the air. Xian skill, blazing flame flying blade. The Xian energy in his hand turned into a long saber, and he lightly pointed at the blue bird. In an instant, the long saber arrived in front of the blue bird. Old Master Shi snorted and said indifferently, "You think you can do it?" After he shouted those words, he waved his two fingers. Immediately, a burst of profound force erupted from the cyan bird. The cyan bird opened its mouth slightly. In an instant, the profound force continuously merged into the cyan bird's body. Old Master Tang's Xian skill actually disappeared in an instant. Old Master Shi laughed, "You didn't expect this, did you?" "Old Master Tang, I practiced this move bitterly in order to deal with your Tang family's blazing flame flying blade. My snatch is invincible in defense." After saying this, he smiled faintly. At the same time, he waved his other hand slightly. A long snake formed by Xian energy continuously slithered on the ground. It suddenly flew up, opened its bloody mouth, and bit heavily on Tang's arm. Tang didn't have time to react at all. After being bitten, his face immediately turned green and black. It was obvious that he had been poisoned. Two streams of blood flowed down from the corners of his mouth. Jiyu said indifferently, "You actually used poison? Kid, it's your turn next." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu flew forward in the blink of an eye. She pulled out the long sword at her waist and heavily chopped down on the long snake. Along with a snapping sound, the long snake formed by Xian energy made a snapping sound. The long snake turned into a green mist. Old Master Shi looked in the direction of Jiyu and said indifferently, "I didn't expect you to have some ability. You were actually able to cut down a second-stage human profound realm Xian energy long snake." Jiyu said indifferently, "Thank you, Master Tang, for helping me. However, the poison in your body must be nursed back to health." She threw the medicine bottle in her storage ring into Master Tang's hand. At this moment, Master Tang's heart was being attacked by the poison. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing. All the sons of the Tang family held weapons in their hands and blocked in front of him. "Brat, you are the culprit who killed my precious grandson. I must kill you first." After shouting this sentence, his figure flashed as he covered his palms with Xian energy and waved them in the direction of Jiyu. Ding, the host used the 3000 cloud movement. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu disappeared from her original spot. A moment later, she appeared behind the old man from the Shi clan. She took out the warhound great sword in her hand and chopped down heavily. The old man from the Shi clan turned around. His hands were like eagle claws as he grabbed towards Jiyu. Brat, a life for a life, a debt for a debt. You can be on your way. Jiyu's sword chopped down. The old man from the Shi clan did not expect that Jiyu would dare to use this move of exchanging a life for a life. He suddenly retracted his hands and blocked in front of his body. He grabbed the giant sword with one hand. The great sword fell and made a clanking sound. He said indifferently, "Brat, you are really capable." He did not expect that the Xian energy in his body would emit a huge Xian light. The old man from the Shi clan's forehead was filled with sweat as he pointed his fingers. Suddenly, the green bird in the sky flew towards Jiyu. Xian skill, wind-splitting blade. Jiyu knew that if she did not use a Xian skill, she would not be able to defeat this old man. After using a Xian skill, her strength of the first level of the human profound realm could not be concealed. But she already knew that battle strength and cultivation were two completely different things. After breaking through to the spirit profound realm, unless there was a huge difference in strength, the Xian energy in one's body would be the main factor. Heavy Xian energy gathered in her hands. The moment the wind-splitting blade appeared, the old man from the Shi clan suddenly laughed out loud. Didn't you see the miserable state that old man from the Tang clan was in just now? My devouring skill is invincible in defense. No matter how much Xian energy you have, it will become my strength. After shouting this sentence, the blue bird in the air let out a loud roar. It was continuously devouring the Xian energy of the wind-splitting blade in the sky. Haha, old man, you've been fooled. After saying this, the blue bird in the sky suddenly let out a long cry. The green bird circled in the air. It flew in the direction of Jiyu. However, the reason why Jiyu chose the Ardent Wind Blade was because the attack range of the Ardent Wind Blade was really huge. A strong wind blew continuously in this piece of land. The wind was so strong that it was like a scorching blade. The green bird was devouring the profound energy in the scorching wind blade. Just at this moment, the wind in the air blew in all directions. At this moment, those sharp blades blew in the direction of the old man from the Shi clan. Those sharp blades scraped against the old man from the Shi clan. The sharp blades kept scraping against his body. Bloody wounds continued to appear on his body. Blood continued to flow. Seeing this scene, the old man from the Shi clan gasped. He didn't expect Jiyu to be so powerful. Oh my god, isn't this the human profound realm? I'm afraid that this fierce wind blade has already reached the heaven rank, right? The group of people from the Tang clan cried out loudly. It seemed that it wasn't a loss for them to lose to Jiyu. After shouting this, Jiyu flew forward with two swords in his hands. The warhound's greatsword suddenly appeared in Jiyu's hands as he heavily slashed down. The old man from the Shi clan couldn't dodge and could only use the iron eagle claw in his hand to block in front of him. This sword fell heavily, and only a loud cracking sound was heard. The old man's arm fell to the ground. The two of them took a step back and the other said, "Ah. My arm. Old ancestor." The people from the Shi clan were gnashing their teeth at this moment. They all wanted to fight to the death with Jiyu. After shouting this sentence, they all walked forward. Elder Shi raised his hand and said indifferently, "Wait. What's wrong, Elder Shi?" A trace of doubt appeared on their faces. The old man from the Shi clan said helplessly, "We are not his match at all. Even if we fight to the death, we can only sigh." He saw the situation very clearly. Shirley asked, "Old ancestor, could it be that we're just going to let this matter go?" After hearing this sentence, the old man from the Shi clan sighed. The old ancestor of the Shi family also sighed and faintly said, "Alas, forget it. Since we don't have a grandson, let him give birth to another one. Boy, although you are very strong, the union of 10,000 immortals is not to be trifled with. You just have to wait for them to come." This old man who had lived for 200 years was really shrewd. After saying this, he waved his hand and turned to leave. After he left the Tang clan, Tang opened his eyes and sighed, "I didn't expect you to offend the union of 10,000 immortals. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." After saying this, Jiyu smiled faintly, "It's just the union of 10,000 immortals. I don't like it." Boy, what a big tone. Our Tang clan really didn't choose the wrong friend. How about this, aren't you looking for an extremely cold place? Anyway, you're going to the heavenly border city. Why don't you bring my useless son with you? He can help you at least. Soon, Jiyu knew how Tang Mingyuan could help her. He had a small bag in his hand. That small bag could lead directly to the Tang clan's warehouse, and he could get as many spirit stones as he wanted. This prodigal son directly bought a fleet of carriages, with chefs, maids, and so on, just to serve the three of them. Jiyu couldn't help but feel that rich people were really amazing. However, if Tang Mingyuan knew that the wide-sleeved fairy dress on Xiaogu was bought by Jiyu for 2 million high-grade spirit stones, he would probably vomit blood with envy. He calculated in his heart. Jiyu left the mansion, and the fleet was gradually approaching the heavenly border city. Suddenly, several young people fell from the sky. They seemed to be students of a certain sect. I didn't expect that the mortal world has developed to this extent. Of course, our heavenly gold sect cultivates in the deep mountains and has little contact with the mortal world. Naturally, we don't know the changes in the world. The 5 people were 3 men and 2 women. The man in the lead was particularly enthusiastic about a junior sister. Junior sister, why are you sweating? Come and wipe it. Senior brother, I'm tired. Although I know I shouldn't say this, I really want to sit in the carriage. Haha, okay, junior sister, wait a moment. He looked around and set his eyes on Jiyu and the others. He waved his long robe and elegantly walked to the front of Jiyu and the others' carriage. That person cupped his hands and said, "Young master, I'm Niao Peng. Greetings to the owner of the carriage." Tang Mingyuan opened the curtain of the carriage and asked with a yawn, "What's wrong?" Niao Peng said, "I'm the first disciple of the longevity hall under the Jincheng school. My fellow disciples are here to rent your carriage. How much do you think it is?" Tang Mingyuan said with disdain, "What Jincheng school? I've never heard of it. Get lost." Niao Peng had never been humiliated like this before. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said heavily, "Our Jincheng school is a Xian sect that has been passed down since ancient times. How can we allow you to humiliate us like this?" After saying that, Jiyu suddenly stood up and said faintly, "Brother, my friend spoke rudely just now. It's not appropriate, but we don't want to rent a carriage. You can't block our way in front of us." After saying this, Niao Peng's expression became even more unsightly. However, when he looked in Jiyu's direction, Tang Mingyuan said, Niao Peng said indifferently, "Kid, you've gone too far. Take my sword." After saying that, he flew up and arrived in front of Jiyu. He stabbed down with his sword, and Jiyu grabbed Tang Mingyuan and Xiaogu with a single move. He flew up and landed behind the carriage. He said indifferently, "Brother, it's not right to fight just because of a disagreement, right?" After hearing Jiyu's words, Niao Peng smiled slightly, "We Xian cultivators have a high status. So what if I teach you a lesson?" After saying this, he waved his hand. The people behind him lowered their heads and started to discuss. "What's wrong? Look, senior brother is fighting with someone. Let's go help." They all gathered together, and Xianxia's profound energy suddenly erupted at this moment. They raised their palms. They all rushed towards Jiyu and in the blink of an eye, they waved the profound energy in their hands towards Jiyu. Jiyu raised her hand and slapped the other party's palm away. Niao Peng's junior brothers had never expected that Jiyu would actually be able to break through their profound skill with a single slap. The remaining few people raised the artifacts in their hands. He aimed at Jiyu, who was in front of him, and disappeared from where he was in the blink of an eye. In the next second, he appeared in front of Jiyu and stabbed him with his sword. Jiyu grabbed each of them with one hand and flung them in another direction. All of them were lying on the ground, and only the 2 female profound practitioners hadn't moved at all. Both of them blushed and retreated in front of Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "This brother, it seems that your Jinqing lineage isn't that capable." After saying this, the 2 beside her were furious. Niao Peng was even more furious and said to Jiyu, "Kid, you're courting death." He disappeared from his original spot and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiyu and stabbed his sword. Jiyu merely raised his hand and used 2 fingers to clamp down on the long sword in front of him. With a gentle twist of his fingers, the grade 3 treasure weapon suddenly broke apart. "What, this is the artifact that my master passed down to me?" Jiyu smiled and said to Niu Peng, your master doesn't seem to value you. It's just a third-grade artifact. What? You actually dare to humiliate me? Jiyu smiled, and in the blink of an eye, the giant sword of the warhounds appeared in her hand. It's actually a 7th-grade artifact. His eyes were filled with shock. Not only was Jiyu's strength far superior to his, even the artifact on her was much better than his. It seemed that their golden city gate was indeed too far apart from this world. Niu Peng didn't have any intention of resisting and immediately stopped. She cupped her hands and said, I was wrong. After saying this, Jiyu smiled and said, it's good that you know you were wrong. We'll take our leave first. He glanced at Xiaogu and Tang Mingyuan before the three of them returned to the carriage. The carriage swayed as it entered Heavenly Border City. Not long after they left, a middle-aged man in a cyan robe appeared in the blink of an eye. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he had lived for 400 years and was a profound practitioner in the middle of the 3rd level of the human profound realm. He looked at his 5 disciples who looked like frosted eggplants standing in front of a tree. He frowned and said, what happened to the 5 of you? Niu Peng stood up and cupped her hands and said, we just met a young man who was actually above the 8th level of the spirit profound realm. Moreover, the artifact on him was also a 7th-grade artifact. What? A 7th-grade artifact? Even though profounders shouldn't be greedy, a grade 7 treasured artifact was truly too attractive. Especially for peerless experts like them, if they were able to obtain a grade 7 treasured artifact, then they would be able to change many things. Especially when he was only a small hall master. Above him were the protectors, elders, and finally the sect master. Thinking of this, he said, where did they go? They walked into Heavenly Border City. Good. It seemed that he already had the idea of killing them and stealing their artifacts. Jiyu didn't know about this. After they entered Heavenly Border City, they found someone to ask. Looking for clues wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Jiyu said, why don't we find a place to stay first? An old man said, if you want to buy a house, there's a manor in the western suburbs that can accommodate 30 people. However, I heard that place is haunted. Haunted? In the world of profound practitioners, there was actually such a thing as being haunted. Jiyu suddenly had a trace of interest and said to him, I don't know where that place is. Please lead the way. It just so happened that they had 30 people. It would be best if they could find a place to stay. When they arrived in front of the manor's master walked out with dark eyes. Jiyu went forward and bowed, I wonder if Mr. is the master of this manor? The master was slightly stunned and said politely, yes. Jiyu nodded in satisfaction and asked, if that's the case, can we buy your manor? The owner's heart was immediately filled with joy. Great! The owner couldn't sleep well because of the haunted house. However, this matter had become famous, so no one in Tianjing City came forward to buy it, no matter how many people there were. Seeing this scene, Jiyu stepped forward, cupped her hands, and said lightly, how much do you think is appropriate? The owner pinched his face. After confirming that he wasn't asleep, he said in surprise, then, young master, there is one thing, I don't know if I should say it. I also know that after this matter is told, the price of my manor will be lowered by you, or because of this, you won't buy it. However, there is a female ghost in the manor, and she is very scary. Jiyu said with a faint smile, I'm not afraid of ghosts. Just name the price. The owner thought for a moment. Since Jiyu wasn't afraid at all, he wouldn't be polite. Then 100,000 gold coins. What do you think, young master? Jiyu thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. After saying this, Jiyu directly took out a bag from her arms. There were indeed 100,000 gold coins in the bag. After getting the 100,000 gold coins, the owner looked at the mysterious bag and realized that Jiyu was such a powerful existence. After thinking of this, he took a step forward. Wait. At this time, 3 groups of people wearing different clothes and colors came over. Aren't they the leaders of the 3 major gangs, Master Long, Master Hu, and Wu Chang? Greetings, lords. They waved their hands. The one called Master Long said, I'm not a lord. Who doesn't know that Master Long is in Tianjing City? Even the city lord has to give him face. After hearing this, everyone agreed. At this time, one of them stepped forward and said to Jiyu in front of him, "Boy, our boss has taken a fancy to this place. Hurry up and leave. I've already offered to buy this place. How can I give up now?" After Jiyu said this, the owner also felt that what Jiyu said made sense. However, in this world, the fist was bigger. "Who asked you to be so weak?" he said. "Boy, are you going to go against our three major gangs?" Jiyu smiled faintly. "You're being unreasonable. Then let's go against each other." The owner walked forward in fear and pulled Jiyu's sleeve. "Young master, you can't. They are all Xian cultivators, and even the city lord has to give them face." Jiyu smiled faintly. "Thank you, sir." After saying this, a thunderbolt suddenly sounded in the sky. They raised their hands and faced Jiyu, who was standing in front of them, and said, "Kill." After shouting the word "kill," the dragon gang member was the first to move. He charged in Jiyu's direction. A precious weapon suddenly appeared in his hand and he swung his sword heavily, piercing towards Jiyu's direction. Jiyu's figure flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, she floated in the air. Ding, the host used the fierce wind blade. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. After the sound was heard, the fierce wind blade blew over in an instant. A strong wind blew, and the hurricane blew. Although the dragon gang members were all Xian cultivators, they were all Xian cultivators. But when the evil wind blew, there were many wounds on their bodies. There were many cuts on his body, and some of them were even slightly weaker. They fell into a pool of blood one after another. The first person to stand in front of Jiyu raised his hand, and the sword in his hand instantly appeared in it. Master Long said slowly, "Brother, you have some strength, but I am an expert in the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm." Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Tang Mingyuan laughed out loud. He rolled on the ground and kept hitting the ground. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Go." As soon as the word came out of his mouth, everyone instantly charged in Jiyu's direction. He said indifferently, "Kid, watch my sword." The Long family members instantly disappeared from the ground and appeared in front of Jiyu in the next moment. Jiyu swung her sword heavily. The two swords collided, and the two people retreated respectively. Jiyu swung the Warhound's giant sword. In the blink of an eye, her sword contained the power of raging flames. Ding, the host used Raging Flames Burning City. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. The raging flames attached to the Warhound's giant sword. When the sword swung down, it landed heavily on the opponent's body. At this moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body softened and fell to the ground. Jiyu took a step back and said indifferently, "Still want to go?" The strength that Jiyu displayed was God knows how many times higher than the people from these three sections. They looked at each other and helped each other up. "Not going, not going." Jiyu said indifferently, "Scram." After saying this, they ran out of the room. The master saw that although Jiyu was strong, Jiyu was not as strong as he was. He took out a bag from his bosom and handed it to Jiyu. They cupped their hands and said, "Sorry, young master, it's better if we don't interact in the future." Jiyu smiled faintly, "I know what you are afraid of. Then, let's say goodbye here." The masters all sat in their carriages and fled in panic. Jiyu looked at the residents in front of her and said indifferently, "Let's go in." The maids and servants that Tang Mingyuan bought carried all the things into the mansion. These servants didn't dare to live in the 6 courtyards in front of them, but behind the 6 courtyards, there were dozens of small houses where the servants lived. However, they were also afraid of ghosts. They looked at each other. One of them walked out and said, "What should we do now? But I think that our young master's friend is very strong. Even if there is a female ghost, she will not be his match." Time slowly passed. After eating dinner, Jiyu and Xiaogu returned to the room. Jiyu was about to meditate and cultivate when Xiaogu suddenly grabbed his hand. There were some things that one would want to taste again after tasting the forbidden fruit. She pulled Jiyu's hand and walked to the bedside. Jiyu took off his clothes. Just as the two were about to move to the next step, suddenly, in the night sky, there were bursts of lightning, followed by heavy rain. The sound of sobbing could be heard in the small courtyard. Everyone hid under the blankets and shivered. Jiyu stood up and yawned. He sensed what happened just now and walked out of this small courtyard. He saw a clap of thunder in the sky. Jiyu's mental strength radiated to the entire manor in an instant. A cloud of black fog was in the direction of the kitchen. Jiyu's figure flashed. Ding, the host used the 3000 cloud movement and gained 1 by 999 experience points. He came to the kitchen and kicked the door open. Who are you? How dare you make trouble in my manor? The cloud of black fog gradually took shape, and a woman in a black robe appeared in front of Jiyu. Are you that female ghost? The female ghost looked in the direction of Jiyu with disheveled eyes. He said lightly, if you don't speak, I won't be polite anymore. Hearing Jiyu's words, the female ghost turned into a cloud of black fog again and flew directly in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu saw the cloud of black fog. He waved his palm heavily. It was accompanied by a loud bang. The female ghost was hit by Jiyu's palm, which contained the dark force, and was immediately sent flying. She hit the kitchen table and fell to the ground. Jiyu took a step forward. Only then did the female ghost stand up. There were very few people who could receive Jiyu's palm strike and come out unscathed. Jiyu said lightly, you have some ability. At this time, the female ghost's mouth made a squeaking sound. Jiyu heard this sentence and suddenly smiled. He could understand this sentence. This female ghost was actually a beast woman. She was a beast woman who had evolved from a dark beast. If she was taken to the auction house and auctioned, it was unknown how much she could be sold for. Jiyu said lightly, come here. The beast woman looked at Jiyu in surprise. Jiyu could actually understand her words and even speak them out loud. Her face was filled with astonishment. Everyone in the mansion gathered outside the door. When they saw that Jiyu could make the female ghost come to them obediently, they were shocked speechless. Our young master's friend is really powerful. They said one after another. Jiyu said, why did you appear in the human world? The female ghost knelt on the ground and screamed. The beast woman then said, we mother and daughter went out to train and came to Heavenly Border City. But we didn't expect that we would be plotted against. They all want our beast souls. That's why we are here today. When Jiyu heard this, she sighed and said faintly, you guys can stay here. I still have the ability to protect you. Jiyu thought that now she had offended 2 groups of people in one fell swoop. It didn't matter to her. Anyway, they were no match for her, but the rest of the people were different. Tang Mingyuan and the others were still weak. If she wanted them to have the ability to protect themselves. Jiyu heard that the city lord's mansion had been attacked. She would go to the city lord's mansion tomorrow to have a look. Early the next morning, Jiyu came to the city lord's mansion. When the 2 servants learned that Jiyu had come, they laughed. You are the sect leader of the Ice Ceiling sect? We are the prince of the eastern region. Get out of here. Don't waste our time. Jiyu took out a token, which was given to her by the prince of the eastern region. As long as one saw this token, even the city lord had to give her face. But she didn't expect that the people of the Northern Region Empire didn't even know about this token. It seemed that the Ice Ceiling sect had to develop vigorously here. Jiyu put a scroll on the mystic bird. In the blink of an eye, the mystic bird flew into the sky. But now it was time to establish a gang here. Let's call it the Dragon Slaying Gang. He found a few servants and asked them to inquire about the whereabouts of the Xian practitioners who had turned into gangs. When Xian practitioners reached a certain level, they disdained to become members of gangs. But there were also some Xian practitioners who knew that they had no hope of advancing in this lifetime, so they directly joined gangs or went to some big families to become thugs, so that they could enjoy a life of wealth. Before long, someone reported that they were at a place called Fulian. There were countless Xian practitioners waiting for gangs to come to recruit them. Jiyu brought Tang Mingyuan, the prodigal son, to Fulian. He sat down and said faintly, waiter, serve the tea. A waiter walked up and put the teacup on the table. He said faintly, sir, are you here to seek riches or to eat? Jiyu said faintly, of course I'm here to look for experts. After saying that, the waiter pointed to the other side. He said faintly, look, those people over there are all Xian practitioners. You can choose as you wish. Jiyu looked to the other side and saw that there were many people bragging about how powerful they were. But they were all in the defensive profound realm, so their ranks were not high. But the people on the other side were all sitting at the table, waiting for something. But they didn't look like experts. Jiyu stood up and smiled faintly. They're just some noble people. Is there anyone more powerful? The waiter knew that Jiyu was a sharp-eyed person, so he smiled and pointed to the second floor. Sir, the person you need may be upstairs. Jiyu said, oh, and stood up. Thank you, waiter. After saying that, he took out 2 pieces of Xian stones and put them in the basin. The waiter knew who Jiyu was. He knew that Xian stones were used to pay here, not gold coins. Jiyu walked to the second floor. The moment she stepped in, countless spiritual energies pressed down on Jiyu. Jiyu smiled and said faintly, I'm Jiyu, the future head of your family. They couldn't help but smile. Jiyu looked young, but her tone was big. One of the boorish men said, could it be that this fortune is treating profounders like us in such a manner? Why are they letting random people into the second floor? That's right, little girl. Get out of the way. At this moment, Jiyu stood up and said faintly, I think you're just trash. After saying this, powerful dark force instantly erupted from the bodies of these dozens of people. The incomparably powerful dark force directly pressed down on them. Jiyu smiled faintly and punched out. Powerful Xianxia burst out at this moment. Jiyu's punch was filled with a powerful burst of profound force. A few of them were sent flying backwards. After crashing into the stone pillar behind them, they spat out a mouthful of blood. Who would have thought that such a young brat would actually have such strength? They stared at Jiyu dumbfoundedly and sucked in a breath of cold air one after another. This was truly too inconceivable. Jiyu coldly looked at everything around him and said indifferently, do you think that I have the qualifications now? After hearing this, they all knelt on the ground and said to Jiyu, we greet the young master. Jiyu said indifferently, how much is your price? A few of them looked at each other and said embarrassedly, we are only at the initial stage of the spirit profound realm. We didn't think that we would have the qualifications to follow the young master. As for gold coins, as long as we can eat our fill, it's fine. Although that was the case, Jiyu understood that as long as he didn't give a good price, these guys would definitely not agree. Jiyu smiled faintly and said, if that's the case, then how about we give you 30 middle-grade profound stones per month? A group of profound practitioners knelt on the ground and said to Jiyu, this price is the price that we are most willing to accept. Thus, we thank the young master here. We are willing to serve the young master. Since he already had manpower, he first had to train them into useful talents. Jiyu ordered people to find an empty space. First, he had to have the most basic understanding of his subordinates. More than 50 people stood in an orderly manner in front of Jiyu. Tang Mingyuan specially had 2 people place the table on the ground and then put the teacups and snacks on the table. Jiyu said indifferently, you really are thoughtful. The 2 people sat on the large chairs and swayed their legs while eating sunflower seeds. Tang Mingyuan waved the fan in his hand and asked the people in front of him. What kind of strength do you all have? Because of Jiyu's previous actions, everyone was sincerely convinced by Jiyu's wishes. Among them, the oldest person cupped his hands and said, reporting to young master, I am Wang Qing, and I am at the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm. Jiyu nodded. After that, one by one, the profound practitioners reported the stages of their profound strengths. However, the most valiant person amongst them was Wang Qing. Jiyu pointed at Wang Qing and said, from today onwards, you will be their captain. You will be called the Divine Wind Guard. Tang Mingyuan chuckled. Young master, your idea is great. Jiyu indifferently said, however, you are still far from becoming a member of the Divine Wind Guard. Without strength at the 8th level of the spirit profound realm, you will be eliminated. Of course, with the pills in my hands, I can raise each and every one of you by 1 level. However, this kind of strength is empty. Therefore, all of you must work hard to become true profound practitioners. True profound practitioners, the people standing here all knew that there was no hope for them to take another step forward in the future. That was why they submitted to the aristocratic family. If they had this kind of ability, would they still need to rely on others? Everyone lowered their heads one after another. Tang Mingyuan whispered into Jiyu's ear. Jiyu indifferently said, "Don't you all want to establish your own sect in the future and see the supreme glory?" When these words were spoken, everyone lowered their heads one after another. Wang Qing took the lead and took a step forward. He cupped his hands and said, I want to follow young master and see the supreme glory." Jiyu nodded in satisfaction. She indifferently said, "If that's the case, then from now on, all of you must be prepared to give up your lives here." Everyone looked at each other. What young master said was very reasonable, but for them to accept it in such a short time, it was indeed very difficult. Jiyu did not care about them. She just ran around the 300-mile-wide field. Seeing how hard Jiyu was running without using her own profound strength, everyone guessed. No wonder we don't have Ji Gongzi's strength. Thinking of this, they followed Jiyu and ran. Unknowingly, time passed by bit. Tang Mingyuan walked in with a group of people and put the bowl of rice in his hand on the table. Although the training was tough, Jiyu did not treat them poorly in terms of food. They ate all profound beasts. Jiyu indifferently said, "Brothers, this thing tastes bad in the first bite, but from the second bite, it tastes good." Jiyu took the lead and ate a mouthful of meat in front of her. The rest of the people followed Jiyu and also tasted it. However, the impact of the profound strength in the first bite of meat impacted their internal organs to one side. They spat out a mouthful of blood. Their bodies seemed to be burned by flames. Jiyu took a step forward and indifferently said, "Don't move. Feel it with your heart." Then, Jiyu gradually released the profound strength in her hand and infused it into the other party's body. As the profound strength continued to infuse into the other party's body, Jiyu said indifferently, "Come over here." After saying this, the people in front of her took a step forward. At this moment, the profound strength in their hands suddenly condensed in the dantian. Jiyu touched Wang Qing's forehead. All of a sudden, the profound force gathered in his head. In that instant, the dark force fused into various parts of his body. Gradually, the profound strength broke through every acupoint in his body. However, this was only the profound strength breaking through the acupoints. Wang Qing opened his eyes. He did not expect such a disgusting thing to have such an effect. He grabbed the profound beast meat in front of him and ate it, but the meat did not have any effect. Jiyu said indifferently, "The profound strength seems to have gathered." After he finished saying those words, the profound energy gathered on Jiyu's body. Jiyu tapped on his forehead. Although the profound strength did not break through, he did not expect that in an instant, they would walk into the room with Wang Qing beside them. He said indifferently, "Don't move." Jiyu said indifferently, "Come on." After someone took the lead, the rest of the people started to eat the profound beast meat in front of them. After saying this, they turned their heads and wanted to vomit. However, they resisted the urge to vomit so that they would not. Jiyu said indifferently, "Just hold on." He walked forward one by one and tapped on the profound strength in their foreheads. One by one, their physiques began to increase. Jiyu looked at this scene with satisfaction. Then, the rest of the people stood up one after another. After everyone had eaten their fill, Jiyu said indifferently, "All of you, hurry up and start running." After saying this, everyone started running. After eating the Xian beast meat, the Xian qi in their bodies instantly covered their entire bodies. A lot of the Xian meat started to be digested at this time. This caused their physiques to undergo a huge change. Then, Jiyu placed an earth rank profound skill that was suitable for a group of people on the ground. Although this was an earth rank profound skill, it had the ability to evolve as the user used it. At this moment, everyone stood up one after another. In an instant, they started to learn the profound skill in their hands. However, how could it be so easy to learn a profound skill? Jiyu decided that when their physiques were about the same, she would bring them into the profound practitioner forest. As time passed, Jiyu slowly took a step forward. Suddenly, at this moment, she used the profound skill in front of her. After seeing Jiyu use that profound skill, everyone admired Jiyu even more. Jiyu said indifferently, "All of you, don't move." After saying this, the profound energy in front of him burst out at this moment. The profound skill hit the rows of wooden dolls in front of her. At this moment, those wooden dolls started to shatter. He said, as long as you learn how to use this move, even a profound practitioner at the 5th level of the spirit profound realm would not be able to affect you. They looked at each other. It's really too strong. Jiyu took a step forward and said indifferently, are you all ready? We're ready. Everyone gathered in their hands and sat cross-legged on the ground. They gathered their profound energy in their dantian and then used the profound skill according to the instructions in the profound skill. A loud rumbling sound was heard. Suddenly, the stone pillars on top of the boulder collapsed one after another. Their eyes were filled with fear. However, they didn't dare to believe that they had used that move themselves. They were all profound practitioners who relied on the accumulation of medicinal pellets. When they encountered an opponent, they automatically dropped 3 levels. In other words, their strength was at most in the defensive profound realm. It was simply impossible for them to shatter those stone pillars. Jiyu said calmly, this is your strength. Don't worry. After Jiyu said this, everyone shouted excitedly. However, they also understood that this was only the first day they started to change. After that, he had to rely on himself to become stronger every day. After saying this, they ran out. Jiyu said calmly, your future is in your own hands. For the last person, we will use an elimination system. It will be very difficult for you to return to the official list. After everyone heard this, they ran even faster. Jiyu smiled and handed the training here to Wang Qing. Tang Mingyuan looked at this boring training. He had long had enough of it. He pulled Jiyu and walked out. Jiyu said calmly, are you that impatient? It is said that there is a place called Heavenly Earth in Tianjing City. That is every man's tender home. He said it in an extremely lascivious manner. Jiyu also felt that it was extremely lascivious. The two of them arrived in front of Heavenly Earth. A woman in her 50s walked out and said calmly, young masters, are you here to have fun? Tang Mingyuan smiled and handed a piece of profound stone to her. Feeling the profound energy in her hand, the woman immediately became happy. Young masters, please come in. They led them in and arranged a room for the two of them. At this moment, a melodious song floated up. Jiyu and the others were stunned. They only saw countless petals gradually falling from the sky. They sprinkled all over the ground. Looking at these petals, a woman spun in the air and landed. Jiyu could only be described with one word at this moment, beautiful beyond compare. The young girl held a pipa in her hands and began to play a melodious tune. Tang Mingyuan said, I didn't expect that they would invite such an outstanding singer. The girl sang while playing the pipa in her hand. Tang Mingyuan said, I want her tonight. He slammed the table heavily. Jiyu said calmly, then I wish young Master Tang a good time tonight. Tang Mingyuan stood up and said calmly, 5,000 high-grade profound stones. Miss Yuanchu will be my disciple tonight. Everyone knew that Tang Mingyuan had taken a fancy to Miss Yuanchu. He stood up and said calmly, is there anyone who wants to bid with me? Then, a noble young master also stood up and said calmly, I also bid 30,000 high-grade profound stones. I wonder if this young master can bid a higher price than me? Hearing this, Tang Mingyuan felt that someone was provoking him over money. He could not accept this. He said heavily, 50,000 high-grade profound stones. 100,000, the noble young master fanned the fan in his hand and said calmly, it's only 100,000 high-grade profound stones. How dare you? I'll bid 300,000 high-grade profound stones to buy Miss Yuanchu's virginity. How about that? Tang Mingyuan folded the fan angrily 1,000,000 high-grade profound stones. Then, the noble young master stared at him angrily and said heavily, are you crazy? After shouting this, Tang Mingyuan said, I'm the 30th son of the Tang family, young master Tang Mingyuan. If you're not convinced, you can bid higher. The procuress had never expected that Miss Yuanchu could be auctioned at such a high price. Jiyu said calmly, congratulations. Although Miss Yuanchu was very beautiful, she was not even half as beautiful as Xiao Gu and the others. Jiyu had nothing to do with her. As long as his brother liked her, it was fine. Right at this moment, the noble young master returned with a dozen or so people. I'm Long Ping, the young master of the Dragon Gang. Today, you've violated the law of Tianjing City. The Dragon Gang has the permission of the Lord of Tianjing City to enforce the law on his behalf. Guards, seal this place and take those two people back. The procuress walked to Long Ping and said, I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to do this. Humph, what's wrong? I'm Long Ping. If I say they are guilty, then they are guilty. But for these two people to be able to pay such a high price, they must not be ordinary people. Long Ping said disdainfully, do you think I didn't investigate? These two are just people from Skyborder City. How strong can a family from a small border city be? Tang Mingyuan released the strength of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Jiyu had asked Tang Mingyuan if he wanted to accept the inheritance. He could help him find it. But after he said that, Tang Mingyuan immediately lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. He waved his fan and said, as for my lifespan, it's enough for me. As for other things, I don't have extravagant hopes. Anyway, I'm a master who lives one day at a time. The two of them pulled out their swords and directly attacked Jiyu. Jiyu leaped up and arrived in front of the two men. She grabbed one of their wrists and flung them away. They collided with the table in the celestial world. He smiled slightly and said faintly, do you want to continue? Long Ping's eyes widened. How could it be? How could these two people be so strong? His mind was racing. Kill. The surrounding brothers of the Dragon Gang attacked Jiyu. Profound skill, 10,000 thunderous strikes. Jiyu raised the Warhound greatsword in her hand and pointed it to the sky. Suddenly, the clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. At the same time, 10,000 feet of heavenly lightning struck down. The roof of earthly paradise was originally made of top-grade black iron. Logically speaking, if not an expert of the 7th level of the human profound realm came, it would not be able to break it. But Jiyu borrowed the power of heavenly lightning. With this strike, it directly broke into pieces. The remaining heavenly lightning struck the crowd. Everyone spat out a mouthful of black smoke and then slowly fell to the ground. Jiyu's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Ding, the host used 10,000 feet of thunder. Obtained experience points 1 by 999. The Warhound's giant sword in Jiyu's hand slashed out. A sword chi formed from profound energy flew out quickly and left a trail of blood on Long Ping's neck. A trace of fear appeared in the eyes of the remaining people. He immediately turned his head and flew away from heavenly earth. The brothel keeper waved her scarf and said, oh my god, what did I do wrong? I'm so miserable. Jiyu threw a bag of magnetite in front of her. The procuress, who had been pouring pear blossoms a moment ago, suddenly smiled like a peach blossom in full bloom. Tang Mingyuan picked up Miss Yuan Chu, who was still on the ground with an ignorant look. Little darling, I've already paid the profound stones. You're mine tonight. Yuan Chu curled up his body in fear. Well, I'm a performer, not a prostitute. Tang Mingyuan was immediately a little unhappy. How about this, I will redeem you. From today onwards, you will only serve me. I presume you are still a Yuanzi, right? Yuan Chu hummed in response. Tang Mingyuan laughed out loud and returned to his carriage with her in his arms. Jiyu looked in his direction and shook his head. She wandered around Tianjing City. Suddenly, an old man came out and took Jiyu's hand, saying, guest, come here and have a look. The Imperial Gambling House? Isn't this a place to gamble? Yes, here, you can have everything you want. Come in and have a look. Jiyu smiled faintly and followed him in. However, the things that were gambled here were not only magnetite and gold coins, but also the woman in front of him. Everything was on the gambling table. This was the territory of the Anika gang. There were only things you couldn't think of, but nothing you couldn't play. Jiyu smiled faintly and casually played a big or small game. With his physique changed by the sky-splitting skill, no matter how the dice changed, it couldn't escape Jiyu's ears. Jiyu suddenly opened her eyes and bet all the magnetite on big. After the bets were opened, the expression of the banker turned extremely ugly. After a few more rounds, Jiyu won back. Almost all the women here. Jiyu said faintly, from now on, if you don't have a place to go, you can work in my mansion. If you have a place to go, you can take some magnetite and go home. As soon as she finished speaking, several people came forward and took some magnetite in front of them. Then they left. But more girls knew that as long as they left this door, they might be caught by these animals. Thinking of this, they followed Jiyu. Jiyu played 2 more rounds and lost a portion of the magnetite. This was already the most benevolent thing she could do. He put on his clothes and walked out. As soon as he stepped out of the alley, 70 or 80 people suddenly surrounded Jiyu in front of him. "Boy, do you want to leave after winning? You even took away so many of our girls." Jiyu raised her head and looked at a man in a white robe in front of her. She said faintly, "What do you want from winning or losing? If you don't cheat, how can you win money? Brothers, let's go." After shouting this sentence, several people suddenly raised their heads and locked their eyes on Jiyu. Then, this guy waved his hand heavily. Everyone rushed in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu suddenly raised her hand and waved it heavily. Suddenly, the magnetite in front of her exploded. The people in front of her were sent flying by Jiyu's attack. They all spat out blood and looked in Jiyu's direction with resentment. Jiyu suddenly jumped up and waved the magnetite in her hand. In an instant, all the lights gathered together. It was accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. Everyone in the alleyway was sent flying. Those girls who had been oppressed for a long time rushed in front of them and kicked them continuously. "Who told you to bully us? Bastard, bastard, bully us, bully us." Every one of them seemed to be addicted to kicking. Every girl felt a burst of joy in their hearts. She said faintly, "Thank you, Ji Gongzi, for saving our lives." The people of Anika gang never expected that one day, they would be beaten to such a state by these gamblers. Jiyu said faintly, "Let's go back." When they returned to the mansion, it just so happened that the guards in the mansion had just returned from their training. When they saw these beautiful young ladies, their eyes revealed a glimmer of light. Jiyu did not care about their mess. According to the rules of the mansion, as long as you don't use force, you can win their favor. It's up to you. Jiyu's words made all the guards jump in excitement. At this moment, there was a clap of thunder in the sky. In the dense forest outside Tianjing City, there was a beastly roar. Everyone became vigilant. The guards of Tianjing City rushed out directly. Each of them was holding a precious weapon and looked vigilant. At this moment, there was another clap of thunder in the sky. The soldiers of Tianjing City surrounded the city wall. Jiyu's sky-splitting skill suddenly operated on its own. Logically speaking, if the sky-splitting skill could operate on its own, it must be that something in the deep forest of Tianjing City was summoning it. Jiyu looked at the guards in her mansion and said faintly, "Brothers, let's go." As soon as Jiyu shouted, the people in the surroundings stopped smiling and leaped onto the trees around them, all of them wielding their artifacts. They kept running to the big tree in front of them. He glanced forward. Jiyu said faintly, "Look in front." Wang Qing looked at the city wall in front of him and raised his hand high. Countless people jumped down. With precious weapons in their hands, they rushed into the deep forest. They saw the surrounding light shining brightly in an instant. They took out their precious weapons and saw countless Xian beasts running crazily toward the entrance of the city wall. Even when they saw these ferocious beasts, they felt a trace of fear in their hearts. The leader of the soldiers shouted loudly, "Brothers, let's go." After shouting this sentence, Li Yundong was stunned. All the soldiers gradually took a step forward with precious weapons in their hands. At this moment, the light in the sky shone down and enveloped the city wall. Countless Xian beasts hit the light shield on the city wall. Suddenly, the Xian beasts roared and seemed to be unable to exert their strength. They fell to the ground one by one. Jiyu said, "This is the best opportunity for you to improve. Go." After Jiyu shouted these words, the guards beside her rushed into the gap next to the city wall. When the soldiers saw them rushing into the city wall, they raised their hands anxiously and shouted at them, "You guys, don't go in. You will die." However, after they entered, Jiyu followed behind them. With Jiyu's protection, at least their lives would not be in danger. At this moment, the few people in front of them landed on the ground. They said, "Young master, we have entered the deep forest." After saying this, they raised their hands and pointed their precious weapons in the direction of Jiyu. At this moment, an 8th-level Xian beast appeared in front of him. "This is an 8th-level Xian beast. How did it come out?" "Yes. Aren't they in the deep forest?" In their eyes, there was a trace of fear in each of their eyes. Jiyu said faintly, "What are you afraid of?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Jiyu knew that these people did not have enough confidence in themselves. He said faintly, "What are you afraid of? It's just a matter of being cocky if you die. If you are cocky, follow me in." When the rest of the guards heard this, they all became excited. That's right, a person's death was nothing more than a joke. They followed Jiyu and the 8th grade mystic beast in front of them and handed over their weapons. Jiyu took the first step forward. Mystic technique, Raging Inferno. Ding, the host used Raging Inferno and gained 1 by 999 experience points. Jiyu deliberately suppressed the ball of flames in front of him. The flames in his sword directly surrounded the wolf. However, Jiyu did not immediately attack. Instead, he quietly watched the scene in front of him. He smiled faintly. Now it's your turn. Under Wang Qing's lead, the guards beside him directly charged towards the 8th grade mystic wolf. The 8th grade mystic wolf in his hand directly raised his hand. In an instant, he raised his hand and suddenly, 2 rays of sword chi flew out from his weapon. The 2 rays of sword chi flew out and instantly arrived at the 8th grade mystic wolf's body. However, their level of the spirit profound realm was still far from that of the 8th grade mystic wolf. Furthermore, the 8th grade mystic wolf had developed basic intelligence and could judge whether a human's move would have any effect on it. Jiyu directly jumped up and quickly gathered the mystic energy in his hand. Raging Inferno. Another ball of flames flew out and hit the 8th grade mystic wolf's body. The 8th grade mystic wolf fell to the ground. It let out a low howl. The remaining guards all rushed forward. The 8th grade mystic wolf suddenly raised its head and leaped up. Its teeth directly gnawed on each of their bodies. Under the black wolf, Wang Qing kept on waving his artifact. It abruptly raised its head and bit down on one of the men's arm. The man screamed as his entire arm was ripped off. However, Jiyu did not intervene. The remaining 40-odd guards looked at the 8th grade mystic wolf in front of them with sharp gazes. They said indifferently, "Use your earth rank profound skills. Don't waste the opportunity that our brother has created for us." Everyone took a step back and stomped on the ground. A ball of flames appeared in the air, as if a 10,000 zhang long spear was flying up. The 10,000 zhang long spear flew in front of the 8th stage mystic wolf. With a bang, the 8th rank mystic wolf suddenly retreated and let out a low cry. Jiyu knew that this was the peak strength of this group of guards. Jiyu descended from the sky. The bejeweled weapon in her hand suddenly shot out and pierced towards the level 8 mystical beast beside her. The level 8 mystical beast merely let out a low growl before losing its life. In the final moments of its life, a green soul appeared in its body. What? It's actually a beast soul? Jiyu said faintly, "Wang Qing, this beast soul belongs to you." Although Wang Qing's strength was only around the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm, with the support of the beast spirit, he should be able to advance further. He walked forward and said lightly, "Many thanks, young master." He cupped his hands. He closed his eyes and began to accept the beast martial spirit. At this moment, the beast martial spirit slowly flew in front of Wang Qing. The beast martial spirit entered his body in an instant. Wang Cheng's divine soul was constantly throbbing at this moment. The 3 souls were receiving a fierce impact, but the impact was too strong. Under the continuous collision, the beast martial spirit let out a cracking sound. A loud sound rang out and a golden light appeared in the air. Wang Qing, who was in front of her, merged with the beast martial spirit in front of him. Wang Qing let out a loud roar and a thin layer of the beast martial spirit appeared behind him. He heavily knocked on the ground. He let out a roar towards the sky. Roar! With a loud rumble, they suddenly raised their heads. At this moment, the mystic chi in their bodies flew out. The remaining guards knew that this was the first time he used the beast martial spirit. He needed someone to help him stabilize his cultivation. The most effective way to stabilize his cultivation was to use mystic chi. In the blink of an eye, he flew in front of Jiyu and saw a small ball of light appear in the air. Jiyu looked in front of her with a sharp gaze. With a loud rumble, Wang Qing's beast martial spirit completely exploded and slammed down heavily. The ball of flame hit the ground. After hitting the ground, Jiyu abruptly stood up and disappeared from the spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu appeared in front of him. She threw a punch. In the next moment, it was as if countless punches had appeared. Wang Qing, who was under the protection of the mystic beast, actually blocked all of Jiyu's punches. However, this happened because Jiyu restrained her mystic qi. Jiyu said indifferently, "All of you, go." Under Jiyu's command, the rest of the people ran forward one after another, only to see the expressions on the faces of these guards all changing. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Wang Qing. Seeing the fists coming down, Wang Qing immediately called back the beast souls and used them to block the iron fists for him. Jiyu heaved a sigh of relief. She said indifferently, "All right, the battle is over. All of you can go back first." After Jiyu gave the order, they cupped their hands and said to Jiyu, "Thank you, young master." They continued running into the depths of the forest. However, Jiyu had given them the 18 golden puppets. With them around, as long as they did not encounter any overly powerful mystic beasts, their lives would not be in danger under the protection of the puppets. Jiyu, on the other hand, fixed her gaze on the mountaintop. Such a large group of mystic beasts rioting must have something to do with the king of mystic beasts living on the mountaintop. Jiyu used the 3000 cloud strike. Ding, the host has used the 3000 cloud strike and gained 1 by 999 experience points. He stepped into the mountain range, only to see that there was a cloud of mist around him, shrouding the mountain range in this place. Jiyu walked a few steps left and right, only to see that there was no way to get out of this land. Jiyu used his mental strength to explore and found that there seemed to be a golden light surrounding them from the mountainside to the rooftop. In a flash, he disappeared from his original spot. After circling around for about an hour, Jiyu appeared at his original spot. Who would have thought that the bewildering fog formation would be so powerful? Logically speaking, all array formations could not be separated from the 5 elements array. Jiyu stared at the fog in the forest. Mystic skill, fragrance of 100 birds. Jiyu slapped his hands on the ground. The dark force in his hands gradually entered the ground and radiated outwards along with the flowers and plants on the ground. At this moment, the flowers and trees in the forest seemed to have received Jiyu's summons. The spirits in the plants started to communicate with Jiyu. Only then did Jiyu figure out a path. The surrounding flowers bowed towards Jiyu as if they were worshipping their king. Jiyu waved his hands heavily and suddenly, the flowers and plants in the air started to move and sway. At this moment, Jiyu sensed that the flowers and plants in front of him disappeared in an instant. Jiyu was stunned and his body stiffened. The road in front of him turned into a desert. It was as if a pillow was given when he was sleepy. Jiyu's earth inheritance started to work automatically. Along with the dark force entering the ground in the air started to spread gradually. Countless little people appeared from the ground. However, each and every one of them was shriveled and extremely thin, as if they were little bloodthirsty zombies. Those little zombies ran toward Jiyu's direction. The dark force in Jiyu's hands started to circulate rapidly. Ding! The host used the Earth Sword Rain and gained 1 by 999 experience points. Countless pieces of soil floated in the air. At this moment, those pieces of soil gradually turned into conical shapes. With a wave of Jiyu's hands, those conical earth spikes shot out. In an instant, those little zombies were pierced by the earth spikes in Jiyu's hands and they started to wail in pain. Then, those little zombies fell to the ground one after another. Those zombies on the ground suddenly moved and stood up again in the blink of an eye. Jiyu frowned. Unexpectedly, those zombies in front of him shook their heads and walked towards Jiyu. Jiyu summoned the rain of earth spikes again. Jiyu saw a small mound at the end of the road. Jiyu disappeared on the spot in the blink of an eye and appeared at the end of the road in the next moment. A small stone table appeared on the ground. After seeing the stone table, Jiyu frowned. His figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot. He slammed his palm heavily on the stone table. The golden light on the stone pillar disappeared without a trace in an instant. Jiyu suddenly took a step back. A faint profound light appeared in his hand, but in the next moment, the profound light in his hand suddenly disappeared. Then, the road in front of him gradually turned into a road. Jiyu used his psychic energy to explore it. At this moment, his psychic energy covered the road and there was no way out. Ji Yu took a step forward. That path had already dried up, and there was no longer any obstruction. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw a brilliant lake. Countless fish were swimming in the lake. When Ji Yu saw this, he asked faintly, "What is this?" After he finished speaking, a splash suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake. The entire lake was filled with splashes as a young girl jumped into the water. Ji Yu was stunned. The girl who dared to fall into the water abruptly raised her head and glanced behind her. She saw Ji Yu looking at her body. The young girl was instantly enraged as she shouted at Ji Yu, "Who are you? Why are you here?" With this fierce and angry question, the lake was filled with green ripples. It was as if a sea was rushing towards Ji Yu. The profound energy in Ji Yu's hand was suddenly released. The profound force merged with the sea in the lake. At this moment, the water in the lake gradually gathered and formed the shape of a water dragon. The water dragon heavily hit the surface of the lake. Only then did he manage to block the arrow of seawater that the young girl had unleashed. Ji Yu calmly said, "This one is Ji Yu. I saw some strange movements in the profound beast forest, so I came out to take a look. You dare to peek at this venerable one bathing, you deserve to die." After shouting this sentence, a water dragon flew out from the water. It circled around and directly arrived in front of Ji Yu. Ji Yu heavily chopped down with the warhound's great sword in his hand. Under this sword, the head of the water dragon in front of him was immediately cut off. "You can actually split the water, you have some skills. But just like this, you can't escape punishment," the young girl secretly thought in her heart. At the same time, several water arrows appeared from the lake in front of her. Ji Yu could feel that these water arrows contained powerful profound force. "Since you are so aggressive, don't blame me," Ji Yu thought in his heart. At the same time, his body flashed and disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already above the water. With the profound force of water inheritance, his profound force turned blue. This profound force merged with Ji Yu's feet. He suddenly stepped on the surface of the water and ran towards the girl. The girl did not expect Ji Yu to be so fast and so destructive. It seemed like this guy could even fuse with the water profound energy. The young girl waved her hand, and the water immediately moved, forming a long great wall. Ji Yu chopped down with her machete. The water wasn't as hard as Ji Yu had imagined. Instead, it felt soft. When she chopped down, it felt as soft as gummy candy. The rubber ball bounced back. Ji Yu abruptly retreated as he said faintly, "Mystic technique, raging flames incinerate the city." After shouting out these words, his warhound's giant sword released a ball of flame that slammed into the wall of water. Flames could even burn water. The young girl's eyes revealed a trace of fear as she asked doubtfully, "How could you possibly withstand it? Could it be that you're at the mortal profound realm?" "That's right." After shouting out these words, Ji Yu abruptly turned around. Controlling the warhound's giant sword in his hand, he heavily chopped down, cutting through the water barrier in front of him. A small cut was made. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yu disappeared on the spot and charged into the water world. He pulled the young girl into his embrace. He slapped her little but with one hand. "You actually dared to hit this seat. The one I hit was you." After Ji Yu said this, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared several hundred meters away. He faintly said, "If you're not convinced, come chase me." The young girl gave a cold snort. Naturally, she couldn't be taken advantage of, so she flew behind Ji Yu. Ding! Host used the 3000 cloud movement. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. He disappeared in front of her again. With one chasing and one chasing, the two of them had already run several hundred meters away. Suddenly, the young girl clutched her chest. Her body softened and she fell to the ground. Ji Yu stopped and walked in front of her. "Are you all right?" "I can't leave the water." Ji Yu was stunned. He grabbed the young girl and rushed back into the lake. With the nourishment of the lake, the young girl slowly opened her eyes. Ji Yu said faintly, "You should be feeling better now." The young girl's face slightly reddened. "Many thanks, young master." "I'm Ji Yu." "Many thanks, young master Ji Yu." Jiyu indifferently said, "Why did you attack me just now?" The young girl's face turned red. She almost slapped Jiyu. Seeing her shy appearance, Jiyu noticed that he wasn't wearing anything. The storage ring in his hand flashed. Suddenly, a long red ribbon appeared. After putting on the red ribbon, the young girl immediately became dazzling. Jiyu lightly said, "You look so beautiful now." The young girl's face turned red again. Ever since she was born, her body had never been treated like this by anyone. "Thank you." Jiyu chuckled. Suddenly, two black-robed men appeared in front of him. Their Xianxia instantly exploded to the 4th level of the human profound realm. They directly suppressed Jiyu's direction. "Young miss, we should go back. You've damaged the forest a bit too much this time. I don't want to marry that damn wolf." After shouting this, the black-robed men looked at each other. "Young miss, you're making things difficult for us. Why don't you follow us first? As for whether it's fake or not, we can discuss it later." After hearing the black-robed men's words, the young girl walked forward. She suddenly turned her head and said to Jiyu, "Give me your hand." Then she wrote a golden character on Jiyu's hand. "If I have time, I'll come out and play with you." After saying this, the young girl suddenly disappeared into the sky. Jiyu lightly waved her hand. "I hope we can meet again." Strangely, after the young girl disappeared, the golden character on Jiyu's hand also disappeared. One of the black-robed men led the young girl into a brilliant light. The remaining black-robed man didn't leave. He said lightly, "Don't move." Jiyu asked faintly, "I don't know. What advice do you have?" Hearing Jiyu's words, he said, "We don't want the human race to know about this, young Mississippi, so what?" After saying this, a precious weapon appeared in the black-robed man's hand. He raised the weapon in his hand and said lightly to Jiyu in front of him, "Only the dead can keep secrets." Suddenly, he disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he flew in front of Jiyu and swung his sword at Jiyu. Jiyu took a step back. In the next moment, he raised the Warhound greatsword in his hand and swung it down heavily. The two artifacts clashed together. Lightning exploded from the tip of the sword. "You're actually at the human profound realm, but you're only at the 1st level of the human profound realm. Not to mention whether you can live or not, you're not worthy to be friends with our Mississippi." Jiyu frowned. The black-robed man was an expert at the 4th level of the human profound realm. He took 2 steps forward and jumped up. At this moment, the profound force in his hand was released. Profound skill, wind blade. So it's the wind inheritance, but your power of inheritance is too weak. Profound skill, spring greeting of all trees. Countless vines emerged from the ground and flew towards the black-robed man, entangling his hands and feet. The black-robed man frowned. He never expected this. He was actually so easily bound by these vines. Jiyu said indifferently, "Profound skill, raging inferno." After shouting this sentence, countless flames flew up and collided with the vines. The flames that were strong enough to burn everything could only slightly shake the opponent's chi shield. The raging flames burned on the chi shield. The black-robed man was interested. "It's actually the power of 3 levels of inheritance. This is extremely rare in our deep-sea clan. However, your power of inheritance ends today." Profound skill, roar of ice. What? It's actually the ice inheritance. The ice inheritance could also control the power of water. At this moment, the two profound forces intersected and rushed towards the black-robed man, colliding with the chi shield. Originally, it was impossible for the chi shield to be frozen. Because of Jiyu's strength, he directly froze the power of ice with a heavy blow of his sword. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the spot. At this moment, his protective aura shield was frozen by the power of the inheritance of ice and snow. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Kid, I admit that you have some strength." The other party raised the prized artifact in his hand and rushed forward. He charged towards Jiyu and swung his sword heavily towards Jiyu. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The black-cloaked man retreated. The power of the lightning struck the ground and exploded into the ground. In an instant, the flat ground in front of him caved in. He suddenly took 2 steps back, and a few more lightning bolts fell from the sky. He hurriedly retreated. Boom! Boom. Boom. 3 lightning bolts struck down. At this moment, a few wisps of black smoke slowly floated out. Jiyu said faintly, metal inheritance. After saying this, countless pieces of gold appeared in the air. At this moment, those pieces of gold gradually sealed the black-robed man, directly trapping him in the gold prison. Icicles, flames, and earth spikes flew towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man frowned and kept running around in the same place. He held the prized artifact in his hand and swung it out, blocking all of Jiyu's mystical skills. Jiyu merged into the ground. His entire body merged into the ground. In the next moment, he flew out of the ground. Jiyu was simply too proficient in using mystical skills. Jiyu's sword danced as he swung it. The heavy sword fell on the black-robed man's body. After being hit by Jiyu's sword, a bloody wound appeared on the black-robed man's mystical body. He said faintly, "Kid, how dare you hurt me?" Jiyu said faintly, "You want to kill me, why can't I hurt you?" After hearing this, Jiyu suddenly flew 2 steps forward and swung his sword down heavily. The black-robed man let out a furious roar. Jiyu abruptly withdrew from the spot, and the black-robed man took 2 steps forward, swaying from side to side. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. He said faintly, "I let you escape." After saying this, Jiyu began to worry about his guards. He disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he flew out and came to a place not far away. He said faintly, "Guards." After roaring this sentence, his voice spread hundreds of miles away. After hearing this, he immediately stood up at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiyu. Jiyu clapped his hands. Countless guards heard Jiyu's shout and returned one after another. They knelt in front of Jiyu. "Greetings, young master." After shouting this sentence, Jiyu said faintly, "How are the results of your cultivation?" After hearing Jiyu's question, they took out a storage ring from their sleeves. After the storage ring flashed with light, over 100 Xian beast corpses appeared in front of them. "You can deal with these mystical beasts yourselves. But in the future, you can only choose 7th grade mystical beasts." "That won't do. In the future, you can choose an 8th grade mystical beast." After saying this, Jiyu disappeared from the spot. The remaining guards followed Jiyu and followed behind Jiyu. Jiyu was neither fast nor slow. It seemed that she was deliberately waiting for them. They gradually approached her. Jiyu landed on the ground. After the young woman left, the dark beasts obediently returned to the forest once more. Only then did the profounders of the Northern Territory relax, and they started to talk about the beast tide that had occurred in the Southern Territory. The beast tide directly swallowed the city wall. Later on, a mysterious young man appeared and calmed the matter down. Jiyu knew that in the future, if the guards wanted to enter the deep forest of mystical beasts, there would be a certain area. As long as there was an area, their danger would be greatly reduced. Jiyu said faintly, "In the future, you can devote yourselves to training. But for now, there is one more thing to do." Longshan Avenue was the leading commercial street in Tianjin City. Naturally, many gangs had already divided this street. If they wanted to do business here, they had to hand over a certain amount of mystical stones. Jiyu led more than 50 people to Longshan Avenue. Everyone instantly became vigilant. Jiyu said faintly, "We want the 3rd East Street." "Yes, young master," they said at the same time. Jiyu waved her hand heavily. Apart from Wang Qing and the others who stayed by Jiyu's side, the rest of the guards were divided into 3 groups. They came to the middle of the street and said, "From today onwards, this place will belong to the dragon-slaying gang." Hearing this, one of the fat merchants laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, don't blame me for being blunt. Your dragon-slaying gang should disband as soon as possible." They said at the same time, "You may not know, but we have a gang called the Dragon Gang here. Offending them won't end well." "Yes, yes." The few of them started talking at once. The leader of the guards said slowly, "I'm here to inform you, not to discuss." After he finished speaking, he said indifferently, "Then you're here to cause trouble." Cultivators didn't care about these mortals, let alone the shops that their young master wanted to take over. The leader of the guards said indifferently, "Go." At this moment, the rest of the people stepped forward at the same time and took out their treasured weapons. they were all ordinary people. At the same time, they flashed forward and flew over. At the same time, a firework exploded in the air. They flew out of the place where the dragon gang gathered, where they lived all year round. They ran on the ground. In an instant, they ran out. After flying out, they landed on the ground, turned around, and threw out the treasured weapons in their hands. He asked, "Who are you?" One of the cultivators turned around and said indifferently, "We're from the dragon-slaying gang." "How dare you? You're obviously targeting us. Go." After shouting these words, they ran out one after another. They held treasured weapons in their hands and directly threw them at Jiyu's guards. However, the chi shields on their bodies blocked them. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from their original spot, and one after another, they used their own specialized profound skill, and hit their bodies with the profound skill. After seeing this attack, they abruptly stood up, took 2 steps back, and quickly raised their hands. Boom! There was a loud sound. The scene fell into layers of thick fog. At this moment, the thick fog in the air gradually dispersed. At this moment, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "How can there be a good ending for offending our dragon gang? We are all experts at the 7th level of the spirit profound realm." After saying this, Li Yundong's expression changed. Jiyu said calmly, "You'll find out later." After the thick fog dispersed, all of the dragon gang's members were lying on the ground. The rest of them were holding their treasured weapons. They were ecstatic. If this had happened in the past, they would have been wiped out long ago when facing their opponents. How could there still be such bright days? They had actually defeated this group of experts at the 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm with their strength at the 3rd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Jiyu said faintly, "Not bad. You guys are very powerful." After saying this, Jiyu waved her hand and the people in front of her stepped back. Jiyu said faintly, "From today onwards, this place will be our territory. Is there a problem?" After hearing this, the rest of the people knelt on the ground and said to Jiyu faintly, "We are willing to submit." Jiyu nodded and then glanced at Wang Qing. Wang Qing cupped his hands and led them away. This group of people would fall into hell tomorrow. The Dragon Gang's members waited in the restaurant for a long time, but they didn't see the people they sent out return. They looked at each other and suddenly became anxious. When Master Long of the Dragon Gang returned to the restaurant, everyone stood up with a swoosh. One of them said faintly, "What happened?" After hearing this, they looked at each other and one of them understood. He took a step forward and cupped his hands and said, "Master Long, we just sent out a team, but they didn't return." After saying this, the hearts of the people around him trembled again. They didn't know how Master Long would react later. Suddenly, Master Long became furious. He heavily slapped with his palm. After this palm fell, that person flew out and vomited blood from his mouth. "Who is it? How dare they come to our venue and make trouble?" One of the Xian cultivators replied, "It's said to be a gang called the Dragon-Slaying Gang." Dragon-Slaying Gang, these 3 words directly pierced Master Long's heart. This was simply outrageous. They actually dared to provoke him like this. He said faintly, "Outrageous. Come with me." Among the 3 gangs, the Dragon Gang was the weakest. Normally, they would be very nervous to maintain their status. They stood up, turned around, and walked straight out of the door. 2 of them looked at each other. They said faintly, "Brothers, what should we do now?" After saying this, Master Long picked up the 6th grade treasure in front of him and said, "It's useless to say more. Brothers, come with me." They led the group of people to the commercial street. One of them said, "This is outrageous. How could such a thing happen? Master Long, all of our people are gone. Killing is just a matter of time. What exactly did they go through?" Master Long took a step forward and said, "Call your boss out." Jiyu slowly walked out and said faintly, "It's me." When he saw Jiyu, Elder Long was struck by a sense of familiarity. He was reminded of the night when he was outside the haunted house, and his eyes widened. "It's you." He had wanted to take revenge for a long time. He was a peak 9th level Spirit Profound Realm expert. Although his force was the weakest, in terms of profound strength, he was the strongest. He said faintly, "Kid, we didn't have many people with us that day. In the world of Xian cultivators, we don't judge everything based on cultivation alone. Do you see? These people beside me are all at the 7th level of the spirit profound realm. Even if you're at the mortal profound realm, what can you do? After saying this, Jiyu smiled faintly and said, if you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Master Long was almost angered to the point of vomiting blood by Jiyu's words. Kill him for me. Jiyu glanced at Wang Qing in front of her and said faintly, this is a test. If you win, each of you will get a 6th grade profound core. If you lose, don't go back. A 6th grade elixir was a choice between life and death. Needless to say, they all knew how to choose. The guards of the dragon-slaying gang took out their weapons one after another. She glared at the members of the dragon-slaying gang. The members of the dragon-slaying gang suddenly panicked. They took a step forward one after another. In an instant, the dark force in the air merged into Jiyu's hand. Jiyu slapped out her palm heavily. Along with a loud bang, there was a loud rumble. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed dramatically. The members of the dragon-slaying gang had no chance of escaping. The members of the dragon-slaying gang rushed into the crowd. With their weapons in hand, they charged toward the people in the crowd. All of a sudden, multicolored Xianxia began to dance in the air. They bombarded the stone wall. The pieces of earth that kept falling off the stone wall would fly back into the stone wall. Jiyu said indifferently, kill them. A trace of fear appeared in the eyes of the dragon-slaying gang's guards. They retreated madly toward the back. Suddenly, a clap of thunder sounded in the sky, and the lightning continued to strike the stone city. Thunderous booms could be heard one after another. The guards of the dragon-slaying gang were scared out of their wits. They ran toward the outside and said indifferently, please, let us go. Humph, you are a disgrace to the dragon-slaying gang. Master Long said with some displeasure. He jumped down from the stone wall. He saw 2 more guards from the dragon-slaying gang charging at him. He kicked them, and a thunderous sound was heard. Suddenly, the sky was filled with thunderous light. A few thunderbolts fell in front of the crowd. The protective chi shields of the 2 dragon-slaying gang guards were instantly shattered. They fell to the ground one after another. They did not even have the strength to speak. They weakly reached out their hands. It was as if they were begging the savior in front of them to save them. The 2 of them snorted. They raised the weapons in their hands and ran toward Jiyu. Jiyu smiled faintly. Whetstones, you should have the awareness of a whetstone. He swung the warhound sword. The few people in front of him flew backward and fell heavily to the ground. They looked at Jiyu with fear in their eyes. They crawled up from the ground. Jiyu said indifferently, Master Long, it's our turn now. Brat, I started cultivating when I was 5 years old. How could I lose to a brat like you? I was called a genius since I was young. As a genius, I will not allow myself to lose to anyone. Unfortunately, that is not the case for me now. He said indifferently, if I die in your hands, I'd be willing. Master Long roared loudly, the clothes on his body immediately burst open, and his entire body was filled with muscles. His profound skill was the Thunder Wind Fox that had fused with the Thunder Inheritance. Mystic skill, Lightning Fox. A fox-like thunder beast charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu said indifferently, then, let me see your strength. Ding, host used 3,000 cloud movement. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. His feet flashed. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, he appeared behind Master Long. The power of lightning in his hand appeared in front of Jiyu. Jiyu slowly raised his hand. The lightning struck down heavily in Jiyu's direction. From the corner of Jiyu's eyes, he saw Lei Hu's attack descending upon him. Instantly, he disappeared from where he was standing. The next moment, he reappeared behind Master Long with the Warhound's great sword in his hand. There was a flash of silver light. With a kacha sound, the person in front of him was cut in half. Jiyu said indifferently, Master Long, your mission is over. He put away the Warhound sword. The remaining members of the dragon gang revealed a trace of fear in their eyes. Jiyu said indifferently, clean up this place. Don't make things difficult for the other merchants. The merchants who looked down on the dragon gang suddenly had ugly expressions on their faces. However, since they were able to become merchants, they had trained their faces for many years. Everyone walked up to Jiyu with a smile on their faces and said, "The Dragon Gang is indeed the hero of our people. We've been sick of these Dragon Gang members for a long time." They looked at each other and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Yes, that's right. We think so too." Jiyu smiled faintly. "If that's the case, our transaction is successful?" "Yes, yes." Every one of them had a smile on their face. Jiyu made a sound of acknowledgement. He said indifferently, "That's good." Every merchant sent the black stones that were supposed to be given to the Dragon Gang to Jiyu's residence. When the other 3 merchants heard the news, they all panicked. Everyone started to panic. Although the Dragon Gang was considered weak, the gang leader was the one with the highest Xian energy. This was also the basic reason why a small gang like the Dragon Gang had not disappeared until now. They said, "There is no benefit for us to go against Jiyu's Dragon Gang. As the saying goes, if we can't beat them, we might as well join them." When those words came out, everyone felt that it made sense. They looked at each other. They slowly took a step forward. Since they had made the decision, they decided to carry it out immediately. They turned around and ordered their servants to buy the necessary items. Then, they went to Jiyu's residence. He said indifferently, "Is Ji Gongzi here?" Jiyu walked out of the residence. When they saw Jiyu, they immediately became excited. They bent down and cupped their hands to Jiyu, saying, "Greetings, young Master Jiyu." Jiyu said indifferently, "Aren't they the leaders of the 3 major gangs?" "Greetings, leaders." The 3 of them looked at each other. Fortunately, Jiyu was not as arrogant as they thought. They made a decision in an instant. They cupped their hands and said, "Greetings, Ji Gongzi. Today, we are here to recruit everyone into the Dragon Gang. Aren't you 3 going to consider it?" They looked at each other and giggled. How could they refuse to say no? They cupped their hands and said, "We have decided. Even if we hit the wall, we will not turn back." Jiyu said indifferently, "Wang Qing." Wang Qing walked out of the backyard and cupped his hands. "Young master. Take them away." "Yes." After Jiyu asked them to leave, she began to ponder. Until now, there were no clues about the frozen land. It was time to take a look. His figure flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in Heavenly Realm City's Heavenly Realm Academy. He had already received the news. Although Heavenly Realm Academy didn't manage the affairs of the human world, every time humans were in danger, these cultivators would move out. Jiyu said indifferently, "Hello, I'm here to study." A guard walked out from inside and said with disdain, "Sorry, our Heavenly Realm Academy only recruits on a fixed date every year. Now that the recruitment day has passed, please go back first. I just want to enter your library to take a look." The guard thought to himself, "Is this brat here to cause trouble? If you don't leave, don't blame us for being impolite." A blue bird appeared in his hand. The blue bird flew into the air and suddenly, a mysterious light that looked like fireworks appeared in the air. After seeing the mysterious light, the surrounding experts who had been guarding opened their eyes. Their figures flashed and they rushed out, running directly in the direction of Heavenly Realm Academy. They landed in front of Jiyu one after another. "Young master, I believe the guard has already told you clearly. Please go back." Jiyu said indifferently, "What if I don't leave?" One of the yellow-robed youths said disdainfully, "If you don't leave, then don't blame us for being impolite." In an instant, he rushed out like a leopard. It was also a Xian Beast Soul Skill fusion. The people behind him laughed disdainfully. "This brat came to cause trouble, but he didn't even ask where we are." "That's right. How can we underestimate the strength of our guards? Just our 10th junior brother is already at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Coupled with the Xian Beast Soul Skill fusion, even if you are a human Profound Realm expert, you will be beaten to a pulp." A few people said with satisfaction, "This brat is simply courting death." After saying this, their eyes suddenly lit up because the leopard that was flying towards Jiyu just now was caught by Jiyu by the arm and slammed heavily onto the ground. Suddenly, the leopard landed on the ground and let out a low roar, as if it was an injured wild leopard. Jiyu said lightly, "Can I go in now?" Seeing Jiyu's provocative look, how could the remaining pride of the academy allow Jiyu to enter so easily? Kid, you have some skills, but there are many people with skills here. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. But they all ignored Jiyu's strength. Jiyu's Warhound's greatsword suddenly appeared in his hand and he heavily slashed down. Instantly the Warhound's giant sword released a profound light. He fell heavily on the ground, and a loud rumbling sound rang out. The ground in front of him suddenly split apart, and flames engulfed him directly. Jiyu said lightly, "You guys come over." After saying this, they looked at each other. This brat was simply too much of a bully. If they didn't teach him a lesson here, they were afraid that this brat would be bullied by others in the future. Thinking of this, they all moved forward at the same time and arrived in front of Jiyu. They all raised the artifacts in their hands at the same time. Multicolored profound light suddenly attacked Jiyu's direction. Jiyu's feet flashed. Ding, the host used the 3000 clouds movement. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Following the system's notification, Jiyu already arrived behind each of them. The 3000 clouds movement was extremely terrifying. They only saw Jiyu face their backs and each of them sent a punch down. Even with the chi aura protecting their bodies, under Jiyu's heavy attack, they all spat out blood. The chi aura protecting their bodies had already disappeared. Jiyu said lightly, "Can I go in now? Even if we die, we will guard the academy's entrance." Jiyu suddenly felt a little speechless. "Big brothers, from the beginning to the end, I never said that I would kill you. What are you thinking?" He thought of this in his heart and instantly disappeared. However, the academy's entrance was actually protected by a large array. Even if Jiyu's movement technique was nimble, he still couldn't enter at this moment. In the deadlock, an old man suddenly walked out from inside. The old man stroked the beard on his chin. "You're here." Jiyu looked at the old man and asked lightly, "Excuse me, sir, do we know each other?" The old man immediately laughed out loud. "Of course we don't know each other, but I know that you're coming. What you want to know is a place that doesn't exist in this world." Jiyu nodded. The old man then said to the students of the academy, "You can leave now." "But principal." There was a gleam in the old man's eyes. Seeing this, the people around him all left. Jiyu followed them into the room. He said lightly, "How did you know me, sir?" Hearing Jiyu's question, the old man laughed out loud. "Temple Master, I sensed the Ice Queen's awakening a long time ago." Who would have thought that the old man, who had a special status in northern border city, was the guardian of the Ice Powder Temple? The old man knelt on the ground and said to Jiyu, "Greetings, Grand Elder." Jiyu didn't feel embarrassed at all. He just waved a hand and said, "Get up." With Jiyu's permission, the old man rose to his feet. "I'm ashamed to say this, but 100 years ago, an organization called the Union of 10,000 Immortals launched a sneak attack on our temple and sealed it with their dark energy. We're still looking for the temple even now." Jiyu heard what I said. "How could I let it happen?" He frowned and asked flatly, "Are you serious?" "Of course." The old man said humbly. Jiyu snorted. "Since that's the case, no one can offend me." "Jiyu, you don't have to return the favor." The old man was pleased to see that his grand elder was so supportive. "I wonder what kind of cultivation method you've mastered, Grand Elder?" The only thing he was worried about was Jiyu's strength. After all, their future depended on Jiyu. Jiyu said flatly, "Don't worry." He slowly opened his hand, only to see a ray of light appear on the spot. This ray of light contained the 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although Jiyu was now an expert of the human profound realm, and even with the help of the sky-splitting sword, he had to raise each attribute's Xian energy to the second layer of the human profound realm by himself before he could hope to advance to the second layer of the human profound realm. However, he wasn't afraid, because his improvement of 1 layer of Xian energy was equivalent to the improvement of 4 layers of Xian energy. Seeing that his great elder was so powerful, even the Divine Hall elder couldn't help but feel happy. He didn't know how long it had been since he last felt this way. He said faintly, "According to the scroll we have, the land of ice powder has disappeared for thousands of years. We were ambushed 100 years ago and fell out of the space, so we don't have a way to go back." Jiyu said faintly, "I know. If the union of 10,000 immortals could enter the frozen palace, they must have a way to find it. The guardians of the evolving palace in the land of ice powder had all used hibernation to replace the reduction of their lifespan. Jiyu opened the scroll that the elder had just handed to her. She only saw that the scroll recorded why their divine hall disappeared and why it reappeared. Wasn't the Cries of Immortals sect one of the sects of the union of 10,000 immortals that her unlucky son had taken a fancy to? Jiyu called Wan Qing and asked him to find the people of the Gold City sect. When he had just arrived at Heavenly City, this group of people had unfortunately blocked Jiyu's entrance, so they had been blacklisted by Jiyu. Only now did she remember them. It just so happened that she could use them to find the way back. Thinking of this, they all took a step forward, and the light in front of them flourished. Wang Qing quickly found a way to communicate with the brothers of the Dragon Slayer gang outside through the integration of mind and earth. When they heard that the sect leader was looking for someone, they immediately began to search excitedly. The group of people of the Gold City were still drinking when the door was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. Their gazes shifted to the outside. "Who are you? How dare you come here and cause trouble?" A member of the dragon-slaying gang pulled up his black robe. A long sword pierced through a picture of a giant dragon. This was the symbol that Jiyu had made for the dragon-slaying gang. With this symbol, as long as a merchant saw him, they would give him some face. Now that the dragon-slaying gang had swallowed up 3 other big gangs, how could they not be afraid? The face of the waiter, who had just stepped out to stop the crowd, immediately turned green. He retreated with a smile on his face. "I'm sorry, I was too reckless just now. I didn't see clearly that it was you, my lord." Everyone snorted and walked in. The 2 guards from the dragon-slaying gang slammed their swords on the table and said, "Our boss wants to see you. Come with us." Each and every one of the Gold City's disciples were the cream of the crop. Who knew how arrogant they were? Now, someone actually dared to provoke them and even put a sword in front of them. This was simply courting death. They glared angrily at the people in front of them. "Who are you?" The Gold City's disciples had already put their hands into their storage rings. If they did anything inappropriate later, they would go berserk. They would draw their swords and kill all the people in front of them who didn't know what was good for them. One of the dragon-slaying gang members said, "Don't worry so much. Just come back with us." "How dare you?" The Gold City's eldest senior brother kicked the table. The table, which was wrapped in Xianxia, suddenly flew up and directly flew toward the Gold City's disciples. The dragon-slaying gang members didn't give up. After a period of life and death training, they all drew their treasured weapons. Holding the treasured weapons in their hands, they slashed down heavily with their swords. With a crisp cracking sound, the table in front of him suddenly broke into pieces. The table fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes were on them. The dragon-slaying gang member said, "Is this all you ancient Xian cultivators have? You're so weak." Hearing this ridicule, everyone became agitated. They actually dared to say that they were weak. This was simply a form of humiliation. After thinking about this, they all took a step forward. At this moment, the Xianxia in their hands suddenly became huge. That huge Xianxia smashed in the direction of the crowd. Seeing that powerful Xianxia smashing down, the people immediately stood up. The person beside him immediately left and opened his hands towards the sky. The table in the air suddenly floated up. The Gold City's eldest senior brother looked over and all the tables flew toward the dragon-slaying gang members. However, the members of the dragon-slaying gang took out their own treasures and broke through the chi shield. All the onlookers knew that they couldn't stay here any longer. Staying here was no different from courting death. They looked at each other and ran out of the door in panic. In an instant, there was space for the 2 groups of people. "How can we ancient Xian cultivators lose to you wandering Xian cultivators?" His confidence had been crushed by Jiyu last time. It was equivalent to 10,000 critical hits. Now, he was going to be crushed by these people again. How could he admit it? He roared angrily and all the hair on his body stood up. A ball of Xianxia quickly gathered in his mouth. One of them laughed and said, "Left Guardian, did you see that? This person has bad breath." "Bad breath, is it? I'll let you have a taste of my bad breath. Let's see how powerful it is." After he shouted those words, the mysterious light immediately flew towards the members of the dragon-slaying gang. They all raised the treasured weapons in their hands. A heavy sword slashed down. The Xianxia was directly cut in half. The rest of the people from Jin City looked at each other in dismay. How could there be such a terrifying Xian energy? This was simply too inconceivable. They began to imagine in their hearts. Wang Qing and Ji Yu described this scene. Ji Yu said indifferently, "It's time for the world to see how these arrogant people of the ancient Xian cultivators are doing now." Bang, bang, bang. 3 crisp sounds were heard. Those arrogant Gold City members fell to the ground one after another. Ji Yu suddenly widened her eyes and said faintly, "Gold City can't beat them, so they've asked for help. You should go and help them." Wang Qing cupped his fists and said faintly, "If." After saying that, he instantly disappeared. Ji Yu also imparted the 3,000 clouds movement to him. Ji Yu was not a petty person, especially when it came to her subordinates. Wang Qing used the 3,000 clouds movement and appeared in front of the tavern in an instant. The Gold City elder opened his eyes. He sensed that his disciple's protective chi aura had been shattered. If he, as the master, did not do anything, wouldn't he be ridiculed by the crowd? When he thought of this, he snorted coldly. Who was it that dared to disregard this old man? After thinking of this, he snorted coldly and disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky and said faintly, "Who hurt my disciple?" His voice was incomparably strong. The surrounding people suddenly felt an intense pain in their ears and they all covered their ears. Only the people from the dragon-slaying gang still stubbornly took a step forward. They did not seem to be afraid of him at all. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He did not expect that this group of children would actually have such courage. The Gold City elder said faintly, "Children, I see that your talents are not bad. Why don't you follow me back to the Gold City to cultivate? Our resources are far from what you have here." Wang Qing took a step forward first. "No need. This old man is not afraid to tell you the truth. A month ago, I was only a small 3rd-level spirit profound realm cultivator." What? The elder of the Jincheng sect couldn't believe it. He wondered if he had lived for too long, so he had misheard. "Say that again?" "We were all at the 9th level of the spirit profound realm. A month ago, we were all at the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm." No wonder this group of people dared to not give him face. It turned out that they had such confidence. But even so, what could they do? He snorted coldly in his heart. "No matter how powerful you are, I will definitely not give you the chance to step out of this door." After thinking about this, he disappeared in a flash. After a moment, he appeared in front of Ji Yu and said indifferently, "Kid, I have to admit that you are very strong. Even so, you can't ignore this old man." Wang Qing said indifferently, "Brothers, the sect leader has ordered us to either bring them back or stay here by ourselves." Everyone only had the power they had today because they listened to Ji Yu. In their hearts, they simply worshipped Ji Yu as if she was a deity. They all knelt on the ground and said heavily, "We have no regrets." The old man coldly snorted. He had never been looked down upon like this before. He raised his palm heavily, but before his palm could land, the people in front of him suddenly disappeared, occupying the positions of the 18 mansions. They all raised their hands. A thundercloud appeared in the sky. The leader shouted loudly, "Rise." Along with this sentence, an auspicious cloud appeared in the sky. Wang Qing said indifferently, "Rise." After Wang Qing said this, the thundercloud in front of them suddenly pounced in Ji Yu's direction. The thundercloud arrived in front of everyone in an instant. It was like a prison, sealing off all the old man's escape routes. When the old man saw this scene, his heart suddenly trembled. This group of kids actually had such strong power. They could completely lock this old man in here. But so what? It was just barely done by gathering everyone's Xian energy. "Watch this old man destroy your move," the old man suddenly shouted in his heart, "Xian skill, netherworld ghost wind." Suddenly, a strong wind blew around them, as if there were countless thick black fog escaping from the old man's hand. He said indifferently to Wang Qing and the rest, "Kid, you are really too arrogant." After shouting this sentence, the black fog came in front of him. As he pointed with his finger, the black fog instantly surrounded Wang Qing. Wang Qing took a step forward, holding a treasure weapon in his hand, and slashed down heavily. Along with a crisp cracking sound, the black fog in front of them shattered. Wang Qing smiled coldly, "Brothers, let's attack together. Capture him and bring him back to see the sect leader." When the old man saw the menacing crowd, he immediately panicked. He took 2 steps back and was accidentally hit by the lightning beam behind him. His entire back was charred black. Preposterous, preposterous, as an elder of the Gold City, he was humiliated to such an extent today. The Xianxia in his body instantly rushed towards his dantian. "Oh no, he is going to self-destruct," Wang Qing shouted anxiously. However, the members of the dragon-slaying gang were already prepared. Before he could self-detonate, they all rushed forward and pinned him to the ground. They said indifferently, "You think you can escape from our hands with just your strength?" Wang Qing was still a little worried, so he hit the old man's dantian with the treasure weapon in his hand. A crisp sound came from the old man's dantian. All the Xian energy in the old man's dantian was released, and the old man's dantian was also extinguished by Wang Qing. They escorted the people of the Jincheng sect to Jiyu. When he saw them, the dean of the Northern Region Academy, who was also one of the guardians of the Temple of Evolution, jumped up in excitement. "It's you bastards who destroyed our frozen land." When the first elder saw the dean, his heart beat faster. There were still people who survived their sneak attack 100 years ago. He immediately panicked. If the other members of the Union of 10,000 Immortals knew that they had fallen into the hands of the people in the frozen land, it was inevitable that they would wipe out the entire Gold City faction in order to keep it a secret. The more he thought about it, the more flustered he became. Jiyu said indifferently, "Tell me, how did you enter the frozen land's boundary?" Although Jiyu's voice was not loud, it was infused with Jiyu's mental strength. It was like a secret Buddhist chant that impacted the Gold City elder's heart. Originally, Elder Jinchen was confident that he could withstand the impact of this spiritual force, but today was different. This was because the impact directly collided with Elder Jincheng's soul. In addition, his Xianqi had long been abolished by Wang Qing. He suddenly panicked and said lightly, "Actually, this matter has nothing to do with me. We also followed the Union of 10,000 Immortals." Union of 10,000 Immortals? Who was the one who made the decision? Jiyu's question was still so indifferent, which made him very uncomfortable. Under this pressure, Elder Jinqing slowly opened his mouth. I said, "It's the Xingxing sect. It's them." Jiyu grunted and said lightly, "This Xingxing sect seems to be the guy who took a fancy to the Shi family's child, right?" After hearing Jiyu's question, Tang Mingyuan, who had been pretending to be dead, said, "Isn't it them?" Jiyu grunted and said lightly, "In that case, let's destroy them." Although the great elder was pressed to the ground at this moment, when he heard Jiyu's words, a huge wave of shock suddenly rose in his heart. This kid really looked down on this so-called immortal sect too much. They were not the trash of the mortal world. What they passed down were the cultivation methods and mystic skills passed down by the ancient great powers. He said anxiously, "I'll tell you the address. Can you not take me there? Let me go back to the Jincheng sect. I promise, I will never say anything about this matter." Everyone rolled their eyes at him, as if they were looking at him with a look of "see if we believe you or not." "I'll let you go." Suddenly, Jiyu took out a black pill from her body and stuffed it into his mouth. "What is this?" Tang Mingyuan suddenly laughed and said, "Well, this pill is called the Can't Lie Happy Pill. As long as you eat this pill, no matter how powerful you are, as long as you lie to us or are not honest to the oath taker, this pill will take your life." "What? Doesn't that mean that it's even more powerful than the Golden Life pill from Jin City?" "Of course. Our Gug Gongzi's pills can be said to be a must-have medicine for murder and arson. No matter if you are being bullied, or if you have something that needs to be kept a secret, or if you want to kill your entire family, all of them will be taken care of in one bottle." After saying that, Tang Mingyuan smiled faintly and bowed politely. Jiyu smiled faintly. "Brother Tang, have you been to the Baozu Pavilion so much that you've learned the words of those auctioneers?" Tang Mingyuan waved his fan. "Keep a low profile. Remember to keep a low profile." He laughed out loud. Elder Jincheng panicked in his heart. He never thought that he would be humiliated like this when he was already more than 300 years old. He simply wanted to find a hole to jump in and die. He said indifferently, "That's good too. At least we can go back alive. Let me tell you something. After you leave northern border city, you will arrive at the most barren Kala desert in the northern region. There is a spring in the middle of the Kala desert, and that is the boundary of the 10,000 Immortal Sect Alliance. All the mountain gates can only be entered by passing through the boundary." After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes and said faintly, "This token will tell you how to pass through the boundary." He handed the token to Jiyu and the others. Then, he walked out in a daze. Jiyu said to Wang Qing, "You have all made great progress this month. But in the future, you will have to be independent first." Wang Qing became anxious when he heard that. "Sect Master, are you saying that you don't want us anymore?" Jiyu smiled faintly. "Who said that?" After hearing Jiyu's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, they wondered what was in the Kala desert since it was so difficult to open the gate of Jin City. Seeing that their sect master was determined to go, Wang Qing and the others behind him knelt on the ground one after another. "Sect master, please take us with you." Jiyu said indifferently, "Stay here and cultivate. Don't waste your time." After that, he glanced at Tang Mingyuan and cupped his hands. "Brother Tang, the road ahead is very dangerous. You'd better stay here and help me look after the dragon-slaying gang." To his surprise, Tang Mingyuan patted his chest. "Brother, what are you saying? Am I, Tang Mingyuan, such a useless person?" He said indifferently, "If you want to go, you can go with me." Jiyu didn't even want to bring Xiao Gu along, much less him. He said calmly, "Don't talk about it anymore. If we are brothers, you should stay here." Tang Mingyuan knew that he couldn't win against Jiyu, so he could only smile. "Be careful, brother." After saying that, Jiyu glanced at the dean beside him. "Dean, please stay here and wait for me to come back." Ever since the dean was seriously injured 100 years ago, his strength had been greatly reduced. It was already very difficult for him to suppress the people in the academy. If he went with Jiyu, he would become a burden. He sighed and said indifferently, "All right, in that case, we'll do as you say." After saying that, he got up and left. Jiyu walked out and returned to the mansion. The butler walked up and whispered something in Jiyu's ear. Jiyu laughed in annoyance. It seemed that he had neglected these two people. He walked to the passage and saw the girl standing up nervously. She was holding the treasure Jiyu gave her and facing Jiyu. "Who are you? We haven't seen each other for a few days, and you've forgotten me." "It's you." The girl jumped excitedly. Previously, they had pretended to be ghosts to escape from the pursuit of humans. However, there was a kind person like Jiyu. She excitedly jumped into Jiyu's arms. She said excitedly, "You're back." Seeing her so excited, Jiyu patted her back and comforted her. "All right, let's go." After Jiyu said that, she eagerly followed behind Jiyu and returned to Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "Will they come to kill us?" Jiyu's heart ached when he heard that. He said indifferently, "Don't worry. From today onwards, no one will come to kill you." It wasn't easy for the mother and daughter to cultivate from Xian beasts to humans. He said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." The cat girl buried her head deeply in Jiyu's arms. The next day, a bright moon appeared in the sky. The surrounding flowers and trees gradually changed, becoming incomparably bright and green. Many people walked out and said indifferently, "How can there be such bright and green flowers?" After sighing with emotion, many people playing gongs and drums appeared on the street. They all came to the street and hit the gongs. Dang, dang, dang. Suddenly, everyone walked out to see such a miracle. He looked up and said indifferently, "This is simply a miracle. How can such a thing happen?" These flowers and plants were not ordinary. They were immortal herbs that could bear fruit. Looking at these flowers and plants with soul power, the sky suddenly changed. One of the members of the dragon-slaying gang shouted, "The Holy Maiden is here. The Holy Maiden is here." A few passers-by took his hand and asked in low voices, "What is the Holy Maiden?" "You may not know, but the Holy Maiden is the leader of the dragon-slaying gang." We invited her from the Shrine of Ice. She is very noble. Wherever the Holy Maiden goes, celestial phenomena will appear. Most importantly, I will only tell you, but don't tell anyone else. This Holy Maiden is a combination of a human and a Xian beast. What combination of a human and a Xian beast? If those Xian cultivators found out, wouldn't they fall into a frenzy? There was a hint of surprise in their eyes. But this Shrine of Ice was a sacred sect recognized by the country. How could they have the guts to act so rashly? Everyone was gathered in the middle of the square. Where is the Holy Maiden? We want to see her. I'm curious to see what a monster that is a combination of a Xian beast and a human looks like. Just as they were talking, a voice rang out. Countless petals floated down from the sky and landed on the ground. The fragrance of the flowers drifted in the air. Everyone was immersed in it. Like a fairy, the cat girl descended from the sky. Who would have thought that this cat girl was just hiding in Jiyu's residence a few days ago, pretending to be a female ghost? Jiyu said indifferently, "Welcome, Holy Maiden." Everyone knelt on the ground. Jiyu nodded her head in satisfaction. In front of a god, no matter how strong or profound practitioner was, they would always hold a trace of reverence in their heart. Not to mention these mortals. What Jiyu wanted to do was to gather all of their faith and become the god of this place. Jiyu said indifferently, "From today onwards, the Saintess will spread the faith of the Icebound Shrine in Skyrealm City. She has the magical power to save lives." What? Even the dead could be brought back to life? Don't joke around, this is simply a huge lie. Jiyu didn't say anything. The two old men supported each other as they walked forward. One of the old men was staggering and looked like he didn't have long to live. The cat girl, wearing a long dress, walked in front of the old man. With a heavy wave of his hand, a green light flashed in his hand, and a small herb appeared. After the old man ate the herb, his eyes lit up. As if he had regained his vitality, he jumped and shouted, "That's great, I'm fine, I'm fine. I feel like I've returned to my youth." A few more patients walked forward, and as expected, they were all saved by the cat girl one by one. When Jiyu saw that everyone was looking at her in a frenzy, she knew in her heart that they had won this time. Jiyu's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared from where she stood. He flew to a distance, stood up, and looked up at the changes in the surroundings. In the desert, a gust of wind blew around. Countless fine sand was blown up and directly swept into the desert. A few people ran out in front of them, pulling the horses behind them. They saw Jiyu walking alone in the desert, wearing a black robe. So they called out to him. "Young man, why don't you come and form a caravan with us? It's very dangerous for you to walk alone in this desert." Jiyu turned around and smiled faintly at the uncle. That's fine too. In fact, he didn't know where his destination was. He looked at the uncle who was pulling the carriage beside him and asked, "Uncle, where are you going?" The uncle said, "We were hired by the young master behind us. It's said that his wife is a sea race's Xian beast. There's an oasis in the desert, and there's a pearl called the spirit stabilizing pearl in there. The pearl can allow Xian beasts to maintain their human form. The power of love is too great." The uncle couldn't help but sigh. Jiyu felt a trace of interest in this infatuated young master. He deliberately slowed down and walked to the side of the carriage. He saw that the carriage was completely airtight. In order to add a wooden barrel to the carriage, he didn't add one for himself. In the wooden barrel, there was a woman. Although her appearance wasn't outstanding, she could be considered beautiful. Jiyu cupped his hands. "Brother, you're not a Xian cultivator?" He didn't expect that the person in front of him dared to come to this desert even though he wasn't a Xian cultivator. The young master looked like a weak scholar. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. He said faintly, "That's right. I'm Gu Feng. Greetings, young master." Jiyu smiled faintly and introduced himself. The other party cupped his hands towards Jiyu very politely. As they walked, the wind in front of them gradually grew stronger. 3 strings of black chi landed on the ground and 3 men in black appeared. They looked at each other and smiled. They looked at the caravan that was moving. The leader of the black-clothed men said with a smile, "Brother, hand over all of your food." The guards of the caravan knew that they were being robbed. They took a step forward. Each of them emitted the profound strength of the third level of the spirit profound realm. However, their profound strength was still far inferior to the people in front of him. Jiyu had just met this group of people by chance. She didn't have any interest in helping them. All of a sudden, the person in front of him made a move and charged at Jiyu. The leader of the guards snorted coldly and raised his hand. Along with a burst of Xianxia, the sky suddenly darkened and a powerful Xianxia gradually flew forward. It was accompanied by a loud boom. The surrounding ground cracked. One of the black-clothed men snorted. "You're courting death." After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and appeared in front of the guards of the caravan. The eyes of the guards of the caravan were filled with fear. His body trembled as he slowly took a few steps back. But before he could take another step, in an instant, one of the guards raised his hand and grabbed the face of the person in front of him. The mysterious light in front of them suddenly flashed. In an instant, they disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, they appeared in front of Jiyu. "Kid, it's your turn now." Jiyu did not say a word. She just raised the warhound sword in her hand and swung it forward heavily. Until his death, the black-robed man did not understand how such a young child could have such powerful dark force. He could even kill his companion with a single slash. Thinking of this, their eyes filled with fear and they immediately took a step back. The remaining two black-robed men had already kept the spoils of war in their hands. Just as they were about to retreat, their eyes suddenly turned sharp. He slowly said, "Kid, don't be so rampant." Jiyu looked in his direction and said indifferently, "Your people are here." He pointed at the dead black-robed man on the ground. The remaining two black-robed men were slightly stunned. They did not expect this kid to have such powerful strength at such a young age. They looked at each other and took out the treasured weapons in their hands. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared on the spot and appeared in front of Jiyu in the next moment. He swung his sword heavily and the treasured weapons instantly appeared in front of Jiyu. Jiyu did not move and the aura around her body was suddenly released. He managed to block the two sword chis. However, by the time Jiyu made her move, they did not even have the chance to use their treasured weapons before they were destroyed. At this moment, the aura gradually turned into starlight fragments and slowly scattered in all directions. In the next moment, Jiyu disappeared on the spot. After a while, they appeared in front of Jiyu. They raised the weapons in their hands and directly pierced towards Jiyu, but it was too late. The treasured weapon in Jiyu's hand moved toward their necks. Even if they were profound practitioners that had been transformed by the profound chi of heaven and earth, in front of Jiyu's warhound's greatsword, they were no different from ordinary fruits and vegetables, only seeing their bodies go soft. He instantly fell into a pool of blood. Jiyu abruptly pulled back the artifact in his hand and retreated. He looked at the two people in the carriage. Now that the horse was dead, it would be difficult for the two of them to move forward. He cupped his hands and said faintly, "Come down." After saying this, Gufeng walked down and pulled the wooden cart behind him. Jiyu said calmly, "Let me help you." Unexpectedly, Gufeng was very determined this time. "Many thanks to young Master Jiyu, but I still want to do it myself." Seeing that he was so determined, Jiyu did not say anything and just walked out first. Gufeng was still pulling the carriage slowly under the scorching sun. Even with Jiyu's current physique, he was beginning to sweat. Not to mention Gufeng, a mortal beside him. There were already 2 deep bloodstains on his shoulders. Before Jiyu set off, he did not expect that the scorching sun in the desert would be so hot. Naturally, he did not bring any water in his storage ring and watched as the water in the bucket evaporated more and more. Gufeng suddenly fell to the ground. The girl in the bucket walked out and hugged Gufeng's body. She lowered her head and gently kissed him on the mouth. A mysterious light shone. The girl used her own water to transport it into Gufeng's mouth. Only then did Gufeng slowly wake up. Jiyu sighed in his heart. Could this be the legendary helping each other in need? At this moment, the hurricane that had been blowing continuously suddenly stopped and a golden light flashed in front of him. Everyone looked in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu slowly took a step forward and said calmly, "Be careful, big guy." After saying this, an oasis appeared in the sky. Jiyu thought in his heart. There was a mirage here, so the oasis in the desert was not far away. He injected the mysterious energy in his hand into the carriage and the carriage suddenly flew up by itself. Jiyu said calmly, "Young Master Gu, don't be so polite." Gu Feng just said thank you and did not say anything against Jiyu's help. The two of them and the mysterious beast arrived at the oasis in the desert. Of course, this was because of Jiyu's 3,000 clouds movement. When he was about to drink water, the huge lake in front of him suddenly shook violently. A walrus stood up from the water. "Oh no, it's a 9th-level mysterious beast." "What? A 9th-level mysterious beast? Are we going to die here?" "It's just a 9th-level mysterious beast." Hearing Jiyu's words, Gu Feng and the girl looked at Jiyu in surprise. Looking at Jiyu's confident look, it didn't seem like he was lying. Could it be that Jiyu really had such a powerful ability? Thinking of this, Gu Feng was about to speak when Jiyu suddenly flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind them. Jiyu said calmly, "Be careful." After saying this, a bolt of lightning suddenly sounded in the sky. His figure disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of the walrus in the next moment. The huge walrus just waved its nose. Countless water dragons instantly flew out from the water and rushed towards Jiyu. Jiyu raised the treasure in his hand and waved it. He waved it heavily, profound skill, might of the water dragon. Ding, host used water dragon's might. Obtained experience points won by 999. Hundreds of water dragons descended from the sky. Although this was a desert, the moisture in the air was not small. After Jiyu stepped into the spirit profound realm, he could easily use the nature attribute in the air. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to summon the water dragon. The water dragon directly rushed towards the direction of the 9th-rank walrus. After blasting away the water dragons, they directly collided with each other. Following a loud rumbling sound, the ground shook violently. Jiyu said calmly, "Kill." The warhound's greatsword in his hand seemed to have sensed Jiyu's anger and started to tremble. The defense ability of a 9th-grade walrus was the best in the world. It just roared and didn't use its protective aura. It just blocked Jiyu's attack with its skin and flesh. Jiyu suddenly rushed down. A huge hole appeared in the sky. He flew down with the long blade in his hand, only to see the long sword chopping down heavily. The 9th-grade Xian beast let out a wail and fell to the ground in an instant. He can actually kill a 9th-grade Xian beast. Gu Feng and the girl showed a trace of admiration in their eyes. They cupped their hands and said, "Thank you for saving our lives, young master." Jiyu smiled as if he didn't care about all this. He just took a step forward and chopped the walrus' stomach heavily with his sword. A spiritual bead appeared in his hand. Was this the legendary solid origin bead? However, this thing had no effect on Jiyu. He raised the solid origin bead in his hand and handed it to the two girls. "This is a small gift from me to you too." The young girl took the spiritual bead and swallowed it directly. A mysterious light shone from her body. After it disappeared, a figure appeared in front of her. He said lightly, "How is it?" However, when Jiyu covered the two girls with his spiritual energy this time, he was surprised to find that there was no fluctuation of Xianxia in the two girls. This meant that there was no Xianxia in the two girls at the moment. This was incredible. Jiyu said faintly, "Miss, you're an adult now." The girl stood up excitedly and cupped her hands. "Thank you, young master." However, Jiyu thought more than them. He said lightly, "Without Xianxia, how can you go back?" After hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and held each other's hands. Perhaps this was how they would go back. Jiyu smiled faintly, "How about this?" A mysterious light flashed in the storage ring and a humanoid figure suddenly appeared. This was a 7th-rank humanoid figure. Jiyu injected a wisp of her mind power into its body. "Let it escort you on your way." This was a great favor to the two girls. They knelt on the ground. "Thank you for your help, young master." Jiyu smiled faintly. The two girls packed up their things and began to walk in the direction of their home. Jiyu said lightly, "I hope you can be happy." This oasis was a good place. Jiyu stretched out his hand and countless water bags appeared in the storage ring. Under the control of Xianxia, the water entered the water bags. Jiyu had given them more than 60 water bags just now. It should be enough to help them get out of this desert. And Jiyu had to go again. Because the environment here was bad, he couldn't see any living things at all. As he walked, the sand in front of him suddenly began to collapse. It was as if there was a huge whirlpool sucking in the surrounding sand. Could this be the legendary Eye of the Desert? According to his investigation in Heavenly Border City, the Eye of the Desert only appeared in the center of the desert. All of them entered the Eye of the Desert one after another. Jiyu took to the air and disappeared from the spot. He slowly took a step forward, and after a moment, he disappeared. Not long after, Jiyu directly jumped into the Eye of the Desert. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to jump like this because it could end their lives at any moment. To a profound practitioner, life was the only and most important thing. A profound light flashed before Jiyu's eyes and she entered a bright passageway. After the passage disappeared, he appeared next to a small dried-up well. As the saying goes, good and evil can be decided with a single thought. This dried-up well was actually connected to the Immortal Gate and the Devil Gate. Jiyu took out the token in his hand and placed it on top of the dried-up well. In an instant, a beam of light shot out and poured into the dried-up well, followed by a burst of brilliance. Jiyu disappeared from this place. When he reappeared, he was already at the foot of the Golden City Mountain. The ancient profound gate was very vigilant towards the mountain gate and laid down a powerful array here. Even if you were a member of the devil race, it would be wishful thinking if you wanted to invade here. However, Jiyu had a token in his hand that could allow him to enter. After he took out the token, the door of light in front of him suddenly flourished. Jiyu entered the door. After passing through the great mountain guarding array, he saw a flat land in front of him. The most surprising thing was that there were small villages here. The disciples wearing the Golden City sect's clothes were actually plucking flowers and farming here. They were keeping livestock in captivity. Perhaps because they saw Jiyu, a few youths walked in front of Jiyu and said indifferently, "What's going on here?" They looked at each other. He said indifferently, "I feel that things aren't that simple." The few of them looked at each other. One of the youths walked in front of Jiyu and asked, "Big brother, who are you? How can you enter our mountain gate?" Jiyu patted his little head. "This one is Jiyu, an old friend of your great elder." The few disciples looked at each other. The great elder had been out for a long time and hadn't returned yet. His friend came with his token. "Wait a moment, we have to report this matter to our master." The few of them found their master, an old man. The old man walked out and said indifferently to Jiyu, "Hello, little friend." Jiyu said indifferently, "Hello, mister. I heard that you are friends with our great elder. Do you know where he is now?" Jiyu said indifferently, "I don't know, but I have something to do with the Xianxia sect, so he asked me to find you and find that place." "So that's how it is." The old man laughed and said, "So it's the great elder's arrangement." "Mister, please follow me." Jiyu followed them and walked into the light. A piece of cloud gently floated up. The old man laughed and said, "Mister, don't be afraid. We have arranged a formation here, so people with a certain strength can also control the power of the cloud." "So that's how it is." Jiyu thought that they had stepped into the life and death realm so early. Jiyu asked faintly, "Elder, may I know what those are?" The old man laughed and stroked his beard. Pointing to the people in the mountain village, he slowly said, "Those are our outer sect disciples. But because the sect has few resources, in addition to cultivation, outer sect disciples also need to learn how to make a living to help the sect progress. So that's how it is." Jiyu understood and said lightly, "Thank you for your advice." In the next moment, he disappeared from his original place. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of miles away. He said lightly, "So that's how it is." They walked to the outside of the main hall. The old man said, "I'm an outer sect elder of the Jin City sect. I don't have any right to enter. Please forgive me, young master." Jiyu cupped her hands and said, "Elder is too polite." Several disciples walked up. After asking about it, Jiyu was brought into the main hall. Inside the main hall, a few elders were quarreling about something. Everyone's faces were red from arguing. One of the elders said, "This magnificent holy school closed its mountain gate 3 months ago and even issued a challenge to us, requesting the disciples of our two sects to have an exchange. Now, the great elder and the 5 most outstanding disciples of our sect have disappeared. Tell me, how can we agree to it? Do you mean that the sect this old man belongs to can kill our grand elder? Humph, there are so many disgusting things in this sect. Who knows what will happen? They looked at each other. When they saw Jiyu coming in, the people who were about to fight immediately put on a sage-like appearance. One of them smiled and said, "You're a friend of the Grand Elder, right?" Jiyu cupped her hands and said, "Yes, I am." They looked at each other, and one of them walked to Jiyu and asked, "When did you see Elder Jean?" "I saw him about 3 months ago." The old man patted the table and said, "See, I'm right. Junior brother, you are too impulsive. Moreover, although this young master has seen the Great Elder's protective jade tablet is still intact. This means that he is still alive." "That's right." The crowd continued to quarrel. Jiyu knew that they didn't care about the life and death of the Grand Elder. Otherwise, they would have already sent people to look for him. According to Jiyu's view, they were worried about how to face the challenge from the Xianxia sect 1 month later. Furthermore, neither side could send out disciples who had cultivated for less than 20 years. Jiyu calmly said, "No matter what, I am acquainted with the Great Elder. If there's anything I can help with, you can tell me." Hearing Jiyu's words, everyone looked at each other. One of them stepped forward and asked Jiyu, "Little friend, is what you said true?" Jiyu smiled and a burst of profound energy appeared in her hand. She deliberately suppressed her profound energy, which was only around the 8th level of the spirit profound realm. The elders looked at each other. This strength was enough to represent them in battle. However, they didn't know which sect Jiyu was from. If it was those trashy profound cultivators, then forget it. One of them slowly said, "Who is your master?" "This one is just a wanderer in the Jianghu. I learned it all by myself." "What?" They instantly stood up. Learned it all by himself. In the entire continent, there weren't many geniuses who could say such words. They looked at each other and instantly felt a sense of appreciation. If they knew that their great elder was crippled by Jiyu, they would definitely be shocked. Several of their most outstanding disciples had died under Jiyu's sword. No one knew how they would react. One of the elders nodded in satisfaction. He took a step forward and said to Jiyu, "Thank you, young master." Jiyu thought, this is just child's play. Young friend, you have such achievements at such a young age. Wouldn't it be better if you could join our sect? Jiyu calmly said, "This one has long liked the life of a lone wolf. I have no interest in joining any sect." "That's a pity. But I still have to thank you for your help." They looked at each other and clapped their hands heavily. One person walked forward and said to Jiyu calmly, "Ji Gonzi, I will take you to another place first. Because this time, we are using a team competition system, I would like to take you to familiarize yourself with our inner sect disciples." The Golden City sect had yet to produce a true disciple. Now, they could only bring out their inner sect disciples in front of everyone because all of their true disciples had died at the hands of Jiyu. A few people looked at each other and walked in front of Jiyu, bringing her out. They came to the side hall. About a dozen disciples came out and whispered to each other about who this person was. The outer sect elder was asked to tell the inner sect disciples that Jiyu would be representing the Golden City sect. He stood on the square and said to the people in front of the hall, "Quiet, everyone be quiet. I want to introduce everyone. This time, Jiyu and Ji Gongzi will be representing us in the 5 Profound Alliance." "What, how can it be him? Who is he? We have never seen him before." A teenager came out and said, "This one is Zhu Dan, greetings to young master Jiyu. This is going to be a good show." Zhu Dan is also our inner sect's 5th disciple. Jiyu cupped her hands and said, "This one is Jiyu." Zhu Dan coldly snorted and said, "Our eldest senior brother went out and did not return." Presumably, the masters were confused for a while, so they invited someone like Ji Gongzi. Yes, this is an expert who has cultivated for less than 20 years and has already stepped into the spirit profound realm. And we did not feel the existence of profound chi on you. Get lost quickly. Yes, get lost. Get lost. Everyone shouted loudly. There were even 2 people who wanted to pick up rotten eggs and throw them over. Jiyu said indifferently, "Then you are not convinced." Zhu Dan said indifferently, "I, Zhu Dan, am the first to not be convinced." The show is about to start. The outer sex fifth disciple will fight against an unknown brat. What Zhu Dan was most proud of was his speed. He waved at Jiyu and said, "Ji Gongzi, don't say that I am not polite. How about I let you have 3 moves first?" "You let me have 3 moves?" Zhu Dan seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. His figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Jiyu. Mysterious sword, 3 consecutive sword thrusts. After roaring these words, the precious weapon in his hand instantly turned into 3 sword cheese. The first sword cheese and the second sword cheese overlapped. After the 3 sword cheese overlapped, there was a loud rumble, and suddenly a white light lit up in front of him. The white light completely lit up the night sky. However, Jiyu did not move at all. She suddenly released the Qi Gang from her body. Accompanied by a loud rumble, the long sword hit the Qi Gang. It was accompanied by a loud rumble. Suddenly, the sound of the explosion gradually subsided. The first move. After her voice fell, the resentment in Zhu Dan's heart grew even stronger. How could this brat's skill be so strong? Could it be that he was a defensive expert? He thought to himself. In an instant, he disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Dan was in front of Jiyu. With the precious weapon in his hand, he rushed toward Jiyu. Jiyu disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. The second move. Zhu Dan's face became more and more twisted. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, how dare you look down on me like this? I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." After shouting these words angrily, his figure flashed, and he was in front of Jiyu. Jiyu took a step back, and the precious weapon in her hand fell in the blink of an eye. He let out a miserable shriek as the surrounding stone worms were sent flying backward. After the insects screamed, they turned around and let out a mournful wail. A group of flames wrapped around the stone insects. Jiyu said indifferently, "The 3 moves are over. It's my turn now." After saying this, Jiyu flew forward in the blink of an eye. She held the precious weapon in her hand and slashed forward. The opponent raised his hand and blocked Jiyu's precious weapon. At this moment, the 2 treasures collided with each other. Jiyu's Warhound's greatsword, even Jiyu did not know what grade the precious weapon was. Anyway, it would increase according to Jiyu's strength. This was completely against the rules of cultivation. Jiyu's figure flashed and came in front of him. She directly grabbed his neck and lifted him up. When that person was lifted up by the neck by Jiyu, they saw that the person was lifted up by the neck. He said faintly, "Have you admitted defeat?" After Jiyu said this, the people around him looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The people below the stage looked at each other, and they all took a step forward. They cupped their hands and said, "Greetings, senior brother." Jiyu let go, and Zhu Dan, who was hanging in Jiyu's hand, fell to the ground. Zhu Dan slowly stood up. They said, "What should we do?" After hearing his words, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Jiyu said indifferently, "When the time comes, just follow behind me." After hearing Jiyu's words, the people around him looked at each other, then slowly walked forward and knelt on the ground. As a profound practitioner, strength was always the most important thing. After saying this, half of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, when he reappeared, he said indifferently, "There's only 1 month left. What should we do now?" After hearing this, Jiyu said indifferently, "Just train hard." He took out the storage ring that he had taken from Elder Dried Bone. There was a small scroll in the storage ring, and there were hundreds of 8th-level Spirit Profound Realm Xian beasts sealed in the scroll. Jiyu threw several elixir bottles into their hands. After receiving the bottle of pills, they swallowed all the pills. After swallowing all the pills, they slowly opened their mouths and said, "We feel like something is constantly shaking in our dantian." Jiyu guided their Xian energy out of their dantian and into various parts of their bodies. After experiencing the fluctuations of Xian energy in their bodies. At this moment, the medicinal effects of the elixir quickly transformed their Xian energy. In the blink of an eye, he stood up and said slowly, "I feel like I've directly advanced by a level." The remaining few people looked at each other at this moment. After feeling the fluctuations of Xian energy in their bodies, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, they appeared in front of Jiyu. There was joy on their faces. Ji Yu said indifferently, once you enter the scroll, your Xian energy will be stabilized. After Ji Yu said this, the surrounding few people disappeared in an instant. They had entered the scroll. However, they never expected that in the blink of an eye. Everyone united in an instant and charged in the direction of the Xian beasts. Ji Yu sensed that their Xian energy was stabilizing. She said indifferently, kill, kill, kill. After Ji Yu said these words, the surrounding people charged forward. They pulled out their swords and heavily slashed at Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu's figure flashed and disappeared in the same place. The Xian beasts in the scroll actually broke free from the scroll and came to the Gold City sect. They saw the Xian beasts roaring at Ji Yu, but the Gold City sect disciples were still in the scroll. Ji Yu must first protect the scroll, then he could protect the disciples who were still fighting with the Xian beasts. She slowly said, since you all ran out of the scroll, then I'll let you all practice for me. After saying that, Zhang Wuji nodded. Ji Yu's warhound's great sword swung out. In an instant, a fierce wind blew. Ding, the host used Wind Ardent Blade. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. The strong wind continued to blow, directly flying up. It looked like it was going to hit that person's body. Those Xian beasts ferociously jumped in front of Ji Yu. When Ji Yu's sword fell down, the treasure instantly lit up. Countless light swords floated in the air. They flew out in an instant. After the light swords fell, the warhound's giant sword and the fierce wind blades slashed down in an instant. They raised their hands at the same time and in an instant, a chi shield appeared in their hands. Those giant swords hit the chi shield one after another. The chi shield seemed to have a pair of eyes and swallowed all the fierce wind blades in front of it. Ji Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. How could such a thing happen? At this moment, those Xian beasts raised their heads. Their blood-red eyes immediately released a demonic red light. They let out a loud roar. Countless balls of fire spat out fireballs in an instant. Ji Yu held the treasure weapon and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he appeared in the next moment, he was already in front of those level 8 Xian beasts. The warhound's giant sword released countless balls of fire in an instant. Ding, the host used raging flames to burn the city and gained experience points 1 by 999. As soon as the system's voice sounded, the weapon in Ji Yu's hand suddenly lit up brightly. All that could be seen was the fireballs flying towards the Xian beasts. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 loud sounds, those Xian beasts flew out. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yu disappeared in the next moment. When he appeared in the next moment, he raised his hand. He directly used the warhound's giant sword to cut off their heads. The heads fell to the ground. Ji Yu looked in the direction of the picture scroll. The picture in the picture scroll was still changing, but the aura of the Gold City sect disciples on the picture scroll had changed greatly. Now, they had stabilized their own realms. Ji Yu suddenly disappeared on the spot. He said faintly, "You can come back now." After he said this, the picture scroll in the air was suddenly released. In the next moment, dozens of people appeared in front of the picture scroll. They all sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Greetings, Brother Ji." After saying this, they all knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. They only saw Ji Yu disappear in an instant, and in the next moment, he appeared in the sky. Ji Yu said lightly, "You've been gone for a month." After Ji Yu said this, they all took a step back and looked at each other. Ji Yu said lightly, "Haha, I didn't expect that you've stabilized your Xian energy. Now we just need to wait for the time to come." Suddenly, a ray of light lit up in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yu disappeared on the spot and reappeared in the next moment. Then flew into the main hall. A few elders were surprised. Their disciples had been missing for an entire month, but there were still so many Xian beasts. When they saw this, their hearts couldn't help but tremble slightly. But they didn't expect Ji Yu to defeat so many Xian beasts in a day. After seeing so many people, they felt a little ashamed in their hearts. Ji Yu waved his hand. At that moment, a few people in the surroundings came forward. Ji Yu said calmly, "Next, we'll just have to wait for the fat pig to deliver himself to us." After he said this, the sky suddenly shook. Countless people in the surroundings slowly took a step forward and released 2 artifacts from their storage rings. They looked at each other. Ji Yu said lightly, "I'll leave this to the 2 of you. After Jiyu said this, they all stepped forward and picked up the treasures in front of them. After putting away the treasures, they instantly disappeared from their original spots. Jiyu said lightly, "How do you feel with these two treasures?" As Jiyu's voice fell, the elders looked at each other. Although they didn't want to admit it, the rest of the people looked at each other. At this moment, the rest of the people came in one after another. They cupped their hands and bowed. They bowed slightly and said lightly, "There's thunder outside." After they said this, the people around them went into a hubbub. They slowly opened their mouths and said, "Elders, the people of Magnificent Mystery Sect have arrived." After hearing Jiyu's words, they all came forward. At this moment, a dense crowd appeared in the sky. There seemed to be a trace of disdain in their eyes. In their hearts, it was just a small sect from the Gold City. After they said this, they took a step forward. Jiyu said lightly, "Today, our 5 sects have gathered together to test the disciples of the other sections." After saying this, Jiyu disappeared in the sky. After a while, several lightning bolts appeared in the sky. Jiyu said indifferently, "Who's here?" At this moment, countless people walked out. They held long blades in their hands and laughed as they walked in. They clasped their hands at the people in front of them and said, "My name is Liu. I am the great elder of the mysterious sword sect. Today, I have brought my subordinates to greet you all." After he said this, a few people from the Gold City sect came out and led them into the reception hall. Jiyu said indifferently, "Is there anyone else?" A few elders gathered behind Jiyu and looked at Jiyu and said, "There are still 3 sects coming." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 groups of people slowly walked through the gate. They were looking at the people from the Gold City sect with arrogance. After they were invited to stay, Jiyu went back to the stone room. There was still one day before the 5 profound gathering. Jiyu felt that the sky splitter was about to break through. He sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and started to operate the sky splitter. Ding! Host used the sky splitter. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. As the experience points continued to enter his body, Jiyu's Xian energy continued to expand. At this moment, Jiyu raised his hand. 5 rays of mystic light appeared in the void. They represented the 5 types of Xian energy: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Jiyu said indifferently, "Enter." As soon as Jiyu finished speaking, the 5 rays of light suddenly flew into his body one after another. Ding! Wind inheritance gained experience points, 1 by 999. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 2nd level of the human profound realm. Ding! Fire inheritance gained experience points, 1 by 999. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 2nd level of the human profound realm. Several voices rang out continuously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next level. The power of the 5 inheritances in his body actually broke through to the next level in an instant. Seeing this scene unfold before his eyes, Jiyu said indifferently, "Rise." When the 5 profound energies returned to Jiyu's body, he stood up. At that moment, the profound energies in his body were suddenly released. At that moment, the ground in front of him started to crack open. Just by moving his hands, he already had such power. How could anyone not be afraid of him? Jiyu said indifferently, "I finally broke through to the next level." He let out a long sigh. After leaving the stone room, the surrounding people walked towards Jiyu and looked at each other. Jiyu said indifferently, "I didn't expect that such an accident would happen." He sensed the profound energy in his hand and smiled faintly. At this moment, another ray of light appeared in the sky. Jiyu felt that this profound energies was actually the powerful profound energies of the human profound realm. His feet started to move instantly. Ding! Host used the dark forest and gained experience points, 1 by 999. Jiyu flew to the front of the profound fallen immortal sect. He saw a young girl in white robes in the profound fallen immortal sect's lodging. She was waving a silver sword in her hand under the moonlight. It was as if there was a celestial melody that kept ringing out. She followed the melody in the sky and kept jumping up and down before landing on the ground again. Jiyu only felt that the other party was extremely beautiful, but he couldn't think of anything else. He took a step forward and suddenly heard a clap of thunder in the sky. The young girl in front of him was holding a precious weapon. In the blink of an eye, she flew in front of Jiyu. She turned around and stabbed the long sword in her hand and arrived in front of Jiyu. Jiyu asked in confusion, "Why are you stabbing me?" He merely raised his hand and used 2 fingers to clamp down on the incoming sword. As Jiyu bent his hand slightly, the precious weapon instantly broke apart. The precious weapon broke into 2 halves. The young girl looked at her precious weapon in shock. "How can you? This is my best prized artifact." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu waved his hand and the treasured weapon froze in place. After seeing her own treasure, her eyes revealed a surprised smile. She curiously asked, "You're so powerful, what's your name?" After hearing this, Jiyu said indifferently, "What about you, Jiyu?" "They all call me Fairy Rulin." Jiyu smiled faintly, "Then I'll call you Little Rulin from now on." "What do you think?" "Only those close to me can call me Rulin. If you become my master, I'll agree." After hearing this, Jiyu smiled faintly, "Alright, I'll agree." Everyone looked at each other. Jiyu said faintly, "As your master, I'll teach you a set of sword techniques." After saying this, he followed the others and displayed the sword techniques. When he saw that this little girl didn't seem to understand, he had no choice but to hold her little hand. That said, Jiyu had no idea that Fairy Rulin was the most beautiful celestial maiden in the entire ancient mystic lineage. Countless people wanted to grovel under her skirt. However, such a hand that countless cultivators dreamed of touching was actually in Jiyu's hands. After practicing a set of sword techniques, they looked at each other. He slowly took a step forward. Jiyu said faintly, "I'll be leaving first." There was a trace of admiration in Fairy Rulin's eyes. Jiyu disappeared on the spot in an instant. In the next moment, the people around her suddenly walked out slowly and unsheathed their long swords. Who dares to trespass on Fairy Rulin's mountain range? When they saw Jiyu, they were ecstatic. Jiyu had raised the level of their inner sect disciples a few days ago. The remaining few people stepped forward one after another. Jiyu said faintly, "Why? Do you still want to catch me?" The few people looked at each other. How could they dare to catch Jiyu? On the contrary, they smelled a trace of a woman's fragrance on Jiyu. Could it be that Jiyu and Fairy Rulin had been in close contact earlier? They immediately felt extremely envious. They took a step back. Jiyu said faintly, "Relay my orders." After hearing Jiyu's words, the rest of the people exchanged glances and said calmly, "That's not it. We'll retreat now." Jiyu returned to the stone chamber and closed her eyes. Early the next morning, countless drumbeats were heard. Boom! 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 After 3 drumbeats, all the disciples opened their eyes. They put on their clothes and walked out of the door. They came to the central square of the Gold City sect. 6 stone pillars were inserted into the center of the plaza, near the stage. The 6 stone pillars gradually merged with the profound energy, as if they were a huge cover, enveloping the entire stage. Jiyu saw this scene and said faintly, "I didn't expect that the 5 profound gathering would be so grand." After he finished speaking, several claps of thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Countless people slowly walked up to the arena. The Gold City sect master had not appeared for a long time, but today, he ended his seclusion for the selection of the 5 sections. When he landed on the ground with his profound beast, everyone cast a pleasantly surprised look in his direction. The old man's aura was incomparably majestic. The hearts of the sect leaders of the few great sects trembled slightly. They could faintly sense it in their hearts. This long sword actually had such a terrifying power. He slowly said, "He has already reached the peak of the 5th layer of the human profound realm." The remaining few people looked at each other. A hint of shock appeared at the corners of their mouths. The remaining sect masters of the 4 sects furrowed their eyebrows tightly. The remaining people walked out one after another and cupped their hands. "I didn't expect that the Gold City sect leader would have such a big breakthrough. Congratulations." The few of them smiled and cupped their hands to each other. The Gold City sect leader looked very happy. He laughed loudly and said, "You're too polite, you're too polite." He said faintly, "Today is the 5 sects meeting. How about we start now?" Of course, the five profound meeting wasn't just a battle outside the mountain gate. It was just that once they entered the training palace, the one who could get the most points would be the leader of the five alliances. Jiyu led everyone to the mountain gate. They saw a huge golden light emitting from the training palace. The remaining disciples of the other sects all rushed to be the first to enter, fearing that they would be left behind. Jiyu saw this scene. Just as the Gold City sect was about to enter the training palace, Jiyu suddenly smiled and pulled them back. She said faintly, "Wait." After saying this, they entered the training palace. After all of them had entered, Jiyu led the Gold City sect disciples into the training palace. After everyone had disappeared, the door to the trial palace slowly closed. Xianxia said faintly, "Your disciples have all entered." Everyone, I suddenly remembered that there seems to be a sealed yellow rank Xian beast in the training palace. What? After a Xian beast broke through to the 10th level, it was divided into heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow ranks. When they advanced again, it was equivalent to breaking through to the life and death realm. Moreover, they could take human form. After thinking about this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Gold City sect leader said faintly, "This is something that I just thought of." However, they didn't expect that they would look at each other and say faintly, "Not good, then what should we do with our disciples?" Xianxia frowned. "If that's the case, there's only one way. Let's hear it." After saying this, the Gold City sect leader took a step forward and said faintly, "Now, there's only one way." After saying this, he gathered a powerful dark force in his hand. Suddenly, at this moment, the dark force in his body gathered together. He turned around and said faintly, "Let's gather all of our dark force together. Only then can we seal them." After shouting those words, the crowd beside him gradually took a step forward. "Alright, our fallen immortal profound sect will definitely lend you a hand." The remaining few profound sects also walked out one after another. They sat on the ground and gathered all their profound chi together and poured it into the trial palace. The leader of the Jincheng sect also raised his hand. He poured his profound energy into the training palace. At this time, a ray of white light appeared in the palace. Jiyu's mind moved and 2 life treasures appeared in his hands. With a flash, he disappeared from where he stood. At this moment, the huge rocks in the surroundings suddenly moved. The people from the 5 great sects all took out their life treasures. Although these rocks were huge, they were nothing in the eyes of the profound cultivators. However, these rocks seemed to be endless as they continuously flew out from everywhere. Jiyu could see that there was an array here. With this thought in mind, Jiyu took a step forward and said faintly, "Heaven and earth order, turn." After Jiyu shouted this sentence, a bright light appeared in the sky. The command flags in the sky kept dancing in the air. At this moment, those command flags gradually came to Jiyu's hand. Jiyu stretched out his hand and waved it forward. Instantly, those command flags came to Jiyu. At this moment, the profound stones above fell to the ground. Jiyu heaved a sigh of relief. In an instant, Jiyu's body flashed and he disappeared from where he stood. He slowly took a step forward. Many people appeared around him. They were all puppets. Jiyu said faintly, "The second stage has appeared." At this moment, countless puppets slowly walked towards Jiyu. After seeing this scene, Jiyu said slowly, "These are puppets. You all should be careful." When they heard this, they all retreated and arrived in front of Jiyu. Jiyu said faintly, 18 golden puppets." At this moment, the 18 golden puppets in front of him suddenly appeared. They raised their heads and said faintly, "Come out." After saying this, many puppets appeared in the sky. At this moment, those puppets charged towards Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly stretched out his hand and waved it forward. In an instant, the 18 golden puppets rushed forward. The only way to break through the puppets was to break through the threads of profound chi that controlled them. As soon as he said that, countless threads were pulled out and danced around the surrounding puppets. Jiyu's body disappeared in an instant when he saw this. He saw that there seemed to be a small stone pillar among the puppets. After seeing that stone pillar, Jiyu punched it heavily. There was a loud boom. At this moment, the stone pillar suddenly became extremely bright. At this moment, a huge puppet stood up. It actually used the power of 3 layers of puppets. In an instant, the 3 layers of puppets gradually merged together. The giant roared at the sky. At this time, the puppets in the air quickly merged together and ran in the direction of the giant. In an instant, those puppets merged with the giant's body. The giant roared and slapped down in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu's chi aura suddenly surged and pierced through the chi aura. With a loud boom, he said faintly, "Kill." In an instant, a huge treasure appeared in his hand. He held the warhound's greatsword and jumped up heavily, running towards the huge puppet. Although the giant in front of him had become incomparably strong after merging with so many puppets, its movements had become slower. Although the giant's movements were slow, it was still easy for him to grab Jiyu. Jiyu's 3,000 clouds movement had already reached its peak. But every time she appeared, it was exactly where the giant's palm was about to land. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? His gaze was locked onto Jiyu's body. After Jiyu disappeared, he once again felt Jiyu's path and heavily landed his palm. Jiyu only now understood that the other party didn't have any remarkable abilities. But through the changes in profound energy, he had completely figured out where her palm was going. Jiyu's figure flashed and disappeared from her original spot. Ding, the host used 3,000 clouds movement. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Since you can figure out where I'm going, then I won't hide anymore. Thinking of this, Jiyu heavily swung the warhound's great sword in her hand forward. The disciples of the various sects who were surrounded by the puppets were already scared out of their wits when they saw the giant puppet Mo Yen. How could they still have any thoughts of dodging? They only saw Jiyu suddenly disappear from her original spot. When she reappeared, she was already in front of the giant. An expert was indeed an expert. Jiyu's sword fell. In an instant, a profound light appeared in the sky. What a shocking profound energy. Where did such a terrifying profound energy come from? A look of disbelief appeared on everyone's faces. Jiyu indifferently thought in her heart. Right now, the battle between the two had already turned into a life and death struggle. Her mortal profound realm strength could no longer be hidden. Everyone outside the trial palace was even more shocked. The other 4 sect masters all sucked in a breath of cold air. I never thought that Jin City's sect would have such an outstanding disciple. That's right. Sect Master Jin City makes me feel ashamed. Jin City laughed out loud. But in his mind, how could he not remember which sect's disciple this youth belonged to? But this wasn't important, as long as it didn't affect his plan. There was a loud rumbling sound. Although the puppet statue was powerful, it was still extremely weak in front of someone at the early 2nd level of the human profound realm. After receiving Jiyu's sword strike, its body turned into stone and slowly fell to the ground. What a powerful ability! They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiyu's figure flashed. Under the situation where no one was aware, she used her own profound energy to entangle the hundreds of puppets present. Her divine sense entered their bodies in an instant. In the blink of an eye, those puppets had turned into supreme treasures. Jiyu waved his hand and all the puppets entered his pocket. As the giant puppet turned into ashes, the air suddenly shook and countless rocks fell. Jiyu frowned as she looked at the falling rocks. With a flash, he appeared several hundred meters away. He raised his hand, only to see that the artifact was already in his hand. An immortal path appeared in front of everyone. All the disciples seemed to have forgotten the tragic situation just now. On the path of cultivation, if one was only afraid of death, then they would never become a peerless expert. Without the slightest hesitation, they all charged into the immortal path. They all rushed into the immortal path with long spears in hand. All of a sudden, the world became dark and gloomy. The entire immortal path seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Everyone anxiously shouted, "Run!" No one knew who was the first to shout this sentence. At this moment, the people in front of them could be said to be 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their remarkable abilities. However, there were some who wanted to use their artifact to bypass the immortal path, but they didn't expect to be beaten back into the immortal path. It was as if there were 2 barriers that could completely lock them in. If everyone was united, then it would be easy. However, everyone was still thinking about the sect trial. How could they be truly united? Some of them were afraid. The artifact in their hands had already attacked the disciples of the other 4 sections. However, the immortal path was in a mess. The nightmare wasn't over yet. From both sides of the immortal path, countless short people like dried corpses crawled out of nowhere. Everyone began to display their own profound skills. Unexpectedly, these little people were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already riding on top of the people. A pair of sharp claws directly greeted their heads. They were only ordinary disciples. How could they withstand such a huge attack? From time to time, they would vomit blood and fall into the immortal path one after another. When the crowd above saw this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with blood. They felt pity for their dead companions. At this moment, Jiyu slowly walked towards the immortal path, as if he was the savior of the world. When everyone saw Jiyu, they all gathered behind him. They didn't know why, but this man who looked much younger than them actually gave them a strong sense of security. Mystic skill, Ice River of 10,000 miles. Ding, host used 10,000 miles of glacier. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. It seemed that after entering the spirit profound realm, Jiyu could freely control the mystic skills in his hands. From time to time, he could even create his own mystic skills. Although the mystic skills he created were only at the yellow stage, he was very confident that as time passed, the mystic skills in his hands would level up because of the system's experience points reward. The warhound's great sword moved and suddenly, the temperature in the air dropped. It was as if countless cold air had turned the immortal path into a glacier. Those little people who were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws had just charged forward when they were frozen by this powerful glacier, turning into beautiful ice sculptures. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. The mortal profound realm was indeed the mortal profound realm. Just a single mystic skill actually had such a terrifying power. They looked at each other. Fortunately, the competition this time was not in the arena. Otherwise, how could they compete with him with just the few of them, at this moment? A gentle voice entered Jiyu's ears. Master. Hearing this joyous voice, Jiyu looked up. So it was the young girl he met, the fairy named Ruolan. Why are you here? Master's question is funny. I am a fairy from the fallen immortal sect. Why can't I appear here? Upon hearing this, Jiyu finally understood that this girl was actually a fairy from the fallen immortal sect. He patted her head. At this moment, a few hot-blooded men couldn't hold it in anymore. Although they relied on Jiyu to pass the immortal path, even without Jiyu, could any one of them pass the immortal path? What a joke, they couldn't help but think in their hearts. At the same time, they took a step forward. They pointed at Jiyu's nose and shouted, "Where did this lecher come from? Let go of our fairy." Your family is now? Ruolan's heart was filled with doubts when she heard this. She wasn't married yet, so how did she become someone else's? Even if she were to marry, it should at least be someone like her master. Jiyu's incomparable handsomeness naturally attracted the attention of these female disciples. It was as if they wanted to stick their eyes on Jiyu. Jiyu shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Whatever. What do you want? What do you want?" There was an incomparable majesty in this sentence. But what could they do? Although Jiyu's martial arts were at the second level of the human profound realm and no one doubted his level, it was just a trashy cultivation method cultivated by a trashy disciple of the Gold City sect. Any disciple of the magnificent holy sect who was at the 9th level of the spirit profound realm could be transferred to a human profound realm elder of a third-rate sect. Although they were only a second-rate sect in the union of 10,000 immortals and were the trashy fighters among the second-rate sects, it was precisely them who walked into the frozen land and killed those guards of the sect. They also obtained a large number of treasures in the evolving temple. One of them said, "Kid, I think you don't know what's good for you. You just used a profound skill to freeze these villains. What's there to be proud of?" That's right. How dare you defile a fairy? Die. Jiyu clearly didn't do anything to Ruolan fairy. Even if he did, it wasn't up to this group of stinky juniors to judge. He was instantly enraged, and he disappeared from where he stood. He definitely had to teach them a lesson. He pulled out the long blade in his hand and swung it down heavily. Suddenly, the surrounding ground shattered. He arrived in front of that brat from the magnificent holy sect who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He grabbed their necks with both hands and lifted them up high. They had been pampered since they were young, so they had never seen such a terrifying scene. Even Fairy Rulin from the fallen immortal sect, who was watching this scene from the side, could not bear to see it. Master, they have good intentions. Why don't we just forget about it? Normally, Rulin was only concerned about the cultivation of her profound energy. When had she ever seen the dangers of the pugilistic world? However, Jiyu was different. He had traveled extensively and had seen many things. He only said indifferently, if I let them go so easily now, do you believe that they will dare to plot against me later? They won't. Really? The corner of Jiyu's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Although they did not know why, they felt that this smile was very scary, but they did not dare to say anything. A mysterious light flashed and the two stanchions were broken by Jiyu's punch. It was impossible for them to cultivate again in this lifetime. How can there be such a cruel method? This is the good disciple that you have taught? The sect masters of the four great sects all angrily rebuked. Although the sect master of Jin City did not know when he had accepted such a disciple, now that he had achieved his goal, it was time to put down his mask. Ha ha ha. The elders of the four great sects did not know why this elder of Jin City still had the face to laugh. You have taught such a disciple, but you don't know how to reflect on yourself. What are you laughing about? The sect master of the Profound Sword sect, Unfettered One, was the first to lose his temper. He used one hand to maintain the seal of the trial hall and the other hand to point forward. In an instant, the bloodless bone sword, a 7th grade artifact beside him, flew into the air. With the infusion of Xian energy, the 7th grade artifact turned into more than 80 swords in an instant. Even if others used their own mental strength to infuse the artifact, in a short period of time, they were unable to distinguish which one was the real one. He pointed heavily in the direction of the sect master of Jin City. In an instant, the long sword was directly in front of him. He snorted coldly. It's just a small trick. After saying this, the sword in the air actually stopped in the air. Under the gaze of the sect master of Jin City, it actually fell to the ground. He gasped in surprise and said faintly, "How is this possible? How did you do it?" Hearing the sect master of Jin City's exclamation, he smiled slightly and said faintly, "Don't you think there's something wrong with you now?" After saying this, the sect master of the sword sect closed his eyes. Only then did he realize that the amount of Xian energy he could use was only 1/10 of the usual amount. What is going on? After hearing his exclamation, the rest of the people began to investigate their own internal aura. They found that without exception, the aura of everyone present was getting smaller and smaller. They still didn't understand what was going on. The sect master of the Jin City sect laughed out loud. It's good that you don't understand. I can't let you die of stupidity. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've already set up a Xian gathering technique in this trial palace. No matter if it's you or them in the trial palace, in the end, all the Xian energy in your body will belong to me. As for how far I can break through to the human profound realm, I don't know myself. In this case, you've helped an absolute Xian cultivator. Are you still happy? Everyone thought in their hearts that this was shameless, but now that their dantian had been absorbed by the Xian gathering technique, they could only accept this guy's endless humiliation. At this moment, the sect master of the Jin City sect released his hand and jumped lightly to the top of the trial palace that was hovering in the air. Now, no one could escape from his grasp. He sat down with peace of mind and absorbed the Xian energy that the trial palace brought to him. Shameful. Sect master, forget about them. Why don't you even let us go? The few people of the Jin City sect were very puzzled. Why was their sect master so vicious that he even wanted to absorb their Xian energy? Jin City laughed out loud. He said indifferently, if you all don't participate, how can they be fooled? The most important thing is that although the profound strength in your bodies is not much, it is still a part of the profound strength, isn't it? She listened to his crazy thoughts. All the elders roared, but there was nothing they could do. Right now, they had no way to leave the Great Array. Moreover, if it wasn't for the remaining profound strength that could be used to protect their main heart meridians, they would have died long ago because of being sucked dry. What was laughable was that after Jin Qing finished absorbing, they might not even be able to keep this little bit of profound strength. "But sect master, if you do this, our Jinqing will be exterminated." Jinqing immediately laughed out loud. "How can it be so easy to exterminate a sect? There are no more elders, just use profound stones to recruit more. There are no more inner sect disciples, just choose from the outer sect." Jiyu also felt that it was a little strange in the training palace. She didn't know if it was because of the mystery of the palace or because of the loss of profound strength in her body. He could feel that his profound strength was constantly flowing away, and it wouldn't stop. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was strong, he was afraid that he would only be left with the strength of the spirit profound realm. It seemed that he had to pass as soon as possible. Look! A door of light appeared in the air. It seemed that whoever entered the door of light first would be able to obtain the most points. The face of the 5 great sects was completely torn apart in the face of this final challenge. They looked at each other. The disciples of the Imperial Sword sect were the first to lose their patience. They threw out their own treasured weapons, profound swords, and stabbed them into the ground. In the blink of an eye, their bodies seemed to be attracted by the treasured weapons, and directly flew towards the treasured weapons. Ridiculous! More than a dozen huge men revealed a disdainful smile. Their bodies instantly disappeared from where they were, and when they reappeared, it was as if they had seen something. When they reappeared, they had already arrived beside the treasured weapons. How can there be such a fast speed? The disciples of the Imperial Sword sect didn't understand either. They only saw the men smile slightly. "We, the ancient spirit sect, have profound beasts since we were young. Now, it's just a small trick." They stood beside the Imperial Sword faction's great treasure and put their hands together. A huge chi aura leisurely came out of their bodies and directly shrouded their bodies. A look of disdain appeared on their faces. The disciples of the Imperial Sword faction directly collided with the chi aura released by the Imperial Sword faction. "How about it? Now that you don't have a prized artifact, I want to see how you can break through our defense." The leader laughed and then ordered the disciple who had been hiding behind him to open the light door. The disciples of the other 4 sects were naturally unhappy. The 10 or so female disciples of the fallen immortal faction moved at the same time. The treasures in their hands were long crutches. Speaking of which, it was strange. These crutches swung forward. It actually had the momentum of splitting open the heavens. A loud boom was heard. The Chi gang dispersed abruptly. The disciples of the sword-controlling sect were not fools. They extended their sword fingers. All he said was, "Sword, come." In the blink of an eye, those treasures rose from the ground and flew in their direction. However, those treasures were all blocked by the ancient spirit faction. The Imperial Sword faction wanted to use this opportunity to kill all the so-called ancient spirit faction in front of them. Even if they couldn't kill you, they could at least injure you, right? They were secretly scheming in their hearts. Those long swords shot in their direction one after another. Although the disciples of the ancient spirit faction were a little flustered, they didn't completely lose their minds. They roared and stomped on the ground. His originally glossy skull actually seemed to emit a trace of golden light. They stomped on the ground, accompanied by the violent shaking of the sky. All of them turned into golden people. Those treasures didn't hurt or itch at all when they collided with their bodies. The eldest disciple of the ancient spirit faction raised his head proudly and said arrogantly, "Humph, you Imperial Sword faction and the disciples of the fallen immortal sect, so what if you join forces? Do you still want to hurt us?" While speaking, they suddenly heard the sound of violent wind coming from their ears. They immediately looked to the side, only to see a huge iron hammer coming at them with a loud bang. They all took 2 steps back, only to see a group of people who had been silent all this while move. They waved the iron hammers in their hands and heavily smashed them on their bodies. It was accompanied by a scream. They fell to the ground one after another, touching their chests. Looking at the group of people in front of them, they couldn't help but have a trace of evil thoughts in their hearts. How could the ancient spirit faction's golden body profound skill allow them to maintain a super strong defensive ability for 3 minutes? Even experts at the peak of the 3rd level of the human profound realm couldn't do anything to them in a short time. But after these 3 minutes, they would be in danger. Originally, they thought that this was just the last stage of the trial, so they took out their trump cards in advance. But they never thought that they would be so vulnerable in front of the other party. They only saw a group of people waving their iron hammers and didn't say much nonsense. They just divided into 3 groups and attacked Jiyu and the others. Although the fallen immortal sect was known for their dexterity, in front of these big iron hammers, they were still defeated. Even their own protective artifacts were shattered by these big iron hammers. Seeing this outside the trial palace, the Gold City faction's leader was very excited. Old Iron Hammer, I have long known that your faction uses strength to break through everything, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Shameless, my Iron Hammer Profound sect naturally leads a faction. The Gold City faction's leader coldly snorted, you are the leader, yet you still don't know. You actually dare to provoke this faction's leader. If it wasn't for the fact that I haven't completely absorbed your profound strength, this old man would have killed you long ago. The old Iron Hammer was not to be outdone. He just sneered and said, so what if you kill us? Killing us is just to show how strong you are. If you kill us, you won't be able to suppress the 9th level Profound Beast in this trial palace. When the Profound Beast appears, you will also die. The Gold City faction's leader laughed, I didn't expect it. Did you cultivate your brains? Why do you believe everything this faction's leader says? There are no Profound Beasts in here at all. I just added a layer of seal inside. As long as they can pass, they will enter my seal. Facing life and death, the sect leaders of the 4 sects did not hesitate. Thus, they began to curse one after another. You're really shameless. For the sake of Xian energy, you won't even let go of your own disciples. In this life, this old man only has one son, but he died at the hands of your magnificent Saint Profound sect. Now, this old man just wants an explanation from you. What does this count as? Then what about us? We haven't offended you. Humph, you boast that you're a third-rate sect in the union of 10,000 immortals and feel complacent. Now, why are you begging for mercy in front of our 4th-rate sect? Anyway, scolding was one thing. The current Gene City only felt that he was very happy. It seemed that this was the peak of his life. Thinking of this in his heart, he suddenly laughed out loud. Looking at this shameless villain, they clenched their fists. Wait for this old man to suck your Xian energy dry, then I'll play with your fallen immortal sect. Each of you fairies is young and beautiful. I don't know how long this old man has been thinking. With Xian energy to absorb and beauties to be my mount, ha ha ha. My life has reached this point. Even if I can't break through the life and death realm in this life, I should be satisfied. The fallen immortal sect leader's face turned red from his words. Since they entered the sect, they had never suffered such humiliation. Moreover, to have more than 100 female disciples serve a man, an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, this was simply wishful thinking. But now, they had no choice but to lower their arrogant heads. The key was that when their sect recruited disciples, all of them, starting from the sect leader, had to be virgins. Now, how did they fall into his hands? With a sigh, the fallen immortal sect leader had the intention to die. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, the Gene City sect leader said, don't think about suicide. Your Xian energy has been sucked dry by me. At most, you'll be reduced to mortals. But if you dare to commit suicide, this old man will gather all of your 3 souls and 7 spirits. Every day, I'll use fire and ice to make you beg for death. After saying this, everyone no longer had the intention to die. On the other side, Jiyu's warhound great sword fell heavily. With a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the Iron Hammer Profound sect's protective artifact. Even though they knew that their treasures were only of the 7th grade, However, the artifact itself was made of the best black iron. Logically speaking, even a 10th grade artifact would be intimidated by it. How could it be broken so easily? Could it be that Jiyu's artifact had already surpassed theirs? After guessing to this point, they could not help but have the intention to kill and steal the treasures. Although they knew that outside of the training palace, there would be the sect leaders and elders of the 5 great sections. But what if they killed Jiyu and said that it was an accident? Every time there was a 5 profound gathering, wouldn't it be normal for a few people to die? After making up his mind, the person who was fighting with Jiyu suddenly shouted. Give up on the opponent in front of you and help me take him down. After shouting this sentence, the remaining people, although they did not know why their senior brother shouted like this, they secretly thought that this person had some ability. It was no wonder that their senior brother could not deal with him. They gave up on the Gold City sect's disciples in front of him. Those disciples still wanted to resist, but they just smashed down with their hammers. How could these inner disciples resist the other side's direct disciples? It could be assumed that the direct disciples were the people that the elders of the various sects wanted to pass on all their skills to. Sure enough, after they were struck by this profound skill, they all retreated explosively. They even spat out a mouthful of blood. The remaining Iron Hammer sect's disciples gathered together with that disciple. They all rushed towards Jiyu's direction. Jiyu smiled faintly. Ignorant. Looking at the unchanging expression on Jiyu's face, they were naturally delighted. In a battle between profound practitioners, the most dreadful thing was to underestimate one's opponent. Now that Jiyu had delivered herself to them, they could not wait for Jiyu to look down on them. Thinking of this, they directly rushed towards Jiyu's direction. Spinning his body, the big hammer in his hand became even more powerful. It was as if there was a gust of wind. Unexpectedly, a tornado appeared on the spot where he was standing. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all shocked and their mouths were wide open. How is this possible? What a strong fusion, profound skill. Although the people from the other two sects were pressured by the Iron Hammer sect in front of them to the point that they could not breathe. However, they did not face such a predicament. They raised their heads and were extremely shocked. As for the remaining Iron Hammer sect's disciples, they had a disdainful smile on their faces. Kill! 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 After shouting out these words, Xianxia shouted out. The hurricane attacked Jiyu's direction. Looking at the power of the hurricane, it was probably at the first level of the spirit profound realm. If it was the Jiyu from yesterday, perhaps she would have a trace of fear. However, in today's Jiyu's eyes, it was simply trash. Ding, the host used Fierce Wind Blade. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. The Fierce Wind Blade struck towards their bodies, causing them to abruptly take 2 steps back. They could only see the 2 hurricanes colliding in a short moment. It seemed that they would not be able to determine who was up and who was down in a short period of time. The corner of Jiyu's mouth slightly smiled. They did not seem to understand what it was, but their bodies had already controlled the big hammer to enter the hurricane. They only felt that the 2 hurricanes had merged together. However, under normal circumstances, they were like the eye of the storm. There would not be any problems. However, right now, they felt as if they were heavily slapped in the face by someone. Because within the hurricane, it was as if there were countless blades that were scraping their flesh. However, this kind of pain went straight to their souls. There was not a single trace of injury on their bodies. Their hearts became more and more anxious. What should they do? What should they do? Among them, one of the smarter ones shouted, his profound skill requires the use of artifacts. Why don't we just directly break his artifact? Let's see how arrogant he can be. When everyone heard this, they felt that this was the best method out of all possible methods. Thinking of this, they controlled their bodies and directly charged towards Jiyu. The corner of Jiyu's mouth revealed a disdainful smile. They only saw her gently raise one hand and the warhound's great sword in her hand suddenly struck out. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Suddenly, the 2 forces collided with each other in an instant, and a huge mysterious light shone. The corner of Jiyu's mouth revealed a trace of an evil smile. The 4 of them charged forward and their target was Jiyu's warhound's greatsword. He did not panic and just threw the warhound's greatsword away. 5 types of inherited Xian energy suddenly reinforced it. The people of Iron Hammer sect panicked. But the arrow on the bow had to be released. They gritted their teeth and concentrated all of their Xian qi into their long swords. With a heavy swing of their swords, a loud rumbling sound rang out. Jiyu's warhound's greatsword safely returned to Jiyu's hand. As for the Iron Hammer sect's hammers, they all shattered without exception. Jiyu fell to the ground and waved his hand, creating a gale. Ding, the host used Fierce Wind Blade. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. The difference between the 2 sides was decided in an instant. Jiyu said indifferently, "You lost." In the blink of an eye, the Fierce Wind Blade appeared and posed a huge threat to them. When they saw Jiyu's cold eyes, their hearts suddenly trembled. He said indifferently, "If you put down the artifact now, I can still let you go." The people of Iron Hammer sect looked at each other and said indifferently, "What do we do? What else can we do? Brothers, let's attack together and kill him." Yes, the artifact in his hand is a rare artifact. Only by taking the artifact in his hand can we stop him from being so powerful. Hearing this, for some reason, Jiyu had the urge to laugh. He smiled faintly and raised his hand. Suddenly, the Warhound's greatsword in his hand disappeared without a trace. The people of Iron Hammer sect were instantly enraged. "You actually dare to look down on us? Preposterous, die." The people who were fighting with the other sects all retreated and looked at the arrogant kid in front of them. They smiled faintly. Although our Iron Hammer sect's Xian skills are not the most powerful, the strength in our hands is not something that anyone can look down on. After shouting this sentence, everyone looked at each other. The artifacts in their hands suddenly flew out. Everyone grabbed the hammers in their hands and ran towards Jiyu's direction. When they saw this scene, the remaining people surrounded Jiyu. They raised the hammers in their hands and threw them in Jiyu's direction. At this moment, Jiyu disappeared from where he was. His body was burning with a raging fire. It burned the hammer and showed signs of melting it. They anxiously took a step back, and in the blink of an eye, Jiyu suddenly ran 2 to 3 steps forward and raised the armor in his hand. At this moment, the flames on his body became stronger and stronger. The flames on his body appeared on Jiyu's fingertips. With a thought from Jiyu, the flames left Jiyu's sword fingers and flew out like missiles. With a boom, the people of Iron Hammer sect were blown up and not a single one of them was left. On top of that, Jiyu's killing intent had been aroused. Without exception, the hammers in their hands were all swallowed up by the flames in Jiyu's hand. Jiyu said faintly, "Now you're obedient." After witnessing Jiyu's terrifying strength, how could they have the guts to enter the door of light? They looked at each other and opened up a path for Jiyu. When Jiyu saw this scene, he slowly walked forward and arrived in front of the door of light. Within the door of light, a number array flashed. He didn't expect that such profound knowledge would exist in this small world of Xian cultivators. It was only the multiplication method. How could it be difficult for Jiyu? However, at this moment, a trace of vigilance appeared in Jiyu's heart. He glanced at the people beside him and said to the disciples of Gold City, "Come forward and see if you can break the mechanism on the door." That person took a step forward and saw the multiplication table on the door. He couldn't help but laugh. This is such a simple problem for mortals. How can we not know how to solve it? When he heard this, Jiyu felt that things weren't that simple. With the mentality that it was better to let others die than to die, Jiyu grabbed a disciple of Iron Hammer sect and asked him to solve the problem. The disciple of Iron Hammer sect sneered. Perhaps it was because the past master saw that it was the last test, so he naturally relaxed his vigilance. Or perhaps it was because he wanted the 5 great sects to fight each other. Considering that the final victor would definitely not have any Xianxia left, what would he use to open the door? Therefore, he used such a simple method to seal it. This Jiyu was still stupid enough to think that no one could open the door, or that there was something strange behind the door. He was simply stupid to the extreme. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but smile and walk forward. Under the door plate, he easily moved the numbers on the mechanism. When the problems were solved one by one, the door opened. Congratulations to all of you for passing the test. The one who opened the door will enter first and obtain the highest score. The rest of you will enter in order and leave the training palace. The disciple of Iron Hammer sect laughed. He glanced at Jiyu complacently. However, he couldn't defeat Jiyu, so he didn't dare to mock him. After all, there was nothing to say when one's skill was inferior. Jiyu smiled faintly and gestured for them to enter. Although he had given the opportunity to win this round, it wasn't the time to find out who was stronger and who was weaker. He waved his hand faintly. Immediately, everyone entered the door in a frenzy. Jiyu also followed the crowd into the door. When he saw a flash of brilliance, Jiyu shouted in his heart. If it was any other time, Jiyu would understand that this was just a small trap. However, Jiyu had already entered this trap. It would definitely trigger a tremor in heaven and earth. When he thought of this, he sighed slightly. When the people next to him saw Jiyu, they sighed as well. "Brother Jiyu, may I ask what happened to you?" The person who spoke was from the Imperial Sword sect. Although their skill was inferior, they didn't directly attack Jiyu and the others. Now, they could still restore the friendship between the various sections. Jiyu smiled slightly. "You don't know. This is a conspiracy. It's a formation. Moreover, we are all trapped in this formation. There's no way to break it from the inside." "What? We don't have a way to break it from the inside?" When they heard Jiyu's words, their hearts trembled slightly. If this continued, wouldn't they be spending the rest of their lives here? Hearing this, the first to break down was the Ancient Spirit Clan. Their Ancient Spirit Clan was the clan closest to the top clans. Now, as the most outstanding disciples of this clan, they were trapped here. When they thought of this, they took the lead and took a step forward. "Junior brothers, you are the best at learning array formations among us. Come and give it a try." After saying this, everyone looked at each other and nodded one after another. "Okay, I promise you." After saying this, everyone took a step forward. Their eyes were full of blood. They released the dark force in their bodies and poured it into the array. They only saw that the array suddenly emitted a bright light. Before they could find the array core of the array, the profound energy in their bodies had already been sucked dry. They couldn't help but gasp. In an instant, all the dark force in their bodies was sucked dry. They couldn't help but tremble. Jiyu said indifferently, "Give up." Several disciples of the Jincheng faction collapsed in their hearts. They sat directly on the ground and burst into tears. Jiyu frowned and asked, "What's there to cry about?" After hearing Jiyu's words, the rest of the people cried even harder. They cried and said, "We don't want to do it. We don't want to do it." "Why do you say that? It wasn't easy for us to pass so many tests. Why can't we go back?" Jiyu laughed again. "How could they be so ignorant?" he said indifferently. "Do you think that these tests were made by your master? Isn't it?" Their small eyes were filled with incredulity. How could this matter be fake? They looked at each other. Jiyu said indifferently, "That might be the case in the beginning. However, this array formation is able to suck away all of our profound energy. One look and I can tell that it's not a good array formation. I believe it's to suck away all of our profound energy. And once the dark force is sucked dry, there's no way to replenish it. It's just a small trial. How could it be so vicious?" When they heard that Jiyu understood all the key points, they immediately understood. Jiyu said faintly, "If that's the case, then it's up to me." He pulled out the Warhound sword and stabbed it into the ground. The dark force directly passed through the sword and into the ground. Seeing this scene, he said indifferently, "Come out." The dark force kept coming from the ground. Outside the trial palace, everyone's dark force was being sucked away by the Gold City sect master. He laughed out loud and looked like he was enjoying it. Especially the young disciples inside. If their dark force was transferred to their bodies, who knew what kind of scene it would be? When they thought of this, their hearts were suddenly filled with joy. He said with a faint smile, "Just obediently accept your deaths." At this moment, the air suddenly shook. Jiyu had found the array core. "I need someone to protect my body." After saying this, he closed his eyes. Everyone naturally knew who Jiyu was referring to. Now that everyone was in trouble, how could anyone destroy Jiyu's body? Thinking of this, they all came in front of Jiyu and slowly blocked Jiyu's body. When he saw the Gold City sect, Fairy Rulin, and the others standing in front of Jiyu to protect her, he felt relieved and closed his eyes. No one knew that Jiyu still had a life-saving treasure in her body. Once someone had the intention to kill him, the 18 golden puppets would definitely appear. In addition, the 5 great sects would be fighting each other, so he would definitely be able to escape unscathed. With this thought in mind, Jiyu's soul walked out of the cave. She went through the Warhound sword and entered the ground. The 3 divine beasts were like Jiyu's most obedient children. The weapon spirits of other sects' weapons were mainly in human form. Only Jiyu's artifact spirit was like an obedient and terrifying Xian beast. He wondered if those grandmasters who forged treasured artifacts would change their worldview after hearing this news. He said faintly, "Do you understand human language?" The dark beasts raised their heads and nodded, indicating that they could understand what Jiyu was saying. Today, I'll bring you back to glory. After saying this, the three Xian beasts entered the ground one after another. Presumably, such a profound array would definitely have a treasure as the core of the array. And this treasure would be the best food for the tool spirit. All the Xian beasts' eyes shone with a trace of light. Jiyu brought them underground, only to see that the wind around them was howling. He said faintly, "Do you see what we're looking for?" The long snake took the lead and flew out, wandering around the area. The giant tiger did not dare to fall behind. The souls of the giant dog and the rhinoceros were already flying around. Jiyu smiled faintly and said, "It seems that you won't be able to find it either." He recalled that although the array required a treasure as the eye of the array, if he needed to find the most powerful thing in the world when facing the array, he would need to find the best location. In other words, he had to go underground. He kept flying towards the ground, only to see layers of earth and rocks appearing in front of him. He sneered and pulled out the long sword in front of him. He swung it out and all the earth and rocks disappeared. Then, he came to a sea of fire. The sea of fire forced the three weapon spirits to stay close to Jiyu. It was too hot. Jiyu's mouth revealed a disdainful smile. "Fire, is it?" The fire inheritance in his body started to move. The endless sea of fire kept entering Jiyu's body. Ding, the host has activated the fire inheritance. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. As the system's voice kept ringing, the sea of fire kept increasing Jiyu's dark force. With the addition of these two things, the fire inheritance broke through to the third level of the spirit profound realm. The sea of fire gradually decreased under Jiyu's absorption. In the next moment, it was all integrated into Jiyu's body. Jiyu suddenly opened her eyes wide and said lightly, "Absorb." After shouting this sentence, the large sea of fire instantly integrated into Jiyu's body. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu disappeared on the spot. Jiyu pulled out a flame and heavily bombarded the ground below. After a loud bang, Jiyu flew down. Suddenly, a long roar was heard. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. It's out, he was filled with joy in his heart. This was the artifact spirit of the artifact. They would only attack Jiyu directly, but the warhound's great sword in Jiyu's hand would directly tear them apart. After thinking of this, Jiyu waved her hand heavily. The three giant beasts were even crazier than Jiyu. They gathered together and charged directly at Jiyu. The three Xian beasts saw a huge figure. He let out a roar. They raised their heads and roared heavily. Even if they had become weapon spirits, they could not tolerate any threat, especially from their own kind. After being roared at like this, they all raised their heads and roared out in anger. That loud voice turned out to be the Kuan-Pung. Jiyu was stunned. She did not expect that it would become like this. The four Xian beasts had already merged together and started fighting. Jiyu retreated to one side and watched them fight. In the next moment, the Kuan-Pung suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Then, its big mouth came in front of Jiyu and the others. Jiyu smiled contemptuously and turned around, only to see it suddenly raise its hand. At this moment, the three giant beasts in front of her were directly swallowed by the Kuan-Pung. Jiyu did not expect that the Kuan-Pung would swallow them in an instant. Jiyu frowned and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, she came in front of the other party. Jiyu raised her hand and the soul power in her body was instantly released to the extreme. The flame directly wrapped around Jiyu's fists. She wildly hammered in the direction of the Kuan-Pung. At this moment, the Kuan-Pung kept flapping its wings, but under Jiyu's crazy attack, the Kuan-Pung did not have any strength to fight back. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jiyu directly raised her hand and punched out. Boom, boom, boom. With three loud sounds, the Kuan-Pung fell into the sea of fire in an instant. Jiyu raised her hand. If Jiyu was in the array, she could clearly see that the huge warhound sword that was inserted into the ground shook violently at this moment. The long sword began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, the long sword let out a roar and flew down in the next moment. With two bangs, the people on both sides crazily collided with each other. Jiyu raised her hand and a Xian energy enveloped the Kuan-Pung. The Kuan-Pung could not move. Perhaps only it knew that Ji Yu wanted to use it as the next weapon spirit. At this moment, it roared and directly rushed in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu snorted and slowly raised her hand. He turned into a beam of white light and arrived in front of Ji Yu in the blink of an eye. Ji Yu immediately extended his hand and swung it. Even if the Kunpeng wanted to leave, it could not escape from Ji Yu's hand. Under the Xian light, its body gradually became smaller and smaller. Finally, it turned into a small ball of light in Ji Yu's hand. He said lightly, "Let's see if you are convinced or not." He saw that the treasure weapon below was fighting with Ji Yu for control of the treasure weapon. Ji Yu frowned, and in the time it took to turn around, it flew down. She said lightly, "Damn it." After saying that, the treasure appeared in front of Ji Yu. It was a small silver basin. Ji Yu snorted coldly. His hands formed a sword and stabbed into the silver basin. Following a loud kacha sound, the silver basin split into two in an instant. There was no way for the weapon spirit to possess the silver treasure. The weapon spirit flew up directly and roared as if the 9 heavens were about to tremble. It directly rushed in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu raised her hand and saw the Kunpeng's figure shrink again. Now it was just in the shape of a little bird. It was still flapping its wings continuously. Ji Yu flew behind the little bird, and by the time he arrived in front of it, it had already returned to its original position before the astral projection. The surrounding people came forward one after another. They drew their long swords and surrounded Ji Yu and the others. Ji Yu snorted and forced the Kunpeng into the giant sword. In an instant, the giant sword flew into Ji Yu's hand and Ji Yu pulled it out. Fairy Rulan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into a pool of blood. Ji Yu came forward and helped her up. She said lightly, "Who hurt you like this?" After hearing Ji Yu's question, Fairy Rulan raised her hand and pointed at the Iron Hammer sect in front of her. Ji Yu looked at them coldly and said, "You're courting death." They scoffed. Now that the trial is over, it seems like Fairy Rulan might die. When we get out later, all we have to do is say that you were the one who killed her. The Gold City sect leader alone will be able to kill all of you. Ji Yu smiled faintly. "You'll have to be alive to get out of here alive first." As she spoke, Ji Yu put a pill into her mouth. After swallowing the pill, a trace of golden light appeared in her eyes and she slowly floated up. She raised her hand and in an instant, Fairy Rulan's aura gradually became stronger. Ji Yu said indifferently, "It's time for you to be on your way." After saying this, Ji Yu locked her gaze on them. Ji Yu waved the giant sword in her hand. Suddenly, a giant Kunpeng flew out from her sword. Although the giant sword had already fused with Ji Yu's hand, it was still in her hand. After seeing the Kunpeng, everyone in front of her trembled. The Kunpeng's size stunned everyone present. The Warhound's great sword in Ji Yu's hand had been completely renamed as the Kunpeng sword. The weapon spirit that had fused with the 4 Xian beasts was incomparably powerful. The people of the profound Iron Hammer sect wanted to take advantage of the time when Ji Yu's body was separated from his body to take his life. They didn't expect that several large sects would protect him. Forget about that. After Ji Yu woke up, it was as if he had changed into a different person. A heavy sword was swung out. Suddenly, a tsunami of Xianxia swarmed over. What was even more terrifying was that his weapon spirit was actually the Kunpeng. The Kunpeng spread its wings and covered the sky. In an instant, it covered the entire trial palace. Even the people in the trial palace could feel this terrifying Xianxia. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The people of the profound Iron Hammer sect fell into a pool of blood. The trial palace also collapsed. The Gold City sect master flew out and landed in an absolutely safe position. Without the trial palace's restriction, the sect masters and elders of the various sects regained their freedom. They looked at Ji Yu's direction with vigilance. Unfortunately, Ji Yu had been out for too long. Their Xianxia had long been absorbed by the trial palace. "I didn't expect you to be able to come out." The Gold City sect master's eyes were sharp, as if he wanted to see through the youth in front of him. "How strong is he? How can he break my array?" The profound Iron Hammer sect master was heartbroken. "My good disciple." He crazily threw himself on the group of corpses on the ground as tears kept flowing out of his eyes. Ji Yu lightly asked, "Who is the sacred profound sect master?" An old man wearing a red robe slowly stood up. He stroked his beard and said with a sage-like appearance, "This old man is the sacred profound sect master." Jiyu walked in front of him. "How do I enter the extreme north?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the sect masters present who knew about that matter looked in Jiyu's direction in disbelief. How did he know about this matter? All of a sudden, a trace of doubt appeared in everyone's hearts. Jiyu said indifferently, "You don't need to know how I know. I just need to know how to get in." Jiyu's human profound realm strength was fully released, suppressing everyone's head. The sect leader of the flourishing Saint Profound sect was completely crushed by this terrifying profound energy. He said faintly, "All right, whatever you say." Jiyu pulled back her hand. With a loud rumble, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky, and countless bolts of lightning fell. "What a powerful profound energy! I want your profound energy." The head of the Jincheng sect suddenly laughed out loud. Dozens of flags flew out of his hand and floated in the sky. He gently pointed his finger. The 10 flags shone with a golden color. In the blink of an eye, they had already surrounded Jiyu. The profound energy in Jiyu's body flowed like the sea to the head of the Jincheng sect. He closed his eyes tightly and didn't move. He just looked at her as if she was an ant that was about to die. The head of the Jincheng sect was shocked. Why is this kid looking at me like this? What is he thinking? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He didn't know what Jiyu was up to. He only knew that in his heart, the fear of Jiyu was getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't bear this torture anymore, so he just increased the output of profound energy in his hand. Another wave of frightening profound energy pressure slowly descended. Jiyu snorted disdainfully, "Absorb, let's see how much you can absorb." In fact, it wasn't that Jiyu didn't know this kind of profound skill that absorbed people's profound energy. It was just that she didn't use it rarely. She was also interested to see where the limit of her opponent was. The head of the Jincheng sect had already absorbed all the profound energy of Jiyu's fire inheritance. But when he saw Jiyu's body was still erupting with powerful profound energy. "I didn't expect this guy to have such a terrifying profound energy. He has inherited more than 2 powers of inheritance." What? Even in our ancient Xian lineage, this is extremely rare. How is his small body able to contain the power of 2 inheritances? The heads of several sects started to discuss with each other. Although they knew clearly that if Jiyu couldn't defeat the head of the Jincheng sect in front of her today, then she would face the problem of life and death. They were satisfied to be able to see such a peerless genius before they died. Jiyu looked at the head of the Jincheng sect in front of her with disdain. The sky-splitting mysterious skill in her body had been running continuously, and the cultivation method became more and more powerful. The head of the Jincheng sect was suddenly frightened. "This guy, why can't I absorb it dry? Don't you have 2 powers of inheritance? I'll just absorb it." After making up his mind, the head of the Jincheng sect increased the absorption power of the profound skill in his hand. The second powers of inheritance was also absorbed completely. But along with it, there was a third powers of inheritance. All the heads of the sects saw it. Jiyu couldn't be described as a genius anymore. She was simply a monster, a complete monster. Impossible, impossible. The head of the Jincheng sect looked at Jiyu with fear in his eyes. The third powers of inheritance was absorbed completely. The fourth. How can a person accommodate 4 powers of inheritance? No matter, now the arrow is on the string, I have to shoot. The 5th powers of inheritance. Is this guy still human? And each of the powers of inheritance was at the 2nd tier of the human profound realm. This is really terrifying. After thinking of this in his heart, he suddenly said, "Kid, who are you?" "I'm just a profound practitioner." Damn, who doesn't know that their mother is a woman? After Jiyu's 5th power of inheritance had been sucked dry, his body continued to explode with powerful profound energy. Ding, the host used the sky-splitting technique and gained 1 by 999 experience points. The voice of the system kept ringing in Jiyu's ears. And in the face of the sky-splitting technique, which could accommodate endless profound strength between heaven and earth, the head of the Jincheng sect couldn't absorb the profound strength in Jiyu's body no matter how hard he tried. This is really too scary. Jiyu suddenly raised her hand and said, "If you want it, I'll give it to you." After saying this, the profound strength in Jiyu's body was filled again. All of a sudden, all 5 powers of inheritance were replenished. Seeing this scene, not to mention the head of the Jincheng sect, even everyone present was stunned. After saying that, Jiyu's sky-splitting mysterious skill was activated to the extreme. Although the Gold City sect leader wanted to withdraw his Xian energy, it was already too late. There was no way to withdraw the Xian energy in his hand. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. The Xian energy in his hand was gradually released in an instant. He didn't expect that Jiyu's Xian skill would be so powerful. I can't absorb it anymore. I can't absorb it anymore. The Gold City sect leader thought crazily in his heart. This strength was simply too terrifying. He shouted loudly and pulled out his precious weapon. With a heavy wave of his hand, his arm was instantly broken. An arm fell to the ground. He gasped for breath and said, "Kid, you have guts." Jiyu smiled faintly and said, "A strong man breaks his arm. The Gold City sect leader is so bold. Originally, you and I got along fine. I just wanted to know the way to the polar region, but you didn't have eyes. Then I will kindly accept your Xian skill." Ding, the host used the Xian absorption skill. Obtained experience points 1 by 999. The Gold City sect leader's body floated up. The Xian energy that he absorbed from the crowd and from Jiyu all returned to Jiyu. Not only that, the original Xian energy in his body was also constantly being absorbed. How was this possible? No wonder that kid was not afraid of him at all. It turned out that he also had such a powerful Xian skill. He looked at Jiyu in horror and watched as the muscles on his body gradually dried up. The Xian energy in his body was also sucked dry by Jiyu. He said faintly, "I lost. If I didn't take the initiative to provoke you, I wouldn't have ended up like this." Jiyu nodded without hesitation. To be honest, the life and death of the 5 great Xian sects had nothing to do with Jiyu. He deserved to die for offending her. When all the profound energy in his body had been completely absorbed by Jiyu, he sat on the ground and started crying. He had never expected that after painstakingly researching for his entire life, he would get this one chance and he would succeed. However, the profound energy in his body had also been sucked dry. When he thought of this, he inexplicably felt incomparably wronged. He even felt like crying, but there was no way for tears to appear. This was because the suction force from Jiyu's body was countless times stronger than the cultivation technique he obtained in the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, the profound energy in his body completely disappeared. When he landed on the ground, his eyes began to turn white, and his body disappeared from this world like dust. Seeing Jiyu's terrifying strength, everyone's hearts began to tremble. Jiyu took a step forward and said calmly, "Sect leader of Xianxia, it's time to hand over the secret passage." The sect leader of Xianxia sighed. If he didn't want to die now, he could only obey obediently. However, there was a trace of unwillingness in his heart. Why did our lives have to be in the hands of someone like her? He sighed and took out a sect leader's token. He threw it into Jiyu's hands. After receiving the token, he said calmly, "The entrance to the secret passage is in the secret chamber of the Xian sect." Originally, this token was held by each of the 5 great sects, but now, the sect leader of Jin City's token is also in your hands, right? The remaining sect leaders did not dare to be careless. They all took out their tokens and handed them to Jiyu. Jiyu cupped her hands and thanked them. Then, she took out a bottle of medicine and threw it to the sect leaders. Fairy Rulin looked at the handsome Jiyu, and her heart suddenly bloomed like a flower. He was so handsome and so powerful. Wouldn't he be able to reach the peak of the Xian sect in the future? The elders of the Jin City sect also saw this. They all knelt on the ground and said, "Young Master Jiyu, please take over the Jin City sect." Jiyu glanced at the token in his hand. It was a good idea, so he agreed. There were countless mystical skills here. Jiyu could learn them all with just a glance. When the elders saw that Jiyu had such a strong learning ability, they suddenly felt that it was not a big deal even if their powers were not restored. With Jiyu around, the day of Jincheng's revival would be tomorrow. Jiyu sat on a mystical beast. He needed to go to the extreme north of the Xian sect. Now, he only needed to go to 2 more sub-halls to revive the Ice Queen. Of course, Jiyu did not tell anyone about this. They thought that Jiyu wanted to go there to get the treasure. They had gone there before and even defeated the people who lived there all year round. Only the guardians who were in deep sleep underground had not awakened. However, this was not important anymore. They were now useless. When they returned, the disciples who survived the trial palace would be able to take over the positions of the elders. The carriage shook continuously. After 2 months, they finally arrived at the territory of the Xianxia sect. It was indeed the territory of the Xianxia sect. This place had already developed into a small city formation. Jiyu raised her head and looked forward. Hundreds of people descended from the sky. They immediately surrounded Jiyu and knelt at the feet of the sect leader who was beside her. "Welcome back, Holy Lord." The sect leader of the Xianxia sect walked out of the carriage and said calmly, "Everyone, please rise." When everyone saw that their sect leader did not have any trace of mystical energy on him, they were very curious. Could it be that their sect leader had broken through? Who would have thought that? What made everyone surprised was, after the sect leader returned, he immediately announced that he was no longer the sect leader of the Xianxia sect and handed over everything to his successor disciple. Everyone was very surprised. However, their strength was not as powerful as the successor disciple, so they did not dare to say much. After meeting their surprised gazes, the sect leader of the Xianxia sect brought Jiyu to a huge stone at the back of the mountain. They only saw that the stone was shining with a golden light, as if it was the most wonderful existence between heaven and earth. He made a gesture of invitation. Jiyu took a step forward and gently placed her palm on it. A golden light completely lit up. The stone emitted a golden light. The 5 tokens on her body all floated up. This golden light attracted the attention of the entire Xianxia sect. What kind of mysterious existence was this? He cupped his hands and said to Jiyu, "This old man has no more mystical energy now, so I can't accompany you in." Jiyu nodded and stepped forward into the golden light. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in another big world. Unexpectedly, the snow started to flutter in the air. Only to see the snow fluttering down. But that didn't happen. The cold wind suddenly blew at this moment. The falling snow was more than 3 feet long. Jiyu looked coldly in front of him, his heart turning cold. He had just taken a step forward. The snowflake suddenly fell in front of Jiyu. Jiyu instantly disappeared from where she was and ran forward. The surrounding snowflakes were all around her. At this moment, the air froze. Jiyu disappeared on the spot in the blink of an eye. But the snow froze Jiyu's qigong in an instant. Jiyu's dark force was activated to the maximum, and the power of the flame covered Jiyu's body. The flames continued to spread. He reached out and waved his hand gently. In an instant, the flame gradually turned its head. There was a flame floating in the air. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. A giant beast that was more than 10 feet tall appeared from the ground. The giant beast locked its eyes on Jiyu. Roar! The giant beast let out a furious roar and charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu raised his hand. Suddenly, the giant beast pounced in front of Jiyu. The flame slowly fell and blocked in front of Jiyu. The flame collided with the qigong. With a loud bang, Jiyu disappeared on the spot in the blink of an eye. He took a step back. Jiyu disappeared on the spot in the blink of an eye. He slowly took a step forward. At this moment, the giant beast ran out. It leaped and flew in front of Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly raised his hand and blocked in front of him. The giant beast kept retreating. It roared twice and moved slightly. At this moment, the human and the giant beast were crazily punching each other. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, they were all sent flying backward. Right at that moment, the profound energy in Jiyu's hands suddenly gathered together in a frenzy. The giant beast patted his chest as if on this piece of land. He looked at Jiyu in front of him and suddenly ran out to face Jiyu in front of him. He swung his fist. He raised his hand, and a loud bang was heard. All the dark force flew out at this moment. Ding, the host used wind-ripping blade. Obtained experience points 1 by 999. The wind-rending blade arrived in front of the giant beast. Originally, it was a world of ice and snow. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and arrived in front of the giant beast. Large patches of snowflakes fell onto the giant beast's body, causing him to fall to the ground. Countless amounts of profound energy slowly flew towards Jiyu at this moment. Jiyu disappeared on the spot. He raised his hand and suddenly, he swung his fist again. Another loud bang was heard. The giant beast was directly sent flying backward. He slid on the ground and Jiyu swung his fist heavily. The power of the Kuanpung flew out at this moment and directly arrived in front of the giant beast. The Kuanpung did not pass through Jiyu's body but through his. A trace of white appeared in the giant beast's eyes. The giant beast stared blankly with its mouth wide open and fell down. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Jiyu's Kuanpung directly absorbed it. He disappeared on the spot and flew forward. He raised his hand and at this moment, heavy dark force pressed down. He shrunk the giant beast in front of him. At this moment, a strong mental strength poured into the giant beast and the threads of dark force tied it up. He pulled it up. At this moment, the giant beast in front of him stood up slowly. The giant beast had already become a puppet in Jiyu's hands. He carried the warhound's greatsword and walked forward, arriving in front of the evolving temple. In the end, Jiyu decided not to disturb those who were sleeping underground. He walked into the temple with the soul rope. "Kid, be careful." The Ice Queen's words directly affected Jiyu's body. His gaze locked onto the stone statue in front of him. With a loud boom, the statue exploded. The Ice Queen's figure appeared in front of Jiyu. Jiyu shrugged. He said to the person in front of him, "You go." The remnant soul looked at Jiyu in disdain. She directly walked in front of that person. Jiyu disappeared on the spot. There was no need to interfere in a battle between women. Moreover, this woman was fighting with her own soul. At this moment, the two figures were fighting each other. With a loud rumble, Jiyu disappeared. Shortly after, the Queen of Ice and Frost fused with the two remnant souls. She stood up and fused with the two remnant souls in an instant. A loud rumbling sound was heard. At this moment, the rest of the people ran forward and jumped up. Jiyu disappeared on the spot. He raised his hand. At this moment, an aura shield appeared on his body. He disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, Jiyu took out a treasure weapon. An aura shield covered his body. A loud bang sounded. At this moment, the two goddesses started fighting. However, the main character was stronger. When he saw the Queen of Ice, the person attached to the stone statue tried to escape frantically. She wanted to escape from the Ice Queen. Although she was only a remnant soul, she longed for freedom. True freedom. As a soul with thoughts, she wanted to leave. Jiyu said calmly, "You want to leave?" "That wouldn't do." Jiyu disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the warhound's great sword appeared. He heavily slashed at the other party. Then, he appeared on the spot. He said calmly, "Is it that hard to let me go?" Jiyu shook his head. "Cute Queen, either you die now or she dies." After saying this, the Ice Queen looked at Jiyu with resentment. It was as if she was a demon in the human world. The Ice Queen's soul disappeared on the spot and avoided Jiyu. She sensed Jiyu's profound realm strength and didn't want to be entangled with him. However, as Jiyu slammed his hands on the ground. At this moment, several ice walls surrounded the Ice Queen's divided soul. The soul knew that Jiyu didn't want to let her live. She resentfully turned around. Spiritual power was released. At this moment, it gathered. A loud rumbling sound was heard. A powerful spiritual power spread out. In the Ice Queen's heart, a trace of vigilance appeared. She raised her head with a frown. "Not good, Jiyu wants to self-destruct." After shouting this, he disappeared on the spot and appeared in front of Jiyu in the blink of an eye. Jiyu looked in front of the Ice Queen. When the Ice Queen released her spiritual power to suppress the divided soul revealed a smile and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn, I was tricked by her. The Ice Queen angrily shook the giant thing in front of her. Jiyu took in a cold breath. Alright, don't be angry. Let's see what we should do next. The cold Ice Queen felt like a little girl for the first time. Jiyu closed her eyes and released her powerful spiritual power, but she couldn't sense the existence of the divided soul. The Ice Queen had a time limit every time she came out. In the blink of an eye, she returned to Jiyu's soul rope. Jiyu disappeared in the blink of an eye. When she appeared in the next moment, she was already 100 miles away. When she left the extreme north, Jiyu appeared in the sacred rich profound sect. Countless disciples were holding weapons, waiting at the bottom of the mountain. After all, the sect master's profound strength had been crippled. For the entire sacred rich profound sect, this was a great shame. Their eyes were locked onto Jiyu. Only he knows about this matter. As long as we kill him, no one will know about this. It was unknown who shouted first, but the rest of the people charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu raised the warhound's great sword in her hand and swung it down. In an instant, there was a flash of light in the sky. Ding, the host has used fierce wind blade. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Amidst the gale, there were countless heavy blades that directly cut wounds on everyone. Jiyu instantly disappeared from where he was. By the time he arrived at the edge of the crowd, there was already a group of people lying in a pool of blood. He sneered and disappeared from where he stood. Now that he had learned that the union of 10,000 immortals was paying attention to the divided soul, Jiyu absolutely could not let the divided soul of the Queen of Ice and Frost be taken away. Thinking of this, he instantly disappeared. His target was the Jincheng sect. The sect leader of the Jincheng sect had died, and the elders had lost their Xianxia one after another. Now, the sect was facing the problem of life and death. It was unknown where a second-rate sect had come from, but they had led countless people to stand outside the Jincheng sect's mountain gate. Fortunately, the array formation protecting the mountain gate was still in place. However, the disciples who had gone out to purchase items were all captured by them. Although the disciples within the array formation were anxious, there was nothing they could do. Their eyes were locked on the disciples of the Jincheng sect. The leader was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair. I am Daoist Fenggu. Today, I heard that the Gold City sent out a problem. I am willing to lead the mysterious Wind sect to take over the Gold City sect so that your holy light can continue to shine on this land. Nonsense. It was unknown who took the lead to walk out and spat in his direction. However, when the saliva landed outside the array formation, it only made a ding sound and was blocked. He did not care and only laughed out loud. So what if you guys are hiding inside? If you have the ability, release the array formation. Your female disciples will also become the Tao companions of our mysterious Wind sect's male disciples. After saying this, the remaining disciples of the mysterious Gate of Wind all burst out laughing. An inner sect disciple gritted his teeth. Now, in the entire sect, he was the only one who was above the 4th level of the spirit profound realm. He took a step forward and covered his body with his profound chi aura. Let go of my junior brother. 4th level of the spirit profound realm? Little rookie. Daoist Fenggu glanced at him with disdain and waved his hand. The person beside him took a step forward and a long braid appeared in his hand in an instant. Pa! A huge rock instantly shattered. He lightly said, "Brat, don't be arrogant. Go for him." After shouting these words, the people around him all flew forward. The treasure weapons in their hands were all drawn out and directly landed on the head of the other party. That person saw that the situation was not good and immediately dodged to the side. When the longsword fell, he waved the whip in his hand to receive it. At this moment, the whip suddenly struck the long sword. With a paw sound, the long sword actually shattered. He looked at his shattered long sword in horror. This was a 5th-grade artifact, and it was passed down from generation to generation. How was this possible? The Golden City sect disciples beside him were even more anxious as they shouted, "Senior brother, are you okay? Senior brother, be careful." Daoist Fenggu's disciple grinned and suddenly kicked him. Seeing that he fell to the ground, 4 or 5 artifacts were immediately placed on his throat. Daoist Fenggu said with great elegance, "I'll give you guys 1 minute to remove the array. Otherwise, I'll kill him." When they heard this sentence, everyone lowered their heads. The elders of the Golden City sect walked out with their crutches. He sighed and did not know what to say. He just closed his eyes and took out a token. He sighed and said, "My Golden City sect can't have no one." "Open it." After saying this, he walked toward the cliff of reflection in despair. Everyone immediately laughed out loud. At this moment, a young voice sounded. "Get out of the way. Who is it? How dare you?" They all turned their heads and saw Jiyu leading the horse and slowly walking toward them. He said faintly, "Get lost. Brat, you're courting death." One of them cursed loudly. With a long sword in his hand, he directly charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu did not dodge. She just bent her body and instantly disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, she took out the giant sword of the warhounds and directly slashed at the two people. The two disciples were at least at the 4th level of the spirit profound realm and above, but they were killed by Jiyu in one strike. They were shocked. This brat doesn't have any profound chi fluctuations. How can he be so powerful? Jiyu's strength was not limited to this. It was time for the giant beast that he used to refine the puppet to see the light. He waved his hand and a giant beast suddenly appeared on the ground. It slapped its chest. He let out a furious roar. Roar. The giant beast looked at the people in front of it. When Jiyu was forging it, she did not seal its intelligence. Under the influence of Jiyu's intelligence, the giant beast actually had a certain level of intelligence. This was an extremely rare existence among the puppets. It's just a broken puppet. A cold look appeared in his eyes. His figure flashed and disappeared from his original spot. After a while, when he reappeared, he was holding two huge axes. He directly chopped down in the direction of Jiyu. When the giant beast saw its master being chopped down, how could it still sit down? It only let out a roar, patted its chest, and turned around. It directly waved its hand and grabbed the axes in front of it. It roared and came over. It directly swung its hand and threw the axes out. The axes arrived in front of the two people. They raised their hands and blocked the axes. However, a trace of fear appeared in the hearts of the cultivators of Taoist Fenggu. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu disappeared from her original spot and stood on the giant beast's shoulder. Kill those who block the way. After receiving Jiyu's order, the giant beast controlled its body and stepped forward step by step. As it roared, it uprooted all the surrounding trees. It directly waved the trees, sending the surrounding disciples of the mysterious sect of wind flying. Unknowingly, Jiyu had already arrived in front of the great protective mountain array. Jiyu said indifferently, "You're so useless. Come back here." After hearing this, the disciple of the Jincheng sect beside him suddenly stood up. The sect leader of the mysterious sect of wind was instantly furious. When had he ever endured such bullying? He walked in front of Jiyu, pointed at Jiyu's nose and shouted loudly. "Brat, you're simply going too far." After shouting this sentence, he instantly disappeared from his original spot. The formation slowly descended at this moment. The eyes of the people of the Jincheng sect suddenly lit up. They looked at each other and saw Jiyu take a step forward. In the blink of an eye, a white light lit up around them. Jiyu disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Taoist Fenggu stepped forward and said faintly, "Brat, you actually dare to provoke our Fenggu lineage? Go. I want him dead." When all the disciples heard this, they immediately surrounded Jiyu. When Jiyu saw this scene, she turned around. It seemed that she had no choice but to kill today. Under Jiyu's command, the people around her took a step forward and rushed towards the giant beast. In an instant, countless beams of mystic light collided with the giant beast. The giant beast was just a puppet and did not feel anything. It grabbed the other people one by one and exerted force in its hand, causing them to spit out blood. Everyone fell into a pool of blood. Jiyu said faintly, "Capture the leader first." After shouting this sentence, the giant beast took 2 steps forward and directly lifted one of them up with one hand. It then heavily threw one of them to the ground, followed by a punch. Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood. Taoist Fenggu was simply about to explode. In his hands, a hurricane was produced. In an instant, the hurricane arrived in front of Jiyu. Jiyu raised her hand and waved her sword again. Ding, the host used wind blade. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. At this moment, the two forces of wind collided together. In the fierce wind, countless scorching blades directly slashed on his body, causing blood to drip. Daoist Gu Feng had never expected that his move would be so easily countered by someone else. His blood continued to flow like a fountain. This was simply an inconceivable thing. He had never experienced such a thing. He suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared in an instant. In an instant, he pulled out the magical weapon in his hand and swung it down heavily, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. All the surrounding people were all sent flying. They all landed on the ground. Jiyu raised his hand and disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, he swung out his bejeweled weapon and chopped down on his opponent's head. All he could smell was the scent of fresh blood falling down. Daoist Feng Gu never expected that today he would be beheaded by a boy who was not even 18 years old. However, all of this had nothing to do with him. He fell to the ground in an instant. This was the second time that Jiyu saved their lives. Countless hearts of joy burst out in an instant. Countless disciples of the Jincheng sect surrounded Jiyu and kept chanting, "Forever, Xianfeng will always be here." When these words were shouted, Jiyu became the official leader of the Jincheng sect. Their eyes were fixed on Jiyu. Jiyu said lightly, "Okay." That night, bonfires spread throughout the Jincheng sect. Jiyu stood on the immortal wind platform and said lightly, "From today onwards, this place will be renamed the Evolving Temple." All the disciples of the Jincheng sect looked at each other. However, the Jincheng sect had been passed down for hundreds of years. They should be satisfied now. Jiyu's strength alone could destroy the sect. How could they continue to be in a deadlock? They all knelt down and were willing to submit. Jiyu brought the dean of the academy in from Tianjing City. After he walked in, his eyes were fixed on Jiyu. He said lightly, "You did well." The split soul ran away. "The goddess is anxious." After hearing Jiyu's words, he looked up and suddenly became anxious. "You mean the goddess is still alive in this world?" After hearing Jiyu's words, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Jiyu smiled. At the same time, she waved her hands. In an instant, an illusory figure appeared. The current Queen of Ice and Frost was no longer pretending to be a man like Jiyu. Her beautiful figure was exceptionally eye-catching in this temple. However, the goddess's figure only flashed by. The old man was overjoyed. He knelt on the ground and said, "Greetings to the goddess, Great Elder." He knew in his heart that Jiyu had now become the Great Elder of the Evolving Temple. Only the Great Elder could have the rope of spirit. Jiyu asked him to stretch out his hand. "Elder Xianxia, I'm here to see how your injury is." Xianxia chuckled, "Little friend, you don't know. This old man was injured by a hidden weapon in the past. I'm afraid that there's no medicine now." When Jiyu said that he wanted to see if there was any possibility of recovery, the old man only smiled slightly. He really didn't dare to believe that he could still be so powerful. He raised his hand and saw that the surrounding profound energy was slowly closing in on Jiyu. Along with the support of his spiritual power, it directly entered the old man's body. Now, in the battle 100 years ago, because Elder Xianxia had just awakened, his strength was not strong. In addition, Xianxia sect had gathered many sects from the union of 10,000 immortals, so it was normal for him to be defeated. Jiyu followed his meridians and gradually radiated out. Under the support of Jiyu's spiritual power, those meridians slowly gathered together, and there seemed to be faint signs of recovery. Jiyu heavily slapped his back, and at this time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened, and he sat cross-legged on the ground. Seeing that the Xian energy in his body was gradually forming, but now he wanted to let Elder Xianxia solidify his Xian energy. He also wanted to help him reconstruct his Dantian, so he needed a strong Dantian as his new Dantian. Jiyu had already prepared for this. He waved his hand, and in an instant, a corpse appeared. After seeing the corpse, Jiyu directly stretched out his hand and inserted it into the corpse. He suddenly reached out and pulled, and immediately pulled the Dantian out from the corpse. Originally, Jiyu wanted to use Daoist Gu Feng as a puppet, but now his Dantian could be used first. He waved his hand heavily, and the Dantian was inserted into Elder Xianxia's body. Elder Feldstone suddenly opened his eyes wide. He felt a burst of refreshment in his heart. This was simply too delightful. His strength was constantly breaking through. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu waved her hands and channeled a burst of profound energy into him. Elder Feldstone's new dantian had fused well with his body, and very soon, it formed a new strength. He let out a long breath. This is simply too inconceivable. I never thought that there would be a possibility of rebirth after the dantian was destroyed. Jiyu smiled faintly. In this world, nothing is impossible. Yes, yes, yes. He laughed out loud. He never thought that Jiyu would be able to reshape the situation with just a light touch. Jiyu said faintly, from today onwards, we welcome Elder Longshore's return. After hearing Jiyu's words, Longstone sighed. It's a pity that my good brothers are still sleeping underground. Jiyu said calmly, there's no other way. They can only continue to sleep to see the return of the Queen of Frost. Haha, that's right. From today onwards, this is the new ice shrine. However, these disciples are truly too weak. Jiyu shook her head and took a step forward. Closing her eyes, she seemed to hear a voice calling out to her. In the blink of an eye, rows of ancient books appeared in front of her. Elder Longshore touched those books lovingly. With these books, there was no need to worry about not being strong. The Queen of Frost kept urging Jiyu to find the divided soul, but Jiyu was not in a hurry. He just wanted all the disciples to walk into the middle of the square. He wanted to personally examine them and see if there were any talents among them. Jiyu glanced at the disciple at the end of the crowd. That disciple, you come out. What? That trash can get the temple master's attention. He's just a trash. Presumably, the temple master wants to expel him. That's right. Everyone started talking at once. Jiyu infused her mental strength into his body. Fairy Rulin had completely settled down in the evolution shrine. Her motto was that since her master was here, she had to be here too. Jiyu did not know whether to laugh or cry, but she had no choice but to accept him. He said faintly, all right, my good child, you can stay here. She was overjoyed when she heard this. Jiyu saw that this child was also an outstanding one. Although his body was still lacking, his eyes were telling Jiyu that he had the incomparable wisdom to evolve. Are you willing to be my disciple? Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. The young man looked at Jiyu in shock. He never thought that fate would fall on him. He asked cautiously, Master? Ha ha ha, from today onwards, you'll be called Xianxia and you'll be my disciple. What? Everyone was indignant. How could this fool become their direct disciple? Jiyu merely tapped on his body and the meridian that had been hindering his development suddenly broke. The profound energy that had been suppressing him instantly filled his body. Body tempering realm. Defensive profound realm. Spirit profound realm. Finally, it stopped at the 8th level of the spirit profound realm. They never expected that a disciple who was just a piece of trash would be able to unleash his full strength at the 8th level of the spirit profound realm just because of a single meridian. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Jiyu, saying, Greetings, Master. This disciple will follow Master for the rest of his life. It was more like a gala, but Jiyu did not mind at all. He helped him up and said faintly, as my disciple, you must first be someone who doesn't let yourself down. Then, do as much good as you can. After he finished speaking, he taught him the wind blade of the wind inheritance. It could be said that Jiangqing's talent was extraordinary. In just 6 hours, he ran over and told Jiyu that he had already grasped the basics of this profound skill. This made Fairy Rulin very unhappy. She grabbed Jiyu's hand and insisted that he teach her a more powerful profound skill. Jiyu then passed a profound skill book to her. After learning for a few hours, there was still no progress. However, just as Jiyu was enjoying this beautiful moment, the dragon exterminating gang handed him a few monthly reports. Jiyu immediately frowned. It seemed that the war in the southern region was not going well. Even with the combined forces of 3 regions, they were still unable to take down the eastern region. Jiyu's western region had already suffered many casualties. The northern region's main forces had already taken over the western region's forces and were waiting for the final battle. She turned to the last page of the Jianghu monthly report. It was recorded that several major sects in the western region were destroyed by a mysterious woman at the same time. There was even a new gang called the Free Profound Sect. Jiyu smiled faintly. This girl was clearly telling him that she would definitely go after Jiyu in the future. Jiyu didn't care too much and put it down again. At the end of the report, there was only a large figure in it. The Union of 10,000 Immortals was investigating the Golden City sect. It seemed that in the end, their eyes were locked on Jiyu's evolving temple. They were very curious about what kind of treasure the Ice Queen had left in the evolving temple. If they wanted to take it away, as long as they had the treasure in the evolving temple, then they would be able to step into a new realm. What a beautiful thought. Jiyu thought at this moment. Just as she walked out of the door of the main hall, two people ran in and knelt on the ground. They cupped their hands and said, "Hall Master, there is an envoy outside the mountain gate." Jiyu walked out and looked at the people kneeling on the ground. She asked, "You call yourself an envoy? Where are you from?" When they heard Jiyu's words, they immediately laughed out loud. They raised their heads and said faintly, "I'm Chen Yan, the seventh elder of the profoundly profound sect, a secondary sect of the Union of 10,000 Immortals." That's a pretty long name, but it's pretty much your own name. After hearing this, he clenched his fists. Boy, you have big guts. I heard that you changed your sect without permission. I think you mainly want to annex it. The Union of 10,000 Immortals doesn't have the habit of annexing other sections. Do you know what kind of crime you have committed? He said to Jiyu angrily, "Kneel down obediently and let this old man take back your sect." It seemed that he was extremely confident in his strength. Jiyu smiled disdainfully. You have to have that ability first. After seeing Jiyu smile, he took a step forward in disdain, as if he saw Jiyu as a scourge. He said indifferently, "Brat, you're just a piece of trash. How dare you block this old man's path? You're courting death." After shouting this, they stepped forward and looked in the direction of Jiyu. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he was. The next moment, he suddenly stabbed in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu disappeared in the blink of an eye. By the time it appeared, it was already behind him. He slapped down heavily with his palm. With a loud bang, the palm slapped on the back of the young man. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the young man's mouth. Never had he expected that Jiyu's strength would actually be formidable to such an extent. He suddenly turned around and locked his eyes on Jiyu. 10,000 miles flying insects. He suddenly released his mystical skill. Wherever the insects passed, whether it was flowers or trees, everything disappeared. Jiyu snorted. Coldly. Ding. The host used Raging Inferno. The reward is 1 times 999 experience points. The Raging Inferno instantly burned the insects. He frowned as he was burned by the insects. He never expected that Jiyu's Raging Inferno would be so strong. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he was and pulled out his sword. This old man underestimated you just now. But you won't be so lucky next time. He snorted coldly as if he wanted to take away Jiyu's life. Jiyu pulled out her precious weapon and clashed heavily with his sword. He did not use any mystical energy. When the two swords clashed, a loud sound was heard. The two giant swords clashed together and made a loud sound. It was as if the two treasures were showing off their grades to each other. He suddenly pulled back his precious weapon and said indifferently, "Go back and tell the Union of 10,000 Immortals that from today onwards, the profound sect of Gold City will become the Shrine of Ice. If they are not satisfied, they can come at any time." His words infuriated him to the point where he couldn't vent his anger. He immediately got up and left. Chen Yan did not have any confidence that he could fight with Jiyu now. Jiyu walked to the field alone. Looking at the poor soil, he suddenly understood that there was one more thing that could determine whether one was good or evil. He walked to the soil and took out countless seeds from his robes. He scattered them on the ground. The seeds that were scattered on the ground instantly sank into the soil. After waiting for a month, everyone would definitely be surprised. As soon as Chen Yan of the Union of 10,000 Immortals returned to his own sect, he started to cry and complain. The Union of 10,000 Immortals flew into a rage. For so many years, no sect dared to go against them. Where did this nameless kid come from? He actually dared to go against them. Perhaps they had not been in the world for so long that their eyes and ears were blocked. They were unwilling in their hearts. However, when they heard that the Wind sect had been completely wiped out, they were unwilling to provoke Jiyu. They could only announce to the public that Jiyu had taken over their sect. It was evil. The dragon-slaying gang in the mortal world had been attacked by countless people. Jiyu smacked the boulder heavily. This bunch of gutless bandits actually had the guts to do such a thing. He directly summoned the 18 golden puppets and attached a trace of his soul to one of the puppets. Instantly, the puppet took on the appearance of Jiyu. Jiyu returned to the cave by himself. He wanted to properly absorb the Xian energy of the 5 great profound sects. He wanted to turn it into his own treasure. His doppelganger, which was the current Jiyu in the mortal world, came to the dragon-slaying gang. When they heard that their gang leader had become the leader of the profound sect of Gold City, they were incomparably excited. A burly man said, "That's great. We can finally vent our anger." However, the puppet said, "I'm just a doppelganger of Master. My strength is not strong. So this time, we have to use our wits." Wits? Everyone's heart thumped. Ever since the union of 10,000 immortals listed them as an evil sect, they had become a rat crossing the street. Jiyu's doppelganger was not in a hurry. Didn't they create a saintess a few days ago? They all said that the saintess is a flower of a Xian beast. She's not a good thing. Everyone agreed one after another. Jiyu's doppelganger sneered, "We have the foundation of the people. They don't know that in front of the vast number of people, Xian cultivators are nothing but illusions. Then what should we do?" Jiyu's doppelganger moved his storage ring. In an instant, countless bottles of Xian roots appeared. Jiyu's doppelganger said faintly, "Go, distribute these to the people. However, we have to collect a certain amount of Xian stones and gold coins." Everyone thought that these things must be good treasures, but they could also make them a windfall. Thinking of this, they all looked at each other. The next day, on the streets of Tianjing City, Gumball's father walked out of the mortal gates of various sects with his child crying. He sighed. "You don't have the ability to be accepted by the profound sect, so you can only become immortal in the future. There's nothing you can do about that, so you should work hard in the future." After saying this, he took a step forward and shook his head, disheartened. At this moment, a guy with a ghost face walked out. He asked wretchedly, "Guest, do you want to become a Xian cultivator?" Who doesn't want to become a Xian cultivator? However, Gumball's father was a shrewd person. This person looked so ugly and was asking at the end of the street. Could he be a swindler? He raised his head and asked indifferently, "Who are you?" That person said indifferently, "I'm the person who came to give you an opportunity." After hearing this, Gumball and his father looked at each other. "Don't play with us." Since ancient times, only those who obtained Xian roots had the hope of entering that beautiful world. "We father and son know what our status is, so don't come and harass us." They looked at each other and seemed to agree with this view. That wretched-looking man said, "Do you dare to come with me? After seeing it, you'll understand." They watched him walk away casually. However, becoming a Xian cultivator meant that they could become a legendary immortal. Even the emperor would be moved, let alone them, mere mortals. Thinking of this, the father and son looked at each other. "If you dare to deceive us, father and son, we'll break your legs." After saying this, they coldly snorted and directly stepped into the small room in front of them. They looked at each other and saw that the people here were displaying all kinds of high-level Xian skills. They were flying around, obviously a group of experts. There were also a few youths who came with them. One of the youths couldn't bear this enviable scene and stepped forward. "I wonder if I have the ability to do so." An old man wearing a long robe walked out. He had a benevolent look on his face. What a good child. After patting the young man's head, the old man took out a ginseng-like thing, and the young man put a large bag of gold coins on top of the basin. Then, he carefully took the spirit root and impatiently ate it. After that, he drank a bottle of holy water. In an instant, his temperament underwent a huge change. He walked in front of a huge rock and slammed his fist down. The huge rock instantly shattered. He looked at his hands in surprise. Go Meatball and his father looked at each other. Could it be that this brat was a Celestial Foundation elite? He was a genius. However, judging from his snot, he didn't look like a smart person. "Now you should believe me, right?" He didn't dare to say anything more. He just obediently took out a big bag from his arms and put it on the basin. He tossed the bag of gold coins in his hand. A smile of joy appeared on their faces. Go Meatball and his father suddenly became a standard Xian cultivator. They were very happy. However, they also saw that there were people who couldn't step into this sect because they didn't have money. That housekeeper only asked them to offer their blood. It turned out that those shitty sects had always monopolized the so-called opportunity. Everyone could become a Xian cultivator. In this world, there was no such thing as insufficient talent. They looked at each other and immediately burst out laughing. Jiyu's clone stood on top of a tall building and looked at the scene in front of her. We only need to wait for a month. Everything in this world will be different. Listen to my orders. Distribute these medicines to the nearby towns. Jiyu's clone had miscalculated. Regarding the common people's desire for Xian cultivators, in just half a month, Jiyu's clone had sold out all the medicines. It was time for someone to fall into the trap. Right now, no one was interested in entering the ancient profound sect. They were very curious about what had happened. They sent people to find out. It wasn't good if they didn't ask, but when they did, they were shocked. They only saw a few people kneeling on the ground and reporting this news to carefree sex Lin Yan. Lin Yan was a representative figure in the mortal world. In order to obtain the title of Xian cultivator, he had paid more than anyone else. But now, he was actually told that anyone could become a Xian cultivator. Wasn't this a huge joke? If this news were to spread, all of them Xian cultivators wouldn't be able to show their faces anymore. When he thought of this, an indescribable rage filled his mind. This is simply preposterous. This is utter nonsense. He was incomparably angry. With a slight wave of his hand, countless disciples kneeled on the ground. Jiyu's clone sensed that someone was coming over. She stood up and said to the people of the dragon-slaying gang, "Bring those corpses up." Man-made Xian roots had a huge flaw. Not only could it allow people to enter the Xian cultivator realm, there were also people who naturally rejected these kinds of Xian roots. However, no one would denounce this matter. Among the tens of millions of people, there were only a little more than 100 dead people. This was already extremely lucky. After Jiyu's clone finished speaking, those puppet masters controlled the corpses to stand in place. The black-clothed people descended one after another. They represented the disciples of the carefree sect. They were here to represent justice and completely annihilate this sect. Today, unexpectedly, it was faster than expected. More than 100 devil sect disciples couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were defeated at the first touch. They raised their swords and chopped down on the crowd. Looking at the ground full of corpses, they left complacently. However, they would never have thought that a single piece of profound stone would record everything they had done. Jiyu's clone discovered that the profound stone only needed to be slightly modified to record everything in the surroundings. It could show the original scene and could also be wirelessly replicated. After the people from the Free Profound sect left, they threw the stones with the portraits into the houses of every family. Now, Jiyu's clone's man-made Xian roots were in short supply. Everyone was waiting for the Xian roots to be distributed. But now, the people who distributed the Xian roots were all dead. All the mortals, as well as the Xian cultivators who wanted to upgrade their spirit roots, received this news. They held their precious weapons in their hands and glared at those so-called Xian cultivators. They ran to the front of those people's houses in an aggressive manner and shouted loudly. "Get the hell out here. What right do you have to kill people? That's right. You've gone too far. Hand over the murderers. Hand over the murderers." Every one of them shouted aggressively. Their eyes were filled with ferocity, as if they wanted to devour the people in front of them. The soldiers standing on the city walls looked down one after another. Their hearts trembled slightly. They looked at each other. One of them stepped forward and said indifferently, "Who's so bold to be so disrespectful?" He shouted indifferently, "Kill." The surrounding people took a step forward and ran out of the mansion. Every one of them had an ominous glint in their eyes. They were like bloodthirsty beasts, directly pouncing in the direction of the commoners. For a moment, screams sounded incessantly. After hearing these screams, Jiyu didn't make a move. The Xian cultivators who were watching also didn't make a move. However, those who obtained man-made Xian roots couldn't sit still. They wanted to seek justice for those who died. None of them knew how to use Xian skills because they were extremely powerful. After seeing Jiyu's clone, they couldn't help but stand behind Jiyu, as if they were looking at dead people. They looked at the crowd in front of them and raised their hands. As their hands heavily swung down, countless bows and arrows flew in an instant. These bows and arrows were all imbued with Xian qi. Although they didn't have Xian qi, these Xian cultivators of the mortal world weren't very strong. Under these bows and arrows imbued with Xian qi, it was already considered good to be able to block a few arrows. After these long swords pierced through their chests, they fell into a pool of blood. They fell into a pool of blood one after another. Another group of people walked out and cried out the names of the dead. Then, they said, "We were sent by the Saintess to teach the world the way to eternal life. We will never die. Even if one of us dies, there will be thousands of us. Do you agree?" After hearing his words, everyone looked at each other and agreed with him too much. After saying this, the man took out the holy water. Holy water is here. Everyone is in awe. Everyone knelt down on the ground in an instant. After knowing that it was the Saintess who did such a benevolent thing, everyone spurned those who had slandered the Saintess. Apart from the representatives of the major profound sects in the mortal world, they all killed themselves. One after another, they pulled out their knives and committed suicide out of shame. They had no choice but to commit suicide. Just the spittle alone could completely swallow them up. After feeling this point, Lin Fan was stunned. They all retreated. They all knelt in the pool of blood. Jiyu's clone said faintly, "From today onwards, the Ice Frost sect will spread in the Heavenly Realm City." The truth was just as Jiyu's clone had predicted. Now, if anyone dared to say anything bad about the Saintess, there would be people who wanted to kill them. Not to mention slandering the holy sect, they would be beaten up by everyone. Seeing that her task was completed, Jiyu's clone got up and returned to the former Jincheng sect, which was now the Ice Sealing Shrine. Jiyu, who was in the cave, had also completely digested all the Xian qi absorbed from the Jincheng sect's leader. Now, the 5 great powers of inheritance had all been upgraded to the 3rd layer of the human profound realm. When she opened the stone door, she saw her clone standing outside. Jiyu just patted his forehead, and that trace of spiritual power suddenly returned to her body. He just moved his mind, and everything entered Jiyu's mind. Jiyu laughed happily like a child. She didn't expect that her clone would use such a method to solve the problem. She was very smart. At this moment, news came from the dragon-slaying gang. The ancient profound sects that had been wiped out by Jiyu's clone all refused to accept it. When Qin Yan returned to the sect, the first thing he did was to inform the carefree sect about this matter. They didn't know that Jiyu was the real master of the dragon-slaying gang, so they aggressively led people down the mountain gate and wiped out the 2 strongholds of the dragon-slaying gang. It was said that in the strongholds, no matter whether they were male or female, old or young, and even a rat, they were all killed by them. This was not killing rats, but slapping the face of the dragon-slaying gang. However, after a fierce battle, they were no match for the dragon-slaying gang, so Tang Mingyuan brought people to the Gold City sect to ask for Jiyu's help. Jiyu nodded and stood up. She had completely handed over the dragon-slaying gang to her brother. Her brother's matter was her own matter. She pulled Tang Mingyuan and flew in the direction of the dragon-slaying gang. By the time she arrived, the dragon-slaying gang was already heavily surrounded. A burly man stood in front of the gate. However, he knew that he was no match for these ancient profound sects, so he held a small magical weapon. He shouted loudly, "Brothers, the gang leader has already gone to find the old gang leader. We have to defend this place and our dragon-slaying gang. If we have to die, let us die first. Live and die together, live and die together." Everyone waved the magical weapons in their hands and shouted continuously. Qin Yan of the Free Profound sect looked at the people in front of him with disdain. He felt that these people were here to die. However, if others wanted to die, why should he stop them? Thinking of this, he smiled happily. He waved his hand and said, "Brothers, these people don't want to live anymore. We don't need to leave them alive. Kill them." After we kill them, I will be responsible for all the consequences. After shouting these words, the people behind him ran out one after another. Under their bodies, they took out long Xian arrows. After shouting loudly, countless Xian arrows flew out. The burly man couldn't hold it in anymore. What would he think when he saw his brothers die by his side? He took out his magical weapon and shouted, "F***ck your grandmother." After shouting these words, he wielded his precious weapon and directly charged forward. The person opposite him coldly snorted, as if he was looking at a group of ants recklessly attacking him. He smiled faintly, as if he could crush these ignorant ants to death in an instant. He took a step forward. With a heavy wave of his artifact, two of the free and unfettered sect's disciples pulled out their artifacts. The three life treasures collided with each other. The life treasures in the hands of the two carefree disciples broke apart at this moment. They were blown away and raised their heads to look at the scene in front of them. He said indifferently, "If you want my brother's life, then come at me." The disciples of the dragon-slaying gang behind him were not willing to be outdone. They also took out Xianxia crossbows from their arms and shot out Xianxia arrows one after another. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud sounds rang out. Bang. The arrows collided with their artifacts. Although their prized artifacts were fine, small white dots had appeared one after another. When they saw these white dots, they were instantly enraged. These people were just insignificant profound practitioners. What right did they have to go against the high and mighty ancient profound practitioners? When they thought of this, their killing intent grew stronger and stronger. They waved their hands and suddenly, countless arrows flew out. They also began to riot at the same time. They charged towards the dragon-slaying sect's disciples. When they saw that blood was about to flow like a river, a shout suddenly came from behind. "You dare to move?" It was Jiyu's voice. Jiyu appeared in front of everyone from behind. His eyes were fierce, as if he would kill everyone if anything went wrong. When they saw Jiyu's terrifying eyes, they all retreated. As an outer sect elder of the free and unfettered sect, how could Chen Yan allow others to act like a tyrant? In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he stood. Go to hell. His precious weapon was like a thunderclap. The power of thunder and lightning filled the tiny, grade 6 precious weapon as a loud rumbling sound echoed out. Jiyu only turned around. After entering the 3rd level of Immortal Profound Realm, he no longer needed to use the Warhound's greatsword to use the profound skill in his hand. The artifact in his hand was filled with the power of lightning. Profound skill, thunderous iron fist. This was the profound skill of the Gold City sect. Jiyu learned it after a glance. Of course, this was all thanks to the system. Ding. Host used Thunder Iron Fist. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. The power of thunder and lightning suddenly erupted at this moment. With a boom, his iron fist collided heavily with Chen Yan's fist. With a loud rumble, Jiyu disappeared on the spot. He said indifferently, "Kill." After shouting kill, the surrounding crowd rushed in and surrounded Jiyu. Jiyu instantly disappeared from his spot. Holding his sword, he watched as Chen Yan stood in the middle of the crowd. He was probably trying to use others to protect himself. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. He landed on the ground and raised his hand. The moment he turned around, he instantly chopped off the heads of several people in front of him. Chen Yan looked at Jiyu with a twisted expression. What kind of monster was this? He suddenly thought of something and disappeared from his spot. He wanted to retaliate, but he did not expect that Jiyu had already disappeared in front of him. Jiyu's iron fist descended, carrying with it a strong surge of profound energy. The sound of thunder almost breaking rang out beside his ear. With a loud bang, he disappeared from his spot. Chen Yan scoffed, "You're underestimating me. I'm also a profound practitioner who can control the power of thunder and lightning." At this moment, he suddenly swung his fist. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the 2 bolts of lightning collided. Chen Yan's hand burned in an instant. He took a step back, and his arm disappeared without a trace in an instant. Jiyu instantly disappeared from his spot. Chen Yan could only let out a scream. He never expected that he, a dignified expert at the Spirit Profound Realm, would have his arm chopped off and could only stay on the spot. His gaze was deep as he looked at Jiyu. He gritted his teeth. He looked in Jiyu's direction and said, "You're very strong. But you shouldn't have gone against us." After saying this, they held on to their weapons and ran towards Jiyu. Their gazes were fixed on Jiyu. Jiyu's figure instantly disappeared from his spot. Countless bolts of lightning struck the ground at this moment. Boom! 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 The power of thunder and lightning exploded on the ground at this moment, and a wave of scorched black soil could be seen on the ground. Jiyu smiled faintly. He raised his head and looked in front of him. He furrowed his brows and looked in front of him. The Free Profound sect had never expected that their first elder of the outer sect would be struck down by the power of thunder and lightning summoned by Jiyu's mystical skill. A charred smell slowly wafted out at this moment. Jiyu asked indifferently, "Do you still want to come up?" After hearing Jiyu's words, the two of them looked at each other. They raised their hands and pointed in Jiyu's direction. "All right, kid, you wait for me obediently." He turned his head and took 2 steps back. But at this moment, he landed on the ground and raised his hand. Jiyu said indifferently, "Your trash sect better send some experts. Otherwise, it won't be enough for me to kill." Seeing Jiyu's arrogance, they looked at each other. Jiyu was too much. She actually dared to look down on them. But now, they couldn't do anything to Jiyu. They could only support each other and walk out. Jiyu sneered. For the Free Profound sect, she must kill 100. Everyone walked towards Jiyu's direction. Their eyes were as if they were looking at a god. Jiyu said indifferently, "Brothers, take your weapons. Let's go and get it back." They shouted excitedly. "Spit out what you owe me. Return what you ate from me." After Jiyu finished speaking, he led the dragon-slaying gang in the direction of the Free Unfettered Profound sect. The Free Unfettered Profound sect watched as the 2 useless disciples returned. The sect leader of the Profound sect, Xianxia, looked at the 2 and asked, "How high is that kid Xianxia?" "We don't know. But Elder Xianxia died under the protection of so many people." "Do they know what kind of profound sect we are?" "He knows, but he doesn't fear us at all. He even killed our people." After hearing this, they clenched their fists. He said indifferently, "You trash." Xianxia was instantly enraged. He stood up, and the dark force in his hand suddenly exploded. He grabbed the people in front of him and lifted them up high. He exerted a little force in his hand and lifted the 2 useless disciples up. He exerted a little more force in his hand. That person screamed in agony. At this moment, blood slowly flowed down. Xianxia did not feel much when he saw the blood all over the ground. His body trembled slightly and he disappeared from where he was. He stood in front of the profound door. He sensed that something was not right in front of him. However, he could not pinpoint what was wrong. He only saw a few cultivators standing in front of the mountain gate. He saw them raise their hands and point their swords in Jiyu's direction. He said calmly, "Kill them." Countless disciples behind him flew out and charged towards Jiyu. They raised their hands and charged towards Jiyu in an instant. They leaped up and slashed their swords heavily towards Jiyu's direction. The people around them drew their treasured weapons. A loud rumbling sound was heard as they raised their hands. Immediately after, the brothers of the dragon-slaying gang sneered. Although their Xian strength wasn't strong, they were definitely loyal people. They drew their treasured weapons and charged towards that group of people. A battle broke out in an instant. They came directly in front of Jiyu and locked their gazes in front of Jiyu. He disappeared from where he was in the blink of an eye. He charged towards Jiyu. At this moment, the 2 of them widened their eyes. Those people stood up and looked at each other. There were 2 loud rumbles. The dragon-slaying gang brothers successfully killed one of them and came forward. They landed on the ground and instantly widened their eyes. It was a chaotic battle. It could only be described as a chaotic battle. Screams of pain could be heard everywhere. Jiyu opened her eyes. Her figure flashed and disappeared from where she was. Ding, the host used the wind blade. Experience points gained, 1 by 999. Countless gusts of wind were crashing against the grand protective array. He laughed out loud and shouted unscrupulously, "You are too ignorant. Do you think you can destroy my defensive formation with your strength?" Chen Yan had originally thought that Ji Yu was an expert. He had not expected that Ji Yu would be so stupid. He thought to himself as he disappeared from where he stood in the blink of an eye. Ji Yu didn't want to use such a light attack to destroy his protective aura. This was just a small trick. His spiritual power accompanied the wind and entered the array formation. At this moment, the wind was blowing violently. His spiritual power merged with the chi aura. It quickly destroyed the formation core of the formation. The array core was originally created by a powerful person. Originally, even with Ji Yu's strength, it would not be easy to destroy it. Unfortunately, Ji Yu was also an array master and was very clear about the weaknesses of the array. There was a loud rumbling sound. All of a sudden, the Qi gang collapsed one after another. He disappeared from where he stood, raised his hand, and swung it heavily. At this moment, the powerful Xian energy flew out slowly and hit the strong earth wall in front of him. After being hit, the array core turned into a cloud of dust and disappeared from where it was. Everyone was stunned on the spot. Too strong, this strength was really too strong. In just a short period of time, he was able to break the protective formation of an ancient profound sect. This was simply inconceivable. They looked at each other. Speechless expressions appeared on their faces. Chen Yan's heart skipped a beat. He leaped to his feet and ran away. When he was halfway there, he suddenly turned his head around. Then, he took out countless treasures from his bosom. These treasured weapons were mainly hidden weapons. One by one, the round marks appeared in front of Ji Yu. After the Xian energy in his hand flew out in an instant, there was a loud rumbling sound. The round marks exploded and the surrounding Xian energy fell. A white fog blocked in front of Ji Yu. Ji Yu waved his hand. Only then did he disperse the thick fog in front of him. He frowned. He did not expect that Chen Yan's Xian energy was not strong, but he had many thoughts. After sensing that Ji Yu was coming, they disappeared in front of Ji Yu. He ran madly to the front of the carefree immortal cave. Following a loud bang, a figure flew down. After activating the coiling rock dragon claw in front of him, a door gradually rose up. When Ji Yu arrived at the entrance of the cave, Ji Yu was stunned. The large door descended and landed on the ground with a loud rumbling sound. Ji Yu stood outside the cave door. He took out 18 puppets from his storage ring. Ding! Host used 18 puppets. Obtained experience points, 1 by 999. At this moment, they took a step forward. At this moment, a figure flashed and appeared in front of Ji Yu. He ran directly in front of Ji Yu. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yu disappeared from the spot. He turned around and looked at the crowd behind him. He saw blood flowing to the ground. He said indifferently, "There are actually so many Xian cultivators?" The few Xian cultivators beside him followed him. They looked at each other. They never expected that the sect master of the Xian sect would actually escape into the cave while the other party was attacking. This was a great humiliation. However, this was not important now. Ji Yu stood in front of the cave door. He reached out and placed his hand on the stone wall. A few people from the dragon-slaying gang retreated. "Sect master, save us." Ji Yu ordered the 18 golden puppets to stay here. He walked in front of the dragon-slaying gang. It turned out that the profound carefree sect's reinforcements had arrived. "Little guy, we old men are still here. The carefree sect must not be destroyed." Ji Yu's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He said indifferently, "With just you guys?" After hearing this sentence, they clenched their fists. "Wasn't this brat a little too arrogant?" A few people from the dragon-slaying gang said indifferently, "Old men, haven't you noticed that something is wrong?" The ancestors of the profound carefree sect looked around and instantly understood. Ji Yu in front of them, a small person, actually had such terrifying strength. He actually broke the protective formation of the sect. Is this world crazy? They did not dare to believe it. When Ji Yu chased after Chen Yan, the leader of the carefree sect, to the entrance of the cave, as a sect with a long history, there must be some old fellows who did not want to come out. They had lived for an unknown amount of time. But in the end, they were unable to break through beyond the human profound realm, and their lives had come to an end. If there were no accidents, before the opportunity came, they would spend the rest of their lives in a deep sleep. But they did not expect that when they woke up today, the disciples of the carefree sect would be defeated. They were the weakest disciples of their own sections. They were kneeling on the ground. After hearing the news, they were furious. It was because of Jiyu that they had no choice but to wake up. After waking up, it would be difficult for them to go back to sleep. So all the anger in their hearts was directed at Jiyu. It was all because of this kid that they came back to this world. The most important thing was that they could not break through to a higher realm. However, what made them even more curious was that Jiyu was actually able to break through their protective formation. Furthermore, it was as if the formation was just a piece of trash, disappearing without a trace. Thinking of this, their hearts were filled with anger. A person stepped forward. I am the 5th-generation sect leader. Feng Zhihe greets this young master. May I know what my people did to make you want to annihilate us? He was actually able to shatter their protective mountain array. This kid definitely had some ability. As he thought of this, he started to become vigilant. As for how powerful this brat was, he had no idea in his heart. Jiyu took a step forward and cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, senior. Your carefree sect killed my people, so you want to annihilate your sect as compensation. So it was like that. The old ancestors breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward at the same time. They opened their mouths and said, so it was like that. This is just a small problem. How about this, we are willing to compensate with profound stones as compensation. Is the young master satisfied? Their eyes were fixed on Jiyu. It seemed that as long as Jiyu refused, they would not hesitate to kill Jiyu. Jiyu sensed their fiery gazes and smiled in her heart. This guy's killing intent was too strong. Even before she could say anything, he had already locked onto her. Hee, the lives of our dragon-slaying gang members are far more precious than you can imagine. This sentence was tantamount to destroying the last shred of hope for peace talks. If you don't want to give the Xian sect a way out, then you don't need to leave. How dare you, young master? Brothers, charge. After shouting this sentence, they instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in the middle of the square. They opened their eyes, and the long swords in their hands were held in front of them. Brat, since you've made your choice, we can only send you on your way. Feng Zhihe looked at the old man beside him. Xian skill, sword inheritance, heaven sealing sword. After he shouted, he infused the Xian energy of the 3rd level of the human profound realm into the 7th grade artifact in his hand. He was very confident. He did not know what the old sect leader was afraid of. He was just a young brat. How strong could his Xian energy be? After thinking about this, he swung the sword in his hand down heavily. The artifact emitted a huge light. With a loud bang, a white light came out from the surroundings. A huge circle of light appeared in the air. Countless long swords rained down like heavy rain. Jiyu frowned. You want to hit me with such a slow speed? Ding, the host used the 3000 cloud movement. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. He instantly disappeared from the spot. However, Jiyu could not break through the circle of light. She could only retreat first. The 5 swords stabbed into the ground beside Jiyu, forming a circle. A cold sword light was emitted from the long sword. He said lightly, haha, little friend, do you think my Xian skill is for trapping people? But you're wrong. My Xian skill is for killing people. Jiyu only saw the swords around him stabbed into the ground. There seemed to be a trace of lightning surrounding those swords. He snorted coldly. His Xian skill just now was to completely lock Jiyu to the ground. As he moved, the ring of light burst forth. Like rain, the swords all fell at this moment. A treasure artifact appeared in Jiyu's hand. He raised his hand and waved it, shattering those swords. This treasure artifact is very beautiful. Senior brother, after I kill this brat, I'll personally bring this treasure artifact to you. The two of them looked at each other and laughed out loud. Jiyu suddenly raised his head and waved the treasure artifact in his hand. Ding, the host used Splitting Blade. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to minor success in Zephyr Blade. Originally, it was just a gust of wind that carried an invisible blade. However, at this moment, the gust of wind blew in front of the other party, causing him to leap up abruptly. Now, Jiyu's gale was in full swing. And with a whistling sound, they realized that this gale was actually able to lift up the ground and blow it in front of the circle of light. With a rumbling sound, it burst out. At this moment, the circle of light cracked open. The strength of the gale was too terrifying. At this moment, the circle of light was blown away, and countless swords were stabbed into the sky. Jiyu raised his head and said lightly, "Kill." After shouting this, the Free Profound Sect's ancestor who used a sword took a step back. This was an array that he had built with his blood essence. When the array was destroyed, he also suffered a huge backlash. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Junior brother. Little Seven." The people of the Free Profound Sect shouted anxiously. "Good job, gang leader. Long live gang leader. Gang leader Wangu Chongqing." The people of the dragon-slaying gang shouted one after another. Jiyu raised his head and instantly ran forward. He saw that a few of his brothers in the dragon-slaying gang had lost their arms. He picked up the person in front of him with one hand. He raised the great weapon in his hand and heavily pulled out his sword. The sword pierced through his body and instantly disappeared from the spot. The two treasure artifacts collided in an instant. The giant Kuan-Pung sword in Jiyu's hand seemed to have found the best food. After the two sides collided, it greedily absorbed the power of the opponent's giant sword and gradually transferred it to its own long sword. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing the smile at the corner of Jiyu's mouth, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, he wanted to escape, but he did not expect that his precious weapon had completely merged with the opponent. The power within the treasure in Jiyu's hand was stealthily seeping into his opponent's treasure. He opened his hand and sucked in the longsword. At this moment, he held his own precious weapon and wanted to channel his powerful Xianxia into it. With this Xianxia, he would be able to absorb the Xianxia. He was very confident that he could destroy the precious weapon in Jiyu's hand. But it was too late. The giant sword in his hand was frantically absorbing Jiyu's giant Kuan-Pung sword, as if it was going to absorb the opponent's dark force. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. This feeling was as if the precious weapon in Jiyu's hand could eat the weapon spirit in his precious weapon. And the truth was so coincidental. He had no other choice now. He turned his head and looked helplessly at the people behind him. When they saw this scene, they said at the same time, "Junior brother. Senior brother, save me." He cried out in pain. Feng Zhihe could not bear it any longer. To hell with the rules of the Jianghu. He waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Brothers, let's go." After shouting this sentence, several people beside Feng Zhihe glanced at each other, took out their swords, and ran forward one after another. They raised their long swords and charged directly in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu snorted coldly. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. He turned around and waved his sword heavily. At this moment, the precious weapons gathered together, and the power of thunder and lightning condensed on Jiyu's precious weapon. However, at this moment, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, countless bolts of heavenly lightning struck down at this moment. At this moment, the power of lightning exploded on the ground. The patriarchs were barely able to block the lightning bolts with the artifacts in their hands. Boom! 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 The three bolts of lightning collided with the chi shields around them. The power of thunder and lightning continued to flow in all directions. He snorted coldly and disappeared from the spot. Everyone was running in front of Jiyu. Jiyu reached out and absorbed the artifact into her hand. He flew out and danced with Jiyu. The power of the four lightning bolts gathered together at this moment. The lightning bolts solidified one after another like a whip. It struck the profound energy aura shield. A boom rang out as the shield of astral energy that the patriarchs had put together shattered into pieces. They retreated one after another with blood in their mouths. She looked at Jiyu with resentment in her eyes. "Kid, don't go too far." After shouting this sentence, their gazes gathered together at this moment. The patriarch said calmly, "Sect leader, we're counting on you." They looked at each other. "Go to hell." One of the patriarchs suddenly exerted the profound energy in his body to the maximum and ran toward Jiyu. Suddenly, the profound energy in his dantian was exerted to the maximum. At this moment, the light also gathered. It was accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. He flew backward in an instant. Jiyu turned around and said calmly, "I never thought that I would be no match for you." He spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiyu's lips curled into a smile. He held the artifact in front of him. But he never expected that the profound energy in his dantian would shatter at this moment. Without his dantian, how could he self-destruct? Thinking of this in his heart, the corner of his mouth helplessly smiled bitterly. He closed his eyes. He never thought that after living for such a long time, he would eventually become a useless person. This made him feel worse than killing him. "Senior brothers, I'll take my leave first." After saying this, he picked up the treasure tool on the ground and slit his own neck. At this moment, he fell to the ground. The people around him stepped forward and looked in Jiyu's direction. The people of the dragon-slaying gang felt as if they had flown into the sky. It was too exciting, too exciting. Their gang leader had actually killed an old freak. He took a deep breath and disappeared on the spot. He picked up the artifact in front of him and looked directly at Jiyu. "I, Fengjihe, swear to the heavens that either you or I will die today." After he shouted this, he gathered all the profound energy in his body in the sky. "Kid, my lightning summoning technique is the most powerful thing in this world." After shouting this sentence, countless bolts of lightning instantly struck the treasure weapon. "Want to play with lightning?" At this moment, he suddenly grinned in his heart and the power of lightning gathered on his body. At this moment, the artifact was gathered on the sword. He brandished the precious artifact. It was as if a star had fallen, striking down the entire land. Within the land, there were bursts of charred black. At this moment, they disappeared on the spot. Jiyu held the huge artifact in her hand and directly charged forward. With a loud boom, the surrounding ground began to explode. Jiyu stood up. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The surrounding sounds began to explode. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was such a powerful expert, but the wounds on his body began to turn black. He took 2 steps forward. Now, Fengjihe was kneeling on the ground. The lightning that Jiyu summoned was much more powerful than his. This time, it was Jiyu's power of inheritance that killed him. He knelt on the ground and raised his head with difficulty. He looked in Jiyu's direction and used all the strength in his body. "Please, can you let him go?" Jiyu sighed and shook her head. She said indifferently, "I'm sorry, my brother can't die in vain." After saying this, Jiyu exerted a little force with the artifact in her hand. At this moment, the artifact suddenly pierced through his chest. When Jiyu retrieved the artifact, he walked to the entrance of the cave. Under the supervision of the 18 golden puppets, even if there was a secret passage in the cave that could lead to the exit of this small mountain range, he would not be able to escape. In other words, Chen Yan was still in the cave. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. He stepped on the huge rock, and the Kuanping sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He slashed down heavily on the huge rock, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. The huge rock began to shake with a boom. However, as the rock shook, the Kuanping sword was unable to leave a single mark on it. This attracted Jiyu's great interest. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. It was a pity that everyone had forgotten the most important point when they were designing this kind of mechanism. They could only block the impact of the Xian energy from the direction of the huge door. However, they could not block the Xian energy from entering from other places. Jiyu glanced at his 18 golden puppets. Under Jiyu's control, the 18 golden puppets all flew up. They floated in the air, quickly rotating their bodies, and arranged themselves. The 18 golden puppets all aimed at the weakest part of the mountain range at the same time. They all crashed into the mountain range at the same time. When the 5th golden puppet landed in the mountain range, a loud rumbling sound was heard, and the ground collapsed at this time. Seeing so much ground collapse, Jiyu's mood immediately improved. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. He ran forward crazily, only to see that the Xian energy was right in front of Jiyu. Jiyu's lips curled into a smile. With a thought, 2 of the 18 golden puppets in the air flew down, one on the left and one on the right, and flew Jiyu into the cave. As soon as Jiyu entered the cave, he saw the limping Chen. He lifted his head and looked in front of him. "Humph, I didn't expect you to be able to chase me all the way here." "Not bad." Jiyu smiled faintly. "Here's a gift for you." At this moment, he flung the thing beside him away, and his head rolled to the ground. A total of 10 heads rolled on the ground. At this moment, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. "How is this possible? How could our old ancestor die in your hands?" When he heard this, he took a step back and stepped on a rock. Suddenly, the ground began to collapse. He looked at Jiyu as if he was looking at a fool. "You can go to hell and be ashamed of our ancestors." The collapsing ground quickly reached Jiyu's side. However, the 2 puppets pulled Jiyu up with just a light tug. Then, they looked coldly in Chen Yan's direction. Although this guy didn't have much profound strength, the mechanisms in his hands would surprise you from time to time. Jiyu was a little suspicious of what this guy had built. No matter how she looked at him, he didn't look like a sect master. It would be more appropriate to say that he looked like a mechanic. However, these little mechanisms were useless against Jiyu. When he reached the end of the path, he knew that he couldn't escape anymore. Chen Yan turned his head and burst out laughing. "I didn't expect that I would die here today. But even if I die, this old man will drag you down with me. I'll show you the strength of a treasured weapon master." He slapped his hands on the huge stone statue in front of him. Then, there was a loud rumbling sound. At that moment, the boulder began to shake and shattered its own statue with a single punch. A giant whose entire body was made of black iron appeared in front of Jiyu. This was completely different from the huge stone statue in the trial palace. Jiyu could sense a strong threatening aura from this giant. It was slowly closing in on Jiyu. His brows immediately furrowed. Jiyu said calmly, "I didn't expect that you would have such a treasured weapon." Chen Yan laughed loudly. He looked at Jiyu and asked, "The treasured weapon in your hand doesn't look like something that could be made by an ordinary person. I want to ask, who made this treasured weapon for you?" Jiyu smiled faintly. "I made it myself. I kept injecting my weapon spirit into it to raise its grade." At this moment, the 2 of them were like friends who hadn't seen each other for many years, greeting each other warmly. Jiyu smiled faintly. "You didn't expect this, did you? My treasured weapon was originally only a 5th grade treasured weapon. However, by chance, I killed 3 mystical beasts and it became like this." She didn't expect that this kid's luck would be so powerful. She was really envious. "You should be careful of this treasured weapon of mine." Chen Yan jumped up and sank into the treasured weapon forged from mystical iron. It was as if he could control the giant in his hand. The giant glanced at his arms and legs. He aimed at Jiyu in front of him. "A long time ago, I knew that I wouldn't be able to break through to a more powerful stage. So, to be on the safe side, I purposely created this treasured weapon. There was no other purpose other than to be able to summon it and have it conquer this world for me. What a pity, what a pity." He kept sighing, as if all of this was a very regrettable thing. After sighing twice, he stood up and said calmly, "However, I created this treasured weapon. With this, our carefree sect can be guaranteed to survive for a very long time. I didn't expect that you would kill the old ancestor and half of my disciples. How laughable." He laughed out loud, and the Iron Man suddenly moved. He raised his hands, and 2 streams of flames shot out. The power of the flames was actually on par with Jiyu's raging flames burn the city. Jiyu suddenly raised her hand. Mystical skill, water overflowing the sky. Ding, the host has used water overflowing the sky. You have gained 1 by 999 experience points. The moisture in the air quickly gathered together at this moment. It became a huge water dragon and collided with the Iron Man. The 2 strings of flames and the water dragon tangled together. The 2 of them looked at each other and revealed a look of admiration. However, Jiyu had more than one type of power of inheritance. He took a step forward. Suddenly, a small circle of light appeared under his feet. Wind Dragon, Fire Dragon, Thunder Dragon, and Earth Dragon. The 4 giant dragons were already flying around Jiyu, roaring angrily in the air. Through the hollow eyes of the metal man, Xianxia saw that he actually had 5 types of power of inheritance. He didn't expect that there would be such a genius in this world. It was great to be able to bring such a genius along with him on this journey. Thinking of this, he controlled the metal man on his body, but now his hands were releasing 2 balls of flames. Do you think that my peerless treasure only has this little bit of power? After shouting this sentence, 2 small circles of light appeared behind the metal man. Countless bolts of lightning struck down in an instant, directly forming a small insulating zone, isolating the thunder dragon, the fire dragon, and the others. He saw that the thunder dragon was flying in front of Jiyu. His gaze was fixed on Jiyu. He decisively broke the long dragon in front of him, and with a heavy swing of his sword, he collided with the fire dragon and the water dragon. He flew up. Xianxia looked at the metal man in front of him, and a smile appeared in his heart. At this moment, the giant stood up. He roared, picked up the huge stone sword beside him, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He held the sword and charged in Jiyu's direction. He suddenly jumped up at this moment. With a loud boom, he slashed in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu raised his hand, and in an instant, dark force gathered in his hand. He disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in the air. Jiyu waved his hand, and in an instant, 2 streams of dark force spread out rapidly. At this moment, the 2 streams of dark force collided with a loud boom. He flew out and said indifferently, "Kill." Jiyu said indifferently, "Come." At this moment, a loud rumbling sound rang out as the countless swords collided with each other. Then, they suddenly disappeared from their original positions. Jiyu's gaze was fixed on the other party. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a smile. The metal man shrunk into a ball and began to spin like a wheel. At this moment, it flew rapidly in Jiyu's direction. It spun directly in front of Jiyu. Jiyu raised his hand, and blocked the spinning wheel with one hand. Jiyu's Ji aura was attached to his hand. Surprisingly, he was able to channel that formidable power into his hand. At that moment, he turned around and disappeared from where he was. In the blink of an eye, he was in the air. He waved his hand. In an instant, the metal man was also brought into the air by Jiyu. He flew in the air. Jiyu exerted a little force and threw him to the ground. Then, he took 2 steps back and fixed his gaze on the other party. He said indifferently, "You lost." Xianxia fell to the ground and let out a long breath. He fell to the ground and laughed loudly. He touched the corners of his mouth and suddenly smiled. "I'm satisfied, satisfied. Even if I die today, I'm satisfied." He laughed out loud because he was too strong. However, he was already satisfied that his life treasure was still in this world. "I didn't expect that I would be able to exchange blows with an expert like you before I die." He took out a small metal rod from his pocket and threw it into Jiyu's hand. "From today onwards, this is yours. Treat it well." Jiyu went forward to check. It turned out that when he threw him to the ground, his chest was pierced through by a long black metal rod. He didn't lose. He just lost because of luck. Otherwise, the 2 of them would have been able to continue fighting for a while. He sighed and walked in front of his opponent. He pulled him up and threw him into the abyss. Jiyu didn't take the storage ring in his hand. This was so that the disciples behind him would have something to think about. At this moment, Jiyu disappeared from the spot. He slowly took a step forward. At this moment, he disappeared from his original spot. The members of the dragon-slaying gang came out one after another. When they saw Jiyu appear, they surrounded Jiyu. "Gang leader is mighty! Gang leader is mighty!" At this time, the 2 of them were constantly jumping with joy, continuously raising their spears high in the air. Jiyu said indifferently, "Let's go home." The members of the dragon-slaying gang straightened their chests. As for the remaining disciples of the carefree sect, Jiyu didn't ask them to kill them. It was enough for today. However, the carefree sect would soon be swallowed up by the other sects of the Union of 10,000 Immortals. Jiyu's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Who would have thought that by doing such a small thing, he would be able to destroy a sect? He disappeared on the spot. At this moment, everyone. After returning to the Gold City sect, Jiyu glanced at the cultivation of all the disciples. Seeing that their cultivation was not bad, he walked out alone. The members of the dragon-slaying gang continued to inquire about the carefree sect. Ji Yu wanted to see what this little separated soul was going to do. When he came in front of a small piece of land, he raised his head and waved his hand. A small fishing rod appeared in Ji Yu's hand. Ji Yu sat on a chair. He gently waved his hand. In an instant, the fishing rod was waved out and the line of the fishing rod fell into the small lake. The fishes were swimming around. Seeing that Ji Yu was about to catch a big fish, Ji Yu suddenly smelled a fragrance behind him. Without making a sound, he leaped up and landed on a place not far away. He looked out. "Give me your life, dog." Ji Yu gently touched the surface of the water and dodged the attack. It kept jumping up and down on the surface of the water. That beautiful figure approached Ji Yu and pulled the small spear in front of Ji Yu. Ji Yu reached out and grabbed the spear. In the blink of an eye, a loud gotcha sound was heard from the spear. He pulled the girl into his arms and gave her a heavy slap on the butt. The girl gasped. "Yes." Ji Yu said indifferently, "You didn't beat me enough last time. Now you want to be beaten again?" The girl was the one he met in the forest. Ji Yu took a step forward and the two of them looked at each other. The girl said, "Do you remember my name?" Ji Yu smiled, "You didn't say it. You just wrote a golden character on my hand." "Humph. Take me out to play. I want to see the world." The girl's identity was definitely not simple. The last time they met, this girl's subordinates had almost taken his life. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Okay." After saying this, Ji Yu's figure flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the road. Ji Yu took the girl to the street. She took a fancy to a gambling den at first glance and insisted on dragging Ji Yu into it. Ji Yu's ears were extremely sensitive and after shaking the sieve a few times, she heard the sieve. Ji Yu was about to say something in her ear. But unexpectedly, the young girl covered Ji Yu's mouth and casually took out a few magnetite stones. Those mysterious stones were placed on the dice. Seeing this, he turned his head and said indifferently, "You shouldn't have bet so much." After shouting this sentence, the person in front of him opened the dice cup in front of him with a grin. Seeing that the dice cup was opened, the corners of their mouths curled up in a happy smile. Ji Yu stood up and said faintly, "See, I wasn't wrong." After hearing Ji Yu's words, he said indifferently, "Thank you, young master." At this moment, Ji Yu disappeared from the spot. He slowly took a step forward. The girl gritted her teeth, stamped her feet, and snorted. She seemed to be very unhappy. Ji Yu touched her head. He said indifferently, "Okay, okay. Don't be angry." After saying this, Ji Yu turned around and took out a bag from his arms. He put it on the sieve and shook it twice. After he put it down, Ji Yu put his Xian energy on the table. With a loud bang, the sieve began to shake slightly. Ji Yu said indifferently, "Open it." The shopkeeper smiled. He was very good at shaking the sieve. He could always control the number. This time it was 2, 3, and 1 small. This fool gave me so many profound stones, it was simply the height of stupidity. When he thought of this, his heart was about to burst out laughing. However, he had not expected that Ji Yu would point directly at the dice cup. When the dice cup was lifted, only 3 sixes could be seen on the table. The shopkeeper's face stiffened. He pointed at Ji Yu's direction with trembling hands and kept saying, You. After he said the word you, his face darkened. He quickly calculated in his mind. The girl jumped into Ji Yu's arms. He touched the girl's little head. When the two of them left, several people blocked Ji Yu's path. Ji Yu glanced at them and came forward. He said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Those people looked up and surrounded Ji Yu. At this time, they came to Ji Yu's direction. They unsheathed their swords, which were not even treasured weapons. They were just mortals. Ji Yu's lips curled into a smile. When they saw that Ji Yu was not afraid at all, they curled their lips. They directly rushed in Ji Yu's direction. He jumped up and took out his Kunpeng sword. Ji Yu didn't like this kind of bully. When the sword was swung out, there was no need to use any profound energy at all. The profound energy was like a small explosive wave that directly flew out, and a loud rumbling sound was heard. There was a series of explosions around them. They fell into a pool of blood one after another. They covered their chests. They didn't expect that they would encounter a mysterious cultivator today. A mysterious cultivator was so terrifying. How could they resist? When they thought of this, they looked at each other. With a flash of his figure, he instantly disappeared from the spot. He seemed to be very afraid of Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, "Humph." With a cold snort, he immediately disappeared. Jiyu closed his eyes, but when he sensed that there were a few people staring at him, he raised his head. He looked up and looked into the sky. At this time, those people landed on the ground. They looked at Jiyu as if they were looking at a dead person. Jiyu smiled. "Come at me together." The few of them glanced at each other, clearly feeling the threat from Jiyu. They were immediately displeased. "Kid, don't think that you're so great just because you're a mysterious cultivator." The corners of their mouths curled into a smile as they charged towards Jiyu. Right at that moment, Jiyu leaped up and waved her hand. Immediately, an incomparably powerful wave of profound force swept out. The thugs of the gambling den were all Xian cultivators, but they didn't expect Jiyu's strength to be so formidable. Right at this moment, a few of them ran over and shouted at Jiyu, "Don't do anything, gang leader." Jiyu turned around, and the people in front of her let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not make a move just now. Otherwise, they would have been in deep trouble. The few of them looked at each other and started to giggle. "Young master, are you tired? These are our people. When did I allow you to run a gambling den?" When they saw Jiyu's cold face, their hearts suddenly thumped. Jiyu's gaze was too terrifying. If they could, they would run away. They knelt on the ground. "Gang leader, we were wrong." Jiyu said indifferently, "From today onwards, the Dragon Slayer gang is not allowed to do this kind of business." The few of them kept kowtowing and saying yes. Only then did Jiyu stand up and take the young girl's hand and walk out. The young girl didn't like to eat meat, so Jiyu took her to a few vegetarian restaurants and shouted at the restaurant owner, "Eat. Boss, make one." The owner walked over and said with a smile, "Yes, sir." After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they planned to go to other places for a stroll. At this moment, a few people landed and blocked their way. "Miss, please follow us back." The young girl sighed and said to Jiyu, "It's a pity that I can't have fun today." Jiyu said indifferently, "Do you really want to play here?" Hearing Jiyu's words, the young girl's eyes widened. But thinking of the rules in her family, she could only sigh. "So what? My father will definitely not allow it." After saying this, she sighed. Jiyu laughed, "As long as you want, I will definitely let you play to your heart's content." The two black-robed men in front of them frowned at this moment because Jiyu had already injured one of their protectors last time. They only recognized Jiyu now. One of the protectors took a step forward. "Who are you?" "Kid, you have already offended us last time. What else do you want to do now? The matters of our Lan family are not something a kid like you can manage. Your strength is still too weak." After saying this, Jiyu said indifferently, "I will definitely take care of this matter today." "What can you do to me?" After hearing this sentence, the two protectors frowned. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from where they were. They raised their hands, drew their swords, and charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu stepped on the ground. He directly jumped up and a warhound's giant sword appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu disappeared from where he was. He brandished his sword heavily. At this moment, the heavy sword chopped down. One of the black-robed protectors took 2 steps forward and a purple flame appeared in his hands. To be able to produce a flame of profound energy without using any profound skills, his strength should not be below the human profound realm. The flame and the huge warhound sword heavily clashed together. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The two of them flew out at the same time. Jiyu raised his head and looked directly at the two protectors. He said indifferently, "Kid, you have some strength." After saying this, the two protectors raised their hands at the same time and waved their long robes. At this moment, their long robes covered the sky. They stretched out their hands and pointed at each other. A small seal appeared in the air. They waved their hands heavily in Jiyu's direction and the seal hit Jiyu. Jiyu did not sense any change in profound energy from the other side, but his own strength was sealed. The array within this array actually had a huge mystery. His heart trembled slightly. Could this be the legendary array formation? Thinking of this, Jiyu disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a while, he appeared behind the two protectors. Ding, the host used 3000 clouds movement. Obtained experience points 1 by 999. Ding, congratulations to the host for raising 3000 clouds movement to mastery. Jiyu looked at the two protectors in front of him. At this moment, he jumped up and slashed down with the huge Kuan-Pung sword in his hand. Another loud sound rang out. The sounds of explosions in the surroundings were constantly transmitted to Jiyu's ears. Jiyu said indifferently, "You are very strong, but it's a pity that you met me, Jiyu." The gazes of the two protectors were fixed on Jiyu. It was as if countless killing intent was locked onto Jiyu's body. Jiyu resisted the strong mental strength, but after a while, one of the protectors used his mental strength to suppress Jiyu. In the blink of an eye, the two profound energy in the other protector's hands separated into two sides. Two profound energy flame blades appeared in the protector's hands. At this moment, the protector instantly brandished the inferno blade in his hand and flew in front of Jiyu. Jiyu sensed this surge of Xian energy and raised his hand. All of a sudden, Jiyu's aura covered his body. He turned around indifferently. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was standing. He raised his hand and in an instant, the flame collided with the chi aura. The chi aura seemed to have a strong suction force. In the blink of an eye, the flame was absorbed. Kid, what a demonic profound skill. You used such a profound skill, I'm sure the union of 10,000 immortals will punish you. The young girl took a step forward and said to the protectors in front of her, "Wait, I'll go back with you. Don't make things difficult for Jiyu's big brother." The two protectors looked at each other. The young girl came in front of Jiyu and said, "Remember, my name is Lan Jin." After saying this, countless fragments drifted down from the sky. The two of them placed their hands on Lan Jin's body and disappeared on the spot. Jiyu snorted coldly and clenched his fists. He clenched his fists tightly. "Lan Jin, I don't care what clan you are from. I'm going to pay you a visit." Only then did the disciples of the dragon-slaying gang arrive. "Gang leader, are you okay?" Jiyu shook his head slightly. Only then did they step forward and walk out. Jiyu looked up at this moment. He disappeared from the spot and appeared thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. They looked at each other and said indifferently, "Young Master Jiyu." Two people stood in front of him and said indifferently, "If you don't hand over the head of the Gold City sect today, we will kill you." Jiyu smiled faintly and said, "You have to have the ability to do that. Boy, you are quite arrogant. Do you know who we are?" "I don't care who you are. We are the legal judges of the union of 10,000 immortals. You can't leave today." The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. Didn't they want to take back the Gold City sect because of their magnetite? Jiyu immediately stretched out his hand and a storage ring appeared in his hand. There are 1 million upper-grade magnetite in it. Hearing Jiyu's words, they put their hands on Jiyu's hand and picked up the bag in Jiyu's hand. When he opened the bag, he saw that there were many pieces of magnetite inside. "There are so many magnetite, which means that you are from a famous sect." Jiyu said, "In the future, we will hand over a certain amount of magnetite to the union of 10,000 immortals every year. Please forgive us." After saying this, the two of them looked at each other. They smiled and cupped their hands. "Then we will take our leave. By the way, as long as this decree is in place, no one in the union of 10,000 immortals will dare to have any opinions about the Gold City sect." Jiyu cupped his hands in greeting. At this moment, the rest of the people disappeared on the spot. After returning to the Jincheng sect, Jiyu thought that their cultivation talent was not high yet, so he gathered everyone in the sect. Then, according to the contents of the Book of Formations, there might be a soaring pagoda above. The soaring pagoda was divided into more than 30 levels. It could directly absorb the Xian energy of heaven and earth and gather it in the soaring pagoda. A few elders walked over and saw that Jiyu was reading a book. They walked up and asked Jiyu, "Sect Master, what are you doing?" Jiyu turned his head and said to the people in front of him, I plan to forge the soaring pagoda of the Jincheng sect. This way, the Xian energy of all the disciples will be greatly improved. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other. They said, Sect Master's benevolence is really comparable to the sun and moon. With Sect Master leading us, we don't have to worry about the Shrine of Ice not becoming famous. After he finished speaking, several people behind him stepped forward, looked at each other, and said faintly, but it requires a lot of Xian grade and countless heavenly treasures. It's very difficult to gather all of these heavenly treasures. They sighed and came out. At this moment, Jiyu disappeared on the spot and came out with the giant sword in his hand. He took 2 steps forward and said slowly, It's okay, I can find it. After Jiyu said this, they looked at each other. Some of them can be bought from various places with Xian stones, but the flying locust stone can't be found in the small wilderness. So we can only look for it in that damned place. After saying this, they looked at each other and looked up. At this moment, they took a step forward and bowed slightly. Jiyu frowned and asked, Where is this place? Hell Valley. Where is that? They looked at each other and said, It's said that this place doesn't see the light of day all year round. Moreover, there are devils from the other 11 prefectures that were thrown into that sealed space. Later on, it was said that a powerful being sealed it. They couldn't help but sigh. They did know a little about the Shrine of Ice. At this moment, they looked at each other. He spoke to Jiyu indifferently, reporting to Sect Master, We know where the entrance is, but we don't have any Xian energy on us right now, so we have no way to help you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu's heart started beating rapidly. At this moment, he took a step forward, and his mind began to spin rapidly. As long as you know where the entrance is, I'll leave it to you. Everyone was simply too satisfied with this new sect leader. They slightly bowed, cupped their hands and said, Sect leader, we will open the profound door tomorrow. After saying this, the 2 of them looked at each other. When the disciples in the sect heard this, they all walked out and cupped their hands in the direction of the sect leader's palace. Those Xian cultivators placed their protective artifacts outside the sect leader's palace. It was rare for someone to make such a huge contribution to them. They knew how terrifying Hell Valley was. It was said that no one had ever been able to return to the real world from Hell Valley. Early the next morning, everyone gathered at the profound door at the back of the mountain. They looked at each other and came out. Several sect leaders stood below the sky-piercing platform and stretched out their hands. According to the sect leaders' instructions, they poured all of their Xian energy into the sky-piercing platform. At this moment, Jiyu also raised his hand at the same time. He waved his hand heavily, and several streams of Xian energy were poured into the profound door. At this moment, the profound door emitted a huge Xian light. It was as if a powerful Xian energy was constantly emitting power, as if it wanted to absorb everything in front of it. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu disappeared in front of the profound door. Darkness. Darkness completely enveloped this world. It was as if nothing else existed except for darkness. Jiyu raised his hand and took out a long wooden stick from his storage ring. In a moment, the inheritance of fire in his hand lit up the wooden stick. This caused a small ray of light to appear in this dark world. Whether the flying locust stone existed or not, and where it existed in this world, no one knew. He took 2 steps forward. His gaze locked in front of him, and he sent out his Xian energy. His Xian energy covered this world and spread out. However, it was as if there was a taboo in the surroundings, and Jiyu's Xian energy was reflected back. He took a step forward. Even if he used the 3,000 clouds movement here, when he did not know where he was going, he would feel a sense of confusion. At this moment, he looked around. Countless gusts of wind and fire blew. It was as if countless fine sand had covered the area in front of Jiyu. He felt the wind and sand blowing from nearby. Suddenly, Jiyu laughed out loud. Why didn't he think of this just now? He slapped his hand on the ground. The power of the inheritance of earth transmitted Jiyu's Xian energy into the fine sand. At this moment, Jiyu seemed to have merged with the sand and was able to see the world clearly. However, he sensed that there was a small city in front of him. This made everyone feel incomparably surprised. Just as he walked in front of the door, 2 black figures appeared in front of Jiyu. They carried a strong murderous aura. Instantly, their gazes locked on Jiyu. One of them walked out with a ferocious face. He laughed out loud. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, we would have a new person here. They looked at each other. Jiyu said slowly, hello, everyone. May I ask if you know where to find the flying locust stone? After hearing Jiyu's words, the black figure suddenly laughed out loud. Flying locust stone, ha ha ha. This is simply stupid. After saying this, they looked at each other. At this moment, they said slowly, you want to obtain the flying locust stone. Perhaps there is something you want here. Come in. An enormous dark force was pressing down on Jiyu at this moment. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. Then, he dispelled that power. Even when facing the powerful dark force of the shadowy figure. She did not expect that the dark force would gradually spread to the surroundings at this moment. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Jiyu walked into the city gate. A scantily clad young girl walked out. Jiyu would not treat her as a young girl. Didn't she hear the people guarding the city gate say that the people here had at least 1,000 years of life? After Jiyu heard this, she disappeared on the spot. After a moment, the young girl's lips curled into a smile. 1,000 years ago, prisoners like us were exiled to this place. Those righteous Tao people kept teleporting in here, thinking that they could use us as fools to raise their own Xian strength. Fortunately, our Lord Sky Snake's Xian strength was boundless, so he directly sealed this dark netherworld. As she spoke, a few skinny people walked out. They madly pounced in front of Jiyu. The young girl snorted coldly. Reckless bastard. After shouting this sentence, the two skinny people suddenly froze on the spot. A huge sharp sword appeared in the young girl's hand. She suddenly chopped down on the two people's bodies. After receiving the sword's attack, the two people were stunned. She disappeared on the spot in an instant. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks and looked in the direction of Jiyu. She slowly opened her mouth and said, "This is a safe zone specially arranged by Lord Skysnake. You are not allowed to kill here. Those who violate the order will die. On the contrary, there is a killing field in the city. You can kill above it. And you can obtain the Fountain of Youth by killing every day." Fountain of Youth? Jiyu's face showed a trace of confusion. What is this Fountain of Youth? We can enjoy eternal life here, but we will continue to age. Some people cherish their lives and are willing to exchange their youth for peace. But so what? A disdainful smile appeared on the girl's face. She waved her hand. A building beside him had collapsed, and on top of an iron bed, there were 7 to 8 dried corpses that looked like they were about to die. If you are willing to have peace, this is not a bad choice. Alright, that's all I have to say. The choice is in your hands. After saying that, she disappeared like a ghost. Jiyu sensed that the weakest one here was still around the first level of the human profound realm. When he sensed this, he couldn't help but laugh. Countless passers-by walked out of the nearby tavern. No matter where one was, taverns would always exist. Especially in this world filled with darkness, the hearts of people needed to be stable. Jiyu also entered the tavern. One of them raised his head and said to Jiyu, "What would you like to drink?" "Just give me a bottle." After saying that, they took a step forward, cupped their hands slightly, and looked in the direction of Jiyu. Not long after, a cup of blood was placed in front of Jiyu. At this moment, the two of them raised their hands and slashed their long swords in the direction of Jiyu. Looking at the cup of blood, Jiyu just leaned to the side, and the long sword slashed on the table. In a short moment, the table was split into pieces. He opened his eyes, looked to the side, and said indifferently, "Why did you sneak attack me? He has profound stones." After shouting this, the people around him all looked in front of Jiyu. "I am at the first level of the human profound realm. Thank you for your guidance. I am at the second level of the human profound realm. I would also like to fight with you." "Cut the crap. I heard that this guy is a newcomer. Maybe he is from one of those so-called righteous sections. Do you see any killing intent on him?" That's right, that's right. Why don't you count me in?" They all laughed out loud, as if Jiyu was the funniest joke in the world. Jiyu frowned. These bastards, did they really think that he was easy to bully? He stomped on the ground and disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he pulled out his sword. Looking at the precious weapon on him, he swung his sword. At this moment, a silver light flashed. The light appeared and swept across their necks. Logically speaking, the girl's figure appeared in this tavern. She looked at the two dead people and said, "The safe zone has its rules. How dare you break the rules?" After shouting this, she snorted coldly, and a huge amount of mental energy covered over. Jiyu stood in place, and forcibly collided with it with his own mental energy. A loud boom sounded. At this moment, the two mental energies collided. Jiyu took a step back and raised his head. The power of inheritance in his hand instantly burst out. Countless lightning bolts, like small snakes, twisted their bodies and flew directly in the direction of the girl. The girl took a step forward, and her figure flashed. She appeared behind Jiyu, and shattered those lightning snakes. She smiled faintly, and turned into a long snake. She slithered on the ground and came behind Jiyu. She opened her sharp teeth and directly bit down on Jiyu's neck. Jiyu turned around, and the huge Kuanpung sword fell on the long snake's teeth. Ding, the host used Raging Flames. Received 1 by 999 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host. Raging Flames has broken through to the small success level. The girl's teeth were burned by the flames. She sensed Jiyu's pure Xian energy, and immediately turned into her human form. How dare you? Jiyu snorted coldly. They attacked me first. You didn't have time to protect me, so I had to protect myself. What is wrong with that? After hearing Jiyu's words, the other party looked at each other, and slowly said to Jiyu, who was in front of him, "In that case, it is reasonable. However, you have also violated the rule of killing. You no longer have the right to stay here. Just hand over the token I gave you." Jiyu took out a token from her bosom and tossed it at him. The girl took Jiyu's token, and told him to leave the safe zone immediately. The remaining people in the tavern looked at each other. They walked straight to the side. Their eyes were fixed on Jiyu, and a smile appeared on their faces. Without the protection of the safe zone, it meant that Jiyu was about to face endless slaughter. In the middle of the line, there were several black figures standing in the same place. Among them, there was a fierce look in their eyes. They raised their heads and looked beyond the center line. Seeing that Jiyu was coming, but he didn't have the waist token on him, there was a trace of ridicule on his face. "You can go in, but after you go in, you will face death. Go in." What surprised these men was that Jiyu did not even look back as he entered the center line. The men beside him stood up and drew their swords. "Are you going to kill him?" "Big brothers, this guy is very powerful. You have to be careful when we come back." After saying this, the two guards laughed out loud. "Don't worry. With us here, we'll definitely make sure you don't die." When these people heard this sentence, their mood instantly improved and they cupped their hands at the same time. "Go." They waved their long robes and charged in the direction of Jiyu. The Kuanpung sword appeared in Jiyu's hand. She turned around and brandished her own sword. Her sword collided with the Kuanpung sword. A loud bang was heard. With a loud bang, the two people were repelled. More than a dozen people put on their waist tokens. They opened their eyes wide and fixed their gazes on Jiyu. At this moment, they were charging in the direction of Jiyu. Mystical skill, Earth Chariot. After one of the purple-robed old men shouted, the fine sand that was constantly blowing quickly solidified at this moment. The fine sand was quickly condensing at this moment. At this moment, the fine sand rushed in the direction of Jiyu like a wave. Jiyu chopped down with the Kuanpung giant sword heavily. The giant sword chopped into the soil with a boom. At this moment, the soil gradually swallowed Jiyu's Kuanpung giant sword. At this moment, the fine sand slowly entered the giant sword. Suddenly, a ball of fire appeared on the giant sword. The raging flames burned the giant sword as if it possessed a firebird. It let out a roar and flew out, breaking through the earth. At this moment, the fine sand was shattered into pieces. Jiyu took a step forward. Looking at the fine sand in the sky, he suddenly became vigilant. At this moment, he brandished his long sword and swung it heavily. A loud rumbling sound was heard. At this moment, the fine sand collapsed in two directions. Jiyu turned his gaze to the front. At this moment, those clods of dirt once again charged forward. Jiyu's Kunpeng giant sword shouted out. Xian skill, lightning snake. After shouting this sentence, countless lightning snakes flew out. Those long snakes flew out at this moment and directly rushed in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and instantly disappeared from where he was standing. After waiting for a moment, Jiyu flew up. The Kunpeng giant sword in his hand called out the weapon spirit. The power of the Kunpeng was not something that these small Xian cultivators could resist. Seeing the soil, the Kunpeng giant sword roared and opened its bloody mouth. In an instant, it seemed like a giant mouth that could swallow the sky. It swallowed everything in front of it into its stomach. Those long swords were swallowed by it at this moment. Those people did not expect Jiyu to have such strength. Their hearts kept beating faster. Oh no, we are no match for him. Run! No one knew who shouted first, but everyone turned their heads at the same time. As if they had gone mad, they ran towards the center line without a care for their lives. However, Jiyu was like a bloodthirsty demon, following behind them. From time to time, Jiyu's sword fell and took away a life. There were 3 people who finally saw the light. They were now standing outside the center line. Those few guards immediately released their Xian energy. At this moment, their Qi gang covered the sky. They fixed their eyes on Jiyu. However, Jiyu turned around and opened his eyes wide. Jiyu opened his eyes wide and waved his hand heavily. Several Xian lights lit up and 18 golden puppets flew out in an instant. They flew in front of those people, as if they would face death if they took a step forward. When he saw this, Jiyu's figure flashed and disappeared from his original spot. He opened his eyes wide. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Kill." At this moment, the 18 golden puppets turned their heads. The golden puppets in their hands raised their hands and shouted anxiously. "Save me." After shouting this sentence, they fixed their eyes on Jiyu. At this moment, the guards fixed their eyes on Jiyu's face. They turned around and fixed their eyes on Jiyu. They raised their hands at the same time and prepared to kill Jiyu. Jiyu had only taken 2 steps forward, but the giant sword in his hand was already brandishing in an instant. There was a loud rumbling sound. 2 streams of blood spurted out from the 2 people. They fell to the ground one after another. The 2 people only put one hand on the center line and closed their eyes in despair. There was no trace of a Xian cultivator's gaze. At this moment, they fixed their eyes on Jiyu. At this moment, Jiyu slowly said, "They're already dead." What do you think? After hearing this sentence, the 2 people looked at each other. One of the guards said, "You actually killed them before the center line." But he put his hand on the center line. Maybe he will be a little suspicious. After saying this, he placed the center line in the middle of the ground. The few of them exchanged glances before locking their gazes on Jiyu. Jiyu took out 2 bags from her bosom and threw them into the other party's hands. Seeing so many magnetite, she was stunned. The corners of their mouths curled up into a smile. Then, he waved his hand heavily. They took 2 steps forward and closed their eyes, as if nothing had happened. Jiyu snorted, turned around, and walked in another direction. At this moment, there was a clap of thunder in the sky. Jiyu looked ahead and saw a huge light screen appear in the sky. The lightning bolts continued to fall on the huge dueling ground. Jiyu stepped into the arena. A guard walked out and handed a token to Jiyu. Their gazes locked onto Jiyu. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "This token is your proof of entry into the arena." At this moment, Jiyu stepped into the huge arena. Everyone was sitting in the spectator seats, and they were shouting non-stop. "Boy, are you going to participate? We can use points to gain the power of the strong." He pointed at the treasure list behind him. Jiyu saw the flying locust stone on the list and said slowly, "How many points does this flying locust stone cost?" 99,999 points will do. But in the arena, you can only get 1 point for winning a battle. After saying this, Jiyu cupped his hand slightly. Turning around, he took a step forward and walked to the front of the duel arena. They glanced at each other. Ji Yu said indifferently, I'm going to sign up. After shouting this sentence, the two of them looked at each other and recorded it in their notebooks. In the arena, a man walked out and put his hand on his throat. At the same time as this voice spread out, the profound energy also spread out. Everyone, welcome to the arena. Let us welcome the great Lord Skysnake. An old man walked out and sat on the chair. He waved his hand and the crowd sat on the spectator seats. They had no choice. His strength was too terrifying. In an instant they could only lower their heads. Only Ji Yu was still standing. Looking at Ji Yu in front of them, they slowly said, duel, duel. Everyone raised their heads when they heard the shouts. They looked at Ji Yu. Ji Yu slowly took 2 steps forward and locked his eyes on Lord Skysnake. However, the commentator in the duel arena had already started to shout loudly. Everyone, we are going to start the first duel. Let us welcome God of Thunder. A fat man walked out, and the profound strength of the 4th level of the human profound realm was suddenly released from his body, causing everyone to shout enviously. God of Thunder, God of Thunder. His opponent, Tianfeng. Tianfeng walked out and looked at Ji Yu. They slowly said, kill, kill, kill. God of Thunder has 63 victories and has not lost a single battle. Tianfeng has only lost 1 battle. Who is stronger? Let the competition begin. After shouting this sentence, the two of them looked at each other. Tianfeng smiled faintly. God of Thunder smiled and said, logically speaking, the loser dies. However, Tianfeng, your beauty is indeed hard to forget. He smiled faintly and said, you are really too beautiful. If you can accompany this god for a night, I will spare your life. After saying that, the Thunder God's greatsword appeared in Thunder God's hand. Holding the Thunder God's greatsword, he charged towards Tianfeng. At this moment, Tianfeng disappeared from her original position and appeared in the void in the blink of an eye. Countless peach blossom petals slowly fell. It was as if this was the most beautiful scene in the world. Especially those trapped in this dark world, they were extremely eager to return to the human world. As long as they could return to the human world, they would definitely pay any price. However, there was no such opportunity now. They fixed their eyes on the room and saw countless petals falling from the room. These petals reminded them of the time when they were in the human world. Even God of Thunder couldn't help but be slightly stunned. However, when he thought of what happened before, his heart trembled slightly. Many of those opponents would die after seeing the petals. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned around and brandished his long sword, swinging it out with all his might. As the sword fell, he grabbed the Thunder God's sword in front of him and slashed in Tianfeng's direction. At this moment, Tianfeng suddenly turned her body. The 2 bolts of lightning in his hand suddenly lit up. Tianfeng's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. At this moment, the silk threads in her hands slowly flew out and tied God of Thunder's hands. God of Thunder was actually locked to the ground by these pink silk threads. She raised her hand, holding the long sword, and slowly walked in front of God of Thunder. She raised the huge sword in her hand and stabbed down. At this moment, the long sword in her hand stabbed into God of Thunder's body, causing blood to flow out. God of Thunder's heart was directly dug out by Tianfeng. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were fixed on Ji Yu. Ji Yu said indifferently, boy, you have big dog guts. After shouting this, Ji Yu's figure flashed, disappearing from where he was. A moment later, he appeared not far away, standing on the stage. When Tianfeng came down, she glanced at Ji Yu with a faint smile on her face. The remaining people looked in the direction of Ji Yu. Such a thin and weak person, he's simply courting death. Haha, I don't know what kind of ability this boy has to enter the duel arena. To be exiled here, he must have a great reputation in the human world. I don't know what kind of ability this boy has. After the voices of the crowd fell, the commentator opened his mouth and said, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new person today. This mister has never stepped into the duel arena before. Let us welcome this brave warrior. Duel, duel, duel. After 3 shouts, their eyes all looked in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu said indifferently, come. After saying this, they looked at each other. Let us welcome Divine Swordly Fae. Li Fei walked out with a trace of disdain on his face. You actually want me to fight with this kind of trash? You're really embarrassing me. There was a trace of disdain on their faces as they looked in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, who is the trash, we'll know later. After hearing this, the two of them looked at each other. Li Fei coldly snorted, brat, I was thinking of sparing your life because you are a newcomer. I didn't expect that you would be so ungrateful. If that's the case, you should obediently accept your death. The commentator impatiently shouted, if that's the case, then let's begin. In the end, who will obtain the final victory? Who will be the master of the peak? Let's begin. After shouting this sentence, the two of them looked at each other. The corners of Divine Sword Li Fei's mouth curled up into a smile. He slowly took a step forward and waved the sword in his hand. In an instant, the divine sword started to tremble. Li Fei was an expert of the 4th level of the human profound realm. His strength was on par with the thunder god. He closed his eyes and pointed his 2 fingers. The 8th grade artifact on the ground instantly flew up. The long sword danced and flew towards Jiyu's direction. Good. Truly worthy of being a divine Xian expert. His sword control technique is simply godly. Everyone's face carried a trace of a smile. At this moment, Jiyu slowly took a step forward and directly grabbed the long sword. However, Li Fei was an expert in sword control. He poured his spiritual energy into the long sword. At this moment, the long sword seemed to have received an order. Suddenly, the long sword turned its head in the air and flew forward like a long sword. Jiyu's Kuanping giant sword instantly went berserk. What a great artifact! Li Fei enviously looked at the Kuanping giant sword in Jiyu's hand. A trace of jealousy appeared in his heart. But so what? As long as I kill Jiyu, that artifact will be mine. Thinking of this in his heart, he turned his body around. He directly walked in front of Jiyu. Jiyu indifferently said, Xian skill, wind blade. After shouting these words, the gale continued to blow, and a gust of wind directly arrived in front of Jiyu. Jiyu's figure flashed, and he turned around, swinging his sword heavily. The long sword and the giant sword collided. A loud bang was heard. The two Xianxia intertwined and retreated. At the same time, the fierce wind blew in front of that guy. It seemed as if there were countless blades in the wind, scraping his skin. It was as if his skin and flesh were being directly shaved off. Hell's Valley was indeed worthy of its name. After suffering such a heavy injury, that guy could actually raise his head and lock his eyes on Jiyu. Brat, you really don't know what's good for you. After shouting these words, they charged towards Jiyu's direction. Jiyu swung the giant Kuanping sword in her hand towards his head. After sensing Jiyu's hostility, the arm in his hand was already full of bones. He suddenly took a step back and locked his eyes on Jiyu. Li Fei felt the heavy arrow in Jiyu's hand and immediately looked in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu took a step forward. At that instant, the 5 streams of power of succession gathered in the air. Jiyu had long wanted to try how the 5 powers of inheritance merged together. Ding! The host has used the Xian skill, Rainbow Sunday. The 5 powers of Xian Qi merged together. After merging, they turned into nothingness. No one knew how Jiyu created the Xian skill in her hand. At this moment, the Xian Qi gradually pressed down. In the blink of an eye, he turned his head. At this moment, he slowly raised his hand. At this moment, the Xian energy quickly gathered together and flew forward. The 2 Xian energies heavily intertwined together. After a loud rumbling sound was heard, the 2 Xian energies collided. Li Fei turned his head around. He took 2 steps forward and waved the divine sword in his hand again. He directly charged towards Jiyu's direction. Jiyu only controlled the giant Kuanping sword in her hand. A fire bird flew out once again and pounced onto the other party's body. At this moment, the 2 profound energies collided together, and a loud rumbling sound was heard. He took a step back. At this moment, he directly locked his gaze in front of Jiyu. At this moment, the flesh on Li Fei's body was being devoured. He said indifferently, "You've already lost." After saying this, the two of them looked at each other. He said indifferently, "Xian skill, 10,000 feet divine sword." At this moment, the long sword quickly gathered together and turned into a treasure. They raised their heads at the same time and looked in the direction of Jiyu. They took a deep breath. Presumably, when Jiyu's sword fell, it would be accompanied by a loud boom. At this moment, the two Xianxia were intertwining. However, Li Fei's flesh was devoured by the fire bird and he had no way to resist. He slowly took a step back. Blood flowed out from the corner of his eyes. After seeing so much blood, Jiyu took 2 steps forward and kicked him heavily. After receiving this kick, he instantly fell to the ground. Li Fei collapsed in a pool of blood. Everyone who was watching the battle revealed a trace of surprise on their faces. The shoutcaster was even more stunned. This is impossible, impossible. The divine sword Li Fei actually died at the hands of the newcomer Jiyu. After they shouted this, everyone had forgotten who the divine sword Li Fei was. They only remembered that Jiyu showed her invincible power and killed him. Sky Snake looked in the direction of Jiyu. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. There was only one battle every day. Jiyu took 2 steps forward and entered the capital city. A few people looked in the direction of Jiyu. A battle could break out at any time in this place. When they saw Jiyu coming, they drew out their swords and charged in the direction of Jiyu. The situation in front of Jiyu was changing rapidly. He flew up and saw a blood-red face in front of him. You have 1 point just now. As long as we get his point, we can exchange it for a cup of Fountain of Youth. Kill. A few people rushed in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu merely raised his hand, and the power of thunder and lightning was suddenly released. Ding, the host used Thunder Snake. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Lightning snakes and the like instantly coiled around their bodies and gradually tightened around them. They could feel the binding power on their bodies becoming smaller and smaller. Furthermore, they also carried the power of lightning. They sensed the power of thunder and lightning on Jiyu's body. Their eyes showed a trace of vigilance. They looked at Jiyu's body, as if there was a slow power burning their skin. They felt the flames engulfing their bodies. For the first time, they felt fear in their hearts. It was not the first time they felt the feeling of death, but it was like the feeling of being tortured to death. They felt a trace of fear in their hearts. Thinking of this, Jiyu slowly took a step in the other direction. At this moment, they did not turn their heads. Run! After shouting this, they turned their heads and ran in the other direction. Jiyu ran a few steps. There was a trace of a smile on the corner of her mouth. Countless thunderbolts fell at this moment. Accompanied by the sound of the explosion, they fell into a pool of blood one after another. Jiyu led the crowd to kill in their direction. After seeing Jiyu, they turned their heads and said to Jiyu in front of them, "We were wrong. Please don't kill us." Jiyu did not listen to their pleas. She just waved the long sword in her hand and killed them directly. A few men in short sleeves walked out of a building and buried all those people. The old man walked out of the room. After seeing Jiyu, he cupped his hands and said, "I'm the innkeeper of the land of slaughter." After saying this, he stretched out his hand. Jiyu took out a piece of dark stone and handed it to him. After returning to the room, Jiyu crossed her legs. She felt the dark force in her body solidifying in her dantian. She slowly stood up. At this moment, the power of the sky-splitting sword was flying continuously. At this moment, she was constantly forging something. She opened her eyes and stood up. She looked at the water droplets in the basin in front of her. Jiyu knew that several hours had passed. Jiyu stood up. She picked up the huge sword of Kuanping and walked out of the room. At this moment, a bolt of lightning kept coming. When the power of lightning came out, with a flash of his figure, he disappeared from where he was and slowly took a step forward. At this moment, they raised their heads and looked in the direction of Jiyu. They said at the same time, "It's Jiyu." After saying this, they fixed their eyes on Jiyu. Jiyu slowly took a step forward. The people in the duel arena naturally knew that Jiyu had defeated Divine Sword Li Fei the day before. However, this was not the most impressive. After the duel, he had been ambushed. Despite being ambushed, he had still managed to kill so many people. After thinking of this, they fixed their eyes on Jiyu. Jiyu said slowly, "I'm here to sign up today." After hearing this, the two people looked at each other and whispered in Jiyu's ear, Jiyu, child Jiyu, we all bet a lot on you. The corners of everyone's mouth curled up into a smile. After seeing this smile, Jiyu's figure suddenly disappeared in front of him. The commentator stood on the arena again. At this time, 7 or 8 matches had ended, but only a few people were lucky enough to survive. The commentator continued, "Next is the most exciting match of today." At this time, 2 people walked out from the side. They slowly raised their heads and showed a smile at the corners of their mouths. These 2 people are known as the Iron Wind Duo. At this time, they raised their heads and showed a smile on their faces. They brandished 2 precious weapons. Wind Howling Hammer. The 2 people were smiling proudly. The commentator said, "Logically speaking, it's a 2 versus 2 battle. But today, we're fighting a 2 versus 1 battle. Let's welcome the newcomer who created a legend, Jiyu." Jiyu slowly walked out from another direction. At this time, the Iron Wind Duo opened their eyes wide and slowly raised their hands. They charged in Jiyu's direction. The match hasn't started yet, but the Iron Wind Duo has taken the initiative. Even so, let the match begin. After shouting this sentence, he flew forward and directly charged in Jiyu's direction. In a short moment, 2 gusts of wind blew. It was like countless knives, charging in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu coldly snorted, "Do you want to play with wind?" After he said this, Yi Zichen nodded. Ding, the host used Wind Blade. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. After this sentence, the gusts of wind came in front of Jiyu. Jiyu directly jumped up. At this time, he directly raised his hands. At this time, the long sword turned around. The 2 gusts of wind collided with each other. A sense of uneasiness rose in their hearts, and they quickly retreated to the back. After seeing the gusts of wind, their eyes were like poisonous snakes, directly hanging on Jiyu's body. Jiyu's body flashed and disappeared on the spot. Both of Jiyu's hands burst forth in an instant. At this moment, he flew out and swung the longsword heavily. In the next second, Jiyu disappeared on the spot, turned around, and flew out. He kicked the opponent's body, and the opponent suddenly fell to the ground. He gradually climbed up, and a trace of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. One after another, they charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu slowly took a step forward. At this time, a ray of light lit up in the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down. It exploded on his body. At this time, that person's body was charred black. At this time, they were charred black. Jiyu kicked up. With a loud bang, the Iron Wind Duo flew out at the same time. They fell in a pool of blood and kept wailing. Jiyu put the long sword on the neck of one of them. When he saw the long sword, he felt a chill in his heart. He said indifferently, "Iron Wind divided into 2, invincible in the world." After shouting these words, the 2 of them separated. Their eyes were cold and gloomy. At this moment, Jiyu disappeared from her original spot. The Iron Wind Duo demons raised their hands. At this moment, a strong wind blew, and the remaining few people flew in front of Jiyu. They suddenly raised their heads and said indifferently, "Go to hell." After shouting these words, Jiyu suddenly turned around and waved the Kuanping giant sword in her hand. Following a huge explosion, a thick layer of smoke appeared in the surroundings. Everyone looked at the arena. 2 experts of the 3rd layer of the human profound realm against a young boy. No matter how one looked at it, they were in an invincible position. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiyu's opponent in the last round was really surprising. This time, they had already lost the confidence to watch. When the smoke dispersed, everyone stuck out their small heads and looked in the direction of the arena. The Iron Wind Duo demons were still standing in the arena with a shocked expression. With a cracking sound, their treasures broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Now that their weapons were broken, they could only surrender or face death. In a place like Hell Valley, there was no mercy to speak of. The 2 of them looked at each other, then walked in front of Jiyu and half knelt down. "We admit defeat." Jiyu put away the Kuanping giant sword. Suddenly, a fierce look appeared in the corner of the 2's eyes. They took out a sharp weapon from nowhere and directly shot it in the direction of Jiyu. Hearing the sound of something breaking through the air, Jiyu abruptly turned her head and grabbed the 2 concealed weapons in her hands. The 2 of them quickly leaped up. God knows how many experts were soft-hearted at this time, allowing the two brothers to kill each other on the ground. They still remembered the despair in the eyes of those experts before they died. The two of them couldn't help but feel proud in their hearts. They raised their hands at the same time, and a gust of wind Xian energy, with a great compression force, spiraled in their hands. As long as this attack hit, no matter who you are, you won't be able to escape. Thinking of this, the two of them were about to laugh out loud. However, Jiyu suddenly disappeared and appeared behind the two of them in the blink of an eye. Ding, the host used the dark forest and gained 1 by 999 experience points. He appeared behind the two of them. His face was like an evil spirit from hell. The Iron Wind duo demons, who had killed countless people, showed fear in their eyes when they saw Jiyu. A silver light flashed. With a loud cracking sound, the two of them fell heavily to the ground. Their bones and flesh were all sent flying by Jiyu. Looking at this bloody scene, a trace of fear appeared in the eyes of the crowd. They fell to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jiyu sheathed his giant sword. After witnessing Jiyu's decisive killing spree, everyone began to shout crazily. Blood was nothing in their eyes. They kept cheering. At the same time, in the two private rooms on the second floor, Tianfeng looked at Jiyu, who was far away in the arena, with a smile on her face. I never thought that there would be such a godly person in this world. The person beside her also slowly said, That's right, young master. What should we do next? Don't worry, he might become a part of our plan. Yes. In the other private room, a man wearing a golden mask stood in the arena. Looking deeply in the direction of the arena, he said coldly, this is really interesting. He said indifferently, Jiyu, will you be a good opponent for me? The commentator stood in the arena, and after getting people to clean up, he shouted loudly, Next, let's welcome the next duel. First, let's welcome Huang Jingjian. Jiyu was about to leave the arena, but when she saw Huang Jingjian, she stopped and turned around. Huang Jingjian, who was in the arena, also looked in Jiyu's direction, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The two of them looked into each other's eyes. The commentator shouted impatiently, Let's welcome Huang Jingjian. Let's welcome the next contestant, the giant demon butcher. A giant that was 120 feet tall stepped into the middle of the arena. It was as if the entire ground was shaking. The surrounding crowd kept shouting, Giant demon, giant demon, giant demon, giant demon. The giant demon butcher slapped his chest. Huang Jingjian, is it? After the commentator announced the start of the duel, the giant demon butcher charged forward. The giant devil butcher was the first to charge forward. Who would have thought that such a tall and big body could actually possess such outstanding speed? Jiyu thought that perhaps she had made the right choice in coming here. Here, she could accumulate more than just an increase in profound strength. She could also gain a wealth of battle experience. The giant demon butcher had actually created 3 afterimages in the middle of the stage. No one knew which afterimage was the real giant demon. When Jiyu saw this, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. However, this giant demon butcher really underestimated Huang Jingjian. That person was still standing in the same spot with his hands on his hips. He closed his eyes and did not move at all. The 3 afterimages attacked at the same time, and 3 huge iron fists directly hit Huang Jingjian. Huang Jingjian turned around in an instant and raised his hands. He grabbed the opponent's iron fists, and the iron fists let out a loud cracking sound. The sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the hall. At this moment, the giant demon butcher fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood continuously flowed down from his mouth. His gaze looked in the direction of Jiyu. As if he was provoking Jiyu, his gaze locked onto Jiyu. Jiyu suddenly turned her head. At this moment, her figure disappeared from the spot. Jiyu disappeared from the hunting ground. When she walked out, 2 people came forward and said to Jiyu, We are from the Safety Alliance. I wonder if Brother Jiyu is interested in joining us. Jiyu shook her head. The 2 people said anxiously, We still have some treasures here. If Brother Jiyu is interested, we can contribute them. Why choose me? Huang Jingjian is more suitable than me. That's not the case. We just want to be safe in this hell. We were sent here because we opposed the union of 10,000 immortals. We are not evil people. Please. The two people kneeled on the ground. Jiyu's heart softened. She said to the two of them, "Take me to sea." Even in this bottomless hell, 1,000 years had allowed this group of people to settle down. The place where they lived was not far from the hunting ground. Usually, no one would bother to fight with them. After all, they knew that they would give birth to offspring, so when they were free, they would come and bully them. A small village appeared in front of Jiyu. Two men in armor stood at the entrance of the village. The bright moon shines in the sky. I have my freedom. The two men in front of Jiyu were Danyo and Xianxia. They looked at each other, and after giving a secret signal to the guards, they let them in. There were two people standing in the tall buildings on both sides. There was a bloody aura in their eyes. He said faintly, "This is the expert we invited from the hunting ground. As long as he is here, we will improve a lot in the future." Danyo introduced him to everyone excitedly. Men, women, old, and young all looked in the direction of Jiyu. No one knew what they were thinking. Their eyes were cast on Jiyu. A man walked out and said, "My name is Gugalao. I would like to learn from you." After shouting this sentence, Gugalao flew in the direction of Jiyu and swung a heavy punch at Jiyu's head. If Danyo and Xianxia were fooled, they would have lost the treasure for nothing. In this dark land, they were actually able to grow things. This had attracted the attention of the surrounding forces of the Alliance of Torturers. If it were not for the fact that they did not know how to grow these crops, the hundreds of people living here would have been killed long ago. They did not want to be controlled by others, so they wanted a strong person to be their leader. And now, Jiyu seemed to be very suitable for this position. Jiyu naturally knew that he did not want to kill. He was only at the first level of the Spirit Profound realm, but he was considered a top expert outside. Here, he could only be bullied. Jiyu raised her hand, caught Gugalao's blow, and then threw him to the ground. Only to see Gorgeso spit out a mouthful of blood. When the rest of the people saw that one of their own was injured, they immediately became vigilant. Although they wanted an expert to take charge, they didn't want to be oppressed by one person. Their eyes were fixed on Jiyu. One by one, they took out their treasures. Groglaw's men shouted anxiously, "Wait." After shouting these words, everyone's gazes fell on him. He touched his body. "My previous injuries have actually healed." Just now, when Jiyu took action, she injected a burst of profound energy into Gugalao's body and opened up his blood vessels that were blocked by blood clots. With a face full of admiration, Gugalao said, "Young master is indeed unparalleled in the world. This humble one admires you." The remaining people looked at each other. For an expert, it was already a miracle that he was willing to protect them. Now that he was willing to help them heal their injuries, it was even better. After thinking of this in their hearts, a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths one after another. They slowly opened their mouths and said, "Greetings to young Master Jiyu." While they were talking, a few cries of profound beasts came from outside the door. Everyone turned their heads and looked outside at the same time. A person in charge of guarding the village gate ran in anxiously. "Not good, not good, the people of the Alliance of Torturers are here." Just as he finished speaking, several people riding Xian beasts ran in. However, those Xian beasts were all pitch black, and their eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. Their leader said slowly, "Give us 1 virgin from each family and 500 stalks of Xianling grass from each family." Danyo took the lead and stepped out. "We won't listen to you anymore." The man rubbed his ears as if he had heard wrongly. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Courting death." After shouting this sentence, the two people beside him slowly walked out. Holding huge profound swords in their hands, they heavily chopped down in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. After waiting for a while, she reappeared on the spot with a human head in her hand. Ding! The host used the dark forest and gained 1 by 999 experience points. The wind blew again. Seeing that their leader's head had been chopped off, they looked at each other and said indifferently, "Boy, how dare you kill the people of the Alliance of Torturers? Good boy, just you wait." They urged their profound beasts to run in another direction. Danyo and Xianxia came forward worriedly. What should we do now? When they go back, they will definitely ask all the experts to take action. Yes, the people of the Alliance of Torturers are not ordinary people. Once they suffer a loss, the whole sect will take action together. Everyone said anxiously. Jiyu said indifferently, don't worry, let them come. There has to be a decision made. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and felt that it was very reasonable. Suddenly, they had an idea. At this moment, the bugle horn was blown, and the humming sound covered the entire square. The entire ground seemed to be trembling as countless fireballs came crashing down in their direction. Jiyu's aura covered her entire body at that moment, shielding her from the onslaught of fireballs. The fireballs fell on the Qi gang one after another. A few fireballs fell on the side and smashed in the direction of the entrance of the village, burning the whole gate. The rest of the people rode their profound beasts and ran in. The leader was a guy with a full beard. He said indifferently, "Who killed my people? Come out obediently." Jiyu said indifferently, "It was me." "Good, boy, you have guts. But even so, you still have to die. I will first chop off your left arm and then let you eat it until you die. Ha ha ha. If you have the ability, you can try." Jiyu said indifferently as if she didn't care about him at all. Hearing this, a ball of anger in his heart rushed to his head. He raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Brothers, kill them all." After the bearded leader shouted these words, the rest of the people patted their profound beasts and flew forward. Jiyu was about to go forward and fight when Dinyo, Xianxia, and Gugalao said, "Leader, let us go." Dinyo and Xianxia stared at the people who had always invaded their village. "You're courting death." The bearded leader of the League of Torturers had to admit that Jiyu had some ability. However, Jiyu's ability didn't mean that these rotten fish and shrimps had the same ability, not to mention challenging them. Along with the whistling of the horns, the two sides clashed almost instantly. Before Dinyo and Xianxia charged forward, Jiyu suddenly stopped them. At the same time, she tossed them 2 pills. Boom! Boom! Following the 3 loud noises, everyone looked in the direction of the noises. It turned out that Dinyo's Xian strength had increased to the 2nd layer of the human profound realm. Although Xianxia didn't immediately increase his level like his elder brother after taking Jiyu's pills, he also gained a huge amount of power. He was only 1 step away from the 2nd layer of the human profound realm. Although Jiyu was only at the 3rd layer of the human profound realm, the power in her body couldn't be underestimated. She had 5 kinds of power of inheritance, and each of them had increased to the 3rd layer of the human profound realm, which was even more terrifying than a 6th layer of the human profound realm expert. Moreover, Jiyu was an alchemist, so the pills in her hands naturally couldn't be underestimated. At this time, Dinyo only felt that there was a supreme power in his body. He picked up the big iron hammer in front of him and smashed it down heavily. With a loud bang, a person from the League of Torturers let out a scream. Suddenly, no one dared to come close to him. However, the League of Torturers was famous for their cruelty, so how could they stop because of a small League of Protectors? A man who had been transformed from black iron pushed aside his companions in front of him. "You dare to challenge us?" The black iron man felt that he had been greatly insulted. He roared and rushed forward. Although his body was huge, he was still very agile. Dinyo dodged to the side and dodged the punch. Then, he quickly twisted his body and threw another punch. A loud bang was heard. The Iron Man didn't dodge. He turned his body with his incomparably agile body movement and threw another punch. The collision of profound energy did not produce any trace of light. The strength of the human profound realm was naturally very strong, and the power that erupted from the two of them directly destroyed their clothes. The two of them didn't expect that the other party would be so strong. Both of them retreated and looked at each other. "Brat, you're courting death." Black Iron Man shouted anxiously. "That's right. My family and friends are here. How could I let you destroy them so easily?" Dinyo shouted confidently. However, the Black Iron Man was no longer in a hurry. Instead, he looked at him with a playful gaze. "Do you know that as long as a person has something to worry about, it's equivalent to having a weakness? Brat, if you want to fight to the death with me, you should take a look at who you are. After ridiculing him in disdain, he hit his own arm with his palm, and his entire arm flew out. Without the support of Xian energy, the two Xian energies quickly lost contact, and Dinyo's body flew in his direction. Dinyo could clearly see that the Black Iron Man had taken out another iron arm from where his arm had been cut off. Xianxio's situation wasn't much better than Dinyo's. He was also a strength-type Xian cultivator, but a terrifying scene appeared just now. It was as if a man in a long robe with a terrifying face appeared behind him. When Xianxia turned around and waved his precious weapon, the feminine man disappeared in an instant. Xianxia looked around vigilantly. Blood Warden's spear, a superior 8th grade precious weapon. I like it very much. Why don't you give it to me, and I'll forgive your sins? This was the precious weapon that his father handed to him before he died. How could Xianxia dare to give it up? Their figures flashed and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared behind Xianxia. It seems that you don't want to hand over the precious weapon. I'll have to kill you and take it. After shouting this sentence, he raised his hands and waved them heavily in Xianxia's direction. Xianxia subconsciously raised the precious weapon in his hand to block, but he didn't expect that the feminine man's precious weapon would become illusory. It went through Xianxia's precious weapon, and the power of this attack was actually attacking his soul. Unlike the opponents that the two brothers encountered, Gugulao encountered almost no one who was his opponent. After taking the precious weapon and medicinal pills that Jiyu gave him, he felt a burst of power in his body. Holding the 8th grade precious weapon, the hurricane longsword, even if the other people's Xian strength was better than his, their precious weapons would break one after another when they fought against him. The bearded man sneered and waved his hand heavily. Suddenly, hundreds of people rushed in Gugulao's direction. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 palms. After more and more enemies joined the battle, the relaxed smile on his face suddenly disappeared. At the same time, he became flustered. When the battle had just started, Jiyu directly attacked the bearded man. As the saying goes, to catch bandits, first catch the leader. The bearded man's mount, a white tiger, showed a trace of disdain in its eyes. At the same time, it slapped the mystical beast below it. In an instant, the bearded man jumped up and flew in Jiyu's direction. Ding, the host used 10,000 dust return to 1. Obtained experience points 1 by 999. The sand and stones that had gathered in the surroundings immediately gathered together and solidified. Defensive mystical skill, how ignorant. The corners of his mouth showed a trace of disdain. Accompanied by a loud sound, that person quickly twisted his body and landed on the ground. Kill. Accompanied by a shout, the 2 people beside him directly rushed in Jiyu's direction to kill. Unfortunately, they were facing Jiyu. Jiyu just stretched out her hand in the shape of a sword and waved in the direction of the 2 people. Immediately, 2 earth dragons flew out from the earth wall and wrapped around the 2 people in front of her. Accompanied by Jiyu's heavy hand, the 2 people felt as if their bones were being torn apart. The 2 people flew away and looked in the direction of Jiyu with fear in their eyes. The attack just now made them feel as if they were in a sea of fire. Rolling on the ground, the bearded leader only said a word of trash, and the mystical beast below him bit off their necks. The alliance of torturers did not need injured people. His body heavily hit Jiyu's earth wall. Only one of his hands could be seen breaking through Jiyu's earth wall. However, this action only caused his hands to be completely trapped by the earth wall. The white tiger abandoned the 2 corpses and flew in front of Jiyu. It turned into 2 tornadoes and hit the earth wall. Holding the bearded leader's collar in its mouth, it landed not far away. The bearded leader sneered and said, "You're not bad, join us." Jiyu wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. How could she hear such a ridiculous thing? Look at your companions, you have no chance of winning. Wait until my companions escape. However, he never expected Jiyu to still have a smile on her face. Ding, the host used 18 golden puppets. Obtained 1 by 999 experience. The 18 golden puppets flew out in an instant. 2 puppets flew in the direction of Dinyo and Xianxia. The Black Iron Man was planning to use his broken arm to kill Dinyo. Dinyo was disheartened at this time. If it wasn't for Jiyu's help, he would have died at their hands. How could he have a chance to fight? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. One of the 18 golden puppets turned around and heavily waved its sword, hitting the man's body. The black iron man's broken arm was made of the purest black iron. Under this sword, it was broken in half. With a squeak, blood came out of his neck. Blood covered the ground in an instant. The feminine man on Xianxio's side raised the morning treasure in his hand, intending to draw out Xianxio's soul. His Xian power was originally to attack the soul. Even when his heart was dug out by the puppets, his face was still the same expression. Why? He landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. As for Gagij, he was even more violent. After shouting, the 18 golden puppets came in front of them and raised their hands at the same time. The mysterious sword fell on the opponent's body. The people of the Alliance of Torturers were no match for Gagij. With the help of the 18 golden puppets, the brothers Danyo and Xianxia, and some people who were originally in the village, the situation was quickly reversed. Jiyu led the people around her to the original place. They looked coldly at the bearded leader in front of them. The bearded leader was still in the earth wall and didn't know what to do. Jiyu waved her hand. A huge whirlpool seemed to appear underground. The bearded leader fell into the whirlpool bit by bit. Soon, sand covered his face, his head, and directly sent him to the depths of hell. We won. As the old man shouted, everyone in the village followed suit. The spies outside the village also brought the news back to their masters. Almost all of the factions had the same thought. If they wanted to regain control of the village, they would have to sacrifice a lot. But in Hell's Valley, human lives were worthless, but human lives were valuable. If they didn't have enough people, they would only face death or be swallowed up. No faction was willing to accept such an outcome. Without this Lord's order, don't go near the Alliance of Protectors. All the leaders ordered at the same time. That night, a huge banquet was held. Ji restrained her Xian power and didn't fight, so she got drunk. The next day, Ji rode on the Xian beast that she had seized from the bearded leader and arrived at the arena without stopping to rest. Huang Jingjian had two people standing beside him. He walked up and said, "I'm looking forward to the day we fight." After he left, the two people who had been following him stepped forward and looked at Jiyu with a smile on their faces. "Today, let the two of us be your opponents." Their gazes were like venomous snakes staring at Jiyu. Jiyu walked away without looking back. When the two of them saw Jiyu's condescending appearance, they were immediately infuriated. "Brat, how dare you ignore us like this? We are Huang Jingjian's disciples." The two of them gnashed their teeth as they shouted. However, Jiyu didn't care. According to Jiyu's rules, he had to teach Huang Jingjian's disciple a lesson. It was accompanied by the shouts of the commentator. The atmosphere in the arena was ignited. One of the two kings of the arena, Huang Jingjian's disciple, was going to fight Jiyu. This was big news. The few of them rushed to tell each other. They were looking forward to this duel. As expected of Huang Jingjian's disciple, he didn't enter the arena by strolling on the stage. Instead, he chose to enter with a flying sword. Once again, the crowd cheered. The two of them were very proud. "Let's see how Jiyu compares to us." Many people in the audience still had to kill each other for their own points. Although there hadn't been any newcomers for 1,000 years, there were still many people in Hell's Valley. It was unknown who would be able to escape. Who would have the time to watch people kill each other? Jiyu only had 3 matches. Most of the people who watched Jiyu's matches were already dead, so this batch of people was a new audience. Jiyu appeared on the battle ring, and everyone's vigilant eyes locked onto him. Where did this brat come from? They couldn't help but think in their hearts. However, to be able to defeat the giant beastman, he could be considered an expert. Without further ado, everyone was waiting for the duel to start. However, this Jiyu's way of entering the arena was really hard to support. He just walked up without any aura of an expert, so he couldn't be that strong. Where there were people, there would be places to bet. Almost no one was willing to bet their points on Jiyu. When Jiyu heard this, he was as happy as a child. What was this? He was just about to doze off, someone obediently handed him a pillow. This was simply a joyous occasion, so he put down 80 treasures. Profound stones were not very useful in the arena, but treasures such as wine, treasures, Dan beads, and profound grasses, even if they lost to you in exchange, it was not impossible. Of course, you couldn't be killed by the other party. The duel officially begins. The commentator yelled. Huang Jingjian's 2 disciples gave themselves good names, Big Sword and Small Sword. The 2 of them were experts. After hearing the commentator's words, the 2 of them waved their hands at the same time. The swords that were originally inserted into the ground suddenly flew in the direction of Jiyu. The swords contained a power that could destroy everything in the world. The treasures fell heavily on Jiyu's body, but his aura shield blocked them in an instant. Good, the moment the duel started, Big Sword and Small Sword used their profound skills. It seems like they don't intend to leave Jiyu any way out, the commentator said excitedly. As the disciple of the Duel King, it's really frightening. Jiyu smiled. This level of attack, he didn't know how Huang Jingjian trained his disciples. He waved his hand. A huge amount of profound energy flew past Jiyu's chi aura. It was like a gust of wind that blew away the 2 swords that had been infused with a huge amount of profound energy. The 2 of them did not expect Jiyu to be able to break through their moves in one move. Originally, the 2 of them thought that only their master could do this. I wonder how the Big Sword and Small Sword will deal with this. The 2 of them looked at each other and immediately formed sword fingers with their hands. When the profound energy collided with each other, it started to intertwine and connect with each other. It was like a tsunami rushing over. The 2 of them immediately dodged, but the air was already filled with murderous sword energy. Jiyu wasn't in a hurry. He just waved the Kuanping giant sword. The giant Kuanping broke away from the giant sword. The Kuanping was the overlord of the sky. It bared its fangs, and when the sword energy came in front of it, it just opened its mouth and swallowed it. It looked at the 2 of them with dissatisfaction, as if it was very disdainful. The Big Sword and Small Sword seemed to fly forward and arrived in front of them. After the giant sword landed heavily on the ground, Yi Zichen was stunned. Then, a loud boom was heard. The Kuanping giant sword had already swallowed a sword energy, but its expression seemed to be very unhappy. It hoped that the Big Sword and Small Sword would obediently hand over the rest of the sword energy. The sword energy was swallowed by the opponent, and he seems to be dissatisfied. This may be the biggest humiliation of a swordsman. I wonder how the 2 of them will deal with it next. Jiyu looked at the Kuanping giant sword in front of him, and there was a trace of disdain in the corner of his mouth. Let's see how you will deal with it. The Big Sword and Small Sword seemed to be crazy as they kept releasing their sword energy. Unfortunately, things didn't go as they wished. The sword energy was completely absorbed by the Kuanping giant sword without hesitation. Jiyu looked at the 2 of them in front of him and said indifferently, "Surrender. You are his disciples. I can let you 2 go." But when these words came out, the 2 of them felt that they were greatly insulted. Didn't you know how to swallow the sword energy? Then you can't swallow the real sword, right? With such thoughts, they rushed in front of Jiyu, raised their hands, and slapped in front of Jiyu. Jiyu also raised his hands at the same time, blocking the 2 precious weapons in front of him. If this is all you have, you can leave now. Humiliation, it was another great humiliation. The 2 of them attacked again. A trace of killing intent appeared in Jiyu's eyes, and he swung his sword down heavily. The 2 of them knew that they couldn't dodge it no matter what. A ray of light fell on the ground. It isolated the people in front of him. A precious weapon made of golden black iron was inserted into the ground, but Jiyu didn't stop and directly came in front of them. Huang Jingjian had no choice but to call back his precious weapon. If he was a little later, his 2 disciples would have to meet the king of hell. Jiyu didn't panic. He just pulled his sword back and clashed with his sword. He stood in front of Jiyu, and the 2 of them looked at each other. Jiyu said indifferently, "How about today's battle?" The commentator said with a smile, "Of course, the 2 of them lost." Jiyu locked his eyes on the commentator, "What do you think?" Huang Jingjian said indifferently, "You won." After Jiyu left, the 2 of them wanted to support their master, but they didn't expect that their master's hands were trembling at this moment, as if they were about to break in the next moment. This person is really scary. Don't provoke him anymore. Jiyu returned to his village. Suddenly, someone ran over and said that the immortal grass couldn't be raised. Jiyu went forward to check and immediately laughed. It turned out that this was a fertile land in Hell's Valley. Jiyu told them about his knowledge of farmers before he transmigrated. Everyone buried the corpses of the Xian beasts that died a few days ago. Sure enough, the ground became fertile again. Everyone's eyebrows were unexpectedly raised in joy. Jiyu smiled faintly. These people were all unwilling to commit crimes with the union of 10,000 immortals, and they were worth cherishing. They returned home and were preparing to sleep when suddenly, a group of people appeared at the village gate. "Where's your leader?" "We, Liang Xuanzhua, invite him." Jiyu asked indifferently, "Who are you waiting for?" "We are also people who love the land and the cultivation of Xian cultivators, so our leader is looking forward to forming an alliance with him." Jiyu nodded. Guga said that he wanted to protect Jiyu so that she wouldn't be deceived by these people with bad intentions. Jiyu laughed. She only taught his granddaughter to say a few witty words. She didn't expect that he would learn it so quickly. She spurred her horse and went in the other direction. Jiyu galloped on the main road. The people beside her quickly caught up with her. With great difficulty, they finally caught up and brought Jiyu to the front of the crowd. A huge hole appeared in front of Jiyu. When she went in, she saw that she was surrounded by young girls. Jiyu was a little surprised. "Why is this?" The two people beside her replied embarrassedly, "In our clan, women automatically get pregnant, so we are all women. It is also because of this that others have taken a fancy to us." Jiyu immediately understood. It was impossible to break through Xian cultivation in 1,000 years here. Then the test of life and death appeared in front of these people. They didn't just have offspring. In Hell's Valley, offspring represented the fate of being killed or turned into a murderous maniac. Even if they couldn't bear to see this scene, it didn't mean that their desires would disappear. So these women became objects for them to vent their desires. Every once in a while, a young girl would be captured. Tomorrow was the day when the Slayers' Alliance would come to collect rent. Although it was called rent, it was clearly a kidnapping. Great leader Liang walked valiantly in front of Jiyu and said generously, "Sir, please take a seat. This humble one is Liang Jing. Greetings to Sir." Although she was called Jing, she didn't look like someone who could calm down. Jiyu reported her name and sat down. Great leader Liang still had a forthright expression on his face. Unknowingly, he had voiced out his wish. No matter what Jiyu decided, he would protect his people firmly. They looked at each other. Their gazes were fixed on Jiyu. Jiyu said calmly, "Ha ha ha, great leader Liang is right. Why don't we hang together? Let's go forward." After hearing Jiyu's words, great leader Liang became excited. It was great to be able to ally with Jiyu. The corners of their mouths were full of smiles. Great leader Liang immediately called everyone over and beat the big drum in front of him. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the sound of 3 drums began to vibrate. They all took a step forward. However, a gust of wind suddenly appeared in the sky. After both of their hands were cut open, the blood dripped onto the big bowl. The big bowl emitted a mysterious light. At this moment, the light suddenly brightened up. At this moment, the two forces joined together. The two forces could be considered to have formed an alliance. Great leader Liang stood on the stage and raised his wine glass generously. He said heroically, "Everyone, from today onwards, we will not be bullied by others. Long live, long live." Below the stage, everyone was cheering loudly. They were excited that they had chosen such a famous lord. They waved their hands continuously. At the same time, they were shouting loudly. Along with the sound of the bugle horn, they slowly stepped out and ran forward. They saw a group of people from the Slaughter Alliance chasing after a caravan. The rest of the people wanted to get up and take a look. After all, the two sides had just formed an alliance. It was time to test them. Jiyu did not say anything. She just rushed out with the two people behind her. When the members of the Killer Alliance saw Jiyu, they smiled faintly. "That's the kid who killed the people from the Slaughter Alliance. Catch him and hang his head on the pillar outside." Jiyu landed on the ground. The two people in front of her took out their treasured weapons and charged toward Jiyu. Jiyu disappeared on the spot. After a while, they charged toward Jiyu. they flew up and charged toward Jiyu. Their eyes locked on Jiyu. They disappeared in an instant. He waved the long sword in his hand and charged forward. He turned around and swung his sword heavily in Jiyu's direction. In the next second, he abruptly turned around and looked in front of him. He said indifferently, "Go to hell." After shouting this sentence, Jiyu suddenly turned around. He turned around and placed the long sword in his hand on the ground. Along with the fall of the heavy sword, the two Xian energies collided heavily. Jiyu suddenly flew up. However, at this moment, the two people flew back. Jiyu snorted coldly and released the dark force in his hand to the maximum. Ding, the host used raging flames and gained 1 by 999 experience points. At this moment, 2 balls of flames flew into the sky and fell, burning their bodies. The two people let out a scream. In the past, when they chased these people from the Survivors Alliance, they could only huddle up in their own small village. If it wasn't for the existence of the young lady from the Liang family, their village would have been finished. After shouting these 2 words, the two people looked at each other and directly came in front of Jiyu. Jiyu directly burned the 2 balls of flames on their bodies. They were swallowed by the flames, and in the end, only their bones were left. At this moment, Jiyu put away his precious weapon. He turned around and said indifferently, "As your ally, I feel that you can't stay in this place any longer." However, this place had already been targeted. It was impossible for Jiyu to turn around every time to save them. The two people looked at each other. Great leader Liang walked out and said indifferently, "In that case, everyone will rest for a night. Tomorrow, we will follow Brother Jiyu back." With the addition of this group of people, even if Jiyu did not force them, in time, the alliance of protectors would multiply and develop sufficiently. All he needed to do was to raise their strength. At this thought, Jiyu stood up, turned around, and walked in the other direction. He said indifferently, "Jiyu, how dare you?" The leader of the Killers Alliance clenched his fists. There was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. They rarely paid attention to the matters of the duel arena, but he felt that Jiyu must be related to the duel arena in some way. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth and said, "Immediately investigate where this person came from." The two people knelt on the ground and said indifferently, "Yes." After shouting this sentence, the two people left. After investigating for a while, they came back and knelt in front of their leader. Reporting to the leader, "Jiyu is a newcomer. We haven't had a newcomer for thousands of years, so that person values him very much. He wants to see how far he can go in the duel arena. That old man should have died a long time ago. Even if I touch his people, what can he do? Send out 80 people to eradicate that village." After shouting these words, the two of them knelt on the ground, turned around, and slowly retreated. Jiyu was still sleeping. Suddenly, he felt that there was a kitten around his leg. He opened his eyes wide and saw Leader Liang massaging his legs. "You're awake." "Leader Liang, what do you mean by this?" She sat in front of Jiyu and said, "I don't know how strong you are, but there is no doubt that you are very strong. You are stronger than all of them combined. If I can serve you, it will be enough. Damn it, where is the outspoken heroine of the day? Give me back my heroine." At this moment, Jiyu stood up and said indifferently, "You don't have to do this. I am not that kind of person." Seeing Jiyu appraising him, Leader Liang's face turned red. He didn't know what to say. He turned his head and said indifferently, "We are allies. Of course, we will rise or fall together. There is no need to panic." After saying this, Jiyu turned around and walked in another direction. Great Leader Liang smiled helplessly. He had never thought that in the past, it was always others who pursued him. Why did Jiyu not even look at him when he took the initiative to deliver himself to her? If this were to spread, how could he face others? However, since there was no daylight in this world, he could only rely on his own heart to turn around and walk in another direction. They looked up and saw that there was still a black veil above them. They sighed, pulled their horses, and walked straight out. Jiyu started to plan. He planned to settle these people down and return to the duel arena. He and Huang Jingjian would have to fight in the end. But to his surprise, when he arrived at the entrance of the village, he saw that the village was surrounded. They looked up and directly in front of them. They saw that the people in front of them were surrounding Jiyu. It seemed that they didn't bleed enough last time. It wasn't enough to make them afraid. He looked around and saw that several people from different factions were standing in the distance. They were waiting to see what would happen later. Jiyu smiled faintly. This is simply too stupid. He said indifferently, today, I will kill you once and for all. A few people burst out laughing. Jiyu, aren't you being a little too presumptuous? Do you know who we are? Kill. After saying this, they looked at each other and said slowly, brothers from afar, can you help us? They rushed forward and looked at the people in front of them. They said indifferently, kill Jiyu and take back our things. As they shouted, they all arrived before Jiyu and fixed their gazes on him. Just at that moment, the profound crossbows exploded. Countless arrows flew out and landed on the bodies of the people in front of them. One after another, they fell into a pool of blood. The blood on their bodies was incomparably thick. Who would have thought that the Profound Realm experts would actually die under the Profound crossbows? However, these Xian crossbows were 7th grade weapons specially made by Jiyu. It was easy for them to fight a peak LV1 human Profound Realm expert. However, Jiyu had already handed these crossbows to the villagers. Dainyu, Xianxia, Gugu, and the others looked in front of them and fell silent. They didn't know what would happen in the future, but they knew that Jiyu had given them the chance to survive. At this time, if they still didn't know how to be flexible and how to survive, they would be too stupid. Therefore, these crossbows were all shot out. After blocking the crossbow bolts, the remaining forces finally came to their senses. This group of people was no longer a group of sheep. The members of the Killers Alliance looked in front of them in fear. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. Those people just now were all lying in a pool of blood. They looked at each other and walked towards Jiyu. They summoned their treasured weapons and held them in their hands. Then, another round of arrows was released. However, it was clear that the survivors were no longer afraid of the crossbows. They looked in Jiyu's direction with disdain on their faces. One of them urged his horse forward and said faintly, I know you are very powerful, but so what? We know where your weakness lies. After shouting this, he waved his hand. Suddenly, 40 to 50 people came out from the side and held all the men, women, and children in front of Jiyu. Leader, we've already captured all of those people and brought them here. The leader of the Killers Alliance looked in Jiyu's direction and said lightly, ha ha ha, boy, so what if you are powerful? I am now holding a sword. As long as I give the order, they will all go to hell. If you dare to move, they will immediately die under the sword. After shouting this sentence, Jiyu said lightly, is that so? You know what I hate most in this life is when people threaten me. He waved his hand slightly and a dozen people beside him stepped forward. They put their long swords on Jiyu's neck. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu's hand flashed with a dark light. Ding, the host used the 18 golden puppets. The reward is 1 times 999 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host. The 18 golden puppets have broken through to the small success level. Ding, congratulations to the host. The 18 golden puppets have evolved into the 18 golden arhats. Jiyu could feel that the 18 golden-bodied arhats on his body seemed to draw out a trace of mental power in an instant and poured it into his body. After receiving this powerful mental strength, he slowly stood up. The 18 golden arhats arrived in front of everyone in an instant. With the help of Jiyu's dark forest, they flew in front of the villagers and waited for them to land on the ground before taking out a treasure. These treasures were all superior grade 7 treasures forged by Jiyu. It was incomparably sharp. In the next moment, they raised their hands and swung it out heavily. The two profound energies collided with each other, producing a kacha sound. The treasures in the hands of the Killer Alliance fell to the ground one after another. They had never expected that the treasures in Jiyu's hands would be so powerful. A single slash was all it took to break their treasured weapons. At this time, they looked at each other and turned around. At this time, the dark forest once again appeared in the void. The 18 golden puppets led the villagers in front of them into the dark forest. They led the villagers and landed behind Jiyu. The 18 golden arhats knelt down in front of Jiyu one after another and said solemnly, Greetings, young Master Jiyu. Thank you for bestowing us with spiritual wisdom. From today onwards, we will follow you, young master, regardless of life or death. After saying this, they looked at each other and stood up. The group of people rushed forward and attacked in the direction of Jiyu. In the next moment, Jiyu held the treasure in his hand and appeared in front of the crowd in a flash. He raised the treasure in his hand and directly slashed in the direction of Jiyu. The giant Kuanping sword in Jiyu's hand suddenly appeared in the next moment. A Kuanping soul flew out. At this moment, the Kuanping soul opened its bloody mouth and took a deep breath. It seemed to have the intent to swallow the sky. It radiated and absorbed the people in front of it. Those people were swallowed into its stomach. A few people who rushed forward fell into the Kuanping's stomach in the blink of an eye. The leader of the Killer Alliance, who had witnessed all this, was infuriated and covered his body in an instant. Mystical skill, layers of stone mountain. It was actually an earth-rank mystical skill. The surrounding sand quickly gathered together, forming large boulders. Those huge stones fell in the direction of Jiyu like a meteor shower. Jiyu picked up the giant Kuanping sword beside him and waved it in the next moment. He waved it in the direction of those stones. The 18 golden arhats did not wait for long. They jumped out one by one in an instant and slowly brought those treasures in front of Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and floated in the air. The dark force in his hand heavily waved the sword in front of him. The huge sword chi made a loud sound and smashed the huge stones in front of him. Those fragments fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, you've been fooled, boy. After shouting out those words, those fragments actually turned into star-like light. You don't know, right? This profound skill of mine can borrow the power of the stars to transform into a formation. Within this formation of mine, no matter who it is, they will not be able to escape. Furthermore, they will suffer heavy injuries. As long as you enter, you will quickly turn into a pool of blood. Jiyu ignored his words. He just closed his eyes and felt the movement of the array beside him. The 18 golden puppets and the villagers stood firmly in front of Jiyu. Their gazes were vigilant as they scanned their surroundings, regardless of how the array would change later. They made up their minds to protect Jiyu even if they had to sacrifice themselves. Their gazes began to search the surroundings, as if they would kill any unrelated person who appeared later. Suddenly, a scream was heard. He looked around, and when he saw that they had left, he turned his head and looked out. He saw that his eyes were locked on the people in the distance. He said faintly, "What happened?" Huang Laozhen has turned into a pool of blood. He shouted this sentence nervously and looked around. Jiyu said lightly, "Let me take a look." It turned out that in this array, the blood in the stars was gradually being pulled out bit by bit. He took a deep breath and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He slowly took a step forward. At this moment, the blood on Third Uncle Nyo's body was being pulled out bit by bit. After Jiyu sealed his acupoints, he observed carefully. The blood was still being pulled out. He raised his head. He couldn't see any stars. Where did the power of the stars come from? Jiyu was puzzled. Right at this moment, because he was too close to Third Uncle Nyo, the blood on his body was being pulled out crazily. He used his spiritual power to suppress it. He used his mental power to expel the dark force. It turned out that it was the art of blood. No wonder it could pull out the blood on others. However, it must have the dark force on his body as a primer. Thinking of this, Jiyu opened his eyes. At this moment, he slowly took a step forward. In an instant, he disappeared on the spot. He took out his precious weapon and swung it heavily. A terrifying dark force flew out from the artifact in Jiyu's hand and collided with the earthen array. The earthen array shook slightly. Ha ha ha, what a fool. Do you think my array can be broken so easily by you? He laughed out loud. At that moment, Jiyu disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the crowd. He raised his head and waved the bejeweled weapon in his hand. It was accompanied by a loud noise. At this moment, the mountain of earth and rocks slowly collapsed, and the rocks fell to the ground. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile as he said indifferently, "This is how I'm going to break your mystical skill." After he finished speaking, Yi Zichen nodded. Shock was written all over the slaughterer leader's face. Just now, when I checked, I found your dark force in their bodies. So, I deliberately waved my dark force and merged it with the stone mountain. This is how I broke your array. He stretched out his hand and waved it around. At this moment, the soil and rocks flew up and Jiyu's lips curled into a smile. Now, I'll return the array to you. After shouting this sentence, the stone flew in front of the leader of the Killer Alliance. He looked out and did not expect that he would fall into his own array. The members of the Killer's Alliance let out miserable shrieks one after another. The blood on their bodies was sucked out in an instant. Only the leader was able to hold on for a while. They could sense that Jiyu's spiritual power had reached such a terrifying level. They locked their eyes on Jiyu. With a flash, Jiyu disappeared from where he stood. She came in front of the leader of the Killer Alliance and held his neck. Now, he had to resist Jiyu's blood array with all his strength. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Fight, he thought. Suddenly, he raised his head and picked up the Kuanpung sword in Jiyu's hand. He held the sword hilt and charged towards Jiyu. The two of them exchanged hundreds of blows in the air. It was too terrifying. The leader of the Killer Alliance was only left with fear. Each of Jiyu's moves was more ferocious than the previous one. As each move overlapped, not only did Jiyu's strength not weaken, it seemed that his cultivation of the mysterious art had improved even more. Jiyu, you forced me to do this. The leader of the Killer Alliance looked at Jiyu in disbelief. Jiyu said calmly, "Boy, you've got guts." After shouting this, Jiyu disappeared on the spot. In front of everyone, he turned around and swung his sword heavily. A huge explosion was heard. Blood flowed from the corner of the mouth of the leader of the Killer Alliance, and a huge red mark appeared on his body. Very good. After saying this, he rushed in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu jumped up and grasped the Kuanpung giant sword in his hand. Their weapons collided. A mouthful of blood flowed from their mouths, and they instantly fell into a pool of blood. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. He waved his hand, and after shouting these words, they turned around and gradually walked in another direction step by step. The villagers came out one after another. Seeing the head of the leader of the Killer Alliance being chopped off by Jiyu, they all looked envious. Their faces were filled with envy and madness. Everyone was holding all kinds of things and placing them on the ground. They kept shouting, "Long live, long live, long live." When Jiyu saw the people of other forces coming up with smiles on their faces, he knew that from today on, the villagers would not be threatened anymore. Thinking of this, he turned his head and slowly walked in another direction. The duel arena was particularly crowded today. Many masters came because today was the battle between Jiyu, Huang Jingjian, and Tian Xiao'er. The sound of a whistle was heard. The commentators shouted, "Begin." Huang Jingjian crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked in the direction of Jiyu. The woman beside him also stood in the same place and did not move. The three of them stood in a corner. At this moment, a voice slowly spread over. Huang Jingjian had been ambushed by Jiyu the last time and had been struck between his thumb and forefinger. It had taken him a few days to recover. Thinking of this, he turned around. He waved his two sword fingers in the direction of Jiyu. Suddenly, the golden sword behind him flew out and floated in the air, making two circles in the air. It split into two and flew in the direction of Jiyu and Tian Xiao'er. Jiyu turned around and spun in the air. At this time, the golden sword kept stabbing in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu looked in the direction of Tian Feng'er. He saw that Tian Feng'er kept moving up and down in front of the golden sword, as if she was a god, dancing gracefully. Even a profound skill could have such graceful movements. This was something that Jiyu had never expected. He took 2 steps forward and the Kuanpung giant sword appeared in his hand. He swung it heavily. Ding! The host swung the Kuanpung giant sword and gained 1 by 999 experience points. The Kuanping soul flew in front of everyone as if it wanted to eat a little bug. It flew down and opened its bloody mouth. Who knew that Huang Jingjian would go through the Kuanping's weapon spirit? He disappeared on the spot. After a while, he slowly took a step forward. Jiyu said calmly, "Huang Jingjian is really good. You're not bad either. Brothers, do you have to fight to the death with this little girl?" Huang Jingjian said disdainfully, if we don't move forward, I'm afraid you won't let us go, right? After hearing this, Tian Xiaoer's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Brother, what are you thinking? I'm a good person. After shouting this, he flew in front of Jiyu. Compared to a threat like Tian Xiaoer, Jiyu, who was in front of him, was the greatest threat. After sensing this, Jiyu suddenly turned around and picked up the Kuanping giant sword in front of her. She grabbed the sword hilt and attacked the opponent. Huang Jingjian held his own weapon and collided heavily with Jiyu's weapon. A smile appeared on his face. Boy, you're still too young. But your talent is not bad. If you cultivate here for a while, maybe this old man can't compare to you. After he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Huang Jingjian's face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can you break my move? Jiyu smiled faintly and did not react. He just disappeared from where he was and slowly walked forward to stand in front of Tian Xiaoer. Tian Xiaoer felt goosebumps all over her body. There was a trace of fear in her eyes. The strength displayed by Jiyu was too terrifying. He held the Kuanping giant sword and said flatly, Destiny old man, you're the key to leaving this place, right? Hearing that they could leave, everyone stared at old man Tianming in surprise. Old man Tianming laughed, I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. My immortal spring water isn't finished yet. Everyone glanced at each other. Destiny old man said that he wasn't water from a pond, so what was he? In their hearts, they didn't know what the immortal spring water was. He walked forward and opened his hands. After he raised his hands, the Xian energy in the heaven and earth danced. A white light emerged from their bodies. The white light all turned to the bottom of the stage. Jiyu frowned and raised her fist. At this moment, she raised her hand and punched the ground. A cracking sound came from the ground. It was as if the ground was falling down. A sea of blood appeared in front of everyone. It turned out that what they had been drinking wasn't the immortal spring water, but the ardent blood water. This water could transform a Xian cultivator's cultivation into vitality. That was why they seemed to be able to live for so long. Of course, there were some people who didn't have this water, so they didn't feel anything strange. Jiyu slowly took a step forward and locked her eyes on her opponent. Destiny old man had already added something to the water. As long as he activated the formation, it would absorb all the blood in their bodies. Jiyu turned her head and said indifferently, kill. In the blink of an eye, old man Destiny flew in front of Jiyu and grabbed Huang Jingjian. After all, Huang Jingjian had drunk quite a bit of this spring water. Although he lost today, he didn't think that he was a slave to others. He lifted Shou Onli. Suddenly, in the next second, Shou Onli was stunned. Jiyu pulled him behind her and waved Huang Jingjian's fingers. At this moment, all the swords were sent flying. A rain of swords fell from the sky. Clanging sounds rang out continuously. Destiny old man laughed. Huang Jingjian's treasured weapon didn't have any effect. He turned around and sent out a heavy slap. Along with the sound of an explosion, he flew up. Destiny Elder took 2 steps forward. The earth energy on his body flew out and covered his body. As the earth energy continued to reverberate, he grabbed Huang Jingjian's neck. You should be my sacrifice. Otherwise, why would I keep the 3 of you alive? Originally, I thought that there would be a winner and a loser between the 2 of you today. Ha ha ha, he laughed loudly. At this moment, Huang Jingjian slowly fell into the sea of fire. At this moment, the sea of blood covered their bodies. Huang Jingjian, a cold swordsman, directly stretched out his hand at this moment, as if he was shouting for help. Jiyu disappeared. After a while, Jiyu gradually took 2 steps forward. At this time, the rest of the people came forward in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu said indifferently, Tian Xiaoer, run. After receiving Jiyu's reminder, Tian Xiaoer reacted. Just as he was about to run back, he didn't expect that there would be lightning in the sky at this moment. The power of lightning was accumulating in the sky. The power of lightning instantly fell down. Jiyu flew forward and caught the person in front of him. Tian Xiaoer had always been hurting others, but he didn't expect to be at a disadvantage today. Now, he was being chased by his master. As he thought of this, he disappeared from where he was in an instant. Jiyu reached out and grabbed Xianxia, pulling her behind him. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. He slowly took 2 steps forward. In the next moment, Jiyu's Kunpeng giant sword was already slashing in Destiny Old Man's direction. Destiny Old Man's earth energy covered his body in an instant. He turned around and took 2 steps forward. The Kunpeng giant sword slashed down and the 2 weapons collided. Destiny Old Man used a crutch-like weapon. He turned around and disappeared in an instant. He disappeared in an instant and took 2 steps forward. Boy, you have some ability. Hand over Xianxia and this old man can accommodate you under this old man. After saying this, he opened his mouth and said, "Kill." Destiny Old Man snorted coldly, "You don't know how to adapt to the situation." Tianming Old Man flew in front of Jiyu. His eyes were filled with disdain as he charged towards Jiyu. He exchanged glances with each other. The spring water kept reverberating and the blood water danced in the air like a spring. It was as if evil dragons were flying out. When they arrived in front of Jiyu, the blood dragons coiled around the bodies of those people, and the blood in their bodies was sucked dry one after another. Tianming Old Man watched as the blood gathered in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He took 2 steps forward, and the Xian energy in his hand continued to gather together. The blood was poured into his palm, and he waved his palm heavily. The blood dragons roared and rushed in front of one of the people. In the next moment, the spectators were sucked dry. Jiyu and Tianming Old Man glanced at each other. They had never expected that Tianming Old Man would want to kill the spectators instead of them. Originally, I planned to use this move when the 7 stars gathered. I didn't expect that an ignorant child like you would ruin my plan. Tianming Old Man sneered and appeared in front of Jiyu in the blink of an eye. He dodged Jiyu's figure. He reached forward with his withered claws, wanting to grab the person in front of him. At this moment, the silk handkerchief in her hand flew out. In an instant, the silk handkerchief flew out and wrapped around his withered arm. With a cold snort, the 2 silk handkerchiefs suddenly broke into pieces. Jiyu appeared in front of the crowd in a flash. He said faintly, "Let go of your hand." "You like this girl?" Tianming Old Man smiled. Jiyu ignored his words and took a step forward. In the next moment, countless fine sand flew out from under Jiyu's feet. Ding! Host used the Earth Roaming Dragon. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Strictly speaking, the Earth Roaming Dragon was more powerful than the Earth Prison. Tianming Old Man's hands and feet were entangled by the Earth Roaming Dragon. At this moment, the sand started to sink down. After seeing the sand, Jiyu's Kunpeng sword appeared in his hand. He picked it up and flew out. Ding! Host used the Raging Fire. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. The Raging Fire instantly infected the bodies of those people. As the fire burned, the crowd screamed and locked their eyes on Jiyu. Tianming Old Man, who was supposed to be used as a sacrifice to the Blood Sea, had been burned clean by Jiyu's Raging Fire. A trace of anger appeared in his eyes. "How dare you, brat! You're so rampant." After shouting this, he flew forward and came in front of Jiyu. He raised the Kunpeng sword in his hand and directly attacked Jiyu. Tianming Old Man stepped on the 7 stars and merged his Xianxia into the ground in an instant. In an instant, countless streams of blood spurted out from the ground and directly hit Jiyu. However, Jiyu's Raging Fire cloak directly absorbed the flames into his body. Jiyu took a step forward. He directly covered his body with the Raging Fire cloak. Tianming Old Man looked at him in confusion and asked, "Brat, you actually have a weapon spirit in your body?" When he saw Jiyu use the Kunpeng sword, he felt a trace of fear in his heart. He sensed that Jiyu's weapon spirit was very strong. There was a powerful artifact spirit within the artifact. But that wasn't the end of it. He looked up and saw that even Jiyu's clothes had an artifact spirit. This kid was a treasure from head to toe. If he killed him, he would use his flesh and blood to create his own fountain of youth. After shouting these words, his body flashed and disappeared from the spot. He took 2 steps forward and said faintly, "Kid, just you wait." He flew in front of Jiyu and reached out to grab Jiyu's Gangqi. The Xianxia suddenly exploded and Jiyu took 2 steps forward. Jiyu disappeared in the blink of an eye. He turned around and swung down the Kuanping giant sword in his hand. The corner of Tianming old man's mouth curled up into a smile. "Kid, you think you can break through my Xianxia?" Jiyu pulled the precious weapon in front of her and suddenly turned her body around. She swung the precious weapon heavily and the 2 weapons collided at this moment. However, to Tianming old man's surprise, the Kuanping sword in Jiyu's hand flew out a weapon spirit. It directly pounced on his body and swallowed his soul. After letting out a scream, Tianming old man fell to the ground softly. Jiyu kept waving the Kuanping sword in his hand. Both of Tianming old man's arms were broken and fell to the ground. Old man Tianming looked fearfully in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu picked up the Kuanping sword in front of him and twisted his body quickly. The weapon opened a huge hole in Tianming old man's body. After Tianming old man died, Jiyu obtained all his points. Several people in the duel arena lowered their heads with fear in their eyes. They raised their hands. Jiyu said faintly, "Give me the flying locust stone and those things." The owner of this place had died at the hands of Jiyu. The staff of the duel arena did not dare to disobey. They could only involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. They took out a flying locust stone and handed it to Jiyu. After getting the flying locust stone, Jiyu planned to get up and leave. Although Tianming old man was dead, the taboo of the union of 10,000 immortals still existed. Jiyu did not think it was a good thing to let these people go. He gave a heaven-ranked Shen skill to Leader Liang. Seeing that Jiyu was leaving, Leader Liang was a little reluctant. "You will come back. Maybe we will meet again in the future," Jiyu said heavily. Xianxia stood in the distance and watched them walk into the taboo. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Jiyu flew into the circle. With a thought, he connected with the array of the Gold City sect and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A moment later, he disappeared from the spot. He appeared in the same place with a smile on his face. The 2 Xianxia outlined together and a small circle of light appeared on the ground. Jiyu returned to the Gold City sect, but he never expected that Xianxia would follow closely behind Jiyu. With a flash of his body, he disappeared from the spot. A moment later, Xianxia also slowly floated down. She waved the silk handkerchief in her hand and disappeared in the blink of an eye, running down the mountain. Jiyu sensed Xianxia's appearance. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He never expected that someone would be able to follow him out. However, it was just a little Xianxia, so he let her be. Jiyu came out in the blink of an eye. They raised their heads, and there was a smile in their eyes. When the elders saw that their sect leader was able to walk out of the Demon Valley so safely, a smile appeared at the corner of their mouth. He said lightly, "We congratulate sect leader for being able to come out of Hell Valley safe and sound." After shouting these words, they fixed their eyes on Jiyu. Jiyu took 2 steps forward and said lightly, "I've already obtained the holy treasure. I don't know if it's still here." The rest of the elders came forward, cupped their hands, and placed plates of things on the table. There were countless heavenly treasures on the plates. Jiyu's eyes lit up. He took 2 steps forward and took the thing in front of him. Jiyu raised his hands and moved them forward. The pagoda gradually took shape. It was built using the help of Jin City's workers. Jin City had sent people to build the pagoda. At this moment, they poured all the Xianxia into the pagoda. Now that the pagoda had not taken any effect, they fixed their eyes on the pagoda in front of them. He poured the Xianxia into the pagoda. Accompanied by a burst of Xianxia, the pagoda emitted a halo of light. Jiyu slowly stepped out. At this moment, Jiyu turned around and took out a treasure. Jiyu picked up the treasure in his hand and 2 pieces flew out. He poured all the Xianxia into the pagoda. At this moment, the flying locust stone and the rest of the heavenly treasures flew into the pagoda. It was as if they were connected. Not long after, a ray of light appeared in the pagoda. They all flew into the pagoda. Seeing this scene, he kept turning his head back, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After shouting the word "rise," the pagoda slowly took shape. The people in front of him stood up. Jiyu walked in and entered the pagoda. Then, the pagoda was filled with treasures. After he walked in, he raised his head. The rest of the people walked into the pagoda. It was a very good spiritual energy. I can sense a lot of Xianxia here. End of chapter 686. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.